Chapter 111. Ren Qingxue stood up from her chair, looked at the brazier on the desk, stretched her right hand over it, and rubbed her thumb and index finger together to sprinkle sparks. Boom! The flame rose into the sky, swaying like a red rose under the control of Ren Qingxue's thoughts. The naked eye could see that it contained a powerful force beyond nature. Any human who saw this flame could clearly realize this. Ren Qingxue stared at the flame and vaguely saw her own reflection. Then the flame seemed to flutter towards her eyes and body, dragging her entire body and soul into the brazier. She looked ahead in a trance, and a figure slowly walked out surrounded by the flames. Father. Ren Qingxue knelt down on one knee respectfully. I have arrived at the investigation department of Guangzhou, and the sons of hunters have also arrived. I want to ask for your guidance. Child, I have heard your questions. The figure in the flame said, you did a good job of not letting anger and pride affect your judgment and taking the initiative to ask for my guidance. She raised her head slightly and looked at the flames burning on her legs in front of her. Her eyes suppressed strong fear and fanaticism. The two opposing emotions were like poisonous snakes intertwined and biting. I will always remember my father's teachings. Her father has hundreds of children, many of whom have good talents like her, but only a few can be entrusted with important tasks in the end, because most of them can't compete with the flame in their chests. The man in the flame said, that Mane should be a member of the Salvation Alliance. Ren Qingxue was a little surprised by his statement. Mane's appearance was indeed a bit coincidental, but there was no obvious problem. Did she miss something? The flaming man said, you said you were attacked by resentful spirits in that castle. The psychic of the Savior Alliance did not control their power. The resentful spirits in the castle must have reached a cooperation with the Savior Alliance. And the ability shown by that mortal is to decompose matter at high speed, but he claims to have a way to deal with these resentful spirits. Obviously he has no way to defeat those resentful spirits, and he dared to buy the castle because he is a member of the Savior Alliance. He did not tell his daughter that it was no secret that the Savior Alliance had reached a cooperation with the resentful spirits in the castle. Ren Qingxue asked respectfully, then how should I deal with this remnant of the Savior Alliance? Should I kill him through the investigation department or secretly? The flaming man continued, you are one of my best children. There is an important reason why I sent you to Guangzhou. If it weren't for the members of the Savior Alliance reaching out to the castle, I would not have planned to tell you so early. But Wick Castle must be in our hands. In their hands? Then Ren Qingxue recalled who the original owner of Wick Castle was and immediately understood that the we in her father's mouth did not refer to the Ren family, or even the New Gods Alliance. He was talking about all the southern gods. The flaming man said, the sons of the sea have crossed the line. If Wick Castle really falls into the hands of the Salvation Alliance, the secrets inside may be unearthed. Even if Qin Wan is not here now, it is too risky to do so. In the past, Wick Castle had some connection with the Salvation Alliance, but at that time, considering that the resentful souls did not actually understand what was going on, and Qin Wan had not fallen at that time, they did not alert the enemy. At that time, the owner of the Wit family did not tell his children the truth. His purpose of coming here was not to seal the underground passage. On the contrary, it was Old Wit who built the underground passage. Old Wit's goal was the treasure of the underground world. As for the sealing procedure, it was just his second-hand preparation. The materials originally planned to be used for this seal were not his family, but the servants hired locally at that time. But Old Wit wanted to play the role of a good father and a good husband, so he did not tell his family the truth. Therefore, when the friend who went underground with Old Wit came back alone, his wife and children believed the lies of his father's friend. In the end, they became part of the seal. And the friend who went to the underground world with Old Wit and came back alone was him. Wick Castle was the mistake of the Flame Man. Is Marn a member of the Salvation Alliance? The Flame Man didn't know at all. It is very likely that Mane had no idea what the castle had to do with the Salvation Alliance, and just stumbled into it by mistake. Moreover, there is another explanation that is more likely than a member of the Salvation Alliance. But this is not something the investigation department should know. Now that Ren Qingxue has been assigned to the investigation department of Goan State, then claiming that Mane is a member of the Salvation Alliance can be a proper reason to call on federal resources. Now that the Divine Skywalker is gone, it is time for him to take back the Wick Castle. Ren Qingxue looked at the flaming man. My superiors in the investigation department proposed to take action against the Han family, and this Mane is very close to the Han family. Maybe I can use this to let them kill him first? The flaming man asked doubtfully, didn't you stop him from dealing with the Daughter of the Sea? Ren Qingxue explained, I tried, and he understood, but he's still trying to blackmail me into revealing more information. I don't know if he stopped. After a few people die. The Flaming Man said, the Federation will figure out which gods can't be angered. Since they've reached out, they have to pay enough to understand the situation here. Maybe that's why the Federation wants such politicians to enter the Southern Federation first. But if he wants to deal with the Daughter of the Sea, you can also take the opportunity to deal with Marn as well, and use the control law to forcibly take over the Wick Castle under his name, and you don't have to think about how to explain to your superiors. Anyway, he's already halfway into the grave. And Shauna handed the Wick Castle to this Marn, and she also wanted to send a signal that if he could take it back at any time, and if she didn't do it, she wouldn't let the castle really fall into the hands of mortals. The Sons of the Sea must have their own reasons for doing this. Maybe they want to tie up their daughter's energy, or they want to make a deal with them, or even a trap. But the worst case scenario is that one of their children dies, which slightly affects their layout in Goen State. Considering the length of his life, these are insignificant matters compared to the ownership of Wick Castle. Go, Daughter of Flame, take back my things. Ren Qingxue bowed her head with admiration and said, yes, my god. Chapter 112. Have you figured it out? Ji Gaochuan looked at his deputy in surprise. Ren Qingxue said, it's just that the situation has changed. Since you insist on taking action against the people of the Sea God, I spent some time to investigate, and my conclusion is that they are not dangerous in the short term. Ji Gaochuan actually felt that this was not entirely a good thing. Originally, he had been somewhat shaken after listening to Ren Qingxue's words. His apparent firmness was just to take advantage of her unwillingness to make enemies with the Sons of the Sea to get some information. The Southern Federation was a very unfamiliar land for them. The investigation department's operations in the East and West Federations were generally smooth, and the Northern Federation only had some minor problems. But they were in the Southern Federation, and were almost moving forward in the dark. This was also the reason why he was sent to the Southern Federation. The gap between this and the other regions was quite huge. The directors of the investigation department offices in other places were all particularly good jobs. Although there were also considerable opportunities here, they were far from comparable to the hidden risks. Therefore, intelligence is the most important thing to him, and Ren Qingxue, who was stuck beside him, is not as resistant as Ji Gaochuan said, because she actually became the starting point for him to understand the real situation of the Southern Federation. But if the Son of the Ocean is not as dangerous as she said not long ago, the plan to eradicate the Han family can be reactivated, but he is still a little worried that Ren Qingxue has betrayed him. Very good. Ji Gaochuan said coldly, I'm glad you understand. Ren Qingxue did not resist at all, but took the initiative to say, by the way, do you still remember Maine who came to take the test with Han Ning? He might be a member of the Salvation Alliance, and he's the kind of guy whose identity I don't know. Some time ago, he bought the Wick Castle, and I went there with several members of the Salvation Alliance. At that time, I quietly noticed that the resentful spirits in the Wick Castle were connected to the members of the Salvation Alliance. Ji Gaochuan frowned slightly. Do you have any evidence? If we can confirm that the Son of the Ocean is colluding with the members of the Salvation Alliance, it will be very beneficial to us. Ren Qingxue shook her head. It's not so easy for the members of the Salvation Alliance to be exposed, and the Sons of the Ocean can also say that they don't know this. Even if they want to deal with the Han family, they can't reveal their intentions immediately. But now that he and the Sons of the Ocean have gathered together, we can just kill him first to weaken the power of the Han family, and the Sons of the Ocean won't be suspicious immediately. After all, we have a legitimate reason. Hunting down the Salvation Alliance is an unquestionable reason. Ji Gaochuan showed a thoughtful look. The importance of the Salvation Alliance in his heart is far less important than the Han family. Although they are a group of dangerous criminals, the impact of the Han family on the gap between the rich and the poor in Goen State is real, and the solution can be seen at a glance. As long as the Han family, which monopolizes the economic lifeline and controls the main illegal forces, is destroyed, the Investigation Bureau and the federal government of Goen State can work together to change the current situation. If he can solve the backwardness and chaos of Goen State, it will also be of great benefit to his Reform faction, because this is what the Reform faction promised in the election. The members of the Salvation Alliance are the problems of the other two parties. Dealing with them will not benefit Ji Gaochuan in any political achievements, and he has no interest in it. But he still said, if you insist on dealing with Maine first, I agree, but you have to help me deal with the Han family. Ren Qingxue smiled and nodded, of course. She was not in a hurry to mention the ownership of Wick Castle. Ji Gaochuan said to her, follow me. They walked into the elevator, and pressed the button for the -8th floor. No one except employees with permission was allowed to enter this floor. Even Ren Qingxue had to greet Ji Gaochuan in advance if she wanted to come. The elevator door opened, and the cold air rushed towards them. There were 5 2.7-meter high culture chambers outside the door. Various liquids flowed into the chambers through pipes to maintain the life activities and special powers of the sleepers. Ren Qingxue could see the inside through the glass, and she saw 5 identical male faces. This is the concentric. Ji Gaochuan said calmly. The genes in their bodies can simulate the abilities of telepaths, and these clones cultivated with the same genome can also amplify the power of their brothers. If the 5 of them act at the same time, they are almost equivalent to a powerful third-level telepath. Even if 1 or 2 concentrics die, they can still maintain the level of a strong telepath. If only 2 are left, they are equivalent to ordinary telepaths. But if only 1 dies, he will be backfired to a very weak level. Ren Qingxue asked, I heard that their lifespan is very short. Ji Gaochuan nodded. We expect this group of concentrics to live for a year, and this is still under the premise of living in the cultivation chamber for a long time. If they are allowed to act outside all the time, they will die of genetic defects in about 3 months. But this is not the worst part. Their short lifespan also means that they cannot receive enough training. Their tactical experience and knowledge are all injected in advance through psychic abilities. Moreover, they do not have any basic common sense and have never practiced tactics. This means that they need the protection of other people with abilities in actual combat, which is one of the reasons why they are determined to be a team of 4. And you and I will take them to perform the ceremony, which is the prerequisite for dealing with the Han family. Ren Qingxue asked puzzledly, You mean, these clones are actually just born, and the knowledge in their brains is all injected by you in advance? Ji Gaochuan nodded silently. The federal government is really a group of lunatics. Ren Qingxue couldn't help but say, Then how do you let them perform these missions that may lead to death? Don't these like-minded people want to have freedom? No. Ji Gaochuan replied, They have our thought restriction device in their brains, which can offset the fear of death and the desire for freedom or anything, which allows them to concentrate on the mission. But due to the special mental structure of the concentrics, even with the thought-restricting device, there will be some minor problems, so we can't let these guys stay out for too long, which may cause them instability. Once an uncontrolled situation occurs, the thought-restricting device will kill them. Ren Qingxue shook her head. You really can do anything to deal with Qinluan. Ji Gaochuan suddenly said, It's worth it. She is a threat to the entire Federation. Ji Gaochuan looked at this cultivation chamber that still has the function of suppressing thoughts and emotions, and did not try to explain anything to Ren Qingxue, because he had no way to convince himself. Chapter 113. Ma En placed the sapphire in his hand in the middle of the basin. A few ripples appeared on the clear water surface in the basin, and then turned into surging miniature waves in an instant. The wind blew across the sea surface, and water vapor rose up and turned into heavy rain to hit the sea surface. The scene in the basin was like a miniature ocean. After a few seconds, an old face appeared on the sea surface. We have determined the time and place for the hunter sons to hold the ceremony. Shauna looked at Mon and said, They plan to start the ceremony tomorrow in the rainforest in the south of Goen State, which is very close to your current location. Are they ready? Mon replied, The weapons made by the artisan sons have already been in their hands. Shauna's face made of seawater nodded to Mon. There will be 17 third-level ability users present at that time, but these guys are not all your targets. The top priority targets are the 2 great shamans among the hunter sons. They and the concentrics are the core of this ceremony, but the concentrics are replaceable resources for the Federation, so they are only the second target. Werewolves and vampires are not our targets, but they are guards of the other 2 groups. If there is a chance, we can also kill them first with magic silver weapons, but with our numbers, it is impossible to defeat 17 third-level ability users even if we sneak attack. So you just need to reduce the number of main targets as much as possible. You can put the 2 bounty hunters in a safer position and let the 3 guys with unknown origins perform the most dangerous work. The bounty hunter's purpose is only money. They are not willing to risk death to work, but the members of the Salvation Alliance are different. If there is no way to destroy the ceremony, they are just postponing their own death. They have no choice. Ma En said curiously, It sounds like you hope they die in this operation? And if they die in the hands of the investigation department, they will not be so angry. The purpose of their ceremony is to capture the members of the Salvation Alliance. Since they can get 3 members of the Salvation Alliance, they can actually accept this loss. And our goal is to deal with the sons of gods in the investigation department. Whether the members of the Salvation Alliance live or die has nothing to do with us. This is actually a win-win situation in a sense. The win-win between them and the Federation is the third party, the New Gods Alliance. Ma En suddenly asked, If these members of the Salvation Alliance die, Can their rewards be given to me? Really greedy. Shauna smiled, but I appreciate it. As long as you can ensure the destruction of the ceremony, the rewards of those dead will be yours. But the premise is to complete the task. He watched the cheeks on the sea slowly dissipate. No. When she asked him for help, Ma-en wondered why she trusted him so much. At that time, Shauna seemed to be very confident in her judgment of people. In fact, Ma-en would not collude with the investigation department, but what was her reason for doing so? Ma-en's initial thought was that Shauna might have regarded him as a member of the Salvation Alliance, so she was not on guard against him in this regard. So he planned to make the best of a bad situation and work with the Han family to dismantle the search system of Goenzhou. And now she has also proposed to let the members of the Salvation Alliance die. Is this a test for herself? Moreover, she agreed to her somewhat excessive request without hesitation, as if she would agree to anything Ma-en said. Ma-en reached into the water, picked up the sapphire and put it in the storage room, then turned and walked towards the woods. Shauna might have some conspiracy and secrets, but who doesn't? After walking for a few minutes, Ma-en found the person he wanted to see. Logan was sitting in the woods, holding a pure silver cane in his right hand. The moment he saw Ma-en, he raised his head and signaled with his eyes that the two companions who had disappeared in the distance should not act rashly. Ma-en came to him and stopped. I saw the souls of the dead members of the Salvation Alliance not long ago. They were all killed by Ren Qingxue in the Wick Castle. Xin Luan's defeat completely changed the situation, didn't it? Logan raised his head and stared at him, and asked unkindly, "What do you want to say?" Ma-en glanced sideways in the direction of the wooden house. "The two bounty hunters can't hear us now. Just now Shauna told me that the Sons of Hunters will start the ceremony tomorrow, and she asked me to let you three unknown people carry out the most dangerous task, because she thinks you have no way out." Logan looked at him coldly. "Tell your master that I know the plan of the Sons of Hunters very well, and I also know what impact it will have on the Sons of the Sea. If she really has this idea, then we will die together." No, Ma-en said directly, "because I won't do this." Logan looked at Ma-en in surprise. "What are you talking about?" "Hello, I am Xin Lan's subordinate, a member of the Salvation Alliance." Ma-en stretched out his hand to him. "We are planning to re-establish a second Salvation Alliance to fight against the current federal government and the upcoming collapse." Logan looked at Ma-en in surprise and suspicion, and looked at him with satisfaction and suspicion. "Why should I believe you?" Compared to just meeting a like-minded member of the Salvation Alliance, who he had never met, Logan was more willing to believe that this was a conspiracy by the Han family and the investigation department to find other members of the Salvation Alliance. If Ma-en could not provide overwhelming evidence, he might be a spy who wanted to gain their trust. Logan made a look at his two companions in the distance, indicating that they should be ready for battle. Then Ma-en raised his finger slightly. While Logan's face showed fear and anger, several vines buried in the soil suddenly rolled towards Ma-en who was standing. They could easily tear steel apart, and their speed was like a hunting cobra. But the magic vines broke into two pieces the moment they touched Ma-en's body, and the part that touched him evaporated out of thin air, and when the other two people who saw the scene from a distance were about to rush over, Ma-en also disappeared. He walked out of the shadow dimension again, grabbed the silver cane and gently clenched it, facing Logan's desperate eyes, and split the magic weapon into two. Maggie and Jianghua, who were not far away, also stopped. Logan's clean defeat just now proved that they had no chance of defeating Ma-en. Since this was the case, there was no point in showing up. The Salvation Alliance could not afford meaningless sacrifices now. But Ma-en said gently with apology, "I'm sorry, I did this because I really don't have any decisive evidence. But you see, I am a 4th level ability user. I can destroy the investigation department of Goenzhou and the entire Han family by myself. I can kill you and the two companions in the blink of an eye. I have no reason to deceive you. At least you can temporarily believe that my purpose is not to kill or capture you. This is the truth, because he can easily do these two things, and now Ma-en's behavior has given several people room and bargaining chips. The reason why I took the job of the Han family. Ma-en released the control of Logan, is to help the members of the Salvation Alliance here, and by the way, destroy the search system jointly established by the Son of the Hunter and the Investigation Department. Otherwise, what is the purpose of my coming here, for that little reward? In fact, Ma-en has other ways to prove himself, such as removing the cover of his appearance, but he does not intend to reveal any information that can be linked to his identity. After all, what he said is not entirely true. Ma-en did not tell them that the Salvation Alliance will be a subordinate organization of the Abnormal Control Bureau, and he is the controller behind the scenes. This is not something that the current members of the Salvation Alliance can easily accept, and they are likely to be strongly suspected and opposed. Logan, who regained his freedom, signaled his companions to wait in place, and then asked Marn, "So you are going to do this?" Marn smiled. "This is very useful, isn't it?" "Of course it is useful." Logan, who was born in the Southern Federation, knows this best. The words of the strong are always more important and credible than those of the weak. Even if Marn is really lying, then what he is seeking is definitely not their lives or freedom. And with the ability shown by Marn, it is not difficult for him to control himself and interrogate slowly. From this point of view, they may really be lucky. Chapter 114. You won't let us die. Logan looked at Ma-En and asked, "Is that so?" "Of course." Ma-En nodded slightly. "I don't need to participate in this matter, but I will help you to kill the main opponents. But I still have things to do in Goenjo, and I can't reveal my identity." Since Ma-En said this, Logan had no choice but to believe him. Unless he is a mentally ill 4th level ability user, he is definitely not a companion of the investigation department, otherwise he would not waste his words here. And as for this last negative possibility, Logan did not intend to consider it. Even if the three of them did not believe Ma-En, there was no other way to go. In addition to not intending to tell Ma-En the location of other members of the Salvation Alliance, Logan has taken everything he said as the truth. In this case, I want to say a few words to Qin. "Do you have communication tools?" Logan asked. Ma-En said, "I can tell her." Logan did not insist, raised his right arm and gestured, indicating that his companions would temporarily retreat to a farther place. "I asked my 2 companions to leave here. They must not hear what I am going to say next. Only Qin or a 4th level ability user like you can know, otherwise they may be found by the Hunter Church." Since Ma-En is not the son of the gods, it is okay to tell him what is going to happen next. The worst case scenario is that he is not a member of the Salvation Alliance, but it is not a bad thing to tell the secret to any high-level ability user who is not the son of the gods. Logan waited until his companions really kept a sufficient distance before speaking. "I am a son of the gods, and I am also a chosen person closest to the gods. I believe in the god of the Lens Rainforest." Marn was a little surprised, because the Lens Great Forest he mentioned was almost completely destroyed about 10 years ago, and now there is only bare wasteland left on that piece of land. Logan's eyes revealed memories of the good old days. My god is a kind elder. He has not tried to stop the decline of the rainforest for hundreds of years. He has continuously accepted the invasion of his body by mortals, and he is not a god who is good at fighting. So he was defeated 10 years ago. Other sects that controlled large forest companies killed our god. With the collapse of the rainforest, he also fell into a true eternal sleep and never had a chance to return to reality. Before his death, Lens once told us, his believers, not to seek revenge, abandon the past, and leave the Southern Federation, and live the life of ordinary people in other areas. I also tried to follow his instructions, but I couldn't stick to it. Because other places were worse than the Southern Federation, I killed a few arrogant villains and returned to the Southern Federation. That's when I saw the Godwalker. Others only saw her staring at the southern sky, but as a chosen one, I could see the gods opposite her. The Sun God, Thunder God, Sea God, and Moon God, these most powerful gods actually stood together to fight against the human from the north. Even if she was beaten out in the end, all witnesses would admit her strength. Then I heard about the existence of the Salvation Alliance, and became a member of it without hesitation. Logan paused and continued, "Later, I met Qin and told her what I was going to say next. At that time, she just told me, 'Remember to keep this secret until it reaches my sight.' I think she means now, after all, she can't see anything. Outside her sight?" Ma-En remembered clearly that Qin said that he couldn't remember his future. "Do you think she already knew that she would come to this point today?" Ma-En asked doubtfully. "Did she tell you this prophecy at that time?" Logan said, "I also asked her what this meant at that time, and Xinshaoxingzhe said that she didn't know herself, but just let me remember this sentence. She must not have seen the future clearly, and this is not the way her ability works. Maybe the sentence itself is not an accurate prophecy. The purpose of its existence may be that I remember it at this moment, so that I am determined to tell you the secret of the gods." After thinking about it, he became more determined to tell Ma-En about this. Logan continued firmly, "In the past, this world once had gods and titans, 2 powerful creatures that were superior to mortals. They were all the masters of the world at that time. That was also the most glorious era of the gods. The sea god could flood more than a dozen cities with a turn, and the sun god once melted more than 1 billion creatures in the ancient empire into blood. As for the titans, the current records only describe their burly stature, without any other description, but it is certain that they were able to rival the gods of the time. No one knows how it started, and no one knows whether there was a kind and righteous side in that war. But the final result was tragic. The gods and the Titans fought an ancient war. The final winners were of course the southern gods today, but they also paid a huge price. Before being sealed underground, the Titans cursed the gods, trapping them forever in the barren southern land, making them fall completely into the mortal world. Nearly 90% of the gods fell into a deep sleep, and 20% of the gods have not yet revived. Since then, there has been no god beyond the 5th level. Maan asked, "Does that mean that the gods are now in a state of severe damage?" Logan nodded, "Yes. And as long as the curse is still there, they will never be able to return to the era when they were superior to all humans, and will be in a state of weakness forever." I think after knowing this, Xin Shaoxingzhe must have thought of some countermeasures, and may even have been implementing them, so that the southern gods have not made any unusual moves in the past 10 years. But now she is lost. Maan asked, "What do you mean? What are the southern gods doing?" Logan said, "The new alliance of gods is the starting point. According to my judgment, the hunter god wants to use this search ceremony to return to the 5th level, and the alliance of gods is using these blood sacrifices to bypass the curse in an attempt to return to the whole world. If we let those powerful gods leave the Southern Federation, we may have to face more than one 6th level entity, and all mankind will return to the era ruled by gods. Modern civilization will also fall apart, and the great collapse predicted by Shishao Walker will come. And we must destroy the entire Southern Federation search system to prevent these gods from escaping the curse." Maan pondered. "Unless Qinlan agrees, don't tell anyone else about this." "But if the Federation knows about this, they will definitely stop these gods, right? Maybe they have some other arrangements, but if we do nothing, we will be doomed." Logan smiled and shook his head, because the treaty signed by the Federation allows this ritual to simultaneously bypass the curse and search for members of the Salvation Alliance. The Federation is already using us to stop the Southern Gods' plan. There is a calm determination in Logan's eyes. Even if they know that it is the Federation that is leading the Salvation Alliance and the Southern Gods to fight each other, they can only move forward. Chapter 115. Rainforest in the south of Goan State. A total of 20 people with special abilities stood in front of Ren Qingxue and Ji Gaochuan, with 4 people of different identities forming a team, and behind them, there were 10 metal mobile cells. They were the most important materials for the ceremony. There were 10 members of the Salvation Alliance of level 1 to 2. Their commonality determined the priority of the ritual tracking. After completing the ceremony, the hunter team will be able to sense the people with special abilities in Goan State, and the people of the Salvation Alliance will be more obvious in their eyes. Ren Qingxue had already told Ji Gaochuan that she would send a few men to track and monitor Maan, but when the order was executed, he had disappeared, which also made her believe that the other party was a member of the Salvation Alliance. As long as the ceremony is completed, Maan and other members of the Salvation Alliance will be exposed. Since you want to attack the Han family, I suggest you get rid of their subordinate Main first. Ren Qingxue said to her boss, and the Wick Castle he owns should also be related to the Salvation Alliance. I encountered the counterattack there. Ji Gaochuan nodded. They can't escape. The first cell was opened, and a young woman stood inside. She looked at the members of the investigation department with vigilance and hostility. "You bastards." She gritted her teeth and looked up at Ji Gaochuan and Ren Qingxue. "We will not surrender to you, and the Shishao Walker will punish you for the crimes you have committed now." Ren Qingxue smiled proudly. "Well said. We are indeed afraid that she will break free. That's why you all have to die, but we will give you a chance to escape." The woman sneered. "Do you think I will do what you ask?" Ji Gaochuan said coldly. "Maybe you have a chance to escape from here and bring important information to other members of the Salvation Alliance. Of course, you can also resist us by committing suicide, but even if you die, other members of the Salvation Alliance will be pushed into this game." She was silent, then turned and rushed into the rainforest. Ji Gaochuan nodded to the leader of the Son of Hunter, Fargo, and signaled him to release the other members of the Salvation Alliance. Their abilities have all been exposed, and no one can really escape the rainforest. But they will still choose to participate in this game without hesitation. Because before being sent here, he secretly told them a secret. Ren Qingxue and the Son of Hunter did not know for the time being that the Federation would tell all members of the Salvation Alliance who participated in the ceremony that the function of this blood sacrifice ceremony, in addition to hunting them down, can also help these southern gods escape from here, and the Federation cannot intervene in this matter at will. The Federation will agree to this condition. The high-level ability people above naturally think they have ways to deal with this problem, and one of them is to let the members of the Salvation Alliance here fight with them. In this way, the Federation does not have to do anything and can restrict both the Southern Gods and the Salvation Alliance at the same time. According to the results of the prediction department, in the end, there will be about 9% to 18% failure in these rituals. Even if the failure rate is the lowest number, it is enough to seriously delay the plan of the Southern Gods. Before they succeed, the Shishao Walker will become the sword of the Federation. By then, the entire Southern Federation will return to their arms. Other mobile cells were also opened one after another, and a total of 10 members of the Salvation Alliance disappeared in the rainforest. The prey are already in place. Fargo looked at Ji Gaochuan and said, "Do you think there will be other members of the Salvation Alliance to save them?" Ji Gaochuan said indifferently, "Just kill them." Fargo showed a cruel smile. "I think so too. I don't know if there will be prey who dare to jump into the hunter's encirclement." Ji Gaochuan didn't say anything else. Whether it is the son of the hunter or the members of the Salvation Alliance who died, it is a good thing for the Federation. If the luck is bad, a few like-minded people may die, but they are not particularly valuable resources for the Federation. Ren Qingxue smiled and said, "Now the high-level ability people of the entire Guangzhou investigation department are here. If they really have the courage, they would have taken action long ago. If the members of the Salvation Alliance jump out at this time, they will just die. Maybe some members of the Salvation Alliance will try to save their companions, but the right thing for them to do is to focus on attacking those weaker areas. It is impossible for them to come to the Han family and the Ren family to make trouble, unless they don't want to live." 10 minutes after the last member of the Salvation Alliance set off, the leader of the Son of Hunter, Fargo, said to Ji Gaochuan and Ren Qingxue, "It's time to go." 5 teams began to move in different directions. They have already set off. The bounty hunter who Li's voice said to his headset, "Fargo is heading towards point A. They are chasing the prisoners of the Salvation Alliance. Do you want to try to save her?" Logan replied in the channel, "Kill the leader of this team first. I will help her, but you don't have to worry about me reducing our chances of winning. Except for the agents, all other members will converge at point A. Remember, we only need to kill the son of the hunter and the congenial one." Fargo was shuttling through the woods, following the traces left by the members of the Salvation Alliance at high speed. She is very close. He enjoyed the feeling of hunting other creatures. And if everything goes well, he will be able to taste this feeling in the outside world soon, in just a few decades, or even just a few years. After the federal government reached an agreement with the Sun, the ending was no longer suspenseful. Although the defeat of the Shishao Walker made them take a huge risk and caused a considerable loss, it was all worth it. The Federation felt that their purpose was just this contract, but there was actually a more important reason for them to participate in the battle with Qinhuan. The scene of her facing the gods alone a few years ago left a big impression on him and other mortals, which made those mortals with weak power have the absurd idea that Qinhuan could match the southern gods. But now this illusion has been successfully erased. Now only the blood sacrifice remains, and he will complete the final ceremony with them. Fargo paused, then turned to look at his 3 companions, and said what he felt. "I just seem to hear the guidance of my god." Puff. 2 silver blades engraved with runes emerged from the werewolf's chest, and a figure wrapped in black clothes slowly took shape behind him, and the next moment it turned into a shadow and flowed into the ground. A silver sniper bullet shot into the vampire's skull at the same time as the black knife appeared, and a dazzling sacred golden light burst out in his skull, blowing the vampire's head into broken bones and a mixture of red and white. Maggie's upper body also floated out of the tree trunk next to it, and before the concentric person could react, he stretched out his hand and tore his body in half. Several vines climbed up Fargo's ankle silently, and the others also launched a second sneak attack on him at the same time. "How dare you disrupt my ritual?" Fargo roared and looked into the distance, his eyes not falling on any of the attackers. "Despicable betrayers, you will face the wrath of the gods, and you lowly mortals." His sight finally slowly fell on these people. The golden color slowly flowed into his eyes, temporarily expelling the part that belonged to Fargo from the head that controlled the body. The rage was quickly calming and fading, replaced by cold rationality, as if they were a few prey. Logan could see. "He is coming." Chapter 116. "Be careful," Logan shouted to his companions, "don't hold back." The second bullet rushed out of the woods. This bullet was engraved with complex patterns. When it flew in the air, the patterns on the surface overflowed with bright blue light, and the speed instantly increased several times. Magical auras also gathered around it. Fargo tilted his head slightly. The bullet grazed his cheek, and then tore the tree trunk behind him into pieces, and then continued to rush through the woods until it disappeared from their sight. And Logan's vines had climbed up his legs, firmly fixing his lower body in place. You've walked into a trap. Fargo said this, raised the hunting rifle on his back, and fired 2 shots in the direction of the sniper bullet. The hunt has already begun, and you have stepped into the trap I set. Black knife flashed behind him, and while he was talking, he fiercely stabbed the hunter's son, who was fixed in his body. The 2 blades easily passed through Fargo's chest, and then his lower body turned into a shadow and merged into the ground. Snap. But at the same time he appeared, a bullet hit the head of Black Knife, whose half body had disappeared, at an impossible angle, and the speed was even higher than the sniper bullet just now by Hu Li. Black Knife, with a hole in his head, looked ahead blankly, not understanding what was going on. Logan and Maggie, who were still alive, had already understood. Fargo is now a 4th level. Until this time, Fargo lowered his head to deal with the vines that had bound his lower body. The green vines almost pulled his calves off, but Fargo seemed to have no feeling at all. He took out a short knife and chopped off the vines that had already penetrated his legs. He also inserted the blade into his thighs expressionlessly, and calmly dug out the flesh and vines at the same time. Tada, tada, tada. Logan used the wooden stick in his hand to beat the ground rhythmically. Several trees around Fargo turned their roots out of the soil and began to crawl towards Fargo. Their branches were also growing and spreading, interweaving with each other to surround Fargo inside. Run, he said to Maggie, who was hiding in the trees. You are no match for him. You can't hide from his eyes even if you hide in the trees. Fargo stood in the middle of the tree monster with bloody legs, raised his shotgun, and aimed at the dense branches in front of him. Logan stood behind him. He had to make a quick decision. There were still many prey waiting. Logan, who shared the tree monster's vision, retreated to the side and rear, trying to hide in a place where Fargo could not track him. At this moment, Jiang Hua's voice came from the headset. Logan, I have killed a like-minded person and am retreating. I don't know why they don't seem to try to track me. Do you need support? Leave here. Logan kept retreating, but Fargo's shotgun was always aimed at his position. Fargo said to the tree monster that had completely surrounded him, I didn't expect that I would meet a traitor. Your god should have fallen asleep. It's really sad and shameful. His voice suddenly paused, and his body froze for a few seconds. When he reacted, he had already aimed the muzzle of the gun in other directions. Bang! 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 Continuous gunshots were heard from the tree monsters, but Logan did not see even a single bullet. Fargo's body froze for the second time, his eyes looked into the distance, with a bit of emptiness, and his hands holding the shotgun became loose. Swoosh! Maggie jumped out of the tree trunk and ran towards Fargo. Her slender arms immediately hugged his head, and then she turned with a force. She directly pulled Fargo's head off. Snap! Maggie, the tree monster, looked at the head rolling on the ground, and the headless corpse in a daze, and did not react at all to what happened. She killed Fargo. Maggie was ready for a hard fight, or even defeat. She certainly did not give up hope, otherwise she would have run away long ago, but according to her expectations, the best result was that they could kill Fargo after paying a tragic price, and both she and Logan might be sacrificed in the process. Then ecstasy surged into her heart. Can you hear me? I seem to have killed Fargo. Jiang Hua didn't understand how difficult this was, so he said lightly, You sound very happy. Logan thought for a while and asked, Hu Li, are you still there? No answer. The eastern part of the rainforest. The son of the hunter, Reed, put the dagger back into his arms, and looked down at the male corpse in front of him. The blood of this member of the Savior Alliance stained the soil. When the other companions also finished hunting, the blood will echo the ritual in the rainforest. He heard footsteps behind him. The like-minded people in the team caught up with Reed, and said expressionlessly, Where are the other 2? Reed asked doubtfully, They should be faster than you. The concentric replied, My connection with the other companions was cut off. One of them died from a bullet, but I don't know what happened to the other 3. They suddenly disappeared from the channel. Ryder frowned and vaguely heard a few gunshots from the woods. A man whose face could not be seen clearly walked out of the shadows, appeared between Leighton and the concentric, and disappeared in an instant. The concentric fell forward expressionlessly. A bullet passed where Maine had just stood, and Ryder also took out 2 pistols from his waist, and his golden pupils quickly jumped irregularly in his eye sockets, as if he was tracking something. Bang! Bang! Maine flashed behind him for a moment, and then 2 bullets passed through the place where he had just stood from different directions. A 4th-level member of the Salvation Alliance? The God of Hunters smiled and raised 2 pistols, and your ability doesn't seem to be on the wanted list. I thought those guys were the best prey this time. Maine flashed to an open space more than 10 meters away, and prepared to use telekinesis on Leighton. At the same time, Layton's gun was already aimed at him, who had just appeared in the real dimension. Bang! Bang! Telekinesis passed through the air, and memory deletion began to affect Layton at the same time. But Layton dodged sideways at an inhuman speed, as if he could see the trajectory of telekinesis. The first two defense shields in front of Maine were hit hard by two high-speed moving bullets, and they were penetrated in less than half a second. However, before they hit the third layer of defense, Maine disappeared on the spot. The opponent could dodge his telekinetic attack, and amnesia could not shake his mental defense. Maine stepped back in, but did not try to attack. He just quickly determined Layton's position, and the cold pupils burning with golden color revealed his determination to hunt Maine. This time, Layton did not attack immediately, but frantically dodged and moved among the trees. Good means, but you are as slow as a snail in front of me. The shadow dimension was also one of my hunting grounds thousands of years ago. Maine disappeared again before he spoke, and flashed to the position where Layton was a moment ago. Then he began to flash non-stop. Not only did he create an 8-layer telekinetic defense shield every time he entered reality, but almost every time he appeared, he was closer to Layton's position than before. At this time, Layton was leisurely walking among the trees, shooting bullets in all directions, letting them fly and circle in the air, slowly weaving a spider web made of bullets, waiting for his prey to fall into a deadly trap. Swoosh! Suddenly Mon flashed behind Layton, and his right hand was just at the position close to his neck. Caught him. Several bullets flew towards Mon's position, breaking through the 4 layers of defense shields around him one after another, but stopped before the 5th layer, and fell back to the ground as if hitting an unshakable wall. They slowed down. Mon's right hand had already crossed Layton's neck. The golden color in Layton's eyes solidified, and his head fell forward into his hands. I will not stop chasing. Layton held his head with one hand, and said hoarsely, You have become my prey. I am the immortal eternal hunter. Tremble, every mortal you meet in the future may be my incarnation. This is the oath of the god of hunters. I will become the nightmare you fear. Maine asked, Do you remember who I am? After his head was separated from his body, the mental barrier that was originally like a high wall board turned into a low fence. The god of hunters asked in shock, What? He suddenly realized that he could not remember any of Maine's appearance, and the memory in Layton's mind seemed to be slowly fading, and he even forgot the specific process of his defeat. Snap. The wrist of the dead man could no longer bear the weight, and the head without support fell heavily to the ground, and the golden color in his eye sockets had disappeared, as if he had never been here. He had no disguise on him, but no matter who saw him, they could not connect him with that Maine, nor could they remember the information related to his appearance. Maine turned and sank into the shadows. Level 3 abnormal value, 8 points. He walked out to the woods not far from the retreat point. Logan, Maggie, and Jianghua also just met at the retreat point a few dozen meters away. According to the agreement, Ma should have contacted them, but they did not receive any information. The concentrics should have reacted. We should have no chance to kill other targets. I think we should retreat now. Jianghua said nervously, they are good at tracking. If we don't retreat, we will be found. Maggie hesitated. Maybe we can kill a few hunter sons. Their leader has been killed, and now the number of concentrics you assassinated is actually not enough. If Black Blade hadn't died, and Huli hadn't given us a signal, we should have headed to the direction of the second team just now according to the plan. Logan didn't say anything, but he suddenly raised his head and looked at the swaying branches in front of him, sending a warning signal to his two companions. Jianghua instantly became invisible on the spot, and Maggie quietly retreated into the tree trunk. It was Ma who came out. The three of them breathed a sigh of relief, and Jianghua and Maggie appeared behind Logan again. Logan stood up quickly. I have something to tell you. There is something wrong with Fargo we just met. I suggest that we retreat immediately. These hunter sons are no longer what we expected. Mon asked, Do you know what happened? Logan looked back at the woods anxiously. Let's retreat first and explain it to you in detail. It's okay. Ma comforted. There are no hunter sons and congenials here anymore. Jianghua asked curiously, Did they retreat? No, they are all dead. Ma shook his head. The hunter god has been completely destroyed by me in the Goenjo ceremony. Didn't I say that I would be responsible for the main target? The three members of the Salvation Alliance were stunned. Logan immediately recalled the shots Fargo fired in other directions at that time. At that time, he thought he was shooting at Huli, but now he instantly understood that Ma was also killing other hunter sons at that time. This is also why the divinity was lost in him. He felt that he had found a new prey, and then he lost? You met the hunter god? Logan asked incredulously. The other two looked at Mon in shock after hearing this. The hunter son I killed last was a little different, and obviously not at level 3. He asked in confusion, but is that the hunter god? Logan's tone instinctively added a bit of awe. Yes, that was a god above level 5 in ancient times. We call that kind of situation a demigod or incarnation. Those who can bear their power better than other believers are the chosen ones of the gods. I used to be a chosen one, and I have also received the advent of my god. That feeling is very strange. I feel like I am still Logan, but it seems that I am that god again. The amount of self of the descended one depends only on the will of the descender. If they want, they can use the elect as a container. These demigods or incarnations were the mortals closest to the gods in the past, and they were also the easiest way for the gods to interfere in the mortal world after the ancient war. All the natural gods could directly influence the world before, but now the gods, who have not returned to the 5th level or above, have to rely on the elect to realize their will. The hunter god may not only descend here. It seems that he wants to ensure the completion of the ceremony, so he will definitely descend to all places in the Southern Federation where there are 3rd level hunter sons. With his vengeful character, he will definitely remember you. In addition to hunters, he is also an avenger. Ma-In said calmly, but except for the Salvation Alliance, no one knows who did this, because I have never appeared here, and you don't know who did this. Except Qin-Lan, you have to say this to everyone, understand? The 3 members of the Salvation Alliance showed a firm look to this righteous and powerful colleague. The fact that they are still resisting now is enough to prove their will. Logan asked, what should we do now? Ma-In replied, I will see if I can save other companions. You should leave here and find Qin-Lan. She is secretly organizing a new Salvation Alliance. The Salvation Alliance will continue the work of Shenshao Walker. She needs your help now. The 3 of them were very touched by his words. Logan said to his colleague with sincere gratitude, take care. We will never forget this. Chapter 117. Quiet. This is how Ji Gaochuan felt after not receiving any reports from the hunter team for half an hour. He originally did not intend to interfere with the ceremony, but none of the 5 teams sent back any news, which made him vaguely feel that something was wrong. Do you think this is normal? He asked Ren Qingxue, who was sitting and looking at her phone. There has been no report for such a long time. Even if they were attacked, they should have said a few words, right? Ren Qingxue replied casually, don't worry, the sons of hunters enjoy their hunting process. They will concentrate before completing the hunt, and if there is any problem, they will report it to us long ago. Ji Gaochuan paused and said, I always feel that it is a bit too quiet. Ren Qingxue raised her hand and pointed at the tactical intercom in front of him casually. Then you can ask them how they are, but if you want to get along with these sons of hunters for a long time, respecting their traditions and beliefs is the premise. This is the only important thing for them. Hunting is not only a ritual for them, but also a way to know gods and show piety. You, an outsider, don't understand. Only by practicing the guidance of the gods and experiencing the great essence of the gods can we slowly approach the gods we worship. My advice is, don't disturb them. Originally, Ren Qingxue didn't want to explain so much. Most of the Sons of Flame have very bad personalities and no patience, but the reason she got this responsibility is that she is a little calmer than her other brothers and sisters. She has a different understanding of fire. Ji Gaochuan was a little surprised that she took the initiative to explain these things, and then he immediately asked, what about you? Are you going to worship your own gods by watching the burning phenomenon? Don't ask such stupid questions. Ren Qingxue said, no one will express their feelings about gods in their hearts. This is disrespectful to gods, and we all have quite personal differences in our understanding of gods. If you are really curious, the Sons of Flame are still accepting new members. Ji Gaochuan didn't say anything else. It seems that Ren Qingxue is indeed here to cooperate with the Federation as she said. At least, she didn't confront him on the surface. So it seems that as long as she remains cautious, she can indeed become one of his helpers in the Southern Federation. It is almost impossible to do something on this land without the support of the locals. The Pass Coordination Bureau and the governments of the southern states have proved this. This is also the reason why the Investigation Department wants to cooperate with the new Alliance of Gods. This is the premise for completely controlling this place. They waited here for another 10 minutes. Beep. The intercom came with a communication request, which was sent by the 4th team. But the communication was not successfully connected. No. Ji Gaochuan said. He stretched out his hand and pressed the 4th button of the intercom, and Ren Qingxue beside him did not try to stop him. He said to the machine, can you hear me? No response. He quickly pressed the first button, Fargo, Please reply if you receive it. Still nothing. Ren Qingxue stared at the intercom. Ji Gaochuan connected all channels. Teams 1 to 5. Please reply if you hear it. Dead silence. Maybe there is a signal blockage. It should be that the Salvation Alliance has really come. I didn't expect them to choose this place to start. Ren Qingxue frowned slightly and said, Don't be afraid. Fargo may not be able to deal with them. She knew that the hunting ceremony would not be so smooth, but she didn't expect that there would be problems in Guangzhou. Ji Gaochuan pressed the communication channel of the investigation department. Can anyone hear it? After a few seconds of silence, the voice of the members of the investigation department came out of the device. Report, everything is going well on our side. Ji Gaochuan and Ren Qingxue looked at each other, and then they felt a chill on their backs at the same time. They were not worried about the ceremony itself. The death and injury of a few hunter sons was not a bad thing for Ji Gaochuan, who belonged to the Federation, or Ren Qingxue, who was also in the New Gods Alliance. The problem was that they disappeared silently. Ren Qingxue threw a few flames onto the tree and watched them with pupils beginning to dilate. We were attacked. Is the protection agreement of the investigation department still in place? Ji Gaochuan asked anxiously. All the hunter teams have lost contact. It's still running normally. Wait, there's news from the headquarters. 30% of the hunting rituals that were carried out at the same time had problems, and 17% have been confirmed to have temporarily failed. The number is approaching the predicted number. Once it exceeds 20, there will be problems. This is actually good news for the Federation, but Ji Gaochuan, who is in the middle of it, can't be happy. The disappearance of 20 ability users only makes him feel afraid for his own life. Retreat, we retreat now. Ji Gaochuan turned around and got into the car directly. Ren Qingxue followed after looking at a few burning trees. The communication device received a message from the investigation department. More than 21% of the rituals have been declared temporarily failed, and they are still moving towards the critical value of 25. Once it crosses the limit, it will be a serious mistake. The blood sacrifice must be continued on a universal scale next year before the ritual can be restarted. Based on the pattern, the number of 4th level ability users that appear may be more than 3 times the list we have. The 2 people who heard this knew that the hunting ritual was doomed to fail. Ren Qingxue said, It seems that you underestimated the Salvation Alliance. Ji Gaochuan said, It seems so. We thought that the number of high-level ability users in the Southern Federation should not be so many. Although the number of low-level ability users here is amazing, the number of high-level ability users should be much lower than that in other areas. Ren Qingxue shook his head. Let's think about how to report to the headquarters. Now we have lost all our hands and feet. If you need it, I can temporarily let the Sons of Flame help, but they can't stay here for long. The Hunter God will definitely be very angry, as he is just one step away from reaching the 5th level. In fact, according to the God of Fire, the gods all felt that the Hunter God could not succeed in just a dozen years, but they did not expect that the Hunter God would suffer such a heavy blow in the first year. The first god has been injured, but the overall situation of the Son of Flame is still positive, because he successfully attracted the attention of these mortals. The hunting ritual is not the only plan of the southern gods. In addition to him, there are other gods who are plotting to escape from this cursed land. The Sun God, the Moon God, and the God of Flame and Destruction. He has his own ideas about curses and seals. The God of Fire is not used to solving problems, he only destroys them. Now, he is sprinkling sparks on the Titan's curse. Chapter 118. The sapphire fell into the water. The dark clouds instantly covered the basin in front of Ma En, and the wind howled across the sea, rolling up turbulent waves, and then the old woman's face appeared in front of him. Something went wrong. Mon said immediately, there is no news or whereabouts of the 5 members who received the bounty. They just launched an attack on Fargo of the Hunter team, but there is no news until now. Sana on the sea turned her face to the side, and said something to someone around her, then looked back at Mon. Our people just sent a report. They saw the armored vehicles of the investigation department hurriedly return to the city, and did not even try to hide their whereabouts. If this is the case, our plan should be successful. As for why there is no news from them, I think the members of the Salvation Alliance should have withdrawn early. Their goal is to stop the hunting ceremony, and they are not interested in the rewards after the mission is completed. And we didn't prepare so many things, but... No news from the bounty hunters? Mon nodded. I have retreated. They can't be members of the Salvation Alliance, right? Before lying, he had checked all the things that Shauna gave him. There was nothing wrong with the sapphire and the necklace. Shauna couldn't know what was going on. Even if they asked the investigation department, they couldn't get the truth. Shauna looked around for a few seconds and then shifted her sight back to Ma In. Li and He Dao are both dead. Among the 3 members of the Savior Alliance, there may be a 4th level ability user. Their achievements in the hunting ritual should be far beyond our imagination. Don't worry, this is also within our expectations. We have sent an invitation to the Salvation Alliance, but it is uncertain how strong the recipient will be. It seems that we should be lucky. Your work has been completed. You can take the reward for speaking at any time, and if you want, we can continue to cooperate for a long time. Destroying the hunting ceremony is only the first step. When they see the silver weapons appearing in the hunting ceremonies in various places, they will understand that it is us gods, who are not in the New Gods Alliance, who are challenging their covenant with the Federation. They will immediately suspect us, and the Han family intends to seize the opportunity of the weakening of the investigation department. The 4th level ability people of the Federation will definitely go to the cities, where the hunting rituals have problems in a short time, and we will do something before that. Not only the Sons of the Sea, but also other gods who are dissatisfied with the current situation are ready to move. The actions of the Salvation Alliance are like war drums. We have reached a tacit understanding in this action. But it is difficult for the Salvation Alliance, and us alone, to defeat the Federation that is in collusion with the Investigation Department. Fortunately, all the people with special abilities in the Southern Federation have a lot of grievances against the Investigation Department. I believe you definitely don't want to be managed by them. We plan to establish some free zones in the Southern Federation and the Salvation Alliance, areas that the Federation cannot control. We want to fight for freedom and interests. If you are interested in both. Although Shauna didn't make it clear, it seems that other Southern gods outside the New Gods Alliance have a lot of hostility towards the cooperation between the former and the Federation. And when the Sun God and the Investigation Department have already started cooperation, the gods who are dissatisfied with this naturally stand on the same front with the enemies of the Federation. Although they may have had many conflicts with the Salvation Alliance in the past, under the current situation, the common enemy has pushed them to the same front. There must be a lot of twists and turns among the gods, but the Savior Alliance, and those who are particularly resistant to the control agreement, will not care about these issues. They just need to know that there are gods who have launched a rebellion against the control agreement of the Investigation Department. After transferring the Wick Castle, Marn will start to use it to form the Savior Alliance, and the purpose of doing so is naturally to strengthen the abnormal control bureau he holds, so as to slowly reach a level that can influence the world. If there is no reason, it is easy to get a group of speculators who covet the control bureau itself if you just recruit employees based on interests. Expecting to conceal the truth for a long time with simple lies, we can only hope that no smart and ambitious people will notice the unusual place. Once his current identity and strengths are clarified, there will definitely be high-level ability people who want to seize the control bureau itself. No one knows if the abnormal control bureau will be able to recruit new members if the current director dies. And with the abnormal control bureau, a new organization, appearing in the eyes of the world, Marn, as an employee, will also be assassinated or kidnapped because of interests and intelligence. But it would be different if the abnormal control bureau was renamed. The Savior Alliance is ostensibly the remnant of the former Salvation Alliance led by Qin Lan, but in essence it is a branch of the Abnormal Control Bureau. Even if something unusual is noticed about the Salvation Alliance, they will only suspect the imprisoned Shishao Walker. After all, this is the Salvation Alliance that Shishao Walker once formed. It is reasonable to be a little unusual. Moreover, not only will the quality and efficiency of recruiting members be higher than before, but the employees recruited are all members of the Salvation Alliance, who have not given up resistance in front of the Federation and the Investigation Department, and have tried to save the world, and have not succumbed to power and strength. As long as he also claims that the Control Bureau has the same goal, it will not be difficult to get their support and acceptance. The name of the Savior Alliance and the apparent leader are not important, because as long as the Savior Alliance puts the captured abnormal entities into the containment room, they belong to Mon. And as long as he does not do anything evil to destroy the world, both Qin Lan and the Savior Alliance will accept his guidance and control. Now there is a problem. Even with Qin Lan's identity, it is not easy to convince other members of the Savior Alliance to trust the power of the Control Bureau. Fortunately, the Southern Federation is becoming chaotic now, and opportunities have surfaced along with dangers. Mon replied solemnly, "I will think about it carefully." Mon did not agree immediately, but he has decided to ensure the establishment of the Goenzhou safe zone, so that the Savior Alliance can also use this place as one of its bases in the future. Shauna finally said to Mon, "If you have no problem, we can meet in Goenzhou, but as soon as possible, because the investigation department will have a new response soon. After that, her face gradually disappeared into the basin. Shauna turned to look at her grandson Han Ming. Go and take out all the rewards. You discuss with Maine how to give it to him. Be respectful. If he is alert and vigilant, don't do anything that may be dangerous. Don't scare him away. Chapter 119. Ren Qingxue put her hands on the desk and reported, the entire Southern Federation was attacked by the Salvation Alliance. Although we killed 8 4th-level ability users, dozens of 3rd-level ability users, and many more low-level ability users of the Salvation Alliance. But overall, our achievements are far less than the losses we suffered. As many as 34% of the hunting rituals failed, and only 7% have a chance to be held again in a short time. This number is not enough. And these attackers can achieve such results because they not only got the specific information about the hunting rituals in advance, but also have more magic props and equipment than we originally expected, including several special weapons specially made for the employees of the investigation department. Based on the identification of other sons of the gods, we can be sure that these are the weapons made by the sons of craftsmen. Ji Gaochuan looked puzzled and asked, Son of the craftsman? Ren Qingxue explained to him, there are several camps among the southern gods now. The sun god has always been the strongest god since ancient times. In the past, he was the recognized leader of the gods. Most of the gods in the new alliance of gods have been under his command in the past. Some of the gods who are not in the alliance were once his subjects, such as the thunder god and the wind god who are now neutral. In addition, there are some free gods who are resisting the rule of the sun. The sea god, the moon god, and the god of forging are all important members. It was them who led this action and provided the members of the Salvation Alliance, who were cut off from communication with the exact time and place. The one who did this in Guangzhou was the Han family you have been mentioning. Ji Gaochuan asked puzzledly, doesn't the new alliance of gods intend to stop them? Ren Qingxue shook her head. No, in fact, such disputes are very common. The current losses are still within the acceptable range for both sides. The death of these hunter sons is not as serious as you think, and neither side is willing to pay the price of a full-scale war. Now the Free Gods camp has only consumed some resources, and all the dead are members of the Salvation Alliance, who are hostile to the Federation. In the eyes of most gods in the new alliance of gods, the death of the hunter gods people now is a risk he should bear for holding the ceremony, and he also recruited a large number of people in advance for the ceremony, so the number of hunter sons is actually quite large in the past few hundred years. The most important thing is that the death of the sons of gods has almost no effect on the gods. The number of people will not make any god slightly weaker or stronger. In fact, the latter determines the former. Therefore, sending their own people to fight each other has no meaning for the gods. It is just a change in the number of mortals controlled. In just a few decades, any god will be able to re-establish his own sect. That means you have no intention of retaliating against those gods. Ji Gaochuan asked calmly, do you intend to throw them all to the Federation to deal with? Ren Qingxue nodded, yes, we have to do this. And relying on that kind of mass-produced ability users alone has no way to stop our opponents. The defects and weaknesses of that inferior product have been completely understood by them. When will the reinforcements arrive? Ji Gaochuan said with a wry smile. The Federation is also discussing how to deal with this matter, but now I am still in the stage of being held accountable, and I have to wait for a while if I want to apply for reinforcements. Although there will be 4th-level ability users from the investigation department to deal with the Salvation Alliance in the future, they are definitely not under your and my jurisdiction, and before the people in our faction deal with those politically motivated questions. We can't do anything. Ren Qingxue asked, but we must deal with the Han family. We can't give them a chance to accumulate strength, otherwise the Son of the Ocean may continue to attack us. Ji Gaochuan shook his head tiredly. 17 3rd-level ability users have disappeared. How can we deal with the Han family now? Sure enough, the Reform Party was able to win the position of the investigation department of the Southern Federation because the other two factions knew that the initial benefits here were not high, but it was also because of this that they had the opportunity to grab these positions. He must make some achievements to force other members to provide them with the necessary resources. Ren Qingxue said sincerely, I have a way. He looked at Ren Qingxue in confusion, waiting for her to continue. I don't recommend just waiting for reinforcements from the investigation department and those 4th-level ability users who are specifically targeting the Salvation Alliance. She said, do you remember their subordinate Marn? He is likely to know the whereabouts of the Salvation Alliance member. Marn should still be in Goen State now. Because he feels that he has received the protection of the Han family and the promise of the investigation department, there will be no problem in the short term. And if we can dig out the details of the attack from him and the Han family, we can explain to the Federation why we should do this next. Her goal is of course Wick Castle, but the risk of attacking the Han family is not as serious as before, because they took the lead in crossing the line and helped the Salvation Alliance kill members of the New Gods Alliance. In this way, as a member of the investigation department, killing a few sons of the sea will not anger the gods behind them. Ji Gaochuan said puzzledly. How to do it? Ren Xingxue asked. You have the right to recruit new members of the investigation department locally, right? Ji Gaochuan frowned and said, What do you mean? Ren Xingxue said, If you want, I can introduce you to several very outstanding Sons of Flame. They can join the investigation department and do things that the formal members of the investigation department will never do. If you want the fire to engulf everything, you have to bury the fire in the most flammable place. Ji Gaochuan immediately realized the real purpose of her saying so much. You want to put your own people in the investigation department. Do you think I will agree? Ren Xingxue smiled at Ji Gaochuan. Of course it is possible. If we continue to expose our weakness, it will easily attract hungry wolves. And if you agree to let the Sons of Flame join the investigation department, you can also let them do what they want, even if it is not in the interests of the Federation and the investigation department, such as eliminate the Han family. As she expected, Ji Gaochuan fell into deep thought. The gods and the Federation are jointly promoting the hunting ritual, but in fact, that is not the only ritual involved in the contract. The purpose of inserting the Son of Flame into the investigation department is not for the power among these cities. The Son of Flame also has a ritual dedicated to his own gods. They want to burn something grand enough. Federation. Chapter 120. Ma En was sitting in the Goen East Lake, staring at the calm and bright lake in front of him. This was an artificial lake built by the Han family, and it was the only public facility they invested in. He was waiting for Han Ming. After Shauna's reward was received, he could transform the Wick Castle into a branch of the Abnormal Control Bureau. At that time, the existence of the castle itself would become a channel for the Control Bureau to enter and exit reality, and the employees of the Salvation Alliance branch could also use teleportation to hide and escape in the Southern Federation. And he planned to hand over the 8 containment rooms and all employee dormitories of Wick Castle to Qinlan and the Salvation Alliance for distribution. She could deal with the abnormal entities that were caught by the Control Bureau, and he would only transfer the redundant and necessary abnormal entities in the name of Superior. This would make Qinlan and the members of the Salvation Alliance trust the Control Bureau and feel the need to use its functions. Qinlan has also sent a report. She has met several members of the Salvation Alliance that she was familiar with in the past. Through them, she found a small group with dozens of members. She has achieved a very high status by virtue of her identity. Even 2 of the 4th level ability users have implicitly expressed strong trust in her. However, she is only the 2nd most influential person in this group. The real leader is the 3rd 4th level ability user Shinjiha, who organized them. Shinjiha is an outstanding telepath. He relied on his telepathic ability to gather the other 2 4th level ability users and dozens of 2nd and 3rd level ability users. He also led Qinlan and others to completely destroy the hunting rituals in 2 areas. Qinlan wrote in the report that she speculated that now was not the best time to introduce them to the existence of the Salvation Alliance. This Salvation Alliance group had just experienced the betrayal of a former companion before her arrival. Their members were reduced by half in the surprise attack of the investigation department, and most of the dead were low-level ability users who lacked the ability to protect themselves, which also led to the fact that most of the dozens of ability users now were higher level 3. Although they had found and executed the betrayer during the hunting ceremony, this incident caused them serious psychological trauma, and Shinjiha's original character was somewhat suspicious. After encountering the 2nd betrayal of the Federation and his companions, it was normal for telepaths to be highly vigilant about unknown situations. Therefore, Shinjiha did not completely trust Qinlan just because of her identity. In his eyes, Qinlan might make a wrong decision because of her feelings for her sister. In fact, his judgment was indeed very close to the truth. Moreover, Shinjiha would use a small amount of ability in the conversation to identify whether his companions were lying, so Qinlan could not use the name of her sister to explain the existence of the World Salvation Alliance. But now she has made considerable progress, and has begun to prepare to talk to Shinjiha alone about this matter. The report finally said that they received the help of the Son of the Moon in the hunting ceremony, which ensured that almost no companions were sacrificed in their actions. The people of the Moon God proposed to continue to cooperate with them, and planned to create a safe zone within the Southern Federation through rituals to allow the Salvation Alliance to move freely. Shinjiho was considering the feasibility of this matter, and Qinlan also wanted to seek Ma-en's opinion. From this point of view, Shauna's plan to create a comprehensive safe zone is indeed being promoted throughout the Southern Federation. Ma-en relayed the information that Logan told him to Qinlan, and mentioned the possibility that these gods are using rituals to try to escape from the Southern Federation. At the same time, he also asked Qinlan not to tell other members of the Salvation Alliance about this news for the time being, just as he told Logan. Tada. My grandma misses the ocean very much. Han Ning sighed behind the bench. She let us build this artificial lake, and there is a device to simulate the waves below, but it is hardly used. He put the briefcase in his hand next to the chair, walked around to Ma-en's side and sat down, looking directly at the lake in front of him. This thing is worth a lot of money. Ma-en picked up the briefcase and put the 8 abnormal entities in it into the containment room of the Control Bureau. Why don't you live in a coastal city? I didn't dare to ask her. Han Ning stared at the lake and said, although Grandma has always been kind and patient with the naughty behavior of our 3 brothers and sisters. But as I grow up, my respect for her is getting deeper and deeper, and sometimes I can't help but feel a little scared, but after knowing her past, the doubts in my heart are solved. She deserves to be respected. Ma-en praised politely. She is indeed extraordinary. Han Ning asked, then this extraordinary old man wants to invite you to continue to cooperate. Are you willing to listen? Ma-en asked, what do you want to do? Han Ning stared at the water and said, we plan to ask the Federation for some quotas in the investigation department. If the Federation wants to take root here, they must understand that they not only have to give up their interests to the new alliance of gods, but there are other gods in this land. And in order to make them understand this, we must first warn the Federation what the price will be if they do not do so. Of course, we are not the main force. Due to the setback of the hunting ritual, many temporary safe areas have appeared in the Southern Federation. The distribution of the Salvation Alliance will definitely move towards these areas, and many members of the Salvation Alliance will come to Goen Province in the future. And we plan to work with the members of the Salvation Alliance and other interested people to make these temporary safe areas permanent. In this process, we will use the magic and power from the Moon Goddess to achieve this goal. You already have experience in doing this kind of thing, so we want you to be responsible for recruiting and contacting them. Of course, this is also because people who do this have to take risks, and there are things in our reward that can help you. And in the process of fighting against the Federation and the investigation department, a lot of benefits will naturally be generated. You can also take your share as a leader at any time. Even if you want to be the head of the investigation department of Goen Province, it is not a problem. Sana made such a request not because she can decompose matter, but because they feel that they can win the trust of the Salvation Alliance. If you think about it further, she may have regarded herself as a member of the Salvation Alliance. At least on the surface. It sounds interesting. Ma-en also took the initiative to reveal some information, and I don't really support the idea of the Federation to manage people with special abilities. If you want to create a free area in the Southern Federation, then let me get involved. And he also wanted to know what those Southern gods wanted to do. Chapter 121. Inside Wick Castle, Maine was walking underground. 8 abnormal items. Level 3 abnormal value. 5. When Maine got them, he directly converted 7 of them into abnormal values, and expanded Wick Castle into the Abnormal Control Bureau, leaving only 1 abnormal item that was more likely to be there, and leaving 2 containment rooms that he could use at any time. Abnormal Entity, Moonlight Veil. Danger Level, 3.1. Abnormal Strength, 3.1. Description, Fluid Veil containing the magic of the moon. Abnormal Characteristics, Moonlight 3.1. It can distort the user's face through the hazy moonlight, and isolate others from prying eyes, hide your real name and protect your secrets. 6 of the remaining abnormal items were made by Shauna. Although the Control Bureau was able to confirm that they did not have any abnormal characteristics, Maine still did not keep these things because the several characteristics he currently possessed were already close to the limit of endurance, and there were no characteristics worth replacing and solidifying in these things. Moreover, Shauna's generous act of handing over all 8 abnormal items to him also made him a little wary. Unless they had confirmed what he had done in the hunting ceremony, there was no need to give him such a generous reward. But it seemed that their attitude did not seem to know the truth, but more like Shauna had some special affection for him. At least that's how she acted. Martin walked down the last staircase and officially entered the underground floor of the castle. In front of him was a spacious hall. The ground was covered with dust, and there was not even a trace of rats or other animals moving. A dozen skeletons that had been lying for 2 centuries were leaning against the wall, staring at the air in front of them with empty eye sockets. You succeeded. The ghost Isabella appeared in front of him. I can feel that the seal is no longer under my control. Even the greatest wizards find it difficult to do this. Mon asked, "Is this where you perform the sealing ceremony?" Isabella pointed to a skeleton that looked much shorter than her and said, "That is my body, or the earliest me. After these 200 years, I am far more than that ordinary noble girl. The memories from other dead people are constantly eroding me and reshaping me. Less than half of me is made up of her. If it were a few hundred years later, I might even forget my mission forever. Fortunately, you have given me a chance to be free now." Mon asked, "Have you made up your mind to disappear?" Isabella smiled. "Remember when I said that several members of the Salvation Alliance were buried here? In fact, I didn't tell the truth completely at that time, because the truth might cause you to misunderstand, but it doesn't matter now. In fact, I have been on the verge of madness for more than 10 years. The hatred and resentment of the resentful souls who died here are slowly destroying my will and persistence. From the perspective of those innocent victims, I can clearly feel how unfair this magic circle is to them. What qualifications do I have to take their souls? When I first met the Salvation Alliance, I had already become a resentful soul who only knew how to kill. I killed 2 of them, but it was precisely because of their memories that my soul gradually calmed down. Other members of the Salvation Alliance also realized this through various methods and investigated the importance of the seal. Several low-level ability users with firm beliefs performed self-sacrifice here. They became a part of me forever and completely changed me. That's why I believed you the moment I saw Qinlan. Because I remember." She walked inside with a flickering figure and stopped in front of the wooden door at the end of the hall. Mon followed her. As she raised her arm, she could see complex patterns carved on the door frame. Isabella explained to Ma-En, "This is the door leading to the underground. My father found the unstable space structure here before he died, and transformed it into its current appearance with his friends. The seal on the door can make the space here look like there is no problem at both ends. But these are the truths I thought before. After I died, this explanation slowly failed to convince me. And from my investigations in Wick Castle and various memories over the past 200 years, my father lied. My father found nothing. He and his friends opened this crack together. They are not protecting the world at all, but want to go to the underground world to find treasures, which is what I called adventures last time. My father is an ambitious and powerful wizard, and the sealing process is just their insurance. They encountered a dying titan in the underground world. Several 4th-level wizards racked their brains to defeat the titan who had half a foot in the grave, and brought his body back to the ground. Greed is poison, and people always rush to drink it. The secrets in the titan's body made these wizards crazy, but their research attracted the servants of the ancient titan. Those monsters killed every wizard they saw at an alarming speed. My father, and almost all of his friends died in the castle's research room. The last living wizard took us to hide in the basement. He drove the titan servants back to the underground world with great difficulty. He and we completed the sealing ceremony with our lives, burying the mistakes made by these arrogant wizards forever in the ground. Don't make the same mistakes as them. Maine promised, we won't. Even if Isabella's trust in him was based on lies, he couldn't open this passage at will unless he had figured out what the former enemies of the gods were like now. She nodded. Then I don't have to bear the mistakes of my father anymore. Thank you. The ghost looked at Maine with gratitude, and his figure began to gradually dim, and gusts of wind blew through the basement. Countless resentful souls drilled into her body, and then turned into pure spiritual mist, and spread in the air. Countless pictures appeared around Marn, most of which depicted Isabella's happy life when her family was still complete, and there were also scenes that other deceased people missed or hated the most when they were alive. But 2 bright flames suddenly flickered and appeared. They swayed with the flow of mist. There was no specific shape, but Marn could understand without thinking. It was a pair of burning eyes. He were looking at each other. Chapter 122. In a basement, dozens of members of the Salvation Alliance of different ages were standing or sitting. They all showed signs of fatigue, but their expressions could not hide their strong excitement. Qinlan sat in the second most prominent position in the room, second only to Shinjiha next to him. Shinjiha said to all his companions in the room with high morale, "Everyone is moving forward according to our plan. These gods of freedom are now in the same camp with us. The intelligence we have collected has been proven to be correct, so the possibility of the Salvation Alliance continuing to exist in the Southern Federation for a long time is quite high. We even have the opportunity to use the complex situation here to confront the Investigation Bureau and ultimately thwart the evil plan of the Federation." Qinlan continued, "But next, how we should cooperate with these gods of freedom, and what level of vigilance we should maintain are all issues to consider. The dozens of people with special abilities present all began to put forward their own opinions, which were then overturned by other companions with reason and evidence. Under the control of Shinjiha, they slowly tried to sort out all the existing information and draw the most accurate conclusion. There are 3 4th-level people with special abilities in this room. The people with special abilities here were more active in the Salvation Alliance in the past, so Qinlan had some contacts with them in the past. In addition, Shinjiha is a telepath, so Qinlan was able to find them so quickly. A few days ago, during the attack on the hunting ceremony, Shinjiha directly cut off the connection between the 5 concentric people. Those clones were as tender as babies in front of him. He was not only one of the strongest combat forces here, but also the temporary leader of this group of members of the Salvation Alliance. After Qinlan arrived, although she gained the respect and trust of everyone with her special identity, and even the other 2 4th-level ability users were willing to listen to her, Shinjiha was still the leader in everyone's mind. Therefore, she did not bring up the matter of the World Salvation Alliance, although the headquarters could allow her companions to enter the branch that the castle had become at any time. Moreover, they could use the containment room provided by the Abnormal Control Bureau to exchange for power. According to Ma En, the abnormal entities contained by the World Salvation Alliance could be dispatched and used by Qinlan at will, and only a small number might be called and transported at the request of the headquarters. This should be a very strong technical support. However, she still faced 2 problems now. The first was how to convince other members of the World Salvation Alliance. The specific information of Ma En and the Control Bureau was all kept secret by her. In this case, how could she explain the existence of this World Salvation Alliance base? And how could she make other members of the World Salvation Alliance believe that this power was worthy of their trust and use, on the premise that she herself was not completely at ease? Qinlan believes that Ma En is a good person, but it is hard to say what the organization behind him is. Ma En's understanding of the Control Bureau may not be the truth, but may be a lie that has been processed layer by layer. In the past, some members of the Coordination Bureau felt that the Federation was just. Judging from the strict confidentiality measures of the Abnormal Control Bureau, their true purpose and nature cannot be accurately judged by the statement of one employee. However, if the Control Bureau can rescue her sister, then as long as this force does not intend to destroy the world, Qinlan will not refuse to cooperate with it. The point is that it is not easy to convince Shinjiha, because lying is useless to this telepath, and his identity does not affect him as much as others. Shinjiha stood in front of the table and said the latest intelligence. I received conditions from the Moon God. The Free Gods claimed that they would help us destroy some investigation departments and kill the federal members and sons of the gods, who control them, and let their members mix in and constantly weaken the control of the Federation and the new alliance of gods. Then they will provide us with a relatively free space. But this plan is still only on paper. How to ensure the interests of both sides requires careful consideration, but with their intervention, at least the situation will be chaotic. We will slowly negotiate other situations, and I will inform you in time if there is new news. The Federation will see how dangerous we are. Shinjiha waited until all members had nothing to discuss, turned to Qinlan beside him, and said, I have something to talk to you privately. Okay. Qinlan nodded and said. After they walked into the shadow of the corridor, the positive part of Shinji's expression slowly faded, as if he had taken off a mask. Shinjiha said in a low voice, I have communicated with the Moon Children in the spiritual world. They plan to hold the Moon ceremony in the area where the hunting ceremony was frustrated to cover our whereabouts, so that even if the Federation rebuilds their search network, they will not be able to find us. And the Moon God is probably one of the strongest gods on the scene besides the Sun God. The power of this 5 entity is enough to ensure our safety for more than 10 years, but this is also a problem. I think this ritual may still hide some secrets. After all, he is the master of darkness and secrets. I think other members of the Salvation Alliance will also question this. Do you think we should cooperate with them? Qinlan did not answer immediately. The information that Ma En told her showed that the hunting ritual might help their gods escape from the Southern Federation, and that would probably lead to a major collapse. The ritual of the Moon God might be the same. But the difference is that the purpose of the hunting ritual is to hunt them down, while the purpose of the Moon ritual is to help them. It seems that these gods have used the contradiction between the Federation and the Salvation Alliance as a chessboard, and are holding rituals by taking advantage of the hostility between the two sides. From this perspective, are the gods really opposing each other, or are they just choosing to stand in different positions to achieve the same goal because of the situation? We will cooperate with them. Qinlan nodded. The Federation threw the hunting ritual to us, so we should return the moon ritual to them and force the Federation to confront these southern gods. If your sister was still here, she would definitely not agree with this method, Shinji has said, but I also agree with your judgment, Pan. It is precisely because she is gone that we have to do this. Qinlan sighed somewhat dejectedly. She could always find the best solution, if she hadn't been betrayed by those bastards who knew her best. If Xinjiao was not the director of the Federal Coordination Bureau, the Federation would definitely not be able to obtain enough information to deal with her. Shinji has said coldly, the Federation will pay for their mistakes. I promise they will regret their crimes against Xinjiao. Neither Qinlan nor Shinji had noticed that at this moment, there were two crescent silver moons curled up in the man's eyes. She was quietly listening to the whispers and plans of these mortals, and guiding them to make the right decisions. He is the master of the mind. Chapter 123. Downtown of Guangzhou. Jiang Hua was walking on the street, following the instructions of the invisible tactical eye. He kept the appearance of a middle-aged man, with a similar body shape through the multifunctional holographic camouflage bracelet, and easily blended into the crowd. After meeting that Maine, Logan and Maggie planned to pursue Qinlan, the sister of Xiao Walker, and join the secret alliance of salvation mentioned by him. But he stayed here. Jiang Hua made this decision after discussing with his companions. Logan and Maggie have been friends for many years, and Jiang Hua's communication with them mainly occurred after the defeat of Xiao Walker. Moreover, Guangzhou has now become a safe zone, and there will definitely be other members of the Salvation Alliance coming here. That Maine obviously does not want to expose his identity, so at that time, the Salvation Alliance members may have problems contacting him. If he stayed here, he could mediate and guide the two sides, ensuring that the members of the Salvation Alliance, who did not know the truth, could stand on the same front with Marn. Besides, the risk of traveling across mountains and rivers to find Qinlan was obviously higher than staying here, so he did not plan to take risks in the short term. This is the reason Jiang Hua told his companions. Beep, beep, beep. He blinked. A man in a black suit appeared on the contact lens. Jiang Hua, how is the situation over there now? Jiang Hua lied to his companions. He was not actually a former employee of the East Federation Security Company. He was still working in the company. Minister, according to observations, Guangzhou has stabilized, and there are the Sons of the Sea on the list here. I think it is suitable to contact as planned. The Salvation Alliance is planning to launch a counterattack against the Federal Investigation Department with these gods. In my opinion, there is a big business opportunity here. In fact, the other party must have known that Guangzhou had become a safe zone. When he was being hunted, the minister did not try to contact his employee at all. The director of the intelligence department of the Eastern Federation Security Company nodded. Very good, I have sent negotiators and sales personnel to Guangzhou. The company is analyzing the potential customer groups of the Southern Federation. You have to figure out the needs of our customers, what prices they can afford, and what products they like before the bosses make up their minds. Have you seen a suitable buyer? Jiang Hua said, I just parted ways with two members of the Salvation Alliance. I am preparing to contact other members of the Salvation Alliance, who have arrived in Guangzhou, and plan to contact a group of people who can pay through them. The local Han family may also be a qualified buyer. I met a capable person they hired a few times some time ago, and I can contact him at any time now. The minister then asked, I will pass on the information collected by other intelligence personnel to you, and you will act accordingly. By the way, I heard that the investigation department seems to have suffered heavy losses. Don't they just need support from kind people? Jiang Hua replied, yes, but there is a son of the gods in the investigation department. Her purpose is still unclear, and the Federation itself is also providing reinforcements to its own investigation departments in various places. It is expected that they will not offer a particularly good price. And with my identity, it should not be suitable to contact them. I am undercover in the Salvation Alliance. The minister said gently, it's okay. Professional salesmen are on their way to the Southern Federation. Although our tentative main customers are estimated to be the Salvation Alliance and some Southern gods, as long as the price is right, the company will not refuse any buyer. After the World Salvation Alliance camp purchases our services and products, the Federal Investigation Department's desire to purchase will definitely increase significantly. Jiang Hua nodded, I will continue to observe. The minister nodded, if there is any important intelligence, you can contact me at any time. You should also keep a low profile when you are in the Southern Federation. The other party hung up the call. Jiang Hua is an undercover agent of the Eastern Federation Security Company in the World Salvation Alliance, but he is also a member of the World Salvation Alliance in the company. Simply put, he is a double agent. In fact, the company and Shishao Walker are aware of this, so neither side will let him know the most important information. Jianghua is a bit like a channel for communication between Shishao Walker and the company. But that is in the past. The defeat of Shishao Walker changed everything. In the past, Qin Luan and the company felt that Jianghua was more inclined to himself than the other party, so they also expected him to bring enough important confidential information. If you ask him, Jianghua used to think that he was a member of the World Salvation Alliance. This had nothing to do with their philosophy or the company's management. It was just because he had met Shishao Walker. Shishao Xing and a large organization? This is not even a multiple-choice question. But now the situation has changed, which is also the advantage of double agents. They can flexibly choose their identities. After all, no one except Jianghua himself knows who he is loyal to. He flipped through the new intelligence that had just been transmitted. It mentioned the battle plan of the moon ritual. It seems that the moon god is planning to unite the members of the Salvation Alliance to perform a special sacrificial ceremony in the safe zone to create an abnormal phenomenon called the Silver Curtain. This curtain will be draped over the city, and within its coverage, the most reluctant secrets will be kept secret, such as hunting rituals or other tracking methods will be resisted by the power of this god. The ritual is also very simple, that is, to kill all the management personnel of the local investigation department at night, and the moon sun will use their blood and souls to perform a sacrifice ceremony. The moon sun called this action Let the Sun Set. In this action, the Federation wants to control the Shishao Walker, the Salvation Alliance is struggling to survive, and the company wants to improve this year's performance. What does the moon god want? Jianghua thought for a few seconds and then put the question behind him. His job is just to contact the Free Gods and the Salvation Alliance, find the most suitable buyers among them, and guide them to negotiate and trade with the company. What secrets are not for him to consider. If he wants to survive, he must make some achievements in the Southern Federation, let the company think that he is an excellent and loyal employee, and judge that he is worth being recalled to the company to wash away the troubles. This is why he stayed in Goenzhou. Jianghua did not tell his minister that he already had a suitable buyer in mind. Since he wanted to trade with the Salvation Alliance, he must find the person with the most special identity. His target was Maine, and the Salvation Alliance behind him. In other words, it was Qin Lan, the sister of Shishao Walker. Chapter 124. The bright silver moon hangs in the night sky, and the stars around her seem dim and ordinary. The brilliance pours down like a waterfall, flowing through every dark corner of Goenzhou, and the originally gloomy Wick Castle is also covered with a mysterious veil. A few strands of silvery white light quietly penetrate into the windows of the castle, like a snake made of light and fog crawling on the wall, silently moving towards the only thing that exists in its field of vision. Marn was reading a book in the living room. Shauna told him that the people who believed in the moon god would come to Wick Castle tonight to meet him to discuss the moon ceremony in Goenzhou. He yawned slightly, and suddenly felt something gently rubbing his shoulders. He couldn't help but want to close his eyes, as if a sweet and gentle dream was waiting for him, and then he realized that he was experiencing a psychic attack. The spiritual power also immediately produced an instinctive change of resistance and confrontation. The strange sleepiness that had just emerged quietly retreated a few steps beside him, as if a little surprised by Ma-Un's reaction. It took more than 10 seconds to react and finally stopped more than 10 meters away from him. A silver mist poured out of the corridor on the right, and then two handsome men and women with hazy moonlight around them walked out of the corridor. They stood as if they were leaning on each other, and the place where their skin touched looked a little unclear. You have a strong will. The male praised, Mr. Ma-En, I am Li Xiao, and this is my lover Wang Ziyuan. We are the most loyal people of the moon god, the guardians of dreams and secrets. Ma-En raised his eyebrows. Don't you know how to be polite? Wang Ziyuan looked apologetic. If you feel offended, we apologize. Because of faith and secrecy, we have always contacted our allies through the spiritual channel. The people of other gods know that we will only stay on the outer layer of the mind, and will not violate any privacy of others. We respect secrets. Li Lingxiao said, we are now on the edge of your spiritual world. If you don't get your consent, she and I can only talk to you at this distance, and we may fall into the chaos you can't see at any time. If you want, we can talk closer. Ma-En could sense that what they said was indeed true. The distance that the two sons of the moon were heading to just now was probably a little more than the distance of talking to psychics, and it was far from the level that could affect the mind. But the distance they were trying to go to was not absolutely safe. His spirit had just felt uncomfortable. The current distance is good. Ma-En did not expose their words. Are you here to discuss the moon ritual with me? Wang Ziyuan smiled and nodded. Yes. This guy is not a telepath. Should we try to get closer? She asked secretly in her heart. Just now, they just misjudged the sharpness of the other party's mind. Normally, creatures with this level of spiritual light have no chance of detecting their invasion. The moon children, who act in the spiritual dimension, can see the spiritual light of others. In their eyes, high-level telepaths are as obvious as stars in the desert, and the light around Maine looks no different from that of most third-level non-psychic people. This means that he may have a good will, but if he uses skills, it will be nothing in front of the son of the moon. Li Lingxiao replied, if his will is just okay, we can take action at any time, but he may also have introverted low-level spiritual power. We still have to spend a long time with this Maine, and we can take action at any time. We can first figure out whether he has the ability to resist us before taking action. I understand your feelings, but there is no need to rush. She replied, okay. Li Lingxiao pretended to be gentle and said to Maine, the moon god is the master of dreams and secrets. We can bury secrets in the gap between night and dreams, so that those who meet certain conditions can perceive its existence in dreams. We have completed the preliminary preparations with the help of the members of the Salvation Alliance. We can create a secret dream in Guangzhou that only the members of the Salvation Alliance can encounter, and leave the information we want to tell them in it. Although we will provide some help, we will not participate in the battle too much, and it is impossible to appear in front of them in person. So we need an agent to contact the Savior Alliance. I heard from Shauna that you are that person. Mayan nodded slightly. Yes. The Sons of the Gods and the Savior Alliance play completely different roles in this operation. The former certainly has its own interests, but the latter has to survive in the Southern Federation for a long time. So even though the Sons of the Moon are one of the main members of this matter, they can still stand on a safe high ground and look at the battlefield because they are not facing imminent threats to their lives. Li Lingxiao continued, then I will give you your name, appearance, address, etc. He suddenly looked at Mayan in surprise. Wang Ziyuan followed his line of sight and then, under his stimulation, realized the truth that surprised her companion. No, how could she realize it now? It was right in front of them. Mayan's appearance could not be imagined in their minds at all. No, what I was just saying. Li Lingxiao suddenly murmured in a low voice, something, I seem to have forgotten something. Wang Ziyuan stared at Mayan in anger and fear. What are you doing to him? Impossible. How could he affect the mind of a child of the moon so easily? Wang Ziyuan's eyes immediately burst into a cold silver light, but it dissipated the next moment. She had forgotten. Mayan had never been in such close contact with others. The two children of the moon were trapped in his mind at the moment, which also allowed him to erase certain memories in a short enough time, such as the memory that they should have passed their appearance to the members of the Salvation Alliance. Silence. Then I will hide your name and address in my dream. Li Lingxiao said, as if nothing had happened. All members of the Salvation Alliance in the entire Goan province will know this place, and they will come here to find you. According to the intelligence of the Han family, there has been some movement in the investigation department recently. It seems that they have received reinforcements immediately after the accident. Ziyuan and I will continue to investigate their situation. Once we are sure that we are sure enough, we will create an opportunity to sacrifice them to the great moon god and give the Salvation Alliance a night curtain to cover up the secret. Wang Ziyuan smiled at Mayan. You could also ask for your own benefits from the Han family and the Salvation Alliance. But he didn't know the true meaning of the moon ritual at all, and the other party might not have the opportunity to enjoy the benefits obtained this time. Everything will belong to Yingwei. Chapter 125. Renyin pushed open the door of the investigation department and looked at Ren Qingxue, who was waiting for him 10 meters behind the door, and the young man in a suit beside her. Qingxue, is this the Ji Gaochuan you mentioned? The middle-aged man said to his niece. Yes. Ren Qingxue took 2 steps forward after answering, and then introduced Ji Gaochuan. This is my uncle Renyin, the leader of the 9 Sons of Flame, who came to support us. We will be colleagues in the future. Her uncle may not be the strongest among the 3rd-level ability users present, but he has a special identity. Renyin is a chosen one, and his body can withstand the advent of the will of the gods. Although ordinary Sons of Flame can also become containers of the will of the gods, they will have strong side effects every time they descend, and non-chosen people often go crazy or die after the gods descend. And as the number of descends of the chosen people increases, the power they can use will become stronger and stronger, so as time goes by, the gap between them and ordinary people who are descended will gradually widen. Ji Gaochuan smiled and extended his hand to him. Hello, Mr. Renyin. Renyin shook his hand casually, and then said, Forget the politeness, we are just taking what we need. Do you have any plans? Ji Gaochuan replied, Not yet, we don't have any personnel. Ren Yin turned to look at his niece with some dissatisfaction. You haven't done it yet. What if he runs away? He was referring to the matter of Wick Castle. Who? Ji Gaochuan asked immediately. The Sons of Flame always speak their minds, and don't consider whether what they think is appropriate to say, but Ren Yan's behavior of directly revealing their purpose still caught her by surprise. But it is precisely because of the nature of the Son of Flame that she was chosen to serve in the investigation department. That member of the Salvation Alliance, Maine. Ren Yan did not seem to notice the abnormality of his niece. He should be hiding in the castle related to the Salvation Alliance now. We should kill this guy immediately, and see if there are any clues in the castle that can help us hunt down the Salvation Alliance. Interesting. Ren Yan seems to be very interested in Maine. This news was also told to him by Ren Qingxue. Although her performance was normal at that time, if combined with Ren Yan's current performance, it seems that Maine is the target of the Son of Flame. No. Ji Gaochuan replied, he is far less important than the Sons of the Sea. What we have to do is to completely clear these free gods out of Goinzhou. Maine is still here, which means that he should have become a thug of the Han family like the previous few ability users. This is also Shauna's usual method. How can we deal with the thugs first and alarm the Han family? Unless there is a compelling reason to do so. He paused, giving the two Sons of Flame time to prepare their answers. Ren Qingxue interrupted and said, there is no compelling reason to kill him, but I think the timing of his appearance is very coincidental, and there is also the incident at the hunting ceremony. He may be related to the disappearance of the hunter teams. You might as well say that it was Mon who killed all the hunter teams. If Mon was really related to their disappearance, would you still try to deal with him? Ji Gaochuan said with a smile, don't pretend anymore. Ren Yin narrowed his eyes and threatened, we can leave you alone in the investigation department. In a few days, the Salvation Alliance will find you and kill you in your office. Ji Gaochuan said calmly, yes, but you will never have the chance to enter the investigation department again. You must have some intention to enter here. I will report my analysis of you to the higher-ups before I die. My successor will not give you any chance to infiltrate the investigation department again. Ji Gaochuan did not put life and death aside. He just did not believe in the threats spoken casually. As Ren Yin said, they can certainly do so. But since these Sons of Flame are willing to risk conflict with the Salvation Alliance to enter the investigation department, it means that there is something they want here. The conditions for the Sons of Flame to serve in the Covenant can also show this. This is the purpose of Ren Qingxue entering the investigation department to introduce the Sons of Flame to him. Ren Qingxue used her eyes to signal her uncle to calm down, and then showed an indifferent expression to Ji Gaochuan. I don't think your successor will listen to the advice of the predecessors. After all, the reason you died was because you didn't cooperate with us. Ji Gaochuan just replied, the next person to this position will be a member of the Reform Party. He is my colleague. And you need these positions, right? Otherwise, why don't you go directly to that Maine? No, I don't allow you to do it now. But I can guarantee that as long as you cooperate, I can let you kill Maine at the right time, and then you can do whatever you want to his body. Before that, you have to follow my orders first. He showed an indifferent expression, as if he had already insisted that they would agree to his price adjustment. Ren Qingxue said quickly, deal, but we have to talk about how to deal with him. Uncle, come with me. She looked at Ji Gaochuan and nodded. Ren Yan, who was angry, walked out of the investigation department. You are a little too anxious. No. The anger on Ren Yan's face suddenly disappeared. I think the progress is in line with my expectations. I went to meet with the God of Fire. He said that we have to kill this Maine as soon as possible. If Ji Gaochuan is a coward, it would definitely be the best result if he surrendered to us directly, but it's okay now. To deal with such a guy, he must feel that he has the initiative. Being straightforward can also make him realize how eager we are for what Maine has. When you go back, use my irrationality as an excuse to negotiate with Ji Gaochuan and force him to take action against Maine within 2 days. His performance just now was actually half true and half false. Although the anger was real, Ren Yin didn't really say anything without thinking. Ren Qingxue nodded slightly. Okay, but you said that the God of Fire personally urged you. Has there been any changes in Maine? Ren Yin said, yes, he personally went to see that Maine, and that mortal was approaching the secret of the castle's burial, and after seeing my god with his own eyes, he did not leave Goinzhou immediately, so he will pay the price for his stupidity and arrogance. He sent me to take his life. Ren Qingxue suddenly had no questions after hearing this. Then please my god with his blood. The elect is the derivative of the will of the gods. According to what Ren Yin said, The god of fire seems to have no patience with Maine, and is even unwilling to wait for his people to slowly communicate with the investigation department, and even wants to put the progress of burying the fire on hold for this. He can't wait any longer. Chapter 126. Have you seen him? Shi Daochang stood by the path, and looked at the castle not far away. Jiang Hua nodded. When we went to attack the hunting ceremony, he was responsible for contacting us on behalf of the Han family. I feel that Maine has a kind of hidden goodwill towards the Salvation Alliance, and took good care of us during the operation. Duan Shan, who was standing behind them, said with some vigilance, "Don't take it lightly. The sons of the gods are now standing in the same camp with us because of interests. If the benefits of standing opposite us are greater, these bastards will definitely turn around and stab us without hesitation." Shi Daochang agreed with Duan Shan's opinion. She makes sense. We have also seen such characters before. They are very good at pretending to be friends with everyone, but in fact, they are essentially hyenas that smell rotten meat. You have to understand. The sons of the gods cannot choose a middleman who is worthy of our trust. In Shi Daochang's opinion, the fact that Ma En was chosen was enough to prove that he was a loyal lackey of the sons of the gods. Jiang Hua did not refute. If he did not know what Ma En did in the hunting ground, he would definitely not trust him. And it was enough to say that even if Ma En did not ask for confidentiality, he was not very willing to tell them the truth. The purpose of his coming here was to determine whether Ma En had the purchasing power to become a customer, not to ask him to help the Salvation Alliance. They had already stepped half a foot on the edge of the cliff, and what they could do now was to continuously delay the time of falling. If things really had a turnaround, it had nothing to do with them. The only one who could reverse the situation was the Shishao Walker in prison, and the current Salvation Alliance had no way to change Qin Wan's situation. Several people walked slowly to the front of the castle. Jiang Hua went forward and knocked on the door. There was no response. But the door was not locked, as if the owner of the castle knew that guests would come to visit him at any time. He pushed the door open. It seems that living in a castle alone is not a smart behavior, Duan Shan said, and the ability users can't just hire servants to watch the door for themselves. I don't like crowds. Ma En appeared on the stairs at some point. You are finally here. This castle is not someone's residence, but a transit station for the Salvation Alliance of the Abnormal Control Bureau branch to go to reality. It can also serve as a temporary residence for daily life, but before that, the investigation department of Guangzhou must be completely destroyed. Shi Daochang said, "We are here to negotiate on behalf of all the members of the Salvation Alliance in Going Province." Ma En pointed to the sofa in the hall. "Sit down. Let's talk about dealing with the investigation department." Shi Daochang and Duan Shan looked at Jiang Hua, and then sat down opposite Ma En. Ma En said, "The regular forces of the investigation department of Going Province have all been killed in the last hunting ceremony. Do you know who did this?" Duan Shan suddenly asked. "Any clues will do." Jiang Hua's answer was that they didn't know anything at all, but Duan Shan still hoped that Ma En could give some useful clues, because that meant a potential high-level member of the Salvation Alliance. If the unknown member of the Salvation Alliance was still in Going Province, they would be able to gain the upper hand in the alliance with the gods of freedom, and they might even become the leader. But Ma En just shook his head. "I don't know either, but if he is still in Going Province, he should have received the information from the Moon Children, but you are the first members of the Salvation Alliance to come to me." Shi Daochang and Duan Shan were a little disappointed. If that was the case, the high-level ability user might not be here anymore. The members of the Salvation Alliance would also avoid exposing their identities by keeping moving. Maybe they just passed by. It is also possible that Ma En did not tell the truth. After all, he is a member of the Sons of Gods. Ma En paused and continued, "They have all died. The best time to take action was some time ago, but the Sons of the Moon had not arrived at that time. Killing them would only allow the Federal Investigation Department to replace the new manager, which has no practical significance. We need the Sons of the Moon to sacrifice their souls to the Moon God and create a secret night in Guangzhou through a ritual." Shi Daochang interrupted and asked, "I don't understand magic at all. How can I be sure that what you said is true?" "You don't need to be sure." Ma En said, "There must be members who know magic in the Salvation Alliance. This ritual must be carried out simultaneously throughout the Federation. They will definitely convince your companions. And even if they just attack the investigation department together, it will be beneficial to you. If this is a lie, there is no need for them to say so. According to Martin's speculation, this moon ritual should be the same as the hunting ritual. It has the function of creating a night veil of secrecy, and it can also enhance the power of the moon god, and it may even promote his escape from the Southern Federation. The worst thing may be that the ritual does not have the function of keeping the night veil of secrecy. He has concealed the high-level members of the Salvation Alliance in some way. It is not surprising that a 5th-level abnormal entity can do this. But even so, this is still a heavy blow to the Federation, and it will also make the Son of the Moon an enemy of the Federation. That is why Marn actually believes that no matter what secrets the Moon Ritual has, it must have the function of hiding the Salvation Alliance. Because by then, both the Moon Sun and the Salvation Alliance will become the enemy of the Federation. And if the Moon Sun does not want to face the revenge of the Federation alone, then helping his future allies in advance is the best way, and at that time, in addition to them, the Salvation Alliance itself will also protect the existence of night. Smart people will not watch the enemy of their enemies die. Sure, Dechong nodded and agreed with Ma N's statement. You are right. So what is the situation of the investigation department now? Ma N said, the intelligence I have now shows that the investigation department is no longer in the weakest state. 9 sons of flame from all over the Southern Federation have gathered in Goenzhou, and the leader is a flame voter named Ren Yin. He is also our most dangerous enemy. This chosen one is similar to the Leighton that Ma N had seen at that time. He can reach the 4th level through the descent of the gods. He is a tough opponent for any 3rd level ability user. Sure, Daochong and Duan Shan showed worried expressions at the same time. The latter asked with some disbelief, Are you sure Ren Yin is in Goenzhou? Ma N nodded. This is the news from the Son of the Moon. Do you have a 4th level ability user who can fight him? Sure, Daochong shook his head. No, and we have heard of this Ren Yin before. He is just an ordinary 3rd level ability user. Duan Shan and I are confident in dealing with him. But there are rumors that Ren Yin was once attacked and his heart was broken, but after the flaming god descended, he not only killed the attacker, but also gave his chosen one a complete body after leaving. This proves that even a fatal sneak attack may not be able to prevent the flaming god from descending on him. This is actually one of the important criteria for judging the strength of a chosen one. As long as he can be killed before he descends, it doesn't matter how strong he is after he descends. The son of the hunter that Ma N had killed, as well as most of the other chosen ones of the gods, actually do not have this self-healing ability. Even if the consciousness of the gods can descend on them before the chosen ones die completely, they can't continue to fight with a broken heart. What about the head? Ma N asked. You don't know? Duan Shan looked at Ma N suspiciously. How could the chosen ones be so easily caught by the opportunity of assassination? They usually keep their whereabouts hidden, and they may carry some special props to prevent assassination. The number of times the Son of Flame has been assassinated is few and far between, and no one has the opportunity to try to destroy the head to see if the God of Flame can descend. Maybe this time, they will have a chance to verify this. If he knows where Ren Yin is, it should be easy for him to wipe off his head. The problem is whether this can stop the descent of God is still unknown, and Ren Yin will definitely not easily reveal his whereabouts. Before Qin Luan was defeated, this generation of sons of gods did not often have the opportunity to fight. The past few decades have been very peaceful in the history of the Southern Federation. How many people can fight? Ma N asked. Sure, Daochong didn't particularly want to tell the other party even a little bit of information about them. This made him feel like exposing his companions to danger, but he also understood that this was the most basic premise of cooperation. We have a total of 7 3rd-level ability users who can fight. Sure, Daochong said, Duan Shan and I should be the 2 stronger ones in this operation. There are a total of 15 members of the Salvation Alliance in Goenzhou, including 8 3rd-level ability users and 7 2nd-level ability users. They all came from other cities near Goenzhou that failed to successfully stop the hunting ceremony. That is why there are not many low-level ability users. In the cities where the hunting ceremony was successfully completed, only those who are strong enough or lucky enough have the opportunity to escape to a safe area. I am a spiritual ability user, but I am not a telepath. Sure, Daochong introduced himself. What I can do includes establishing a mental connection, scanning and searching for spiritual bodies, and allowing consciousness to transfer between different bodies. This is the ultimate purpose of those functional services. He didn't even tell his companions that his current body was actually robbed from the members of the investigation department, which is why he was able to escape from the nightmare alone. After arriving in Goenzhou, he began to search for members of the Salvation Alliance in Goenzhou and gathered them together through mental connections. Duan Shan also met him during this process. Duan Shan took over his words and said, I can control the soil, and my physical fitness has reached the level of the 2nd level. This did not make it clear what she could do. Building earth walls and flooding cities with mudslides can be described as controlling the soil. Ma N did not ask further. Our opponents have 10 3rd-level ability users. And counting me, and the two sons of the moon, we have the same number of equivalent combat power, and this is without considering the sons of the sea. And the opponents are all sons of the flames. We can prepare for them in advance, but they don't know what abilities you have. Therefore, if we can avoid Ren Yin from being descended, it should not be difficult to win. Especially when he was there. Shi Daochang was not so optimistic and said, even if we can deal with him. A breeze blew through the window. He and Ma En both looked at the door. A figure with a silver hazy sheen on his body passed through the iron gate directly, and Li Lingxiao noticed Shi Daochang when he walked in. In the eyes of the son of the moon, he looked like an amorphous white luminous fluid, and some of the liquid condensed into silk threads floating around the other two members of the Salvation Alliance. Aren't you planning to hide behind the scenes? Ma En looked at him and said. Li Lingxiao said, I said I won't be there in person, and we didn't really appear in front of you. But in fact, this is not the reason for his appearance. In fact, normally, the son of the moon can hide after meeting the middleman. It is not safe for spiritual entities to run around, but the premise is that they can monitor them through the eyes of the middleman. This was also the reason why he and Wang Ziyuan wanted to get close to Ma En at that time. They originally planned to plant the moon bud in his heart, but the other party was unexpectedly cautious, which led to them having to show up in front of the members of the Salvation Alliance. Are you the moon sons of Guwenzhou? Duan Shan turned her gaze from Ma En to him. Do you have a way to deal with Ren Yin? Li Lingxiao looked at her and nodded. Of course, once the sons of flame enter the fourth stage, they will undergo a qualitative change. Before this, they still have normal fatal organs, but after entering the fourth stage, they can turn their entire bodies into flames and will no longer have any fatal injuries. That's why the chosen people of the Son of Flame can still accept the descent of God after being successfully attacked. However, before the descent, the brain of the Son of Flame is still very important to them. If you can destroy his brain instantly, you can stop the descent in progress. Can you do this? Shi Daochang replied, no problem. Li Lingxiao nodded. We can use the power of the mind to delay the timing of his descent for a few seconds. You just need to destroy his head at that time, but if he successfully completes the descent, we will have no way to influence the Son of Flame in the incarnation state. You will all die at the hands of the God of Flame. You only have this one chance. Shi Daochang looked at the real person in charge. But how do we find him? Li Lingxiao said confidently, leave this to us and the Son of the Ocean. You just need to be responsible for the battle. We will contact you through him after we get this done. He glanced at Ma En. Unfortunately, Ma En didn't know how ridiculous his vigilance was in his eyes. Li Lingxiao smiled and waved at them. Then his body slowly disappeared in the air, emitting dots of silver light. Duan Shan looked at the place where he had just stood and blinked. The silver moon was flickering in it. Chapter 127. Li Lingxiao walked back to the city along the road paved by the stars. There was no physical obstacle in his field of vision. Only a strong enough spiritual entity could stop the progress of the moon child. Wang Ziyuan's figure appeared in the distance. Her figure was sometimes close and sometimes far away in his eyes, but Li Lingxiao knew that she was moving towards him. In the spiritual world, the spatial relationship is not completely corresponding to the reality. Sometimes near is also far. Wang Ziyuan suddenly flashed to his side. How is it? Have you planted the moon bud for Maine? He reached out and put his hand on Wang Ziyuan's shoulder to stabilize the distance between the two. No, but he is useless now. Li Lingxiao shook his head at his companions. 3 members of the Salvation Alliance visited Maine, and I planted a moon bud in one of them, and I also saw a soul-eating beast there. Wang Ziyuan showed a surprised look. Soul-eating beasts, I thought they were extinct. Li Lingxiao and her headed towards the city of Gowz together. There should be no wild soul-eating beasts in the Southern Federation. The one I saw seems to have been hiding in the Salvation Alliance, and it has also built a mental link between the members of the Salvation Alliance, and some of them don't need to go directly through his mind. Wang Ziyuan showed a surprised look. The moon bud may spread through the mental channel, then most of the members of this group of Salvation Alliance will be under our surveillance. If this is the case, Maine is indeed useless. Except for those domesticated by the Son of the Moon, the rest of the spiritual creatures in the Southern Federation have been killed by them. Those that survived in the wild either have enough concealment ability to avoid the activities of the Son of the Moon, or are strong enough. The moon bud is one of the psychic creatures they have domesticated and transformed. This precious microparasite can drill into the minds of other creatures in an almost undetectable way and slowly grow in them. In the process, they will release harmless information in the minds of the parasites. After being processed by the moon sun, the information released by the moon bud can become a window for them to monitor others, and under suitable conditions, they will also multiply and spread, and the Mind Link is one of the best breeding grounds for the moon bud. The moon sun in each area will get at least one moon bud seed, and normally they or the local sons of the gods will choose an intermediary to plant the moon bud, and then slowly transform it into a psychic entity suitable for their control and host through the released toxins. But if there is a chance, they could also plant the moon bud directly in the Salvation Alliance, but that will not allow them to be directly transformed. For a long time, the moon bud can only be used for covert surveillance. Until it is necessary. We are here, Li Lingxiao reminded his partner. They passed through the wall and stepped into the edge of the mind of an old man. The elderly Shauna sat on a chair and looked at the two moon children. She looked about 10 years younger than she actually was. The black hair on her shoulders was no longer messy, exuding a soft and beautiful color. The middleman you chose does not meet our requirements. Li Lingxiao looked at the old man's bright eyes and said, "You should have provided us with a suitable host." Shauna said calmly, "It seems that you failed to plant the moon bud." Wang Ziyuan asked unkindly, "You knew it a long time ago?" Shauna smiled softly. "Of course, I picked him myself. Now you should be thinking about how to create an opportunity to kill Renyin, right?" Li Lingxiao did not ask about Mon. "Have you thought of a way?" Shauna snapped her fingers. The floating topographic map near Guangzhou slowly appeared in front of him, with complex light blue lines flowing on it, and some lines converged into a nearly circular shape somewhere on the topographic map. This hand made the two sons of the moon look daunted. The old man pointed to the northern part of Guangzhou, which was covered with thin blue lines. "There are many underground waterways here, and my god has hidden a treasure in it, a treasure that the sons of the flames cannot refuse. You don't need to know what the treasure is. Just know that I can attract the sons of flame to search for it in the mountains at any time, and they will never find it in a short time. There is a broken titan relic flowing in the underground spring. The safety of the sons of flame is not worth mentioning in front of it. The god of fire will definitely let his people search for the relic at all costs. 200 years ago, he even lost his best incarnation in nearly 1,000 years for this." Shauna has always been very clear about what the Wick Castle she gave to Marn means to the god of fire. The passage to the sleeping place is sealed below. With her identity, it is absolutely impossible for mortals to get the castle, so the god of fire will definitely think that she is giving up the castle. But in fact, Shauna has no intention of handing over the Wick Castle. Han Ning and other children think it is a trouble for the family, but in fact it is their wealth. Otherwise she would not have kept the castle for decades. It won't be long before the castle is back in her hands. Li Lingxiao said puzzledly, "Are you serious?" Shauna nodded. "Of course, I guess that there would be a day when it would be useful. And you have to make sure that Maine will be there at the time. You can promise him any benefits on my behalf at will. No matter what reasons or lies you use, you must make him present. Don't worry, he won't have a chance to cash in his reward." Li Lingxiao asked puzzledly, "What do you want to do with this middleman?" He didn't understand why Shauna made such a request. After all, Maine was just a lone third-level ability user. If Shauna wanted to kill him, it would be just a matter of moving her fingers. Why make it so complicated? Shauna smiled and said, "Be less curious. You should be glad that I don't like killing much these years. But you are right. I have a special reason for choosing him as the middleman. Since you didn't successfully plant the moon bud, don't bother this poor little guy anymore. He is my prey." Shauna licked her dry lips, her eyes showing the greed that only an old man can have. Li Lingxiao and Wang Ziyuan looked at each other. They suddenly felt a little sympathy for the unfortunate Maine, who was targeted by such an old monster. But now they wanted to know what kind of expression Maine would show after seeing the true face of Shauna: fear, confusion, or despair. Wang Ziyuan smiled and said, "I understand. We will not scare away your prey." Shauna laughed hoarsely twice. "Then take him into the dead end I have prepared." Oh, these moon children have no idea what she is going to do. Perhaps when the tide rises, they will realize belatedly what a great feat they have achieved. Chapter 128. "What did you say?" Ji Gaochuan asked angrily, then turned his head to look at Ren Qingxue. "Didn't you convince your uncle?" Ren Yin stood opposite him and said, "We are going to the northern part of Guangzhou to search for the lost holy relics of our god. This is the oracle. Do you want me to repeat it again?" Ji Gaochuan raised his hand and took 2 steps back. "Impossible. We agreed to join forces to deal with the Han family and Maine, and don't you think this is too coincidental? Maybe this is the plan of the free gods." "Yes," Ren Yin said firmly, "I know what you said very well, but the importance of the holy relics is far beyond Maine and the Han family. If you want to stop us, then we will all withdraw from the investigation bureau, and Ren Qingxue will go with us." He said this very calmly. Ji Gaochuan was sure that he could not convince him easily. This is so obvious that the tiger is away from the mountain. Ji Gaochuan gritted his teeth and said, "You are just going to die. Do you really think you are so lucky? It's the Han family." Ren Qingxue interrupted, "If this is a plot, then the initiator can only be the Han family. We can go and thwart their plot head-on." "Are you crazy?" Ji Gaochuan stared at the two of them and said, "The other party's trap is set where we can see it. This is a good opportunity for us to fight back. We could have taken the opportunity to sneak attack the Han family and Maine. Don't you want to kill him?" Ren Yin shook his head. "This is an open plot, but we can't refuse it." Ji Gaochuan looked at Ren Qingxue and said word by word, "You may die." Ren Qingxue smiled and said, "This is the fate of the Son of Flame. We will turn our flesh and soul into flames to realize his great will. We are not afraid of death, but we are afraid that the burning is not bright enough." Ji Gaochuan exhaled deeply. "Then you can withdraw. I have my own mission and cannot accompany you to die." He knew very well that this was the bottom line of the Sons of Flame. Ren Qingxue opened her mouth to persuade him, but was interrupted by Ren Yan's eyes. "I do it," Ren Yan said. Ren Qingxue immediately stepped back a few steps and lowered his head slightly. Ren Yan smiled peacefully. "Ji Gaochuan, is this your name?" Ji Gaochuan looked at him puzzled, and then glanced at Ren Qingxue, who retreated beside him, but she just looked at the ground and said nothing. "What are you talking about?" Ji Gaochuan frowned. "I understand everything you said," Ren Yin said with a relaxed look, "but you may have made a mistake, that is, we are not the ones at a disadvantage. She will withdraw the shielding of that thing because she has no other way. Hello, I am the God of Fire." Ji Gaochuan was stunned. "Is this a descent from the gods?" The God of Fire admitted, "Yes, it is almost me who is talking to you now. Normally, I will not descend directly to the mortal world. Even if I descend from the gods, I will only give power to my people. But I saw fire in your heart." Ji Gaochuan did not understand what he meant. "What?" The God of Fire nodded slightly and said, "There is a raging flame in your heart. Even if you may find it difficult to realize it yourself, I can see that you are angry at the Federation and the three ruling factions, and you want to change the current situation. Blood. Do you still remember why you joined the Reform Party instead of the three major factions? How do you know?" He almost forgot it himself. The God of Fire smiled. "I am a god. You want to take advantage of Qin Wan's defeat to set off a raging fire in the Southern Federation to change the status quo. But they just treat you as consumables. You have also seen with your own eyes that the first batch of members of the investigation department were inevitably drawn into the vortex between the Salvation Alliance and the Alliance of Gods. The director of the investigation department may die here at any time. But I can fulfill your wish. In the eyes of the new Alliance of Gods, the Federation is the three major factions. But I can be an ally of your Reform Party, because I am the same as you. There is also fire in my heart." Ji Gaochuan asked, "Do you know what I want?" The God of Fire said, "Of course, you want to challenge their status, you want to change the situation in the Southern Federation, you want to prove yourself here, you want to do things that are right in them, you want to be one of them. You want to burn down the dense forest now, and create a clearing for reconstruction." Ji Gaochuan began to waver. "What can you do to help us?" The God of Fire said, "You should have noticed that the backwardness of Goenzhou is due to the sons of the Sea God, and I can help you get rid of these ignorant free gods, and all you have to do is to let my people enter the investigation department. I have to leave a way out for my children, and you have to survive under the calculations of other factions. We can help each other." This sentence is half true and half false. He can indeed provide help to these reformists, but his purpose is not to leave any so-called way out for his people. The Sons of Flames do not need such things. They just have to burn. As for the so-called trap, you don't have to worry. The God of Fire said comfortably, "I will search for that thing myself. The people of the Free Gods and the Salvation Alliance will definitely come to attack me. Whether Maine and the Han family are present or not, I will go to find them. Then I will burn them to ashes." Ren Qingxue's eyes showed admiration and expectation. She felt as if she was going to witness a miracle with her own eyes. Ji Gaochuan asked unexpectedly, "You want to do it yourself?" If this god wants to take action against the Han family and Maine, then his plan in Goenzhou seems to be able to develop in the expected direction. The God of Fire nodded slightly. "Yes, I will leave his body after killing the attacker. This is a small gift I gave you in advance. You can talk to your leader about my suggestions after you survive." This would cost him a lot, but the Vic Castle and the Titan relics were worth it. Ren Qingxue looked at him with a little more envy in her eyes. If Ren Yen knew his fate, he would be ecstatic. He would be destroyed in the burning with the gods. The God of Fire said to him, "Get ready, we are going to find what I lost 200 years ago. The god of fire had no intention of asking Ji Gaochuan for his opinion. Ji Gaochuan tried to open his mouth to ask something else, but found that he couldn't utter any words. The god of fire didn't care about the thoughts of humans at all. Since he had come here, things would inevitably go according to his ideas. Those pathetic mortals were destined to bump into him one after another, and then be drowned and swallowed by the raging flames, and finally turned into countless charred corpses in miserable screams. They could only submit to the will of God. Chapter 129. Ma En sat alone on the sofa in the castle's living room, holding an academic book that studied the history of the Southern Federation in one hand, patiently waiting for the unscheduled guests to return here. Tap, tap, tap. The footsteps of an adult male were heard outside the living room. As the sound source got closer, Ma En casually placed the history book he was reading on the table. You didn't leave? Ma En asked the visitor curiously. Jianghua nodded and said, Logan and Maggie have already set out to find Qinlan. They may help other cities get rid of the control of the Federation on the way, and I decided to stay here. Sure, Daochong and Duanshan just don't trust you a little. That's a good thing. Ma En said, I am undercover among the gods. If even they believe me easily, then what am I in the eyes of those sons of the gods? Jianghua shrugged, you can also be a double agent. Ma En shook his head, I have my own goals for staying here. These free gods seem to have their own little secrets. It is now known that the sons of hunters want to promote their gods through hunting rituals, and this may also be related to the curse of the Southern Federation. According to the information sent by Qinlan, it seems that other members of the Salvation Alliance basically do not know about the seal of the Southern Federation. Maybe the top leaders of the federal government know, but it is estimated that middle and low-level people like Ji Gaochuan know nothing about it. For the time being, only myself, Qinlan, Logan, and Xiao Walker in the Salvation Alliance camp know that the Southern Gods are trying to escape from here. The information about the other 3 people all came from Logan, and this was because of his special identity, the former chosen of the gods. According to this information, the purpose of the Moon Sons to create a safe zone is likely to be exactly the same as that of the Hunter God, which should be the benefit they can get, but now Ma En still has some doubts. Why did the Moon Sons try to stand closer when they came to find him? And why did they appear for the second time when Ma En met with the members of the Salvation Alliance? Although these actions can be barely explained, he still feels that there are some unsolved mysteries. Did the Moon Sons stand close enough when they met with the Salvation Alliance? But he is not a telepath, so he can't be sure whether the Moon Sons did anything, and Shi Daochong, who was present at the time, also has mental abilities. I don't know if his presence can make the Moon Sons afraid. Then it's the problem of the Han family choosing themselves. If Ma En is replaced in Shauna's position, he can't choose a person with abilities, who has just arrived in Goenzhou as a middleman, and this is based on the premise that the Han family has several people with abilities to help privately. Shauna claimed that this was because they could not directly participate in the matter, and said that she had the ability to judge people. But the problem was that in fact, Ma En was not worthy of the Han family's trust. If she really chose the middleman based on this, then it was obvious that she had made a mistake, and the result of her doing so was that her actions in Goen State were more convenient and reasonable. Ma En asked, You seem to have a set of equipment that can be invisible and change appearance. Jianghua nodded, Chameleon Type 3. This is the equipment I used when I worked at the East Federal Security Company, but Logan's introduction to me was actually wrong. He paused, and said apprehensively, In fact, I am still an employee of the Intelligence Department of the East Federation Security Company. My current mission is to be a spy in the World Salvation Alliance. But please don't worry, because Xiao Walker has always known about this. I also work in the World Salvation Alliance at the same time, responsible for being an undercover agent in the East Federation Security Company. That is to say, I am actually a double agent, but in my heart I prefer the World Salvation Alliance. I believe you should understand that any sane person would be willing to stand behind Qinlan. Ma En paused. He didn't expect Jianghua to say such a thing. But the development of things seemed to be conducive to his original idea? Why are you telling me this? He asked puzzledly. Jianghua said, I want you to tell Qinlan, she should be one of the most influential people in the World Salvation Alliance now. I don't want my identity to become a secret. If you think I am an undercover sent by the East Federation Security Company, it will be over. I don't want to be wronged. And compared to a single spy, he is still good at and accustomed to his original identity. Although the general manager of the East Federation Security Company participated in the siege of the Xiao Walker, it was just a business. Profits are the company's position. Jianghua continued, and I recently received a task from the company. He asked us intelligence personnel to find long-term business partners in the Southern Federation. Due to my special identity, they want me to contact some members of the Salvation Alliance, and I thought about it. Maybe the Salvation Alliance will be interested in this, which is beneficial to both you and the company. Ma-En replied, I don't have the power to decide on this matter, but I can convey your intentions to Qinlan. Do you have any special communication channels? Jianghua took out a square piece of paper and handed it over. It tells how to contact our intelligence personnel. If you agree, I can report to my superiors that this has been conveyed to Qinlan, and I will not mention your existence. As a double agent, I am actually quite flexible when writing reports. Ma-En put away the note. That's great. I want to ask, if you put these aside, are you still a member of the Salvation Alliance? Jiang showed a thoughtful look. Ma-En continued, I need some help with something related to the Salvation Alliance. If you are now an employee of the East Federation Company, I completely understand, and I can also trade with you. Before this, I didn't know the answer to this question. Jianghua suddenly raised his head and looked at him directly, but now I feel that I am still a member of the Salvation Alliance. Maybe because he still holds the fluke mentality that the Shishao Walker may escape, or maybe it is just that there is a lot of benefit in doing so, or for some reasons that even he himself can't figure out, he feels that he should still be a member of the Salvation Alliance. Ma-En nodded. First, you have to help me monitor other members of the Salvation Alliance. If they have any abnormalities, or if the Moon Sons come to you in person, notify me immediately, and bring your address and situation. Secondly, I want you to warn Shi Daochong that these Moon Sons seem to have some problems. Finally, if I want to know Shauna's movements, do you think you can do it? Jianghua's face suddenly turned pale when he heard this. To be honest, I have actually approached her before. The function of Chameleon Type 3 also has the function of shielding magic detection. Combined with my professional training, I should be able to hide it from most of the sons of the gods. I have done similar things before. But Shauna can see me. Anyway, I don't think it's a good idea to offend this old man. Chapter 130. Ma-En. Li Lingxiao said at the edge of his mind, we brought news. Ma-En looked at Li Lingxiao and Wang Ziyuan, who were standing more than 10 meters away. They did not try to approach him this time, and seemed to have forgotten about the matter. What news? He asked. Li Lingxiao said, we have teamed up with the Han family to set up bait in the mountains in the north of Guangzhou. The current investigation department has set off to the mountains to search. We can see from a long distance that the Sons of Flame are keeping a fairly close distance to avoid being attacked, but during this process, Renyin cannot remain in the descending state forever. Shauna will delay time by changing the position of the bait. We need you to lead the members of the Salvation Alliance to launch an attack before they get close enough, but before that we will try to make Renyin as tired as possible. Ma-En asked, do I have to go there in person? Wang Ziyuan frowned and said, do you think you can sit back and enjoy the fruits of your labor without paying anything? This is your responsibility. We will need a third party to be present when we complete the moon ritual. Ma-En pretended to be reluctant and said, okay then. Wang Ziyuan said with satisfaction, I'm glad you understand. Ma-En replied nonchalantly, then is there anything else I can do? It doesn't matter what reason they asked him to go to the front battlefield, because he must go there in person to ensure that the investigation department can be successfully destroyed in Guangzhou, and the secret night created by the Son of the Moon is also very helpful to him. Ziyuan, politely. Li Lingxiao smiled and looked at Ma-En, sorry, but she is telling the truth. The moon ritual requires witnesses. No matter what your identity is, you must represent a third party at the ceremony site, so that the secret night can appear smoothly in our reality. Wang Ziyuan didn't say anything else. She was just putting pressure on Ma-En, so that her companions would follow her words, but she also felt that there was no need to have a good face for a dying person. Ma-En watched the two moon sons disappear at the edge of his mind, and turned to walk into the shadows. Jianghua firmly refused the request to monitor Shauna. He said that if he went there again, he would probably die there. Judging from the tone of his voice, it seemed that Shauna was not a person of the same level as him, but a more terrifying existence. Is she a voter, or has she been secretly promoted to the 4th level in recent years? But if this is true, what is her purpose of being so low-key? The Sons of the Sea don't seem to have any intention of performing any rituals at all, unlike the Sons of the Moon and the Sons of Hunting who are fleeing the Southern Federation. If Ma-En didn't have the ability of Shadow Walker, he might have considered staying away from the Han family. But no matter what her purpose is, Ma-En doesn't think he needs to be afraid of her. On the physical level, he has a telekinetic coat, and on the spiritual level, he has multiple resistances. If he really encounters any danger, he can run away at any time. On the contrary, he is somewhat looking forward to Shauna really having some bad ideas, because after killing the investigation department and creating the secret night, the Han family is the only remaining power of the gods here. Ma-En raised his leg and stepped into the door of Han's house. He was not wearing any cloaking device. Ma-En originally wanted to borrow Jiang Hua's Chameleon Type 3, but the company's products have the function of identity recognition, and part of this device was implanted in Jiang Hua's body through surgery. Even if he could crack the identity recognition function, he couldn't use it. Shadow Walker, as a fourth ability, not only allows him to move at high speed, but also is a good ability in the shadow dimension. Although he can't see living things and small objects that are in direct contact with living things here, and can't move real objects in the shadow, he can see and touch their reflections. What he saw was not a copy of those things. The abnormal entity here was only an empty shell. Not only did it have no power, but it might also be different from the reality, and it might even be invisible. And sometimes the scene in the shadow dimension will be different from the reality. After all, there may be other creatures in it. But even the most ordinary things may contain valuable information. Ma-En walked into Han's house, and began to search everywhere. Their residence looked quite low-key. Although the Han family was the richest family nearby, their home furnishings were not particularly different from those of other wealthy people. However, that was also true. Compared to what they had, the enjoyment brought by wealth was not so tempting. Ma-En walked through all the places that could be seen during a normal visit, including Shauna's room, but there was nothing meaningful inside. However, there were some notebooks in Han Ming's father's room, which mentioned the public facilities in Goan State that they secretly funded. These mainly include sewer systems, and various facilities with water in the rich area, such as fountains and artificial lakes. It seems that the Han family spent money on places that can consolidate their rule. Ma-En, who has no professional training, began to search the whole house and their yard for any secret doors or underground passages, but found nothing. Ma-En returned to the door. He looked at the whole house, focused his attention, and walked back inside. Boom! The metal iron door bent into an arc, the soil surged, the tiles exploded, the load-bearing columns supporting the house collapsed, and the glass shattered and splashed everywhere. As Ma-En moved forward, the whole yard was also plowed by him, and his actions did pay off. There is a reservoir below the fountain in the yard, and hundreds of small objects of various shapes are densely placed here, and some of them make Ma-En feel particularly familiar. These are the rewards given to him by Shauna. Moreover, the reservoir has several waterways extending to other locations, some of which converge into a spacious underground moat surrounding the town yard, some merge into other reservoirs, some intersect with different waterways, and some merge into new underground waterways. Ma-En suddenly realized something, and he immediately cleared the garbage on the ground and flew over the yard to overlook the waterway. If he hadn't lost his memory, he probably wouldn't have known what he saw. The locations of these waterways and reservoirs corresponded to what Ma-En had seen in geography books. They were miniature and simplified models of real large lakes and rivers, and the outermost moat water storage area just corresponded to the geographical location of the ocean relative to the land, and the water storage area was also connected to the city's public waterway system. This miniature map reminded Ma-En of the scene he saw when he placed the sapphire in the basin, and thought that it might be connected to the water supply system of the entire city over the years. This might be a special array that has been established for decades. Are those hundreds of suspected third-level props still in production, or they are just storing water elements? Ma-En closed his eyes and gave a new order to Ellie in Atlantis. Chapter 131. Mountainous area in the north of Goan province. Renyin stepped on the wet soil, lowered his head, and looked at the ground below. It is very close to us. Ren Qingxue and Ji Gaochuan followed closely behind him, and there were also Sons of Flame walking towards here, and dozens of members of the investigation department followed not far away with professional instruments and equipment in their hands. Ji Gaochuan asked, "What are we looking for?" The fire god replied tactfully, "The things I lost have no practical significance or use for your federation." The fire god bent down and poked the soil at his feet with his fingers. It flows in the underground water. The sea god wants to use this thing to fool us here, and then let the members of the Savior Alliance take the opportunity to kill my people. It's really interesting. When he arrived here in person, he could feel that the movement law of the Titan relic was not as complicated and fast as he expected, and he could keep getting closer to the relic without consuming much energy. She would not let herself get tired by doing this. Although it seemed that she was running around in the mountains, she would not reveal any flaws in this way, and the two sides were definitely not competing. She seemed to have deceived the Savior Alliance and the children of the moon. Ren Qingxue said, "What should we do?" "No, no." The fire god replied happily, "Just follow it. Before retrieving it, we still have a trivial matter to deal with. This is a tacit understanding between the gods." For some reason, the sea god and her people seemed to be on his side. She didn't try to consume her own strength, which proved that she didn't tell the Savior Alliance and the Son of the Moon about the importance of this thing to the god of fire. Because if they knew that I would come in person, then these guys would definitely not show up before the sea god pulled me to the limit, but her current speed is as if she is an ordinary son of flame. This should be the truth that she let the Savior Alliance and the Sons of the Moon think. Did she really want to return the Vic Castle and the relics to herself? This makes perfect sense. Her purpose of handing the castle to that mortal was to attract her attention and personally send the elect to go in state, and then she would let the breath of the relics leak out. She wanted to make a deal with herself. Ji Gaochuan thought of something. "Do you want to wait for the attack to come first?" The god of fire praised, "Yes, as long as we maintain this speed and hang behind it, they will take the initiative to jump into the sea of fire, and then we will go to see an old friend, and she will hand the thing to me personally. At that time, the sea god will definitely make some very valuable requests, and I will definitely agree. This is a deal between gods. Vic Castle and Titan relics are the price of Poseidon. As for those mortals, they are consumables in this deal. Only Moon God may be dissatisfied with their actions, but she can't be angry at two 5th level gods at the same time. He has completely figured out what is going on." Just as the fire god thought he had figured out the situation, a faint voice came from the woods on the hillside in the distance. "Grandma, why are we here?" Han Ling looked at the direction of the investigation department with a puzzled look on her face. "Isn't this a conflict between the Salvation Alliance and the investigation department? Are we, the Han family, going to join this war?" She was the most favored child by the old man, and the only one who dared to ask her questions. Shauna glanced at her son and 3 grandchildren in front of her. "War? Where is the war? I only saw a group of pathetic cripples struggling to climb out of the well." Han Yuanong and his 3 children were all confused and did not understand what Shauna was talking about. Shauna said to them, "Han Ming, what do you think is the purpose of Marn buying the Wick Castle?" Han Ming thought for a while and answered, "He said he wanted to collect these things with abnormal properties, but I don't really understand what he is doing. Obviously, there are rumors that the castle is haunted. And he seems to be very interested in the things you made, Grandma." Shauna nodded in agreement. "Your doubts are right. Normal people should not have any interest in Wick Castle. I once suspected that he might be that kind of thing, but after a closer look, I found that it was not the case. He is a lunatic." Han Yuanong asked his mother in surprise, "Madman, but I think he seems normal?" Sana pulled the wrinkles on her face and showed a creepy smile. "Yes, but are seemingly normal madmen rare in the world we live in? Look, there are people in this world who think the world is worth saving, and there are madmen who fantasize that they are the gods of all gods. Although their madness may not be so obvious in the eyes of most people, if you really stand in the same position as them and look at the world, you will clearly realize their problems. And as people often say, madmen always think they are right. Even if some of them admit that they are crazy, it is just an external statement. They can never see their appearance clearly when they look in the mirror." They all couldn't understand what Shauna was saying. Han Ming asked tentatively, "Are we here for this madman?" Shauna replied, "You're right. Madmen also have different levels of danger. Some may casually show us their blades, while others are so weak and obscure that they look almost the same as normal people. Therefore, it is not easy to find the right madman. Fortunately, Mon's madness is just right. Just right for her." Shauna smiled and looked at the mountains in the distance. He doesn't seem to realize the difference between himself and normal people. He is so immature that I want to hold him in my palm and take good care of him. Unfortunately, he has already stepped half a foot into the flames. The ancient terrifying gods will scare this poor little guy. But he will soon realize that there are things in the world that are much more terrible than flames, and then he will turn around and throw himself into my arms." Han Ming and his brothers and sisters looked at each other. Shauna ignored her children. Steam slowly came out of her face, and then instantly turned into a turbulent sea surface like boiling water. Clouds slowly gathered in front of her, and raindrops fell vertically on her face, rolling up waves. Ren Yin has no signs of coming now. Now is the time to start the attack. Her gentle tone reminded the grandchildren of their grandmother in their childhood eyes. Maine. She was about to get him. Chapter 132. Underground in the northern mountainous area of Goan Province. Finally, Yuqing and I will be responsible for assassinating Ren Yin, Shi Daochang said while standing on the hard soil. Any other questions? They were surrounded by soil and rocks. Portable lighting equipment was inserted into the mud walls on both sides to provide light. They were now in the underground space created by Duan Shan's ability. I have objections to my work, Ma said. Why don't you let me participate in the assassination of Ren Yin? Duan Shan asked in confusion. You? Sure, Daochong also asked. Isn't your ability to decompose matter? Isn't this very suitable for assassination? Ma'an's sudden proposal made several members of the Salvation Alliance feel a little instinctively alert. No, I didn't tell the truth about my ability to the outside world, Ma'an said. I am a space ability user who can teleport short distances and can also perform space cutting. But the latter is very consuming for me, so it can only be used for things like assassination. Duan Shan and Shi Daochong looked at each other. If what Ma'an said was true, he was indeed very suitable for this mission, but why did you take the initiative to take on the most dangerous job? Duan Shan looked into his eyes and questioned, if something goes wrong, you may die there directly. Just as you said. Ma'an said, this work cannot afford to make mistakes. If you fail to kill him successfully, I will also bear the cost of failure. Okay. Duan Shan stared at him and said, I won't stop you from intervening, but we will not change the original plan because of you. Daochong and Yuchen will also launch an attack with you. Are you okay with that? Ma-En shrugged, of course. No one could see that the silver crescent moon in Duan Shan's eyes was shaking crookedly. The Yucheng they were talking about was a 17-year-old boy. His hands were tied with several circles of black tape that could be seen everywhere. The boy sat cross-legged on the ground and said, if you want to act at the same time as me, it's best not to touch me. He can implant compound toxins into objects he touches, and the toxins themselves and their transmission rate in the body have abnormal properties. 1 second is enough to spread every inch of flesh and blood of a blue whale, and the implantation only requires the act of touching. There are no tiny pinholes on his body. As long as he touches the body of other creatures, the toxins will bypass the hardest skin and muscles and appear directly in their bodies. Moreover, the toxins themselves will change their proportions and types according to the creatures they touch and the purpose of the user. When he is against Ren Yin, he is ready to use several brain-targeting toxins. When facing those with very strong physical abilities, as long as he does not expose his identity, he can kill any target with a simple handshake, but Ma-En is not afraid of such people at all. Because he can't touch me. Shi Daochong said, then, when you act, I will invade his mind. If I'm lucky, I should be able to delay his reaction speed, so that you have enough time to work. The figure of the moon sun suddenly walked out of the mud wall, and the two figures greeted everyone. Shi Daochong also took the opportunity to secretly look at the two moon suns. Jiang Hua warned him, but no matter the results of his companion's inspections or the information he perceived now, there was no problem. He should be overly cautious. You should all be ready. Li Lingxiao glanced at Shi Daochong and Duan Shan, and deliberately did not look at Ma-En standing beside them. Remember, when you launch the attack, Ziyuan and I will get into their minds. You just need to destroy the activity of their bodies, and I can sacrifice them to my god. Wang Ziyuan looked at Shi Daochong. You should be able to see the moon and the night sky by then. When Duan Shan agreed just now, they had some influence on her words and deeds through Yueyang. Sana asked to let this Ma-En enter the battlefield in person. The two sons of the moon were also curious about what difference his joining would lead to, and what Shana wanted to do in it. Other people's secrets are always so fascinating. Ma-En asked, what if Ren Yin survives? Li Lingxiao said, if you can kill all the members of the investigation department except him, we can also complete the secret night, but if your assassination fails, the incarnation of the god of fire will not let you complete the original plan. If he survives, run away. Wang Ziyuan said, but just kill him before he comes. Ma-En asked, what if someone can hold him back and let others kill the members of the investigation department? Ma-En was very sure that he could kill Ren Yin instantly, but the strange behavior of Moonchild and Shana warned him that things might not be that simple. But he had defeated an incarnation of a god before, so it might not be impossible to kill him again. Wang Ziyuan chuckled twice. Who can hold back the incarnation of a god, you? Maybe? Ma-En said, my ability is very good at dealing with opponents who are stronger than me. Then we will continue to complete the ceremony. Li Lingxiao answered first, but if the death rate of the members of the Salvation Alliance is beyond common sense, Ziyuan and I will consider whether to retreat. He suspected that this man had some kind of Shana's spell on him, so he said such a thing. As they were talking, there was a strange movement in the basin on the mud table. Ren Yin has no signs of coming now. Now is the time to start the attack. The storm came underground, and Shana's face appeared in everyone's eyes, Main, they are resting in place, you can start. As the voice fell, the water in the basin calmed for a moment, and then they slowly began to float and to form, forming a topographic map of the mountains, and also use sea water to shape the positions of Ren Yin and other children of the flame. Shi Daochang closed his eyes, and said, then let's get started. Ma En turned and disappeared into the shadow dimension, and the son of the moon also slowly disappeared. The other members of the Savior Alliance turned and walked towards the mud wall that was rolling and making way for the road, heading towards the location where the Sons of Flame were reporting. On the ground, the God of Fire suddenly opened his eyes. The Titan relic was trembling near him at a strange speed, as if sending some signal. He smiled and looked at Ji Gaochuan, who was sitting opposite him. Do you know that the Federation actually has a misunderstanding about the gods? The young human opposite asked puzzledly. What misunderstanding? The God of Fire smiled and said, they think we have been doing many different things in these long thousands of years. For example, developing our believers, spreading our own names, competing for ancient treasures, fighting and slaughtering each other, forming an alliance with you to fight Qin Luan, and creating a secret knight with the Savior Alliance, but in fact they are wrong. We only did one thing. Chapter 133. What do you mean? Ji Gaochuan asked calmly, without showing his urgency. He felt as if he had touched something. The God of Fire stood up and said, we should continue working. Swoosh. The shadow rushed over, and a blurry face remained in Ji Gaochuan's retina for only half a second before disappearing without a trace. Ren Yin, who had not yet stood up, had already frozen in place, and most of his upper body had disappeared, as if erased by an eraser. Snap. A hand came out of the soil, and tightly grasped Ren Yin's ankle, then immediately loosened and sank into the ground. At the same time, the Sons of Flame in other locations also realized something, and anger surged on their faces at the same time, but at the moment, they took a step towards the location of Ren Yin. Boom! The ground beneath their feet collapsed as if it had lost its support, and the surrounding soil seemed to have life and rushed towards the Son of Flame, dragging them underground. Dazzling flames burst out, but they still failed to stop their fate of falling. He's still alive. Shi Daocheng's surprised voice sounded in Ma En, and Yu Cheng's minds at the same time. I'm invading. No. That's fire. It stopped abruptly. Boom! The flames roared and tore apart the soil that Ren Yin was stepping on. The rising flames surrounded his body, and then quickly poured into his body. The red light flashed through his skin, and the flames drilled out, burning all his remaining flesh and blood into ashes. A humanoid figure made of flame stood on the ground, looking directly at Ma En, who was standing not far away and ready to enter the shadow dimension at any time. Poison? The flames on his body flickered as he spoke. What kind of poison can withstand the test of flames? And what kind of mortal is qualified to challenge the majesty of the gods? When Yu Cheng just touched him, the God of Fire had planted fire in his body at the same time. He originally planned to do the same thing to Ma En, who collided with him, but they didn't really collide just now. God of Fire? Ma En stood where he was, trying to delay time as much as possible. Disintegration is useless to this individual whose whole body is made of flames. He has just used the Shadow Blade to destroy a small part of the opponent's body. Memory erasure is also difficult to affect the mind of this high-level entity. He can't cut off the opponent's head like he did with the Hunter God. Ma En's strong skills basically have no effect on opponents made of fire elements. However, in fact, he is not afraid of any attack method of the opponent. Ahem, I'm Shi Daocheng. A strange male voice sounded in Ma En's mind. He burned my original body. Xiaocheng is dead. We have taken advantage of the sneak attack to kill 3 Sons of Flame. Now we are in the upper hand. How long can you hold him back? If you are not sure, we can only retreat temporarily. When the intelligence is wrong, we have already lost half. Shi Daocheng did not expect Ma En's answer. He was lucky to delay for 3 minutes, and this time was far from enough for them to kill the remaining Sons of Flame. And even if Ma En could delay long enough, they only had the possibility of completing the ritual. After Ma En was defeated, except for the Son of the Moon, they all had to die here. He was ready to sacrifice himself, but Ma En could not die with them. I have no confidence. Shi Daocheng's heart sank. I understand. Kill him. Ma En said calmly, but it shouldn't be a problem to hold him back. Wait, he said a little dazedly. Finish the ceremony. Ma En replied briefly, I'm level 4. A moment of silence. Good. Shi Daocheng's hope was rekindled in his heart. Ma En was raising his right hand at this moment, and the soil around the God of Fire was rising under the effect of telekinesis, and instantly formed a sphere with the opponent as the center, and collapsed inward at a high speed. But at the moment the soil was formed, the flames had already turned into a fire snake and crawled out, and then turned into a human form in front of the soil ball again. The god of fire said leisurely, "Do you really think you can compete with me? I am a god. In the past, you would have been burned at the stake 5 times if you saw me not kneeling. But now mortals have forgotten the awe and worship, and even dare to go to my land and steal what belongs to me." Maan stood still and asked, "Are you talking about the castle?" The god of fire looked at Maan and said, "Not only the castle, you also destroyed the magic circle I built with my own hands and released those souls that belong to me. But the interesting thing is that you don't seem to have mastered magic at all. How did you do it?" Maan was stalling time for the Salvation Alliance, but it seemed that the god of fire was not in a hurry at all. "Do you think I will tell you?" Maan slightly closed his right hand, created 2 spheres of telekinesis, one large and one small, around the god of fire, and quietly sucked out the air from the 2 spheres. The god of fire smiled and said, "You don't want to tell me? It's okay, I can tell you why you fell into this situation. In fact, it's not entirely your fault. You are just a stupid mortal who fell into Shauna's trap. You are just a tool she used to move the castle. Did she tell you that this is a trap for me? No, this is a trap we set for you. Although I don't know what she is asking for, you may think that we are in the opposite camp, but we are eternal allies while we are hostile. It has never changed." Maan released the smaller telekinesis sphere. The flames on the god of fire dimmed a little in an instant, and his movements became a little stiff, but he returned to his original appearance in almost the blink of an eye, as if nothing had happened. "You sucked the air out of me?" the god of fire exclaimed. "If I were a mortal who needed to breathe, or if the flames on my body were the most common ones you see, then this might indeed be useful. But I said, I am a god, and you are nothing but an insect in front of me." Pause. Still no anger. It seems that he has no way to make this mortal self ignite. The god of fire waved his hand, and more than a dozen fire snakes emerged from his arms, swimming flexibly in the air. After hitting the telekinetic sphere, they began to flow towards the same point on the inner surface of the sphere, and finally turned into a giant python made of flames, broke free from the restraints, and rushed towards Main's position. But it hit the soil and rocks. Maan appeared behind the god of fire. "It seems that as a god, you can't do anything to me, a bug, and you can only be trapped in my bondage and watch your people being slaughtered by me." The god of fire turned around calmly. "You are a little more tenacious than I thought, but you are just a fatter bug. You are facing only my incarnation. I have several stronger bodies than this one. If you meet them, you won't even have the speed to react, and they are just my mortal incarnations. If I come to you in person, you won't even have the chance to kneel down and beg for mercy." Maan narrowed his eyes, and pondered the other party's words. The god of fire has been using words to boast about himself and belittle his opponents. It seems that he doesn't care about the lives of those sons of flames at all, allowing himself to delay time here. "Sure, Dao Chong, you didn't encounter any problems?" Maan asked in his mind. "No," the other party replied hurriedly. Tick 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 tick. The rain fell to the ground. The god of fire smiled and said, "I am not worried about whether the moon goddess's ritual can be completed. In fact, whether she succeeds or not is a good thing for us as a whole. Even if we are now hostile in your eyes, we will indeed fight each other, kill our respective believers, and even do our best to kill each other. But in the deepest part of our hearts, we are still united. This is due to the most essential difference between us and you. We are immortal." At some point, the sky that was clear just now was covered with dark clouds, and the air gradually filled with the smell of water vapor. The underground springs flowing in the soil were also converging towards the area where they were standing. Swish! The rain poured down into the mountains, and the underground spring water also abnormally gushed out of the soil, and began to accumulate water at an astonishing speed on the ground. In a short moment, the rain submerged Maan's ankles, and the wind whistled, and the messy raindrops hit Maan and the face of the god of fire. The flames on the god of fire slowly extinguished, revealing the flesh and blood underneath. He squinted and murmured, "I didn't expect it. No wonder you are willing to hand them over." Swish! Maan flashed behind him, and wiped off half of his face with a wave of his hand, but the remaining corner of the god of fire's mouth still had a smile. "We are the real immortals," he said contemptuously. "Be afraid, because an ancient and powerful god has set his sights on you. It won't be long before she comes to visit me with my things, and we may meet again then. But by then, your identity will be her slave." Ren Yan's remaining body suddenly exploded into several pieces, and the cross-section where flesh and bones should have been visible was full of black charcoal. "How are you?" Maan asked Sher Daochong. No answer. The rainstorm poured rain toward the ground at an incredible speed. Gravity seemed to have no control over the rain. Ma couldn't even tell whether the raindrops he saw were falling down or flying up. As the wind whistled past, the water surface that had already covered his calves gradually formed waves, as if he was in the ocean at this moment. The rain wet Ma's telekinetic coat in front of him, making it difficult for him to see what was outside. Lightning suddenly broke through the sky, followed by rolling thunder. Although Ma felt that his legs were still wet, there had been some new changes. When he wiped the rain from his eyes, he was no longer in the northern part of Goen State. He was standing in the middle of a raft, and all he could see was the vast and dangerous ocean. The sea water whipped up by the wind slapped Ma's face, and the roaring waves seemed to drag him into the deep seabed at any time. The huge black shadow was also constantly moving around the raft. What he saw seemed to be an illusion, but the spiritual power unusually did not send a warning. And Ma could feel that his legs were standing in the raft, and seemed to be tightly held by the water flow. Reality and illusion connected his senses at the same time. He could also use shadow walking to get away from here. But Ma did not leave immediately. A graceful black-haired woman floated out of the sea. She was somewhat similar to Shauna, but she was not as beautiful as a mortal woman. She had an unquestionable but quite gentle temperament. "I am the goddess of the sea, the origin of life, the boundary of the land, the master of the waves and storms, and one of the greatest gods," the sea god said in a high voice. "And your mother?" Ma sat cross-legged calmly. "This is a bit like an illusion, but it is a little different from other telepaths." The sea god walked onto the raft barefoot on the waves, looking at Ma with deep eyes. "Child, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Come with me, back to the embrace of the ocean." As she spoke, the surrounding waves and wind seemed to change with the rhythm of the sea god's voice. Ma sat and said, "Now this scene reminds me of the situation when I used Sapphire, and the ornaments you gave me. When I looked at them, I could vaguely see something, but I checked and there was no problem with them. You have invaded my mind, but you can't do anything to me. If Poseidon has completely won on the spiritual level, there is no need to appear in front of him and speak, and if she can do it, she would have attacked him long ago." In Ma's opinion, her current words and deeds have a strong purpose. Poseidon asked gently, "Do you think I can't do anything to you?" "No, child, you have fallen into my hands. When you saw the ocean in front of you, you realized my greatness. You have no way out. Of course, you can teleport to a place where you can't see the ocean now. But you can never get rid of me." She is Shauna. The panel shows that he is not in any abnormal state, nor has he suffered any mental attack or abnormal influence. But the illusion in front of him is real, but it is more like an illusion. This is more like what he saw in the basin, like the rainstorm he just saw. It's like the reappearance of his memory. Shauna lied, putting herself and the members of the Savior Alliance in danger, and then she appeared in person to repel the god of fire. The significance of this behavior is obviously not whether the moon ritual can succeed, nor whether the god of fire and Mon will win or lose. The result of her lie caused the enemy Mon face to become stronger, so although the result did not change, she herself became one of the important reasons for this victory. And the illusion she saw was not an influence on the spiritual level. "The accessories you gave me are all traps." Mon asked, "You let me face a strong enemy, just to defeat him in front of me. You want me to see your strength?" The sea god smiled and said, "Smart child, but understanding the truth will only push you into my arms. The moon likes to share secrets with her people, but even she has things that she keeps silent. The truth is simple. What you fear, what you worship, what you love, what you kneel down, what you sing praises. It is God." Chapter 134. The woman turned around and looked at the vast sea, and said with emotion, "In the ancient times when mortals had not yet abandoned their faith, when our temples still stood on the entire planet, the word God described things that were completely different from what you see now. This is not a small talk." As these words were spoken, Ma could clearly feel that the waves in his field of vision were becoming more violent, and the black shadow bodies swimming around the raft seemed to be a little bigger than before. The sea god raised his hand slightly, and white mist suddenly floated on the water. The thick fog instantly submerged everything that Ma could see with his naked eyes, and only the raft under his feet still existed. She bent down and touched the mist outside the raft. "Look." Ma looked down along the fog hole she opened with her hand. A prosperous city is located right below them. The streets are like intersecting or parallel blue lines. The tallest buildings here look like stacked cardboard boxes. The towers are like toothpicks that are casually stepped on in the mud. The faint blue or orange light shines on the ground. "This is a city from ancient times, my city," Poseidon said. "See that tower? It is 5,000 meters high. The blue lines around the tower are the sea water that supports its existence. It is also one of my temples. This city is inhabited by 3 million sons of the sea. It was once extremely prosperous. Until they made a mistake. The deep blue giant tsunami appeared at the horizon. From Marn's position, it did not seem to be very shocking, but it was almost the same height as the tower mentioned by Poseidon. Faint screams and pleas for mercy were heard in the city, but they could not stop the tsunami from advancing. The faint blue color also disappeared, as if it had abandoned the residents here. Then the earth began to crack, and the tsunami grabbed the entire city like a palm and slowly dragged it away. This was something I could do with just a wave of my hand in the past. Poseidon said, "What you see are my memories." Later, there were 2 tragic wars, which eventually led us to where we are now. Mon said, "That's all in the past." Poseidon smiled. "It seems that you understand. I am showing you what God really means, and you seem to be trying to fight against the facts I told you. You want to deny my strength, thinking that this will stop what I am doing. But you got one thing wrong. God is unstoppable. Although I have fallen to the 5th level, a mere mortal cannot stop me no matter what. There is also a 5th level mortal in the city you just saw, but he can only kneel down and accept his fate when facing the gods. If you have not seen the ocean with your own eyes, I can meet you directly without any preparation, and you should have felt it. You can't drive me away at all." Ma-in sat down and asked, "You claim to be the incarnation of the ocean, but as far as I know, there is actually a group of Atlanteans under the sea, and they also worship a sea god. But he is not you, right?" The sea god frowned slightly and looked at Ma-in. She didn't expect that the other party knew about her stain. This madman was much more difficult than she imagined. She could feel that her power did not spread in Ma-in's brain as smoothly as expected. But no one can stop the ocean from flooding the land. Yes, but he is not a god. The sea god said proudly, "In my heyday, the ocean was governed by him and me, and only 30% of it belonged to him, and the remaining 70% belonged to me. Who do you think dragged Atlantis into the sea? Those traitors can still survive only because the false gods they worship beg me. If I want to, I can destroy them at any time. The waves are getting higher and higher." Ma-in said, "But you still lost to the Titans." The sea god smiled contemptuously. "Lose? Do you think those who survive are losers and those who die are winners? We did pay a great price in the war, and the Titans are also the strongest opponents we have encountered. The Titans did temporarily trap us in the desolate Southern Federation, but the price they paid was near extinction. This is a heroic victory, but it is still a victory. And we are immortal. We may seem to be in trouble in your eyes, but to the gods, it is just the ups and downs of our eternal life." The waves were not strong enough to drown Marn. He said, "Immortal, I have seen creatures that claim to be unkillable, but they are just relatively difficult to kill. And there are gods who have died, right?" The sea god said, "We call it sleep, and since you are so strong, I will tell you the truth. Do you know why I can appear in your mind, and no psychic ability can stop us from coming? The reason is simple. I have not used any way to bypass the defense line in your mind. You have a good defense mechanism. I have always been in your mind, but you just didn't see me so clearly before. To be precise, we exist in the consciousness and soul of all human beings. Your views on nature and concepts have shaped our bodies. You worship God. You put us in the temple with fear and worship. The reason why we are gods is simple. You knelt down to us first. Mortals use so-called myths and legends to explain the fall of thunder, to understand the ebb and flow of the tide, to comprehend the changes of the sun and the moon, and then use language and thoughts to make up our stories. You found us yourself. The seawater has already reached Marn's waist." The sea god smiled and said, "I didn't invade you. I just showed you what the ocean is. You can have the same effect if you go on a few voyages yourself. But don't worry, it's not that easy for other gods to do what I do. During the battle with the Titans, there were also your kind among our opponents. It was at that time that I began to notice your specialness. At that time, I caught one of your compatriots and studied you carefully with the help of other gods. That's why when my other compatriots were preparing various rituals, I just stayed here and waited patiently for your arrival. Meeting the ocean is the fate of all creatures. No matter which direction you go, you will eventually stop at the coastline. Now it seems that my idea is very prescient." Marn said, "You want to turn me into the son of the gods." The sea god smiled and said, "It's better than that. I will turn you into my incarnation. I will shape you into a ship that can sail on the desert. Mortals will kneel on the shore and look up at your bow like their greatest sea goddess. Don't resist anymore. Your body is destined to fall into my hands. The seawater has already submerged your chest. Your curiosity about the truth will only make us stronger, Because we are much stronger than you think. We were born in your worship and fear. As long as your number is enough, we will never die. Those weak gods may slowly weaken with a change of time and fall into a near eternal sleep, but the gods that still exist today almost all have an unshakable position. Unless the sun is destroyed and the ocean dries up, we will continue to exist forever and remain powerful. And the closer you are to us, the stronger our influence on you will be. When you truly realize our essence, worship and fear will rise at the same time, because you will clearly understand that you have no way to defeat me. And we have been in your body, since the moment you were born to accompany your growth. Ma-En nodded slightly. I can feel the seawater has reached my neck. If you say a few more words, I will fall into your control completely. As you said, I have no way to kill you. Or so it seems. He raised his hand and pointed in front of him, recording all the content he just heard in the Abnormal Control Bureau, and marked its most basic characteristics in front. Once you understand what the gods represent and their essence, they will continue to grow in your heart. The sea god smiled and said, It won't be long before we all break free from the Titan's curse. If only one god returns to the 6th level, he can easily destroy the curse, and he will definitely do so, because the world is no longer ruled by us, and mortals in other areas no longer respect nature and laws. They either believe in false gods, or are deceived by so-called modern science. If we want to return the whole world to our rule, one liberated god is definitely not enough, so whoever leaves will save his compatriots. Although we seem to be fighting, we are only fighting for our status after leaving. Here, only you pathetic humans are really killing each other. It seems that humans no longer have the ability to resist multiple 6th-level gods at the same time. At that time, we will rebuild your civilization and country, let the lofty faith return to the hearts of every humble mortal, and then you will once again put us on the altar. That's enough. Thank you for your information. Ma-En said to her gratefully goodbye. The ocean stopped roaring. The body of the goddess of the sea also froze, because there was no so-called sea water around her. Impossible, she said in disbelief. Even a 4th-level psychic cannot deceive his subconscious mind. We are rooted in all parts of your brain. Mortals cannot deceive themselves. Ma-En looked at her curiously. You are the goddess of the sea, but I seem to have forgotten the meaning of the word sea. The sea god stared at him coldly. You still belong to me. Live on. For a few years, decades, hundreds of years, I will come back to find you, and then you will be submerged by the ocean, and the whole land will be in my palm. Ma-En smiled and waved at her, looking forward to seeing you next time. Although he was far from being able to do it, he already knew how to kill the god. The illusion faded, and Ma-En returned to the wet soil. The rain and spring water that had just roared like the ocean had disappeared, but there were still traces of the ground being washed by the torrent. Only one piece of Renyan's body remained in the original place, and the surrounding trees were all broken into several pieces. And in front of him, there were 5 people. 5 bodies made of pure seawater. They were Shauna's family, and Shauna, who was in the front, was looking blankly in the direction of Ma-En, as if she had no idea who was standing in front of her. Snap! As the power supporting the 5 bodies faded away, they scattered into water, and merged into the soil under their feet forever. Then the dark clouds in the sky slowly began to dissipate. Crunch, creak. A black perfect sphere drilled out of the ground, and then it suddenly spread out 6 pairs of appendages, turning into a palm-sized black spider, and raised its head to look at Maine. Detection of the concentration of gods in the individual. Low. Detection of the purity of the individual. High. Detection of the potential ability of the individual. High. Final conclusion. The individual is a suitable target. Maine heard a hoarse voice coming from the edge of his mind. The Titan plan has been approved, and the seal of the unbelievers is ready to be implanted. Ready. Ma-En raised his hand, and used telekinesis to control the spider. Restraint detected. Judgment. Resistance necessary. Low. Escape necessary. None. Whoosh. He put the spider, which did not resist at all, into the Abnormal Control Bureau. At this moment, a burning figure broke through the soil and crawled out. It was Renqingxue, who had escaped death. Her eyes were full of confusion, and she did not understand what was going on in front of her. The seawater that had just poured into the ground, and the messy scene in front of her, where was the god of fire at this moment? Then she noticed Ma-En standing alone in the distance. Who are you? She asked Ma-En warily. But Ma-En did not look at her, but at the arched earth behind her. Another figure crawled out, and unlike Renqingxue, who was in a good condition, he was almost in a dying state, and felt that his body was shaky. Renqingxue also looked behind him. Ji Gaochuan, you are alive too? Do you know what happened? Realizing that Ma-En was looking at him, Ji Gaochuan immediately shouted in panic. Sir Ma-en, don't do anything, I am sure Dao Chang. Ma-en, the follower of the Han family Ma-en? Ren Qingxue looked at the figure again, and then noticed that his face was so blurry, she instantly figured out something. You are Ma-en, what is going on? While she was talking, other members of the Salvation Alliance around her also crawled out one after another. Sure Dao Chang, who was attached to Ji Gaochuan's body, also asked in a daze. What happened? Did the Han family kill Ren Yin? Hearing this question, Ma-en calmly looked at the members of the Salvation Alliance, who had surrounded Ren Qingxue, and said, No, Ren Yin and the Han family were both dealt with by me, and now Guanzhou is ours. My real identity is Ma-en, a member of the Salvation Alliance. Having said this, Ma-en looked at Ren Qingxue, whose expression gradually became terrified, and asked in a calm voice, Do you still remember the members of the Salvation Alliance in Wick Castle? Ren Qingxue took a half step back. What do you want to do? Ma-en answered sincerely, I want to complete what he has not done. Then, suffocation and despair came to Ren Qingxue at the same time. Chapter 135. Watching Ren Qingxue slowly die in the bright moonlight, most members of the Salvation Alliance showed some satisfaction on their faces. Sure Dao Chang showed a look of understanding. No wonder, that's how it is. If you were not our companion, you would have abandoned us and fled. The other members of the Salvation Alliance also gradually showed a look of understanding. This is indeed the best choice. It is obvious that Ma-en is not only their companion, but also has been enduring humiliation and lurking under a pseudonym during this period, just to help them fight against the attacks from the Federation and the gods at this time. As they were talking, the figures of the two moon sons gradually appeared among them. What is the situation now? Li Lingxiao was still a little confused at this time. I am from the Salvation Alliance. Ma-en said, My appearance here to fight against the investigation department is the best explanation. After hearing this, the two moon sons were obviously at a loss. They had never thought that the Han family would choose members of the Salvation Alliance to be their middlemen. Could this also be part of Shauna's conspiracy? Wang Ziyuan asked with difficulty. Where is Shauna now? If she was right. Shauna found me. Ma-en said, She attacked me for reasons I don't know. I had no choice but to fight back and kill her and several other members of the Han family. You don't plan to avenge them, do you? Their first reaction was suspicion and disbelief. But after seeing the scene around them, they suddenly realized that they might never really realize how dangerous the man in front of them was. Li Lingxiao reluctantly raised his lips. No, of course not. We believe in different gods. Although we are now enemies of the New Gods Alliance, our relationship is not that good, not to mention that we have now completed the moon ritual together. We are allies. Their figures suddenly became looming, and they distanced themselves from him, as if they were worried that Ma-en would have some impulsive thoughts. However, if they knew what Ma-en could do, they would have run away at the beginning. But they don't remember it anymore. Ma-en said to the two moon sons, Although we have successfully raised the secret knight, the investigation department cannot stop like this. They will definitely send other members here, and try to destroy the ritual we have completed. The two moon sons who heard this looked relieved. It seemed that Ma-en would not turn against them just like that, because he also knew that they would be allies against the investigation department next. Li Lingxiao said confidently, If the ritual was destroyed so easily, then we would not have to waste so much time to complete it. They will definitely want to destroy it, but when night is present, our whereabouts will be protected by the goddess, so it will be very easy for us to maintain night. After all, they can't find us at all. And even if they send someone with a strong ability, there will be no threat as long as we don't show up. Even when there is no night, the location of the moon child's body is a secret, and under the current circumstances, it is almost impossible for the investigation department to find the moon child, and as long as they are still alive, they can resolve and ensure the existence of night. This is an unsolvable cycle. Ma-en said, Although it is true, I still want to discuss countermeasures with you after the new members of the investigation department arrive here. If I want, how can I contact you? After all, as you said, our whereabouts have become a secret. Li Lingxiao nodded and replied, You are right. If we want to meet again, we have to leave a contact method. This is my phone number. He waved his hand, and a string of numbers appeared in the air. Wang Ziyuan asked, What should we do if we want to find you? Although the moon, Bud and Duan Shan's mind can allow them to monitor the members of the Salvation Alliance, except for necessary situations, the moon children are strictly prohibited from using power to connect to the moon Bud, so as not to increase the risk of this hidden mind parasite being discovered. But if they stand on the opposite side of the Salvation Alliance, the moon Bud will play a very critical role. For example, if the dangerous character in front of them goes crazy and kills them, their companions will learn the truth through the moon Bud. Ma-en replied, Just come to Wick Castle to find me, and then we can have a good chat about the next plan. And their strangeness at that time. The two moon sons nodded slightly to him, and then instantly disappeared into the air. Ma turned and looked at Shi Daochong. Can you sense that they have left? Shi Daochong replied, they have gone far away. Ma then asked, can you invade their minds? Shi Daochong shook his head. I am not a telepath. I don't have that ability. As mentioned before, he can search and scan spirits and establish so-called mind links. But in fact these are just preparations for selection and eating. He will not invade souls, but only eat them. Ma casually asked, can other people invade your mind? Shi Daochong said, of course not. Although I am not good at reading other people's thoughts and thinking, I am also a third-level psychic. Psychic creatures. Ma nodded to him, then looked at the other members of the Salvation Alliance and asked, do you have any other plans? Duan Shan looked at him and said, originally. But if you have other ideas, it's okay, whether it's fighting or anything else, we are ready. Ma nodded, I am not alone. My leader plans to establish a base for the Salvation Alliance in Goan State and other cities with night, and accept and rescue members of the Salvation Alliance in other cities, and gather the originally loose forces together. Shi Daochong said unexpectedly, leader? Others were also a little surprised. Who in the Salvation Alliance could be called a leader by Ma In, a fourth-level ability user? He nodded gently. It's Qin Lan. I also appeared here under her arrangement. Duan Shan said with surprise, Qin Lan. She was not caught? Although it was not as powerful as they expected, all the Salvation Alliance members could not hide their joy on their faces. Shishao Walker's sister was standing with him. There was no news more exciting than this. Ma En nodded slightly. She plans to reunite the other surviving members of the Salvation Alliance in the name of the Salvation Secret Alliance, and fight against the oppression and pursuit of the Evil Federation, and finally find a way to liberate Shishao Walker again, and at the same time prevent the great collapse she mentioned from coming. Duan Shan said excitedly, can we join? Ma En replied, of course, although the investigation department and the people of the gods here have all been destroyed, survival is no longer a problem, but I think everyone does not intend to live like this. Besides, I also saw an opportunity. He looked at Shi Daochong's body. Shi Daochong immediately understood what Ma En meant and began to explain. In fact, Ji Gaochuan just fell into a coma. Although he has just stepped half a foot into the grave because of the flood, we have members who can take some time to heal this body. I can completely kill his soul and replace his identity, or let him go back alive and hide in her body. But both methods have big problems. If I replace his identity and sneak into the investigation department, I may be able to hide a lot of detection under the premise of the night, but I don't know how to behave, and I don't know how he works in the investigation department. What is his deep purpose in the Southern Federation? And the various complicated relationships between these bastards are also a mess for me. I think if I really do this, it won't take long for me to be discovered that it's wrong, and then I'd be interrogated and investigated, but I can also try to leave the investigation department before that, and collect enough useful information for us in a short period of time. The second method will allow me to slowly understand the interpersonal relationships around Ji Gaochuan in his body, and how to behave reasonably, and I can also replace him after he accepts the investigation. But I can sneak into this body now, because Ji Gaochuan's consciousness is in a coma. When he wakes up, I want to re-enter or control Ji Gaochuan's body. I have to destroy his will first. Therefore, before I officially kill him, I can't do anything, and I can't go back after leaving the body. But these are just minor problems. The most difficult thing is how to explain that he left here alive. If we don't heal his injuries, he won't be able to return to the investigation department alive. Ma En said, in fact, how to explain this is not a problem. I can solve it. If you agree, I think such an attempt is completely worthwhile. This is an opportunity to control the entire Goan state in our hands. Even the investigation department is no exception. Shi Daochong smiled. Of course, I have no objection. The opportunity to let Shishao Walker be free is better than anything else. Such a beautiful soul should not be imprisoned. Jiang Hua also came up. If you want to be an undercover, I can provide some experience. I learned these things when I was in the East Federation Security Company in the past. This is why I joined you. At the beginning, I was a spy sent by them to the Salvation Alliance. But what she did changed my mind. In his opinion, Shishao Walker did not have a temperament that could be convinced by sight, but at that time he still threw himself directly into the arms of the Salvation Alliance, because what she did and her promises were enough to make Jiang Hua defect. Something that can bring huge benefits both materially and spiritually is a temptation that most mortals can hardly refuse. Not only can he get higher benefits than staying undercover, but he could also become the kind of person who is respected and admired, and even the chance of encountering danger is reduced. If this incident had not happened, it would have been the most correct decision in Jiang Hua's life. Sure, Daochang nodded gratefully to him. Thank you. Ma En looked at all the other members of the Salvation Alliance and said, You go to Wick Castle and wait for me first. I need to be alone with Sure Daochang. Sure Daochang also looked at the others. You go first. However, his words were actually meaningless. The members of the Salvation Alliance did not have any doubts about Ma En. They were not as cautious as Sure Daochang. You go to the front and wait for him, Ma En said to Jiang Hua. After everyone was at a distance where they could not hear the conversation between the two sides, Ma En asked, Did you receive my warning? Sure Daochang raised his eyebrows and said, You are talking about Jiang Hua. Ma En nodded. You can be sure that there is no problem with you, right? He said firmly. If someone uses a mental technique on me, I will remember it even if I fail to resist it, unless he is a 5th level telepath. But in that case this conversation will not be possible. Most mental techniques are invisible in front of me. Sure Daochang also has telepathic vision, because he is not a material creature at all. Ma En said, The Moon Sons once came to me. At that time, they seemed to be heading towards the outer layer of my mind, and claimed that if they were too far away from me, they might fall out of my spiritual world, but I still stopped them, and asked them to talk to me at the edge of my mind. What do you think of their actions? Sure Daochang thought for a moment. They can't be worried about falling out. The Moon Sons are not beginners, who have just come into contact with telepathic communication. The power of walking in the spiritual dimension at will is not something that ordinary 3rd-level telepaths can easily master. I have always been curious about how they do this. Although the outer layer of the mind is indeed not a particularly dangerous distance, because the behavior at this distance can be easily detected by the owner of consciousness, they should have mastered some hidden mental skills as secret keepers. They were also at a safe distance close to the edge of my vision. They probably knew that I could be aware of their problems, but other people with special abilities had no way of realizing how close these guys were to them. According to what you said, I think they must have done something during that meeting, but unfortunately I had no way to stop or detect it, and their skills were not something I could easily crack. And after the night falls, it will be even more difficult to figure out the secret. Ma En nodded and said, I just said that I can solve Ji Daochuan's problem because I can erase other people's memories. Next, I will pull his memory back to the eve of the flood and make him think that he fainted. Can you handle this? Sure Daochang nodded, no problem. If you can delete this part of his memory, I can guarantee that he will only have some questions at most, but he will definitely not be able to figure out what's going on. And if there are any problems, I can actually kill the other members of the investigation department and leave. Ma En continued, If I can keep the 2 Moon Sons in a state of mental stagnation, do you have any way to figure out what they did, or do you know how to figure it out? They are not like flesh and blood bodies that can be bound by telekinesis. They can escape as long as there is a chance, so if you want to interrogate them, you have to ensure that there are no loopholes in the whole process. Sure Daochang shook his head. No, even in this case, I can't read other people's thoughts, but telepaths may be able to do this, but the premise is that his skills are advanced enough, otherwise the whole thing will be very risky. The Moon Sons have many secrets, some of which are quite dangerous. Ma En nodded. I understand. This is a visible possibility for him. Qin Lan has a 4th-level telepath, and it seems that the Moon Sons can't do anything to creatures with sufficient mental strength. And he can also directly use the Abnormal Control Bureau, or the World Saving Alliance. Chapter 136. In the Abnormal Control Bureau. Martin slowly walked to the containment room, where the spider was. It was standing on the floor obediently. It looked no different from a normal creature except that it was a perfect sphere when curled up. Abnormal Entity, Titan Relic Spider. Abnormal Strength, 4.4. Danger Level, 4.5. Description: an unnatural creature that looks like a spider on the outside, with traces of mechanical and biotechnological transformation inside, and possesses a variety of complex abnormal characteristics. Characteristics: Titan Creation Spider 3.3. An orderly composition of multiple complex abnormal characteristics, which can be effective in conjunction with its own non-abnormal functions, and is designed to have no actual effect when used alone, and can only be used to restore the functions of the same creature that has lost its abnormal characteristics. When this characteristic is on an abnormal entity, it will have a variety of abnormal characteristics, including but not limited to telepathy, telepathic interference, invisibility, biological detection, and electronic information access. God Sleep 4.4, 1-to-1, it can make gods with weakness equal to or lower than 4.1 fall into a deep sleep. During this process, the personality and memory of the god will be reshaped, death. The estimated recovery time is between 6 months and 300 years, and the speed depends on the nutrients obtained by the concept god itself. This effect will consume its own energy and cannot be recharged. Tip: some information comes from the active cooperation of the abnormal entity. Its first characteristic cannot realize any function alone. Its creator thought about the possibility of the technology on the spider being cracked and copied, and encrypted it. Perhaps the abnormal characteristics also have a lot of functions against normal cracking, and this separated encryption is the last line of defense it faces. It seems that the maker attaches great importance to technology, but this is the problem. The most important function of the spider, God's sleep, is not protected by this mechanism. It may be that they have no way to achieve this encryption method on it, but Maine prefers that they don't care about other people obtaining this technology. The function of this thing is to make the gods sleep, and it is not a bad thing for titans who use it. No wonder the sons of flame go after this relic regardless of danger. Even if the conditions are very harsh, everyone wants to have a weapon that can make the gods fall asleep and kill their current personality. When seeing Maine, the black spider moved its appendages slightly, like a pet seeing its owner. It wants to communicate. After ensuring that he has enough safety facilities, Maine raised his hand and opened the door of the containment room. Detected suitable for humans, according to the Titan Plan Final Sleep Treaty, trying to play voice. The language that sounded in his mind was not learned by Maine, but he could understand it without any obstacles. A young female voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Test, hello, hello, can you hear me? A few seconds of pause. Wait, how do I delete the previous voice? Forget it, let's start like this. I'm Lei, the 7th generation Titan. If we win completely, you won't have the chance to hear this recording, but I guess you shouldn't have suffered much, otherwise this passage might become a joke of the gods. Let me assume that everything goes well. The wasteland and the Sword of Reason have been successful, so now the gods should be in the weakest state in history, and it is also our most likely chance to completely eliminate these bastards. Oh, I almost forgot, they may cover up the truth. What we are fighting against is called gods, and there is a phenomenon we call nature worship that exists in the consciousness of all human beings. Nature worship refers to when all human beings have similar views and cognitions on certain concepts. It will lead to the existence of supernatural entities that are highly consistent with this cognition, that is, the so-called gods. Here I want to explain that it is not our imagination that created them. They are our imaginations. The cognition of nature in your and my mind is their entire body. The gods are not the things they represent. For example, the sun god has nothing to do with the star hanging in outer space. He is just a collection of our irrational imaginations of the sun, and his strength depends only on our views on him. Gods are just our imaginations. Doesn't that sound good? But you have to understand that as long as we have enough numbers, these gods can even surpass the things they represent, and we have almost no way to kill some gods. And after they have ruled the world, it is even more impossible to defeat them. They appeared before we mastered language. The fear of seeing fire, the shock of looking at the ocean, the terror of thunder breaking through the sky, and the 2 planets that exist forever in our world. These feelings shaped their initial prototype, but the gods at that time were still very close to the laws of nature themselves, posing no threat to our survival, and had no idea of ruling us. Although their personality and memory are now continuous, this nature is also composed of our imagination. The early myths we passed down orally gave them a continuous and unified personality, and we also felt that the master of natural phenomena should be more powerful than us. The darkest times came after the emergence of language and the first stories. Our ancestors naturally named the sun and moon, and then personified these natural phenomena in mythology. At this point, we gave them humanity, one of the worst gifts in the world. Then, our world appeared a group of powerful and incredibly intelligent entities, and they would instinctively ask mortals to worship them, just as described in mythology. And this behavior would make them stronger, and stronger power would make them more worshipped. The first gods and their followers appeared, and they gave their worshippers power to spread their beliefs, which is of course one of the descriptions of them in mythology. Once you create the word God to call something, your view of that thing will only continue to exaggerate. Finally, at an unrecorded time long before we were born, the gods reached their peak. At that time, all humans had a bottom line for the number of gods they worshipped. Several gods had to be worshipped to a minimum degree. Unbelievers were the most vicious word at the time. All humans over the age of 16 had to start reproducing and produce a minimum number of children at the reproductive age. Then humans had to instill the great deeds of the gods in their offspring. This was our most important role. They were still using ideas to strengthen them and create compatriots, as if we were their domesticated pigs. But the personalities of the so-called gods have become more and more complicated. Do you remember the gifts we gave them? After we became their slaves, our imaginations and pain reshaped them again. Arrogance, greed, desire, madness, they are enough to set off the most tragic war. On the eve of our era, the first war of the gods broke out, and the kingdom of the gods that ruled all mankind fell apart, which also caused the strongest gods to be severely damaged and fell from positions that did not belong to them. They returned to the sixth level of strength in the primitive era, and many gods forcibly created by enslaving humans never appeared again. Some powerful gods were temporarily killed by some special methods and reshaped into new personalities, including the wind god, sky god, forest god, and fire god of our current era. They are no longer the same as they used to be. Then it was our era. The chaos was ended by the great human king, and the great empire rose from the ground. We made great strides while the gods were quietly sleeping. When they woke up, they saw that they were no longer slave races that could be manipulated at will. They will remember this lesson, and will never make the same mistake again. But for us, one chance is enough. The gods adopted a gentler approach to promote their beliefs. They established churches, and then influenced by their actions, many new gods were born that met human expectations. God of justice and fairness, God of kindness, God of light, God of thieves, God of merchants. But the gods who already had humanity could not accept the current situation in the end. They once ascended to the highest position, and the power in their memories made them dream like honey. They wanted us to return to the dark ages of the past. This is the starting point of the Second War, and it is also the war I am participating in now. We secretly transformed the bodies of 13 heroes who were willing to sacrifice themselves into concepts and entities through special methods, so that they could also accept the influence of the phenomenon of nature worship, and declared to the common people that they were the gods we should worship, and finally successfully created a total of 9 human gods, that is, the original Titans. This word means people who challenge the gods, and slowly evolved into fighting against the gods themselves. However, when the war just started, 80% of the civilians in the entire empire had moderate faith, and the proportion of believers among nobles and officials was even higher. We also carried out several purges, but it was difficult to complete them smoothly under such circumstances. When I was recording, there were only 2 first-generation Titans left. Although they were powerful enough, they were still not strong enough to fight against the gods alone due to the difficulty of production conditions and the inability to effectively destroy the gods. But they bought enough time. During this period, we continued to advance the Titan plan, and in the process, we also learned more about the nature of the gods. Then, we found a few gods who were willing to implant the concept of God's death, and made them gods who could kill gods at the cost of being killed. The God of justice, the God of light, and the God of kindness became the second-generation Titans, and they also achieved outstanding results. Now the only second-generation Titan alive is the God of justice. Then, there are the third, fourth, and fifth generations. Until now, there are 13 generations of Titans. Our record has gradually equaled that of the gods. Finally, with the implementation of various plans, it is now time for a decisive battle. There are several possibilities before us. The gods are completely controlled, we survive, civilization will continue to exist, and our descendants will remember and insist on the duty of guarding the gods, and completely drive them out of our world. Or although several major plans are successful, the gods fall into a deep sleep and are imprisoned in the wasteland, but their counterattack also destroys us and the subsequent guarding plan. This is actually the secondary goal of the gods, because as long as we can no longer guard them, they are destined to revive. If we no longer remember what the gods are, they will grow again in your brains, and try to control all mortals to achieve the promotion of power. So we prepared the second sleep plan. For example, we left behind some relics that will appear at a specific time. The knowledge in them will guide the humans at that time to establish a cognitive method based on rationality, and a knowledge system based on verifiability. I don't know what words you will call it in the future, but we now call it Menagedon. These syllables form the familiar word science in Marn's mind. We predict that under this knowledge system, future humans will deny and criticize the existence of gods before they revive, so the time required for the revival of the gods will be extended by dozens of times. Then what I am doing now is also part of this plan. We have prepared 20,000 sleeping spiders and 30 factories. If the gods have not woken up yet, you can use this thing to keep them asleep. If you are lucky, they will never wake up again. When you see it, there should be thousands of sleeping spiders in your society, and the factory will receive the signal to go to the surface. Then you just need to make good use of our gift, and then continue to do what we failed to complete. The last possibility is that we lost completely. But since you can get it, it proves that the gods have revealed their flaws again. Then I hope you can know that there were other humans who fought before you, and we are very close to success. The rest is up to you. Pause. Okay, I have a real mission to perform. I hope the final fate of this thing is to be placed in an exhibition cabinet. Maybe when I am old, I will take my grandchildren to the museum to reminisce about my youth. Wish me good luck. As the brisk word stopped, the black spider also lay on the ground, allowing Mon to throw it back into the storage room. Special control measures have been analyzed. Anomaly entity, gods. Special control measures. Implant the idea that this god has been contained by the Abnormal Control Bureau into the consciousness of 90% of the affected humans, and keep its total amount higher than 30% of its body. Based on the current human understanding of Titan, that civilization should have fallen in the war at that time, and she should have died shortly after the recording. But they don't seem to have lost. Now the gods are trapped in the Southern Federation, and they are still in a very weak state. Until recently, the gods began to try to escape from here. The plan of the Titan civilization should have achieved excellent results. So, now it's their turn. Chapter 137. Maine has obtained all the information in the spider. Its function is to find the right object and implant the unbeliever seal, and then hand over the technology of God sleep to humans, so that they can use it to keep the southern gods asleep. For some reason, the spider did not force Maine to operate, as if some of Maine's characteristics were accepted by it, but Maine still accepted the seal after the experiment. Unbeliever seal, a way of thinking that can prevent getting too close to the gods. According to the recorder, when Maine got the spider, countless similar things will appear in human society, and there will be factories that can manufacture this thing. But the fact is that he is the only one who has the sleeping spider, and it is too late to use it now. They have already appeared. Before the gods woke up, the sleeping plan mentioned by the recorder had been tried to be implemented, and no matter what the reason, the plan failed anyway, and now the gods have fully awakened. But the god sleep feature is not useless. If Marn can weaken the gods to a sufficient degree, it is possible to make them fall asleep again. If he can implement the forgetting of the ocean on all the people in the Southern Federation, theoretically he can directly kill the personality of the sea god. But for something as conspicuous as the ocean, it may take only a few days for it to revive. At this time, if there is enough god sleep, it can make him unable to revive forever and fall into a true eternal sleep. The problem is that Marn does not have such a strong memory deletion ability, and god sleep is also a consumable that can only be used once, so he has no way to make the gods fall asleep by himself. But he still has the Abnormal Control Bureau. A third-level amnestic can't do anything, but a legion may not be able to do that. The god sleep plan may have been declared bankrupt by now. The number of sleeping spiders is not enough to ensure the long-term sleep of all gods. The factory built by the Titan civilization is now nowhere to be found, and it may have been destroyed long ago. But it met Maine. As long as there are enough abnormal values, he can also form a team with all the characteristics of god sleep, and he doesn't need to let these gods sleep for a long time, because as long as they fall into sleep, the concept of them will be greatly reduced in the consciousness of all humans. Then it is not difficult to achieve special containment measures. The measures require that the part of gods that have been contained accounts for more than 30% of this concept in the ocean of human consciousness. The easiest way to achieve this is to reduce the total number. And if the gods fall into a deep sleep, they will have a better chance to complete the implantation of ideas, otherwise the gods themselves will resist and prevent this behavior, and if a strong person like the moon god is awake, it is definitely impossible for them to implant this idea into the human mind. Although there are still many problems, such as how to complete the memory deletion and idea implantation of all the people in the Southern Federation, and this idea itself cannot appear directly in the human mind, otherwise it is likely to lead them to determine that the gods are real, and then this will also strengthen the power of the gods. Now ordinary people in the entire Federation are not completely sure of the existence of supernatural powers and gods. Even the believers of the Holy Church have a huge gap between their understanding of gods and the forms of gods, and they do not think that supernatural powers and other gods exist in the world. This situation is likely to be caused by the plan mentioned by the recorder. Hiding the existence of supernatural powers and gods from the public must have greatly reduced the power of the gods, and at this time, Mayan suddenly thought of some possibilities. The South is the weakest area in the entire Federation. Basic education is not guaranteed here. Ordinary people living in slums and weak cities basically understand modern science as the power consumption of televisions. Under this premise, they were also guided by the sons of the gods. The final result is that a large number of ordinary people in the Southern Federation actually believe in the existence of the so-called gods in their hearts. In other words, the general low level of education is actually of great benefit to the power of the gods, and it is the sons of the gods who have caused the excessive gap between the rich and the poor here. The current situation in the Southern Federation seems to be deliberately caused by them. Regardless of whether the sons of the gods themselves understand the significance of this matter, the gods behind them must have guided their people. Ma-in walked to his staff dormitory, clicked on the panel in front of him, and sent a message to Qin-lan. About a few minutes later, click. The door of the dormitory was pushed open. Ma-in. Qin-lan, who pushed the door open, was wearing a black special combat uniform, and her tactical belt was hung with various small equipment specially made for her abilities. You're looking for me? How is your situation now? Ma-in asked. Qin-lan said excitedly, we have already raised the Silver Moon in 2 states. Our opponents are very strong, but nothing can stop 3 people with 4 abilities, and I have also assassinated several important characters. We have also made some contacts with other cities recently. Although we cannot maintain long-term contact due to confidentiality, we also understand the fate of different cities. From what I know, more than 70% of the safe cities have successfully raised the Night Veil. Ma-in nodded. You should have thought of it, right? Hearing this, her expression was slightly depressed, but she immediately cheered up. Yes. The moon ritual and the hunting ritual should have the same secret. But we must rely on his power now. And just as we must stop the hunting ritual, the federal government and the investigation department will also solve it for us. You asked me to keep it secret at the time, so you must have thought of this. Ma-in agreed. Yes, in fact, this is a mutual use of humans and gods. We and the investigation department want to rely on them to defeat our opponents, and the gods want to use us to escape from the Southern Federation, and the Moon Sons may have done something in the process. I came to you this time to talk about this matter. I also completed the moon raising in Goen State, and in the process, I also noticed that these Moon Sons seem to have done something to the members of the Salvation Alliance, who had weaker mental defenses, so I was ready to find out about this matter. And I plan to let you lead the testing work in the name of the World Salvation Alliance. Qin-lan said solemnly, Are we ready? Ma-in said, Not only are we ready, I submitted an application to the General Administration. They are very interested in this plan, and have provided us with the latest support technology. Follow me. He took Qin-lan to a containment room and showed her the black spider inside. This thing has 2 very special functions. First, it can implant a mental defense mechanism in our brains that can prevent us from becoming the sons of the gods. Qin-lan said puzzledly, What do you mean, we will become the sons of the gods? Ma-in pointed at the face in front of him. Yes, here we have to mention one of the technical supports from the headquarters. You can take a look at this manual, which mentions what the gods are. Qin-lan's employee mailbox also received the brief manual that Ma-in had just written. Qin-lan started to flip through the manual in front of her and read the contents carefully. Her expression became more and more solemn, and her eyes showed strong disbelief. This is the god, they are now living in your and my brain? Ma-in said, If we use a human analogy, it is more like a small amount of fluid in one of their cells flowing in our brains. They cannot directly affect our thoughts, just like the cell fluid that we cannot directly control. But it is also quite difficult for us to defeat them. They are endless, and if we don't master special methods, we can't cause any harm to them at all. Qin-lan murmured in a low voice. It is mentioned above that this is not the first time we have fought with them. Ma-in continued, That's right, and the headquarters actually has means to deal with them. This spider has a second ability. After he finished speaking, the description of the sleeping god appeared on the glass. Qin-lan's face first showed a strong surprise, and then immediately doubt surged again. Is this a disposable weapon? Ma-in said, It is, but remember what I told you. We can not only give the characteristics to our employees, but also extract them for replication. If you submit enough fourth-order anomalies to the headquarters, you can apply to extract and replicate the sleeping god. They also need to see whether the Salvation Alliance is worth investing in. Our resources are actually quite limited compared to the problems we face. And to be honest, you are not directly subordinate to our subordinate department, but our derivative organization. There may also be problems in loyalty and management. We certainly cannot treat such an organization as our subordinate department directly. Qin-lan said with shining eyes, Are they really willing to hand this thing over to me? Ma-in said, Of course, the names of the Salvation Alliance and the Divine Skywalker are worth our initial investment. And if you can prove your combat capability in a short period of time, they are still discussing the proposal to give the Salvation Alliance the right to use memory erasure. Using this ability can avoid the possibility of invasion by the Son of the Gods. Proving combat capability is actually collecting enough abnormal values to solidify memory erasure. Qinlan said gratefully, "Thank you. If my sister regains her freedom, I will definitely repay your kindness many times over." Mon said, "If she is free, it will be a good thing for us. Now, are you ready to meet the members of the Salvation Alliance?" Qinlan nodded. In the Wick Castle, an ordinary bedroom door was pushed open from the inside to the outside. Mon stood inside the door and said to Duan Shan in the corridor, "Come in." Other members of the Salvation Alliance were waiting in the living room. Duan Shan looked at the corridor inside the door and asked in surprise, "Is this still the Wick Castle?" "No." Ma-En replied, "This is the Salvation Alliance. Go in there and accept the inspection." He pushed open a door on the side of the corridor, and inside was an ordinary room. One of the walls was made of a glass-like structure, and Duan Shan could see Qinlan standing opposite through it. "Is that Qinlan?" she asked curiously. Ma-En watched her walk in and nodded, "Yes." He closed the containment room, then opened a door opposite and walked out directly behind Qinlan. Two complete abnormal entities detected. Call 2 containment rooms for control. Abnormal entity, Duan Shan. Abnormal strength, 3.3. Danger level, 3.3. Description, Duan Shan, a member of the Salvation Alliance. Features, soil control 3.3. Can manipulate the surrounding soil. Abnormal entity, Moon Bud, juvenile, abnormal strength, 3.2. Danger level, 3.5. Description, a symbiotic creature that lives in the mind dimension and is good at hiding itself. Features, Heart Bud 3.2. Can lurk in the mind body to grow and reproduce, eat the host's overflowing mind and memory to survive. Its own existence will not cause any negative impact on the host, and can continuously enhance the host's important memory through the digestive system, while slightly improving the host's mental strength and health. Can only move in different spiritual bodies through mental communication. Son of the Moon 3.4. She is watching you. The Sons of the Moon implanted a special creature in Duan Shan's consciousness, but this creature called Moon Bud is actually beneficial to the symbiont. Not only does it have no negative impact on the host, it will greatly strengthen the host's important and beautiful memories, and will also slightly improve the host's spiritual state. Ma-En immediately realized the danger of this effect after it became a Moon Bud. The understanding of the moon itself contains specific memories, which is also likely to be the way it became a son of the moon. The memory and cognition of the moon child about the gods may have passed through its digestive system and implanted into Duan Shan's memory before being vomited out, so that the understanding of the moon child can form a cycle in her brain. It can strengthen the host's belief in the moon and constantly pull mortals towards Silver Moon. At this time, Ma-En also deeply realized that Silver Moon, as a god who can influence the spiritual level, is actually quite consistent with the nature of the gods. They are memory and cognition, and Silver Moon, who has spiritual abilities, can use the most direct method to influence others' cognition of themselves. She is a very dangerous god among her kind. Ma-En said, "I think it affects far more than just Duan Shan. They may have fully deployed moon sprouts in this contact with the Salvation Alliance, and may even have deployed moon sprouts in other fields and forces that we don't know about. As long as they change the human view of Silver Moon through spiritual abilities, they can directly get a believer. This is what a fifth-order psychic god can do." Qinlan looked at her worriedly and said, "What should we do then?" Ma-En replied, "The selection of members of the Salvation Alliance is more cautious than originally planned. Each member must undergo an inspection and implantation of the unbeliever seal. If possible, regular inspections must be carried out. As for what is in her mind, I will first erase her memory of us, but we cannot alert the enemy now. Otherwise, the moon god and her people will definitely target us and use psychic power to cover up the truth. The Salvation Alliance has a new mission. We must first prepare a substitute for the Secret Knight, and then train an elite force that can remove the moon buds and offset their effects at the psychic level, and deploy them to all the Salvation Alliance in the south. Finally, we will remove the moon buds from the brains of all Salvation Alliance members overnight." Chapter 138. Ji Gaochuan raised his hands to block the glaring light, but his arms felt like they were filled with lead and difficult to control. Then the soreness overwhelmed every muscle in his body. This feeling reminded him of the time when he was young and had to socialize. The chaotic memories surfaced with difficulty: the plan, the god of fire, Maine, the Han family, and the Salvation Alliance. As the surrounding environment gradually became clear, the dizziness and fatigue gradually faded, and he slowly saw the room he was in. This was the medical room of the investigation department, and he seemed to be lying on the bed. He supported himself with both hands and leaned on the pillow. What happened? Before he began to think about why he was carried into the ward, the door was pushed open and a strange middle-aged man walked in. He looked Ji Gaochuan up and down, and then said to the microphone on his collar. He woke up and seemed to be slowly regaining consciousness. Is the protection agreement of the investigation department still running normally? Well, it's good that there is no problem. Come over now. I talked to him first. Ji Gaochuan asked with great pain, Who are you? The man reached out and took a chair and sat down next to the bed. Do you remember anything? Ji Gaochuan said cautiously, Answer my question first. I don't remember seeing you. The man's face was emotionless. It seems that you are not completely clear yet. I am a reinforcement sent by the headquarters. You can call me by the code name Expert. We have a small team, but we are in a parallel cooperation relationship. Now I want to ask, do you remember anything? Ji Gaochuan also slowly recovered and realized that his vigilance just now was completely unnecessary, because it was normal for reinforcements to arrive at this time, and they should even arrive earlier. I only remember the seawater. He murmured in a low voice, By the way, who attacked us? Where are Ren Qingxue and the others? The expert showed a look of regret. They have all died. In addition, we have investigated the local forces in the past few days since we came here. The 12 main family members of the Sons of the Sea in Goan State have all disappeared, and we have detected signs of seawater evaporation in the room. Because of the secret night, our investigation has encountered considerable obstacles. We can only speculate that they should have performed some kind of ritual that requires the sacrifice of life. Do you think this has something to do with the seawater you mentioned? But before the expert finished speaking, Ji Gaochuan's face showed a strong fear. Dead? Dead again? I am the only one left, no? The expert skillfully put his hand on Ji Gaochuan's shoulder and said in a soothing tone, Don't worry, you are next to the best elite troops in the Federation. If there is no secret night, those members of the Salvation Alliance may have been captured by us long ago. Ji Gaochuan shook his head violently. No, if even he is dead. Calm down. The expert continued, We have the Great Federation behind us. No matter how many 4th level ability users the opponent needs to deal with, we can dispatch more combatants than required. No one can stop us. The deceased Son of Flame has a voter, and he is not a simple character. Ji Gaochuan replied. The expert asked, You let a voter join the investigation department? The expert wanted to say something when he heard a familiar heavy footsteps coming from the corridor behind him. A muscular man with a proud face walked in. The chosen one of the Sons of Flame? They are just slaves of the God of Fire. I can kill one in 3 minutes. Ji Gaochuan looked at the painted-on Lei Yu, turned his head and asked the expert, Don't you have the Sons of Gods in your team? The expert shook his head. His situation is very special. Lei Yu said, I am the chosen one favored by Thunder, completely different from other Sons of Gods. Thunder itself is unrestrained. This God will not restrain or command us. He gave us power out of his own will, and we use this power according to our own will. We and he are both free. The expert said, Lei Yu once fought with his compatriots. The Sons of Thunder often appear in different, even hostile camps, but most of them are alone. The secret organization the Third Hand that Lei Yu belonged to before also had a loose management of its members. After the investigation department accepted him, they did not incorporate him into the system, but gave him the title of hunting team leader with a high degree of freedom. Lei Yu continued, Except for us, the Sons of the Gods are slaves and servants of the artifacts, and the difference between their electors and ordinary Sons of the Gods is that they wear more gorgeous shackles, but they are still slaves. And I am a warrior. For now only symbolizes thunder without any restraints. In the past, even the weakest electric light belonged to his domain, and with the advent of the electric age, he is constantly getting stronger, and has even expanded to the extent of approaching the sun, and there is still a drive to continue upward. But at the same time, the constraints he was subject to continued to increase as his power increased. Electricity can accomplish great engineering, but it has also been tamed by humans. To the surprise of all gods, the God of Thunder and Lightning at that time took the initiative to abandon his part that belonged to modern electricity. He personally cut off the limbs tied with chains, and turned back into thunder hanging high in the sky. Although this seemed to be a loss of the opportunity to surpass the sun, the Sons of Thunder understood the approach of their gods. Lei Yu was also pursuing power, but the purpose of being strong was freedom. After the God of Thunder regarded freedom as one of his most important characteristics, he no longer had the ability to command and restrain his people. Although he could still do so in theory, it was tantamount to self-mutilation for the God of Thunder. and it was in his interest for the sons of the God of Thunder to maintain freedom. Although they were not bound, it did not mean that the sons of the God of Thunder and him had no communication. Most of the sons of Thunder are grateful for the power he has given them, so they occasionally express their gratitude to him through blood sacrifices. They will choose sufficiently dangerous opponents to challenge, and this behavior is also to prove that they are still powerful warriors. In their eyes, being strong is the trait closest to freedom. Sometimes, the Thunder God will try to make his people realize his will, but the sons of Thunder have the right to refuse his request, so the Thunder God often provides material or non-material rewards. A true warrior will not lose to those restrained slaves. Lei Yu said to Ji Gaochuan, I understand your fear. It is human nature for the weak to fear the strong, but now I am standing in front of you. And I am stronger than your opponent and your companions from the past few days. Now forget your fear of them, and tell me what's going on. Seeing his confident look, Ji Gaochuan calmed down. Although I don't quite understand warriors and slaves, you don't seem to care about the death of a voter at all. Well, I remember that I went to the northern part of Goan State with those sons of flame to find something. We also know that it is likely a trap. But the voter insisted that there was no need to worry about the attack of the Salvation Alliance. He was also very confident at the time and felt that as long as he was in the Salvation Alliance, he would not make any waves. As I said, the Salvation Alliance did launch an offensive. At that time, a person I had never seen appeared behind Ren Yin and directly wiped off his head with a wave of his hand, but Ren Yin still ignited a flame, and I took advantage of their fight to go to a safe distance. But before I had walked for long, it started to rain heavily. Not only that, it seemed that the underground water was also gushing out crazily, and then they turned into an ocean that was over my knees in just a few tens of seconds, and a wave hit me. Then I don't remember anything. Lei Yu narrowed his eyes. The expert looked at him and said, It seems consistent with our speculation. It is very likely that the Han family used all their lives to perform a ritual to summon the ocean vision that Ji Gaochuan saw, and in the process, weaken the power of the flame chosen, helping the Salvation Alliance defeat them. But why? What on earth could make them all turn into a few pools of sea water without caring about anything? It must be the will of the sea god. He has some purpose that we don't know. Lei Yu asserted, I said they are slaves. If the master wants them to die, they have to die. There is no reason. Now they have figured out what might have happened at that time. The expert took out his mobile phone and opened the album, showing the pictures inside to Ji Gaochuan. Have you seen him? Ji Gaochuan shook his head. No. The expert asked, What about the member of the Salvation Alliance, who attacked the flame voters? Do you think he has any similarities with the man in the photo? Is it possible that he is disguised? Ji Gaochuan recalled the man mentioned by the expert. The expert and Lei Yin watched his face become more and more strange. Wait. Ji Gaochuan said, I haven't seen him. No, that's not right, He. The expert noticed something. What does he look like? Ji Gaochuan's eyes became more and more terrified. No, I don't remember. The expert looked at Lei Yu and said, Memory problem? Do you remember anything? This sounds very much like Ma En, who they are tracking. Lei Yu said, He may have instinctively deleted their memories of his appearance when he came into contact with other people, and suppressed their recollection of this. It seems that he is more dangerous than we initially expected. The expert nodded. The difference in the use of abilities can make the same ability have earth-shaking changes. It seems that the above information is correct. He is in Goanzhou and has participated in the ceremony of guarding the secret night. Considering his special relationship with Qin Lan, he is likely to be the leader here. Lei Yu smiled. It seems that he has fallen into our hands. The expert said, Although we are very close to him, this last distance is actually the most difficult to cross. The secret night is between us and him. If we can come here earlier, we may still have a chance. What a pity. But if it weren't for the secret night, the headquarters would not have the opportunity to detect his location. The prediction machine produced by the federal government and various companies in the Eastern Federation is theoretically no longer functional. This is also the effect that the Eastern Federation company wants to achieve, but the Federation paid a sum of money and signed an agreement with a few of the companies to obtain long-term technical support. Although the current prediction machine cannot be compared with the one used against Qin Luan, it can still do a lot of things. Its main task now is to search for members of the Salvation Alliance in the central region of the Federation, and some of its computing power is used together with dozens of other anomalies in the Politician Protector program to prevent these most precious talents in the Federation from suffering unfortunate losses. It was also used in the search for some important members of the Salvation Alliance. According to the contract they signed with the Southern Gods, The prediction machine was not allowed to detect the members of the Salvation Alliance in the Southern Federation. This job must be performed by the god of hunting. It was not until the moment of the rising of the night that they could use the loophole in the contract to use this machine in these night areas of the Southern Federation, and determine the cities where several important members were located when the night rose. Among them, Ma'an was also included, and the computing power used on him was actually higher than that of other members, because the prediction machine could not directly detect his existence, and it omitted Ma'an when calculating the East New State incident. Therefore, the maintenance personnel of the prediction machine corrected this error. Although Ma'an could not appear directly in the prediction, this hidden feature was slightly different from the real non-existence, and they wrote an algorithm to determine Ma'an's location through these subtle details. However, as the expert said, as long as these members of the Salvation Alliance are still within the night range, they can only narrow down the location to the city range, and if some nights are connected, they can even only be determined in certain cities. Ji Gaochuan asked in confusion, "Who are you talking about?" The expert replied, "If you look carefully at the wanted list, you should notice a level 4 wanted criminal named Ma'an. According to the latest intelligence, his wanted level may be raised to 4+ or 4++, and he is likely to be in Goenzhou now. Although he is not the most dangerous character in the Salvation Alliance, he has a very special relationship. According to our investigation during this period, he not only helped Jinlan successfully escape our encirclement, but he is also likely to be one of the Salvation Alliance members that Shenshao Walker communicated with last. And he is the target of our team. Do you have any clues about the Salvation Alliance?" Ji Gaochuan said, "The night of the secret has risen now. You should not have any direct clues, right?" The expert nodded, "That's right." Ji Gaochuan said, "A member of the Salvation Alliance once bought the Wick Castle, and I heard the Son of Flame mention this thing. You can monitor this area, and maybe wait for the unwary members of the Salvation Alliance. Then leave this job to me." The man who said this pushed the door open. Renshurji gave them a standard smile. Chapter 139. The ordinary area in the south of Noah State occupies 30% of the city's area, and the remaining 60% is composed of slums. The prime location in the center belongs to the wealthy people. The members of the investigation department and the sons of the gods also live in the rich area. After careful consideration, Shinjiha chose a community in the ordinary area as their temporary residence. Although the slums seem more chaotic, it is actually easier for the local dignitaries to control than the civilian area. However, under the cover of the secret night, in fact, as long as they do not live opposite the director of the investigation department, it is almost impossible for them to be found. There are more than 7 million permanent residents in the urban area of Noah State. Finding dozens of people is like looking for a needle in a haystack when modern and supernatural search forces have failed. The secret night can not only prevent opponents from searching for themselves, but if the Federation wants to deal with them, it must first deal with the Moon Sons, who are maintaining the night, so they will get a considerable amount of breathing time, and the investigation department's plan to quickly wipe out the entire Salvation Alliance has also failed in the Southern Federation. But the night is not without any side effects. It covers up the secrets without considering the identity and purpose of the person digging out the secrets. This ensures that the Federation cannot find any loopholes. But for this reason, it has become very difficult for members of the Salvation Alliance in different cities to find each other. Although they can communicate with members of the Salvation Alliance, who have also participated in the Moon Ritual, it is conservatively estimated that they only account for 10% to 30% of the main combat power of the entire Southern Federation. The specific number depends on how many members of the Salvation Alliance survived in other places. At least according to the information he got from his initial contact with the Moon Child, many 4th-level ability users, who were well known within the Alliance, had no news at all. Moreover, for the members of the Salvation Alliance who could be contacted through the Moon Child, they had to adopt a much more cautious method of communication than in the past, and important information such as specific addresses and member abilities should not be exposed casually. Although the secret night can protect the information of the Salvation Alliance, even if they may leave the safe zone for various reasons in the future and be caught by the Federation, it is difficult for them to obtain any secrets through mental means. But the secret night cannot prevent the traitor from revealing information himself. Shinjiha has personally seen the betrayer and paid the price. He will never allow such a thing to happen again. In summary, they now have to gather the remaining Salvation Alliance and establish a new battle plan under the premise of ensuring secrecy. These are what Shinjiha plans to talk about in the next meeting. Dong dong. Shinji looked up at the door, then swept his eyes across the building. He suddenly narrowed his eyes, stared at the corner of the house for more than 10 seconds, and then retracted his gaze. Shin Jiha walked to the porch without saying a word, opened the door handle, and looked at his companion opposite. Xiaoying, have you seen Xiaolan today? Feng Xiaoying, who was standing outside the door, was a woman in her 20s. She often had a sharp look in her eyes that Shin Jiha didn't want to look at. As a telepath, he could indeed feel the sharpness of the other party. And she was usually quite decisive, and she was so neat in battle that people even thought she was in a hurry. When Qin Wan was defeated, the Special Service Department sent 2 members, who could target her 4th-level members to hunt her down. At that time, Feng Xiaoying had no idea what was going on, but she still managed to escape perfectly in that situation, and finally killed Shin Jiha directly. This is also related to her ability. Feng Xiaoying can highly affect the space within a 10-meter range of herself. She has the strongest melee ability among the 3 4th-level ability users, but she also has several obvious shortcomings. It is precisely because of this that the Special Service Department, which already knew her ability at the time, did not consider that they would fail. And when the night fell, she was also the one with the most outstanding record among the 3. Feng Xiaoying said, she seemed to have talked to me in the morning about what she was going to do today. Shin Jiha walked to the sofa chair in the living room and sat down, and kept the door open as usual. The 3rd person to arrive was Tao He, who was over 70 years old. This old man with slow steps was usually the last one to arrive, because Qin Lan and Feng Xiaoying would always arrive a little earlier. The old man walked in, holding the door frame. His old body could not withstand any direct battle, but he was the most destructive among the 3 present. With preparation, he could kill enemies that Shin Jiha and Feng Xiaoying could not defeat at all. He was a wizard. Tao He was born in the Eastern Federation, but went to the Western Federation to study at the age of 19, and met his teacher at that time. It was not until he was 30 years old that his teacher died unexpectedly, and he began to venture into the Western Federation. Although Shin Jiha had never seen Tao He in the past, he had heard about him. When he was young, Tao He was a real criminal. He used the witchcraft he learned to commit many crimes in order to seek various personal gains. After he offended several big shots at the age of 40, Tao He hid in the Southern Federation, and successfully promoted to the 4th level a few years later. After that, he rarely did evil. Because at this time, the enjoyment he wanted no longer needed to do evil to get it easily. He took the initiative to join the Salvation Alliance after he was over 60 years old. At the beginning, he deliberately concealed his past, but at that time, he did help them do all kinds of good things. After Qin Wan came to the Southern Federation in person, he took the initiative to find Shin Xiaoxingzhe to confess. It is said that he told Shin Xiaoxingzhe in that conversation that he had realized how stupid he was when he was young. He joined the Salvation Alliance to be a good person as much as possible in the future. Although he could not make up for the mistakes he made in the past. But at least, he could contribute his strength and knowledge to saving the world. And Shin Xiaoxingzhe answered him like this: I have seen the rest of your life, you did not lie. But these are all hearsay from him. Shin Jiha asked the old man some time ago. He just said, don't believe rumors. Be careful. Shin Jiha said to them, Qin Lan seems to have a stranger. Tao He said humbly, she mentioned to me that there are some things to announce today. Don't be so nervous. I can guarantee that she is a good girl. Feng Xiaoying said, Lao He is right. Do you still doubt Qin Wan's sister? No, he doubts everyone. But although Feng Xiaoying answered this way, Shin Jiha could still see that she was much more cautious than before, while Tao He did not change because of this reminder. It seems that he believes in his experience and vision. Qin Lan was the last to arrive. When she walked in, there was no one behind her, but Qin Lan did not walk in directly. She said straight to the point, Everyone, I want to introduce you to a member of the Salvation Alliance. Shin Jiha noticed that with this sentence, Feng Xiaoying's alertness had dropped to normal. Only he was still vigilant. Who? He asked curiously, as if he really expected Qin Lan to introduce the person to him. She turned around and looked at the position under the stairs, and nodded slightly. Shin Jiha heard the rhythmic footsteps, and the interval between each step of the other party kept almost the same pause. Although many times other people would maintain a seemingly stable pace, Shin Jiha had the ability to detect the difference, and he would also rely on this to judge other people's emotions. The guest instinctively adjusted the frequency of his steps to a level that was quite close to perfect. Ma Yin walked behind Qin Lan and greeted several 4th-level abilities present. Hello, I'm Ma Yin. Qin Lan led him into the house and began to introduce. Not long before that incident, Ma Yin was personally recruited into the Coordination Bureau by me, and my sister had seen him through glasses at that time. Qin Wan was very optimistic about Ma Yin. When they came to arrest me, it was also Ma Yin who helped me escape from Dongsantu. Feng Xiaoying looked at Ma En and said gratefully, "Thank you. I can't imagine what it would be like if she fell into the clutches of the Federation." Shen Jihe knew that she was worried about the impact on Shenxiao Walker. He deliberately turned his eyes away, and the tentacle-like mental power, with a silver luster stretched towards Ma En's position, and then gently drilled into the other's head to try to dig out possible secrets. "Isn't it a bit rude to do this?" Ma En's voice interrupted him. Shen Jihe retracted his power. "Sorry, but I am a little wary of strangers. If you don't mind, can you let me check your thoughts?" Ma En refused. "No, I think we can use a more gentle method to understand each other." Shen Jihe narrowed his eyes and said, "If you say that, I will think you have some secrets that you don't want us to know." Qin Lan also said, "What are you doing?" Shen Jihe looked at Qin Lan and blamed him sternly. "You didn't tell me in advance that he was coming to see us. I don't think this is responsible for our safety. And the strength of his mental defense is different from what it looks like. This is not something that everyone can do. Also, you said that he joined the Coordination Bureau not long ago. How can you be sure that he is not an undercover sent by the Federation?" Qin Lan was also a little surprised by his reaction. Although she had expected Shen Jihe to be suspicious and wary of Ma En's appearance, she did not expect it to be so serious. Tao He frowned and said, "She just said that Shenxiao Xingzhe had seen him. Even if you don't believe this young man, don't you believe her sister?" Shen Jihe shook his head. "No, of course I believe Shenxiao Xingzhe. But Shenxiao Xingzhe is not standing in front of me at this moment. I believe Shenxiao Xingzhe, but I don't believe you, Qin Lan. In fact, I started to suspect you a long time ago. You are hiding something from us, and there is actually a doubt. You are Shenxiao Xingzhe's biological sister. Since she has been arrested, how did you escape successfully? They had a machine that could predict the future, and they used it to capture many of our apparent companions. I don't think they had any reason not to use that machine on you. You and I both know how powerful it is to predict the future. Your words just now seem to have answered this question, but in my opinion, you are actually dispelling our doubts in advance. In fact, there is a reasonable explanation for why you were able to escape successfully. You were once controlled by the Federation. I don't know what they did to you. Maybe they modified your memory, and made you think that this Ma En was a trustworthy companion, or maybe they made you surrender, or maybe you are not the real Qin Lan at all. Even if they didn't do anything to you, what you saw may not be real. It is possible that they played a play with you. Maybe he is an undercover agent of the Federation, and made preparations to deceive your sister. Qin Lan, I am willing to believe you, but I can't allow myself to do so. As a telepath, I often see people make mistakes against their own will." Qin Lan had to admit that what he said made sense. She really shouldn't have been able to successfully escape from Dongxinzu, but Shen Jihe didn't know how magical the abnormal control bureau behind Ma En was. Thinking in the worst-case scenario, even if there is a possibility that this organization is colluding with the government, any benefit in his own is not worth the control bureau exposing their existence and technology. As for the possibility of being deceived, Mon can indeed do something with the memory, but if the Salvation Alliance is a lie, Mon can't deceive all members of the Salvation Alliance. If he can do it, there is no need to do it. Don't worry. Qin Lan said, I can understand your doubts and worries. You will understand after I explain the reasons clearly. Shen Jihe said, then explain everything clearly. He had actually checked Qin Lan's most superficial thoughts without causing suspicion. Before he said that, he was sure that Qin Lan didn't think she had any problems. But Ma's resistance made him feel that things might not be that simple. No, I don't let you invade my consciousness for a reason. Ma said, and it's for similar reasons to what you want to do. Some time ago, I got important intelligence outside and told Qin Lan, and then she and I investigated a lot of problems. Shen Jihe said, if you continue to play dumb, I won't believe you. Ma said, I didn't explain it clearly for the same reason. We have to talk somewhere else, Qin Lan. She took over and said, I will take your consciousness to other places. Don't resist. I promise it's absolutely safe. Please believe me. We will stay here to do this. Don't resist. Tao He and Feng Xiaoying looked at Shen Jihe. He paused and said, if you can do it. Swoosh. They suddenly appeared in a silver-white conference room. Feng Xiaoying and Tao He looked at Ma En in surprise. They both thought it was an illusion he created. But Shen Jihe's heart sank, because he knew very well that this was not an illusion. Now she can't hear our conversation, Ma said. The silver crescent moon had already sunk into Shen Jihe's eyes. Chapter 140. We seem to have left reality, right? Shen Jihe looked at Ma En, but the move just now should be safe. I can sense dangerous thoughts in advance. If what you are going to do is not good for me, I can capture your thoughts. He also said this to his two companions. Qinlan also informed Ma En of this matter in advance. After all, Shenjia is a 4th-level telepath. He has established a defense system to collect thoughts and ideas to prevent other creatures from attacking him. If there is no such thing, Ma En may try to pull it into the containment room. But in that case, Shenjia is likely to resist directly. Ma En stepped back half a step and stood behind Qinlan, and at the same time a black spider climbed onto his shoulder. It looked at the 3-4 ability people opposite and reported to Ma En. Detection of the concentration of gods in the individual. Low. Detection of the concentration of gods in the individual. Low. Detection of the concentration of gods in the individual. Low. Ma En said in the posture of a subordinate, "No problem." She said, "You just wanted to invade Ma En's idea. In fact, you are afraid that Ma En is a spy, right? He didn't want to let you into his mind because of the same worry. He was afraid that one of you would leak the content of our conversation, even if you didn't want to do so. The moon god is more insidious than we thought." Shenjia also calmed down after hearing this. "If you say so, I can indeed detect some abnormalities when I met the children of the moon. They seem to have some secrets in their hearts." Qinlan nodded. Yes, Ma En noticed their attempt to invade his mind when the night fell in Goenjiu. You just said that his spirit does not seem to match the actual defense. The moon children thought so too. They once wanted to implant a kind of symbiotic creature called Moon Bud in Main's brain, and wanted to use it to monitor and control the members of the Salvation Alliance. We don't know what their purpose is, but it is obviously unacceptable. Shenjia paused, forcing himself to temporarily put aside the possibility that the other party was lying, and assumed that what Qinlan said was true to think about it. "Can the psychic creature you mentioned strengthen memory?" Shenjia asked. Qinlan nodded happily. "Do you know?" He replied, "I have heard of this kind of thing, and there are not many symbiotic psychic creatures. But they are called hard buds in other places. I heard that the moon children transform them, but it is rumored that its function is to strengthen the telepathic ability of the moon children, and it cannot be used to monitor other people." Qinlan said, "This requires considering the nature of the gods, but before introducing you to how the moon bud works, we have to do some basic checks." Shenjia's eyes were extremely clear when he met its gaze. Qinlan nodded. "Whether you have the moon bud implanted in your body or not, you are not now the people under the control of the moon god, and we will continue to check whether there is a moon bud in your body. Before that, you can agree to this application first. Are you willing to become an employee of the Salvation Alliance?" "What is this?" Tao He asked. Qinlan began to explain. "We plan to rebuild the Salvation Alliance, but you should all be able to imagine that there will be quite a lot of problems if we just rebuild it so blatantly, and the most imminent one is the infiltration of the moon god. And the World Salvation Alliance is my plan to rebuild the alliance. This is a super-realistic dimension that allows members who have signed employee contracts with it to enter and exit it at will, and can communicate and contact across the entire Federation. And it has other powerful functions. We used it to know the moon buds in other people's hearts." Shenjia looked at Tao He. The wizard shook his head. "No, this is not a disguised devil's contract. I agree first, you look at me." He raised his hand and clicked yes. Nothing happened. Tao He confirmed, "There is no magic. If they will pay a price if they click agree, then the other party should be able to do it without clicking. Unless this is a devil's contract, the effectiveness of the contract itself is often only effective under the premise that both parties are clear. Credit is the most basic premise for the devil to get countless traders. But some wizards will use their creativity in the devil's contract, which is why they have to let Tao He confirm it first." Shenjia said to Feng Xiaoying, "There is no problem with Lao He's mental state." They also clicked agree. Qinlan raised her hand. "Look at this." She passed the document prepared by Ma En to these temporary new employees. Compared with the one she read, the description and introduction of the gods in it were much simpler, but it contained more specific information about the moon buds and detailed descriptions of their relationship with the characteristics of the gods. Shenjia's face changed. If the gods are really this kind of thing, then the hard buds are indeed likely to change from safe symbiotic creatures to weapons that can be secretly implanted with memories. The purpose of their hunting in the past few years is also likely to be to make biological weapons. This can explain why Ma En is unwilling to let himself invade his mind. According to the introduction of the nature of the gods, they are highly related to the memory and cognition in the brain. And the moon god is also the god of the mind. In theory, she can use her mental ability to directly influence other humans' cognition of herself and constantly strengthen herself, forming a perfect positive cycle. But you don't have to be afraid of me, Shinjiha said. I have been with them these days. The moon suns can't invade my mind without my awareness. It's not that easy to implant such things into a third-level telepath. Shinjiha can be sure that he has no problems. He is a fourth-level telepath. If the moon suns can do something to him quietly, they would have ruled the world long ago. Qinlan said, I believe you, but before that, I would like to ask you to take turns to stay in those rooms for a while, where you can detect whether there are foreign objects in your brain. She is referring to the containment room. What is this? Feng Xiaoying asked. Qinlan said, the containment room can detect the abilities of the abnormal entities inside and suppress them, and it can also transfer the characteristics of the abnormal entities inside to other people. In short, if I stand inside, one of you can have my high-speed movement. And this can also be used against our enemies. Her introduction was simple, but the three people on the opposite side were a little unresponsive. Shinjiha instinctively questioned, what? The other two also showed a suspicious look. Tao He and Feng Xiaoying, who originally believed in Qinlan, are now a little shaken, because what she said is too outrageous. Qinlan said, Sister Xiaoying, you can try it first. She walked into the containment room. Feng Xiaoying looked at the request on the employee information panel in front of her, and nodded her consent with some trepidation. Swoosh! A shadow passed in front of several people. They were all familiar with this scene, because this was what Qinlan looked like when she used her ability. Feng Xiaoying stopped a little at a loss, looked at Shinjiha and Tao He and asked, I was really just... Shinjiha was the first to speak. It's not an illusion. They looked at each other for a few seconds, and then ecstasy and confusion appeared in their eyes at the same time. This technology was really too powerful, and it shouldn't be the level that Qinlan could master. Shinjiha could clearly imagine how bad the world would be if the Federation got this technology. Qinlan walked out of the containment room and looked at them. You have seen it with your own eyes, and you should be able to understand what this technology can do. We can use it to fight against the Federation, even win, and rescue my sister. Tao He asked, how did this come from? Qinlan said, I think my sister led me to find it. She did think so. Qinlan said at the time that the Ma-En she saw was just a finger of the giant. Now Qinlan can understand that sentence. He is an employee of the Abnormal Control Bureau. Shinjiha asked, aren't you afraid that this is a gift from the devil? Qinlan asked back, don't you think we are not making a deal with the devil now? These gods want to leave here. They are also one of the forms of the Great Collapse. But do you think we have the power not to raise the secret knight? If we want to fight against the Federation, we have to accept the help of strangers. Compared to the alliance with the gods, I prefer to believe in the power that my sister has guided me to find. Shinjiha, who had just finished reading the report, was silent. She was right. If the World Salvation Alliance had this power, they had no right to refuse to use it, and it was more reasonable to use this power than to watch the Moon God infiltrate the World Salvation Alliance. Feng Xiaoying also advised, now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, I think trusting Qinlan is the best choice. After she finished speaking, she turned and walked into the containment room. Abnormal entity, Feng Xiaoying. Abnormal strength, 4.4. Danger level, 4.4. Description, an abnormal human. Features, space plasticine 4.4. The space 10 meters around the entity will be plasticine, and will be particularly susceptible to its will and reshaping. Abnormal entity, Moon Bud, infant, abnormal strength, 3.2. Danger level, 3.5. Feng Xiaoying, who was standing inside, also saw these words. Her face changed, and then she said to the people standing outside, it seems that I have been hit, but the word plasticine is very vivid. In fact, I have no way to directly control and influence space. I have to transform them into other things first, and then manipulate space by indirectly affecting them. I haven't told you this yet. Shinjiha said, Lao He, let's try it too. They took turns to enter the containment room. Abnormal entity, Shinjiha. Abnormal strength, 4.3. Danger level, 4.4. Characteristics, telepathy 4.3. Abnormal entity, Tao He. Abnormal strength, 4.3. Danger level, 4.4. Characteristics, wizard 4.3. Fortunately, only Feng Xiaoying was hit. This was also within their expectations. The other two fourth-level ability users had strong spiritual power. After they all came out, Shinjiha said, I can try to remove the moon bud in her brain. Although there is a slight risk for me. Ma-En said, the containment room itself can extract the moon bud, but it will consume some special resources and apply to the headquarters. Shinjiha continued, but removing the moon bud will definitely alarm them. If we want to keep it secret, we have to leave Xiaoying here, but her disappearance may also arouse suspicion. This may cause them to take action against other parasites in advance. Ma En said, "This is not a problem. I am a memory eraser. Both Feng Xiaoying and Yue Yao will forget about the world-saving secret alliance, and I can continue to weaken the influence on her brain." He looked at Feng Xiaoying and said, "You can leave a video later. We will delete your memory of the moon. After you leave here, you will no longer have any memory of this place, and we will delay time in this way, until we figure out the purpose of the moon child, and have the ability to form a force that can fully fight against it." Shen Jihe was surprised. "Force?" Qinlan said, "Yes, we are going to establish a psychic force, and I plan to appoint you and Ma En as the leaders of this team. We will select members who have not been affected through all the tests you have undergone today, and equip them with a variety of abilities to fight against the moon child, including memory deletion." Shen Jihe asked, "How do you prevent them from being attacked after leaving here?" Now many members of the Salvation Alliance of the Southern Federation must want to communicate and reunite with their companions through the Sons of the Moon. The Sons of the Moon will definitely take the opportunity to do something. The members we select will all have certain mental defense capabilities. Qinlan said, "We will give them." Ma En placed the spider in front of him. "This thing will also implant the seal of the unbeliever in you, so that you will not fall into the sons of the gods." Shen Jihe glanced at Ma En, who walked to Feng Xiaoying to delete his memory, and then lowered his head to look at the spider in front of him. Shen Jihe could feel that it was implanting something into his brain, and he did not resist at all. He blinked, and the stars in the sky and the bright silver moon flashed in Shen Jihe's eyes. Nothing was left. The crescent silver moon was half lying in the galaxy lazily, and from the outside, she seemed to be in a bubble. She built an internal system in Shen Jihe's mind, completely different from his main mind. When Ma En came in, she had already protected the secret behind her. You could see the similarities between Ma En and herself. Shen Jihe was actually right. A fourth-level telepath, like him, could not be easily controlled by the Son of the Moon. If they wanted to capture Shen Jihe, they would have to go through a fierce battle at least. But she was a fifth-level spiritual entity. Moon God. Chapter 141. After undergoing a comprehensive examination, Ma En and Shen Jihe found out the number of members who were parasitized by the moon bud. Among them, only Feng Xiaoying was parasitized in the fourth level, and all the lowest second-level members were safe. However, there were 3 parasitized ability users in the third level, and their mental power was not much stronger than that of ordinary people. The 3 fourth-level ability users, who had left the Abnormal Control Bureau, had already obtained employee status, but Feng Xiaoying had no way to realize this. After discussing with Shen Jihe, Ma En and Qinlan decided to let Shen Jihe secretly arrange the parasites around him and monitor them with mental abilities, not giving the Moon Sun the opportunity to contact the things in their brains again, and at the same time ensuring that they had no way to know the most important information. Then Ma En would regularly clean up and suppress the memories of the parasites. According to the information they summarized, as long as the moon buds were not directly removed, there would be no abnormalities for the time being. At most, the Moon Sun would feel that the efficiency of the influence was lower than expected. In addition, Shen Jihe also had to ensure that the parasite did not communicate directly with other people's minds, so as to prevent the offspring of the mature moon buds from sneaking into the minds of other members of the Salvation Alliance. Shen Jihe's figure suddenly appeared in the living room. He said to the front, "Leave that matter to me and Lao He." As he spoke, a woman in a white flowing robe also appeared in the corner of the room. The hazy veil condensed by the silver moonlight quietly hid the stunning face outside the dusty world. The woman turned her head slightly and looked at the position in front of Shen Jihe with curiosity. There was nothing there. In the eyes of the moon goddess, Shen Jihe was talking to the air. She had built a perfect shell in Shen Jihe's brain these days, which could extend the tentacles of the spirit to capture the thoughts and ideas passing by outside without his awareness. So she already knew that the name of the heir should be Ma En. "Yes," Ma En said, "this is very important to us." They were talking about capturing psychics. If you want to thwart the secret conspiracy of the Moon Sun, it is an indispensable prerequisite to have a psychic force belonging to the World Salvation Alliance, and to achieve this goal, the World Salvation Alliance must solidify the characteristics of the mind. And it is most appropriate to leave this matter to Shen Jihe, who is better than him at subduing low and medium-level psychics. Shen Jihe paused and said, "The previous things." Ma En said, "Don't worry, if I were in your position, I would probably do similar things, and I might even do it better than you. In wartime, being lucky is like handing a knife to your enemy." Shen Jihe said with some surprise, Thank you for your understanding. Shinjiha took the initiative to mention that incident in order to eliminate the possible grudges with Mon. Many people with special abilities he met could not tolerate the doubts and hostility of others, and would also be much more angry than ordinary people when their privacy was violated. When your identity has dragged you into danger, the exposure of important information is something that is difficult to accept. For many people with special abilities, this incident has seriously endangered their lives. When Shinjiha was young and didn't understand this truth, he used telepathy on his best friend inappropriately, which led to their separation forever. After that, he almost stopped exploring other people's privacy at will, and trained his telepathy skills to the point where he could identify many important information without touching the depths. This is why he can directly see whether others are lying, and he can also piece together the outline of the iceberg buried under the water by collecting the outermost thoughts. But even so, he must be careful not to expose the information he has obtained and inferred, otherwise it will directly cause a serious crisis of trust. After all, anyone who hears a telepath tell his secrets will suspect that all the secrets deep in his heart have been seen by the other party. And Shinjiha has learned that after offending others, he must first lower his position and apologize to others. But Ma-En interrupted him before he could speak clearly, and the words he uttered next also made Shinjiha give up the idea of continuing to speak. The other party not only knew the vigilance that the members of the Salvation Alliance should have now, but also mastered the ability to think in other people's shoes. An ability that people always claim to have, but in fact they don't have at all. Ma-En continued, Qin should have told you how to do it, right? Shinjiha nodded. Well, I know what to do. We plan to hand over the collection to Lao Tao first. His power is also suitable for this kind of thing. The abnormal entities they captured can be locked in the containment room, or they can be exchanged for corresponding abnormal values, and then they can use it for various things, including the advance and solidification capabilities that must be done to form a team. In Main's original plan, the consumption of abnormal values would double when dealing with institutions under the Abnormal Control Bureau, which means that he would extract at least half of them, but at that time, he had not yet thought of forming the Salvation Alliance. They are now in a wartime situation. Main intends to give all the collected abnormal values to the Salvation Alliance for their own use before stabilizing, but of course, he still needs to get his approval. The purpose of the Salvation Alliance is not to collect energy for Main. Even if it is for the sake of interests, it is a wiser choice to increase the speed of development, not to mention that they are in a situation where they may be hit at any time. If everything goes well, it won't be long before they have a team with only telepathic abilities, and these members themselves will have at least other abilities of the third level. This is also the premise for permanently maintaining the third level characteristics, and they must be of the same class. Xiang Yudi, who is still in the Eastern Federation, is a third level devil believer. He can only use the fourth level characteristics that are higher than his own for a shorter time. Now he is also trying to use all kinds of knowledge and technology he has mastered to try to improve his ability to withstand characteristics. Ma-En's permanent abilities now include Shadow Walker, Memory Erasure, and Appearance Cognition Disorder. The existence of these three abilities has made his body balanced, and there is no way to use additional characteristics above the third level. When he used the Shadow Blade, it was only temporary. Fortunately, these characteristics themselves could not be used for a long time, and as the director of the Abnormal Control Bureau, he did not need anyone's approval when using it, so in actual performance, it was basically no different from having the Shadow Blade. But after his research these days, Ma-En determined that normal people with the same level of ability can basically only permanently use one or two characteristics of the same level, and no employee has been found to be able to use characteristics higher than their own level for a long time. His permanent use of the Shadow Walker seems to be some kind of privilege, but Ma-En still doesn't know what determines it, and he didn't find the instructions for use in the Control Bureau. Ma-En doesn't know whether he can withstand the characteristics of level 5 or higher for a long time, or whether there is any way to allow low-level ability users to hold high-level abilities for a long time. If you have anything to help me with, please contact me through the Salvation Alliance at any time, or let Qin assign me a task, but she also gave me some other tasks, and I shouldn't have much free time before you are ready. Ma-En looked at Shinjiha and said, if there is nothing else, I will leave first. In addition to the establishment of the psychic force, Ma-En actually has a second plan. After getting the Titan's relics, he had the idea of going underground to the Tuvik Castle. According to the existing evidence, the Titan sealed underground was not a monster that would harm the world, but a human civilization that had fought against the gods in the past. The spider showed the ability to detect enemies and friends, and it had already classified Maine as a friendly camp. If he could form a Salvation Alliance force that would not be controlled by the mind, and could retreat to the Control Bureau at any time, he might be able to send a team to the underground to launch a long-term exploration plan, and try to find weapons or knowledge that could be used to fight against the Federation and the gods, and then transform them into his own power through the characteristics of the abnormal Control Bureau. Although it is still unclear what the sealed world is like, whether people in the past have built a defense system, whether there are still living creatures below, and whether ordinary people with special abilities may encounter danger when exploring the inside, these are still questions. But its potential technology and wealth are irresistible temptations for any enemy of the gods. However, there are some new changes to Wick Castle now. First, the members of the main hunting team, who have just arrived, have ordered surveillance and control. This is his former residence in the records of the investigation department, so if he wants to obtain the relics of the lost civilization, he must deal with this problem first. Fortunately, the person in charge of surveillance is his undercover in the Federation. Rinshirji mentioned in his report that he is trying to make the surveillance here exist in name only. He will use his work experience and ability to buy off the local investigation department members responsible for this plan, and corrupt them into his own people. Shinjiha nodded to Main. Goodbye, you can also contact us if you encounter any difficulties. Main nodded slightly, and then disappeared in front of him out of thin air. After a few minutes, the woman in the moonlight was sure that the mortal she could not see had left. It was really interesting. The reason why Shinjiha could not see the moon goddess was that she had the fifth order psychic ability, and she herself was the incarnation and master of secrets. Secrets are a concept that is highly related to the mind. In many legends and myths, she is the guardian of night and dreams, and guards the deepest secrets of human minds during the most defenseless period of time. But it has been nearly 100 years since secrets became one of her main components. Under her orders, the Moon Children began to spread various conspiracy theories related to the moon. These include the existence of a secret base on the dark side of the moon, and the claim that the moon landing was just a lie of the federal government, and that the Federation wanted to cover up the truth from the civilians. This kind of conspiracy theory does sound hard to believe, but under the guidance of her powerful spiritual power, it has already gained an astonishing number of supporters in today's modern society. The so-called secret is a piece of information that is unwilling to be spread and known. For example, the appearance of some creatures cannot be understood, and the existence of some creatures cannot be sensed and realized. Before she became a secret, there were other secret entities, and they should have other words to describe this characteristic. But the moon goddess didn't know how to call other creatures secret entities, because she had hardly come into contact with any secret entities, but she knew that such individuals existed. According to her inference, she should have met a secret entity in the past. Although she no longer remembered the other party's existence and any other information, she didn't know how to retain the information of what a secret entity is. In the past, when she could no longer remember the time, she had the idea of obtaining this power, and then various conspiracy theories related to the moon emerged. She also secretly controlled scientists to publish papers that could exacerbate these ideas, secretly guided the changes and development of the semantics of several words, and various large and small events. This is not a simple matter, but when she received the title of the Heart Guardian a long time ago, it was destined that she could now directly influence mortals' perception of herself in a way that other gods could not. She is the brightest light in the night, and the night itself. She is the keeper of secrets and dreams, and the god closest to them. Although her concept of secrets may not be exactly the same as other secret entities, and has not reached the most rational level, but with the active shaping of these decades, she has been able to actively conceal her existence, which is why she can stay in Shinjia's mind without being noticed. She is a secret. It is easy for other normal 5th-level telepaths to kill Shinjiha, but it is difficult to do it even to her current level. Especially under the premise that Shinjiha is cautious when contacting her people, he always makes sure not to be out of touch with his companions. If he wants to control Shinjiha by force, he will definitely have time to tell his companions about the attack he encountered, and the moon god will have to control or kill these dozens of ability users together, but that will be meaningless. She tried to create her own eyes inside the Salvation Alliance, not to convert a few moon children, nor to do anything to her people's current allies, and she didn't care about the information the Salvation Alliance had. She just wanted to keep the fact that there was a traitor in the Salvation Alliance. The existence of this matter would satisfy all the needs of the moon god. This is also the reason why she can't kill or control other members of the Salvation Alliance. After all, if there is no one to be concealed, then it is not a secret. Chapter 142. Open your eyes, the young man said to the girl in front of him. The girl blinked in confusion. Where am I? The man smiled appropriately. What are you talking about? Didn't we agree to have dinner together today? I have arranged all the following itineraries. Of course, He arranged more than just dinner, but also the following entertainment, and what to do when night falls. The girl looked at him dully and said, "Dinner? Come with me." He smiled and took the girl's hand, skillfully led her away from the bed she had just sat on, walked through the long corridor, and walked towards the restaurant. "I promise you will spend a dreamy night. Only for one night." The girl looked at the young man's back with expectation, and walked into the restaurant half dragged and half pulled. She seemed to remember the other person's identity in a daze. Her lover. The man took her to the dining table. On the tablecloth were silver plates, bloody steaks, steaming fish soup, and lobsters with beautiful limbs, and they were all fresh. He only liked fresh ones. Wow! The girl's attention was uncontrollably attracted by the exquisite food. What a sumptuous dinner! This is just the appetizer, he murmured in a low voice with only his own voice. What is the main course? The girl asked. The main course is of course your beautiful body. I will enjoy it slowly. A beautiful girl like you deserves to be eaten twice. Once in bed, and once at the dining table. The deep male voice broke into the man's mind. I really don't understand. It is clear that you can live an enviable life in a moral and legal way as long as you spend some time. You are a telepath. The thought just came to the man's mind, and he realized something was wrong. Shinjiha walked out of the girl's body, looked directly at the young man's horrified expression, raised his right arm, and slowly pushed his palm towards his forehead, as if to crush something between them. In the process, the man opposite him completely froze in his face, and his thoughts also stagnated. An old man in a wizard's robe suddenly broke into the restaurant, chanting a spell older than him, and the invisible arm drilled out of the space around the young man and grabbed his body tightly. The young man, whose face was completely dull, gradually became transparent while being dragged by those invisible arms, and finally disappeared in front of them. It's done. I take him to that special dimension. Tao, he adjusted the cuffs of his robe. Take the child back. Only you can deal with the damage she suffered. Shinjiha nodded. Leave it to me. If he hadn't been searching for telepaths around him, he wouldn't have had the chance to meet such a bad bastard. This telepath has killed more than a dozen civilians in Noah State in the past 2 months. When the Coordination Bureau still existed, there would still be people with abilities who wanted to prevent such things from happening, but the Special Service Department and the Investigation Department didn't care about these things at all. Unless someone with abilities offended politicians or wealthy people, they would intervene to investigate. Come with me, Shinjiha said to the girl. This is just a nightmare that is so blurry that it is difficult to see clearly. Go back. It will be slowly digested and eroded by trivial life as time goes by. Shinjiha watched the girl walk into the crowd. When she returned home, she would lie on the bed and fall into a deep sleep. Then the dream would find a way to heal the trauma caused by the power of the mind. Dream. Shinjiha raised his head and looked at the beautiful crescent moon. The moonlight gradually became blurred as his pupils became dilated. Then sleepiness quietly climbed up his spine, and darkness was like a tide. Pa. The waves hit the shore. Even with his eyes closed, he could clearly feel the temperature of the gravel under his feet, the charming silver luster of the seawater that covered his ankles, and the unspeakable forgetfulness. Shinjiha opened his eyes, and then he realized that he was standing on a beach shining with stars. The silver waves were constantly washing the miniature stars that made up the gravel, as if they wanted to completely cool down their remaining temperature. What is this? This is your dream. The voice of the moon goddess sounded behind him. Isn't it beautiful? I spent a long time building this secret nest. It is also an interesting challenge for me to hide it from a telepath of your level without leaving any loopholes. Shinjiha turned around and stared at the woman opposite him, took a few steps back, and then began to observe her position with his mind vision. This is basically the deepest position in his consciousness. As a telepath, being invaded by other entities here basically means death for them. But the other party did not control his mind, and for some reason he came here by himself, which was somewhat different from his understanding of the spiritual realm. And even if he was invaded by a high-level spiritual entity, the alarm system he set up would alert the other members of the Salvation Alliance. And this beach seems to exist independently of his mental structure. The woman opposite built a special system here. She did not communicate directly with her mind, but interacted with her mind through the shell of this structure she built. This is a particularly powerful mental entity, but how did she get into her head? As if she could hear Shinjiha's thoughts, the moon god smiled and said, Are you wondering how I got in? But this idea itself is wrong. I didn't come in, we have always been here. When you first saw the moon after you were born, I was here, and when you saw the sun, the ocean, the fire, the thunder, and the rainstorm, they were here to accompany me, and you could actually see them. It's just that you can't realize that these thoughts in your brain are part of the body of other creatures. And they can't perform this level of subtle control on their bodies, but I'm different. Although I and they are part of your mind, I am still the master of the mind. Shinjiha already understood who was standing opposite him. Moon God? He stared at the woman and said, "What do you want to do to us?" It must be that when he was communicating with the son of the moon, this spiritual god found an opportunity to invade. The current situation is very bad. It goes without saying that the purpose of such a powerful telepath in his mind is probably very dangerous to the Salvation Alliance, and she has already spread the moon buds in the Salvation Alliance throughout the Southern Federation. What exactly does she want to do? The moon goddess smiled and said, "This is a secret, but don't worry. If I wanted to play with your mind, you would have become my puppet long ago." She did not control herself directly. The moon goddess must have hidden in the Savior Alliance without being noticed. It is very likely that what she was plotting was quite far away, which led to her not directly invading his and other members of the Savior Alliance's minds. Is her purpose to disintegrate their plan for the son of the moon so that her original plan can be carried out smoothly? This can actually explain why she did not invade directly, because if she controlled herself directly, she might be discovered by the routine inspection of the Savior Alliance. But how did she hide those measures? The sleeping spider's detection method is to sense the concentration of gods in your body, which is indeed useful for other gods. The moon goddess smiled, because unless you understand me well enough, they have no way to influence mortals through the mind, but I am the god of the mind. As for the second test, I didn't stay there to meet it, so I don't know what it can do. But it shouldn't be able to detect anything. The reason is very simple. There is nothing wrong with you. I was no longer in your mind at that time. I just left this beach. There is no spiritual power here. You can see it because you are crazy. This is the part separated by me. These are all fantasies of mental patients. She didn't exist in Shinjia's mind at that time. He suffered from a mental illness, and it was no different from the illusions seen by other mental patients, and there were many special mechanisms suitable for the moon goddess to be reborn here. She applied special fertilizer to Shinjia's head to ensure that she could grow out of thin air in the soil of his mind at any time. For normal abnormal entities, madness alone cannot be a channel for them to invade the mind, so no one would consider this possibility. But the gods themselves are made up of certain human memories, so she can reappear in the minds of mortals with mental problems without any abnormal power. That is why the containment room could not observe any problems during the second test. Unless the function of that thing is to detect mental illness, there is no way to find any traces of her presence. And she reappeared on this beach a few hours after Shinjiha left there. Shinjiha also gradually understood how she influenced him. "You didn't really stay in my mind. You built this so-called beach in my mind, and used it to isolate me from the possibility of noticing your existence. If you really want to do something to me, you will definitely alarm me. And I was not caught here by you. This is the result of the smooth operation of the defense mechanism in my mind. I found you." The moon god showed a calm smile. "Yes, you just realized that there was something wrong with your thinking, so you appeared on this beach that should have been separated from you, but I just happened to have some questions to ask you. I want to know everything about Ma-En." Shinjiha immediately used his power to pull Ma-En's memory into the depths of his heart, and used various mental methods to build a solid wall between this information and her, preventing the moon god from infiltrating his thoughts. At least she couldn't take those things away without forcible action. "If you want them, you have to come and get them yourself," Shinjiha said. Although he broke into here now, he was also trapped on the beach. As long as the moon god tried to take those memories, he could take the opportunity to send a warning signal to his companions, and completely burn Ma-En's information. The moon god smiled and said, "You want me to enter your mind to forcibly obtain those contents, and then give you the opportunity to take these information out of the beach? No, I won't do that. This is not because Yushin is worried about exposing herself, but because she cannot see Ma-En clearly through the pure spiritual dimension. Even if she tears up Shinjia's mind and searches for Ma-En's memory inside, she can only find some fragments. Because she and he are both secrets, and secrets cannot meet each other. This is a defensive measure created by Yushin after realizing that she had encountered secret entities and realized their danger. Her original purpose was to prevent other secret entities from finding her, which may have prevented other secret entities from realizing that she was imitating their power. But now it has also become an obstacle between herself and a weak secret entity. At least in terms of the degree of secrecy, Ma-En is not the lowest entity she has encountered. The evidence is that she can also infer the possibility that Ma-En exists around her. When other secret entities approach her, they will not be able to perceive and recognize each other's existence because of the law that secrets cannot meet. and a weak secret entity will be her most perfect learning object. Shinjiha then stepped back. Then don't even think about getting anything from me. The moon goddess ignored his resistance and began to say, do you know why I want to get information about Maine? He is much more dangerous than you think and know, and he is what I am looking for. As long as you hand him over to me, I can withdraw the moon buds planted in all your Salvation alliances. You should be able to sense it. This is not a lie. Shinjiha looked at her and shook his head. I will never betray my companions. I suggest you kill me directly, otherwise you will be completely driven out of my mind after I leave here. Compared to the fact that the moon goddess had been lurking in his heart for a long time, his death was not a bad thing. Although he might not be able to continue to defend the Salvation Alliance and save Qinluan, he believed that his companions would continue to do this, and they would succeed even without his participation. This was indeed the case. Even if the moon goddess killed him, he could not continue to invade the Salvation Alliance. He would send warnings and intelligence to Qinluan and others before being completely killed. At that time, they could hide in the Salvation Alliance, readjust their battle plan against the moon goddess, and continue to act with a more cautious attitude. Do you really think so? The moon goddess smiled frivolously. But you can realize my existence here because this is just a dream, and no one can bring the secrets in the dream back to reality. Even if you find me, nothing can stop you. Finally, think carefully, is Ma-En really worthy of your trust? This sentence turned into an ice needle and pierced Shinjia's chest, then instantly melted into cold water and flowed into the blood, leaving no trace. Shinjia stared at his intact body and looked at Yushin. What did you do to me? Yushin showed a mysterious expression. No, I didn't do anything, have you forgotten? I am just your memory and thoughts. Now come to the surface with new ideas. You will think about my problems, and look forward to your next meeting with me. Shinjia suddenly opened his eyes, and looked around in a panic. He was lying on the bed in his bedroom. He got up and looked out the window. It was already late in the morning. He returned to his body in the bedroom after escorting the girl home and took a nap. The man vaguely remembered that he had just had a dream. It was just a dream. Chapter 143. Ma-En stood outside the containment room and looked at the nervous young men inside. The telepath fell into a state of near hysteria, and the floor was full of torn papers and pillow stuffing. Ma-En specially prepared a better living space for him. Telepath 3.2, the average strength of the third-order telepathic ability. Extraction requires 1 point of abnormal value, solidification requires 10 points, and each point consumed can be given to an employee of the Abnormal Control Bureau. Shinjia stood 2 steps behind Ma-En and looked at the decoration in the containment room. This is the only telepath I found recently. Although he was brought back by me, this power still makes me feel scared. He was talking about the Abnormal Control Bureau. Ma-En replied, our enemies will think so too. And if we encounter villains who are not qualified to have power, but are not guilty of death in the future, we actually have a more moral and ethical solution than before. I heard that when you dealt with them in the past, it seemed that there were only 2 choices, death or freedom. Shinjia nodded. Because imprisoning a group of criminals with abnormal abilities is quite risky. If they are allowed to escape successfully, they may commit crimes far more vicious than before they went to prison. So in the Southern Federation, we kill all abnormal criminals with serious crimes, and give simple education to those with medium and minor crimes. We won't really do anything to them. I heard that the coordination bureaus in other regions have their own ways of doing things. This kind of thing still depends on the local situation. For example, the Central Federation, which has the most advanced technology, will pass a set of laws tailored for people with abnormal abilities to imprison them, because they really don't have to worry about the dangers that may be caused by the escape of criminals. After all, even the laws of different states can be quite different. In the final analysis, we are just weighing the pros and cons. Even the same executor will give different solutions. For example, the God's people and those with abilities will be given lenient sentences. Ma-En nodded. We are not a court. No ruler has ever made the original law in the abnormal field. The rule of law in the world where ordinary people live has been advancing and retreating over the years. We live in a lawless place that they have not seen for thousands of years. I think it is enough as long as it conforms to basic morality and ethics. Killing a felon or making him spend the rest of his life in loneliness is too vague for us. And facing a crisis that can exterminate mankind, there is no need for us to nitpick. Here, we are pioneers and forerunners in the dark, and no one is paving the way for us. Shinjia had already vaguely anticipated what Ma-En wanted to say. Have you thought about how to deal with him? We already have 3 containment points, which is enough to bring out his power. Lao He and I are still searching for other ability users. I estimate that there will be no threshold before the value exceeds 20. However, since it cannot repeatedly extract the same number of values from the same or similar anomalies, I estimate that the collection speed will slow down after that. And even if we want to deal with a third-level ability user, we must remain cautious. If we rush for success, it may give the opponent a chance to escape or even counterattack. You can never imagine what the ability user you meet can do. He said this with a sense of modesty. As long as they act cautiously, it is almost impossible for two fourth-level ability users to effectively resist the low-level ability users. Compared with the successful counterattack of the third-level ability user, the more likely problem is that the opponent actually conceals his strength. Keeping your information secret is the best way to survive. If you can't do this, releasing false information can also achieve a similar effect. Mon said, after you get enough outliers, we can try to form the initial team. In fact, I should also carry out the collection task with you, but Qinlan gave me other tasks. Shinjiha asked in surprise. What? Mon did not answer directly. This matter has a high risk, so I will temporarily test whether it is suitable to become the main work content of our World Salvation Alliance. Before it is officially implemented, I need to send some members to carry out some very dangerous detection work. Under the premise that the danger and situation are not clear, I don't think it is a good decision to send our compatriots to carry out. He was looking at the young man in the containment room while speaking. Shinjiha seemed to be just curious and asked, "Can't you tell me now?" Mon said, "The opponents we face have many psychics. Whether it is the investigation department or the gods, they all have 5th-level psychics. If we don't want us to be quickly disintegrated, we must attach importance to basic confidentiality among employees. But if this goes well, we will discuss this in detail in a while, and the team we have formed will probably carry out their first mission." Shinjiha nodded slightly. "Did Qinlan tell you about the confidentiality? I never noticed that she is so suitable to be a leader." Ma-En tapped the wall a few times. "She is the sister of Shin Shaoxingja." The words application approved appeared on the wall, and they came from Qinlan. Looking at Ma-En's back as he walked out of the containment room, Shinjiha couldn't help but narrow his eyes and looked at him. I don't know when, maybe when he woke up one day, he suddenly noticed many suspicious things about Ma-En. Although the explanation he gave himself was very reasonable, and could perfectly explain all his actions. But it was just an explanation. All the known information could not prove that Ma-En was fine, and his initial suspicion could still be established if these secret alliances for salvation really existed. His acquaintance with Qinlan could also be the result of careful planning, and there might still be secrets in his mind that could not be seen by others. The biggest doubt was the source of the secret alliance for salvation. This magical power could be explained by the existence of the Shishao Walker, but when it first appeared in front of him, it appeared together with Ma-En. This made him have to have all kinds of bad imaginations. Therefore, Shinjiha tried to list all the known information in the notebook, and tried to think whether his idea was reasonable or not. The conclusion he came to through pure rational thinking was, he thought too much. The existing doubts did not support his suspicion of Ma-En at all. Qinlan had no reason to lie to them, and even if she lied about the secret alliance for the salvation of the world, there was a probability of more than 90% that she was acting out of goodwill. And judging from the current situation, he had no reason to suspect that Ma-En and Qinlan would be detrimental to the Salvation Alliance. Ma-En had even told him that the secret mission would be carried out by them together. He obviously just had to wait. This suspicious thought should be due to the psychological shadow left by those betrayal incidents. Shinjiha looked up at the glass of the holding room. The young man standing opposite Ma-En showed a look of hatred and anger, but before he saw Ma-En's reaction, the wall was no longer transparent. This was a secret interrogation. The young man looked at Ma-En with hostility. "What did you do to me?" Ma-En did not answer. The young man was angered by Ma-En's attitude of ignoring him. "Do you know who I am? Do you know how many friends I have who can avenge me? I will make you regret locking me up here. Even if you people with special abilities are not afraid, you also have people you care about, and we will let them pay for you." Ma-En looked at him calmly. Their eyes crossed. The young man's voice stopped abruptly, and then his face began to turn red rapidly. The man stretched out his hands to scratch the air around his throat. As his face turned completely purple, the man looked at Ma-En with more pleading and fear in his eyes. Ma-En walked slowly to the two chairs, spent a few seconds to put them in place, and then looked back at the young man whose face was full of despair. Hope and pleading rekindled on his face. But Ma-En just looked at him and waited for a few seconds. For the young man, this was almost eternity. Cough, cough, cough. The man bent down in pain, holding his throat tightly with both hands, and timidly explored the air around him, as if he was afraid that something invisible would attack him again. What's your name? Asked Marn. The man raised his head and looked at Marn. The moment his eyes stayed on Marn, he felt the fear of approaching death seem to climb back into his brain, and then he instinctively showed a look of fear. My name is Eddie. Eddie felt ashamed and angry about his reaction. If he was allowed to escape, if he was given a chance, he would definitely repeat the torture that was 100 times more terrifying than before to all the people Ma-En cared about. Ma-E sat opposite him and said, You should have realized that you can't sense the mind. Eddie opened his mouth in confusion. What do you want to say? Ma-En said, We have deprived you of your telepathic ability. Eddie smiled a little panicked. Are you talking about mind-shielding metal or something? I have heard that the investigation department has this kind of thing, or is this an illusion created by other telepaths? No, I mean it literally. You are now an ordinary person. Ma-En's answer shattered all his fantasies just now. Eddie's face gradually turned pale, and there was a bit of madness in his eyes when he looked at Maine, as if he would tear him to pieces in the next moment, but when his emotions were at their highest, he remembered what had just happened. All his anger cooled down in an instant, and his originally upright body also collapsed. Eddie asked desperately, What are you going to do to me? I have no ability anymore, so at least let me leave here. I can no longer threaten you. He is nothing anymore. Okay. Maine nodded. Eddie was ecstatic when he heard this. Of course we can give you freedom, but you still have to stand trial for the crimes you have committed. Based on my understanding of the modern judicial system, your crimes can be sentenced to death in 99% of the states. I can let you die freely. Or you can choose the second option. Eddie asked anxiously, What? We just need a few volunteers to carry out a mission. Mon said, If you agree, just sign this. A line of words appeared in front of Eddie. Are you willing to become a Level 0 employee of the Salvation Alliance? Employees can communicate with the Control Bureau in real time, so that even if Eddie dies during the exploration, he will leave important information valuable to the controller. Eddie asked, How can I survive, carry out a suicide mission, or make some merit? Mon's answer was very concise. You don't need to know, we don't have any promises, freedom, life, nothing, but if you sign it now, at least you can guarantee to postpone your death. We won't force you. You can make your choice freely. After all, you are just an ordinary person. Eddie couldn't say a word in the face of Ma-En's humiliation. He could only bite the humiliation and swallow it back into his stomach, and he knew that there was no way to struggle. As Ma-En said, he was just an ordinary person. And he was afraid of death. I sign. Eddie stretched out his hand and nodded. At least tell me who you are? Ma-En stood up and turned to the exit as if he didn't hear his question. Wait for me to contact you. When he left the containment room, Shinjiha was still waiting outside. How is it? He asked, looking at Ma-En. Ma-En nodded, very smooth. If possible, I may need similar expendable manpower next. You and Tao He can pay attention to whether there are any unforgivable criminals who can undertake these tasks while collecting abnormal values. Ability users are not a necessary condition, but it would be better to have some professional qualities. If the Federation is their ally, the Abnormal Control Bureau may be able to directly transport the criminals in the prison here to perform the death mission. Shinjiha nodded. Okay, leave it to me and Lao He. After communicating all the work, they left the Abnormal Control Bureau. But when Shinjiha stepped out, he did not walk into the familiar reality. What caught his eyes was the endless silver desert, which was the only light source in this black world. Welcome back. A strange female voice sounded behind him. Shinjiha quickly turned around and looked at the beautiful woman not far behind him warily. Then he asked, Who are you? The moon goddess smiled and said, Shinjiha, you are a psychic with a strong will, but even the hardest stone cannot withstand the shaping of water over time. This is the third time we have met here. We will repeat similar conversations countless times in the future. But you will never remember it once. Chapter 144. Wick Castle. A fully armed young man pushed open the door leading to the basement, but the door behind him was not the first floor of the castle, but a white corridor that did not belong to the real world. Theoretically, there should be 2 professionally trained members of the investigation department standing not far behind him, and the stairs and the basement were also covered with various surveillance equipment during this period, but they are no longer useful, because Rinshurji was responsible for setting up these things. Eddie walked down with heavy steps, and came to the basement unimpeded. He saw the wooden door that Maine told him, but he didn't know where it would take him. But Eddie had no choice. The door frame was carved with complicated patterns, like some kind of magic spell from the Western Federation. When he stood in front of the door, Maine suddenly sent a message, Open the door. Eddie put his hand on the handle. This was no different from opening any door, but it was very similar to the scene he had experienced when he came here. There was no trace of artificial construction in front of him, and a dark and crowded cave appeared behind the door. Close the door and move on. Eddie walked over. He turned to look at the rectangular portal behind him, stretched out his hand to tighten the wooden door, and then the portal connecting to the Wick Castle disappeared with his action. Did you close the door? He asked Maine through the employee panel. We have other ways to recover members, don't worry. He replied. Continue the action. In the Abnormal Control Bureau, Maine was sitting in a chair looking at the floating screen in front of him. It showed the world seen by Eddie, and there was a teleport button on the right, but what he didn't tell Eddie was that he could feel that the time required for teleportation increased by about 7 seconds. Maine looked at the floating screen, and Eddie inside activated the lighting system on his body, and the dark cave became bright. The road in front of him could only allow 3 to 5 people to move forward side by side, and it was unclear how far it would take to leave, but the wizards in the past should have walked here, so it shouldn't be very far. And he also asked Eddie to bring enough food, so that this level 0 employee would not starve to death for a while. Eddie followed Maine's order, and began to move forward continuously. This process was quite boring, and much longer than their initial idea. Eddie repaired 3 times during the process of moving forward, and it took a total of nearly 4 hours to approach the exit, but this was also because of his average physical fitness. But when the light appeared faintly in the distance, Eddie unconsciously quickened his pace. The moment he walked out of the cave, soft white light filled his entire body, and there were white cloud-like objects floating in the place where the sky should be. They were the light source that illuminated this world. Looking at these glowing clouds, Eddie felt as if he was in a giant house. The light source in the sky created the same effect as the light bulbs in the house. They should be some kind of man-made product. The ground was an empty wasteland. There was nothing unusual at first glance. There were some weeds growing tenaciously on the ground in the distance, reminding them that this was not a wasteland. There were 2 other things worth noting in his field of vision. One was a tower in front of him on the left that pierced the sky. At this distance, it looked like a thin black needle. The other was a road leading to the distance 200 meters in front of him. Finally, behind him came a towering stone wall, which extended as far as he could see. The road eventually disappeared in front of the stone wall, but it didn't look like it stopped here, as if it had been built when it appeared. What should I do now? Eddie asked. Marn said, first check if there are any signs of human passing by. Eddie searched the place and then replied, I can't see anything. He didn't have any professional knowledge in this area. Follow the road, Marn said. Although the tower was within his field of vision, it was probably not easy to reach on foot based on its height and width, and the existence of the road meant that it was likely to lead to other man-made buildings. After receiving the order, Eddie headed towards the road according to Marn's request. There is also a way to teleport. When he saw the weeds, Eddie actually thought that there might be food supplies needed for survival here, which made him think of escaping a little, but the information provided by Marn when he entered also made him hesitate. Marn claimed that he could still take him away from here, but this could also be a lie to appease himself. However, these thoughts did not stay in Eddie's mind for long, because he soon remembered that he was already an ordinary person, and without any abnormal abilities, he had no way to survive in the wild for a long time. Rather than taking the opportunity to escape and betting that Mon could not do anything to him, Eddie thought it was a better choice to pretend to cooperate and wait for the opportunity to find opportunities in such an exploration mission. Since they gave him a chance, he would definitely make them regret not killing him in time. As he moved forward in silence, Eddie and Marn noticed that the environment around him was slowly changing, and the vegetation was gradually increasing, but they hadn't seen any animals yet. The continuous increase in vegetation distribution seemed to vaguely prove that his direction of advancement was correct. Eddie made several consecutive repairs on the road, and there was no abnormal movement in the next 5 hours of progress, and the surrounding vegetation began to become more and more dense. He could occasionally see a few trees standing not far from the road. And Marn noticed that the time required for Eddie to teleport had been extended to 1/3 of 7 seconds. Suddenly, when Eddie walked to a certain distance, the number of trees around him began to increase exponentially. In less than 200 meters, the environment around him changed from a plain to a forest. I feel that the surroundings are a little too quiet. Eddie said a little uneasily, I have been to the forest, and the feeling I had was completely different. Do you want me to make some repairs here? He was obviously a little scared. Mon's answer was also very direct, move forward. Eddie stood still. No, I think something is wrong. If you need me to do this kind of work, then give me better treatment, at least give me a few mortals to explore the way ahead, otherwise I will go on strike. This was a test. Eddie wanted to know if Mon could restrain himself remotely. But before Mon could answer, he heard the rustling wind. The silence was broken. Eddie looked around in horror, but saw nothing. "Take me back," he shouted hurriedly. "Let me go back." "You made a mistake," Ma-En replied leisurely. "You are not an indispensable member, you are just the lowest level consumable we use to explore the way. Do you want to strike? Okay, then you face the world by yourself, and we will record everything you see and hear. You will become our official member to avoid risks when exploring underground, and we will remember how you died. That's all your duty." The wind blew through the branches and pulled off a few fallen leaves. Then the world in Eddie's eyes began to turn upside down, and the image in front of Ma-En fell into a brief darkness. He was knocked to the ground by something, and was slapped like a ball of hair, as if some beast was playing with its prey. When he stopped, he could feel the cold metal pressing on his back, and a slight heat came from the back of his neck. The attacker turned him over, and Eddie saw what was in front of him. A strong black feline, but not any creature they knew, not a tiger, not a leopard, not a lion, and stronger and more flexible than these creatures. Most importantly, about 30% of its body is made of machinery, including its limbs. A cold mechanical voice came from the mechanical structure of the chest of this unknown beast. Detection of the concentration of gods in the individual, low. Detection of the purity of human beings in the individual, high. Maine had heard these two sentences from the sleeping spider, but after a few seconds of pause, it said a completely new sentence. It has been confirmed that it is a human being, not infected by the gods, no need for disinfection procedures, and will be killed according to standard procedures. As this sentence fell, the big cat's pupils suddenly glowed with a faint red light, followed by a few sounds of mechanical structure operation, and the scene in front of Ed slowly fell into darkness. And there was a member missing from the list of employees of the Abnormal Control Bureau forever. The last mechanical sound from the black big cat made Maine think of a possibility. The first two sentences were exactly the same, which proved that it was actually a Titan creation. It had the same technology as the spider, but the next action was beyond Maine's expectations. After it detected that Eddie was a human who was not infected by the gods, it chose to kill him? There is a possibility that there is something here that humans cannot approach. Even if the visitor is not affected by the gods, he must be killed, and if he is affected, he must undergo other treatment. But Maine vaguely sensed that something was wrong. The spider told me these detections when it approached me, so that I could understand what it wanted to do and accept its help better. But the black cat's mission was to hunt humans, and there was no need to tell me this conversation about humans, unless the designer who made them felt that it was necessary to tell the attack humans some information. This is completely inconsistent with the current situation. But what if there is a mistake here? The spiders they made were encrypted with quite complex encryption, and even if they used something as magical as the Abnormal Control Bureau, they could not obtain its power, and there must be a reason why humans did this in the past. They are worried that someone will steal their technology. Since they have such worries, then the worry may become a reality. Perhaps the black cat said the same two sentences as the spider, probably because it once had the same function as the spider, searching for humans and providing assistance against the gods, which can also explain its unusual pause just now. Its function seems to have changed. Whether it is Titan or the gods, in short, something has obtained this weapon and changed its original function to kill humans it sees. This is the best explanation for their abnormalities. Although this is just a guess, Ma-En can be sure that even if the truth is different from his inference, things are definitely not that simple. The black cat and the spider have completely opposite purposes, and they have the same detection function and voice, and there was an abnormal pause just now. There must be something wrong here. In the spider's recording, he heard the woman call herself the 7th generation Titan. Moreover, there were at least 13 generations of Titans in ancient times, and this was when no new Titans appeared after she finished recording. Ma-En didn't know what these generations of Titans were, and it was not certain whether there would be conflicts among them. There was also a second possibility. Their defeat was actually far more tragic than he had initially imagined. The gods not only destroyed the survivors, but also transformed the weapons that were originally used to fight them into killing weapons. However, there was still a doubt in this case. The black cat mentioned before killing Ed that it was not infected by the gods, and did not need to be disinfected. This was inconsistent with the second possible speculation. Although this could also be explained by the fact that they could not perfectly realize the transformation due to encryption, the possibility was not high. Therefore, Ma-En felt that it was not the gods who caused these machines to kill, and it was even possible that Titan changed his mind at the end and made a second transformation to these weapons. But no matter what, he had to hurry up to establish a second team for exploration. The strength of the black cat must not have reached the 4th level, but it was difficult to tell whether it was the third level or lower. Although they now had 3 fourth-level ability users who could be used for exploration, it was not a wise choice to let their side carry out such an action that might lead to death. He had to contact Shinjiha to establish a second combat-capable death squad, and if he didn't want them to try to escape when they entered the basement, their power must be given by characteristics. He had to find weapons that could deal with the gods as soon as possible. He needed these things now. On the desk, there was not one screen floating in front of Ma-En, but a total of 6 screens. In addition to Eddie, who had gone black, there were 4 screens playing the actual images of the other 4 members of the Salvation Alliance. The screen in the front was Shinjiha's, and it was written in bright red font abnormal behavior. When Shinjiha asked for forgiveness, Ma-En said that if he were in Shinjiha's position, he would do something similar. He was telling the truth. Chapter 145. In the Abnormal Control Bureau, Ma-En sat at his desk and watched the video in front of him. The abnormality he detected was that Shinjiha was unusually awake at night. In the first few days after he joined the company, his life was very regular. Even if he had to stay up late for work, he would maintain 8 hours of sleep, and there was no phenomenon he observed. But in these few days, Shinjiha would occasionally wake up briefly at night, and then fall asleep again immediately. Normally, such anomalies would not make Ma-En suspicious, but according to the information they collected, the moon is not only a god of the mind, but also has a strong connection with dreams. Therefore, after learning about this, he listed Shinjiha as a key observation object. But in the first test not long ago, they have been able to determine that there is no moon but in Shinjiha's body, and the concentration of gods is maintained at a safe level. He even deleted all the known information about the moon in Shinjiha's mind before leaving. And after that, he did not have any opportunity to contact the son of the moon. It stands to reason that Shinjiha would not suffer any impact. There is another very important question, that is, if the moon god has the ability to influence Shinji and has learned that the Salvation Alliance is preparing to deal with her, she should have attacked all of them long ago. Then, there are 3 possibilities for her not doing so. Either she can't kill all the members of the Salvation Alliance, or she doesn't know that the Salvation Alliance is preparing to deal with her, or she has other plans. This possibility should be the highest, because the sea god once found Ma-En and tried to do something to him. Although what she said at that time was a bit like nonsense, Ma-En still understood the meaning. There was something about him that attracted the other party. And it was something that Poseidon had never encountered in decades of stay in Goen State. If this is the case, no matter what the purpose of the moon god is, it should not be achieved smoothly. That is to say, even if she has the ability to destroy the World Salvation Alliance, she is likely to remain patient and wait. Ma-En stood up, walked out of the office into the corridor, turned around and headed towards the agreed location. Before he walked into the containment department, Shinjiha and Tao He were already standing here and chatting. They received a message from Qinlan. Hi. The old wizard looked at Ma-En and smiled friendly. Do you know why she called us here? Ma-En walked to a position not far in front of them and said, regular inspection. Use the characteristic, Telepathy 3.2, Shinjiha nodded and said, as long as we maintain this cautious attitude, the moon god will not be able to do anything to us. While they were talking, Qinlan walked in from another direction. She looked at the 3 people and said, who will go in first? Tao He said, I go first. He walked into the containment room. The information of the members of the World Salvation Alliance should only be visible to Qinlan, but in fact, Ma-En also has the corresponding information in front of him, and even Qinlan cannot see his information. Under the premise that the World Salvation Alliance may be infiltrated, keeping the information secret is also an understandable approach for other members. Moreover, as the leader of the World Salvation Alliance, Qinlan will not leave this dimension at will, which can ensure that she has no possibility of being affected. Tao He has no problem. Ma-En was the second to go in, and then he came out smoothly. Finally, it was Shinjiha's turn. Ma-En was ready to subdue or even kill him at any time. If Shinjiha had really detected a problem in the containment room, he would have probably attacked before entering. But Shinjiha did nothing. He just walked in normally, and the result on the screen was no different from what Ma-En saw last time. Everything was normal. There was no moon but in his mind, nor was he the son of the moon. Shinjiha walked out again. No problem? No, Ma-En didn't think it was a misjudgment. The current situation was not good news. This meant that the moon god had not only taken action against Shinjiha, but also had a way to avoid being detected. Maybe Shinjiha had actually started cooperation with her, and maybe she had mastered some magical technology that she didn't understand. The sleeping spider quietly crawled out of Qin Lan's shoulder and looked at several members of the Salvation Alliance. In its eyes, there was no problem with the 4 people present. Qin Lan didn't know what Ma En was thinking. She followed the agreed process and asked, "How is your mission going?" Shinjiha said, "Lao He and I have collected 9 third-order anomalies. It won't take long for telepathy to be normalized, but we haven't found other characteristics that can be used to fight the moon god." Ma En continued, "My mission here has been hindered and I need some new reinforcements." Qin Lan looked at him and asked, "What do you need?" Ma En said, "I need a few prisoners who still have abnormal characteristics, and I have to consume abnormal values to extract their characteristics to ensure that these prisoners can always be under our control. It would be best if the strength is at level 3. The most important members must be good at fighting. If I can find one, I also need someone who can track special forces. I will list the requirements and submit them to you." Shinjiha asked doubtfully, "But in this way, not only will we consume the anomalies we have collected, but the task of continuing to collect anomalies will also be delayed. Is your task worth consuming so many resources?" He was not just asking Ma En. Qin Lan answered for Ma En, "It's worth it. The mission he is performing is as important as yours, and the speed at which his work achieves results should be faster than your current plan." But this is just the reason why Ma En asked her to say it. In fact, the reason why he put the work of exploring the sealed land before forming the team was because of Shinjiha's abnormal behavior. Before figuring out what his situation is, and whether there is any possibility of contaminating other team members, Ma En does not intend to recruit other members. Ma En plans to let Shinjiha collect abnormal values for the Salvation Alliance first. The current moon goddess has not realized that they have been exposed, and this is exactly the advantage they have now. He can mislead the other party through the information and actions obtained by Shinjiha, and use the detection of the Salvation Alliance to explore Shinjiha's situation. If the degree of danger of the moon goddess is far beyond their tolerance, then they have to rely on the Control Bureau to sneak into the shadows, and all members have to stay away from reality. Before that, Ma En will trick Shinjiha into the containment room on the grounds of detection. In the worst case, he may have to abandon all the progress of this sub-base and start again. But if everything goes well, he will find a way to deal with the moon goddess before she achieves her goal, or find some weapons in the sealed land that can deal with the current problem. Chapter 146. In the world's largest reality stabilization device, Shadow's figure slowly took shape in the special compartment prepared for him. The unprepossessing Eastern Federation man straightened his collar, and then looked at the special identity authentication device. The door opened. He passed through the heavy security passages, and walked into dozens of doors, with different functions before reaching his destination. In theory, they could lock Qin Lan in without so many measures, but it was not too cautious for Xiao Walker. This was not only because the price of her escape was not acceptable to politicians, but also because of her extremely high value. Shadow pushed open the last meaningless door, and walked into the spacious and gorgeous prison. The living facilities here were quite luxurious even for the rich. Politicians only wanted to use her, not hurt her. And they also knew that they could not make Qin Lan surrender. Xiao Walker was sitting cross-legged on the ground not far from the door, with his eyes closed, with an unfinished Go game in front of him. "You are not trying to contact some creatures in the subconscious ocean to save you?" Shadow said half-jokingly. "If that's the case, save your energy. I'm in charge of the spiritual work." Qin Lan slowly opened his eyes, and looked at Shadow standing in front of the door, looking like he had just woken up from a dream. "No." She smiled and said, "I'm just doing the simplest meditation." Shadow walked to a position 1 meter away from her, and sat down cross-legged. "You should have seen your new believer, right?" As he finished speaking, the embedded invisible screen on the wall lit up, showing a place where nearly 2,000 people with special abilities lived. There were statues and murals of Xiao Walker everywhere. They all wore the same clothes, and often whispered some sentences that were difficult to hear. Xiao Walker kept looking directly at Shadow. "Why did they call you here?" Shadow smiled. "Why, shouldn't we first reminisce about the past, then talk about the situation outside, and then get down to business? There haven't been any living people to talk to you these days." Xiao Walker lowered his head and stared at the chess game that had been set up. "Compared to what I'm facing, loneliness is not a challenge, and I'm just a mortal now. I feel uneasy staying with you, a dangerous strong man. There's no need to ridicule me." Shadow replied, "And even if you hate me, don't you have any interest in the whereabouts of your sister? And those followers of yours, you should be very concerned." The black and white chess pieces were reflected in the eyes of the Xiao Walker. "I can see that you didn't catch Qin Lan." Shadow was frightened for a moment, but then he calmed down immediately. "If you really could see it, you wouldn't tell me." But you are right, Qin is still at large, but Ma En, who helped her escape from our search, is almost in our hands. I am very curious. If he is caught by us, how long can your sister hide? Xiao Walker had no intention of paying attention to him. Shadow was not discouraged. Did you arrange Ma En? Is he your backup? Xiao Walker shook his head. Are you worried about this? Then I can tell you that he was not arranged by me. If I really saw that my sister would be in danger and had placed people there in advance, I would definitely see what you wanted to do to me. So you should also be able to think that whether you can catch Qin through him is also unknown to me. You can try as much as you want. After all, I have no way to stop you. I have already lost, haven't I? Shadow raised the corner of his mouth and said, yes, in this case, why are you still resisting? You should know that you only have two choices, death or acceptance. And as long as you cooperate, you will become the head of the investigation department, you will get more power than before, you can act according to your own ideas, you can still save the world, and it may even be easier than before. All they want is just an insurance. An insurance that politicians will never be threatened and subverted by her. Xiao Walker smiled. You should know why? Shadow did know. There is only one reason that can prevent this savior madman from cooperating. That is, if she really cooperated, there would be no way to save the world. In this regard, the interests of the politicians seemed to be completely consistent with hers, but in fact there was a slight difference. That is, Qin lived longer than them. What she wanted to prevent was not only the destruction of the world when these politicians were still alive, but the goal of the savior was to ensure that the world would never fall into the abyss of collapse. But the politicians' demands were only that they and their descendants could be safe and sound within a few generations. Even if there were any problems at that time, their descendants would naturally solve them. Moreover, they also longed to live longer than ordinary people, so this period of time was not even a few hundred years. But the ambition of the Divine Skywalker is too big, and she and them will definitely not be able to reach an agreement. Not only that, she said as if she could read their minds, if I can't threaten their position, there is no way to prevent the end of the world. I'm not saying to kill them. As long as they are still afraid of me, it's enough. Shadow shook his head. This won't look good. It won't be long before my people catch that Ma En and bring Qin to me through him. At that time, they will definitely use your sister to threaten you, put forward a condition that you can accept, and take a step forward on the road to controlling you. Then, they will repeat similar practices, and then you won't be treated so well. The Divine Skywalker replied, she will understand me. Shadow looked into her eyes, and said, you can't lie to me. I am one of the strongest psychics. I know very well that you are not such a person at all. Qin smiled and replied, do you think you know me? Shadow said, yes, you just want to use this method to avoid us using your sister and other things as conditions to threaten you. Acting hard-hearted does work sometimes, but you know what they will do. And no matter what, you will surrender to us. This is the simplest game theory. As you said, the end of the world is coming. There are two ways to stop it. They let you go, or you take the initiative to put shackles on yourself, and then take back enough power to fight it. They know you will surrender first, because they are not saviors. But you are? Chapter 147. Who told you to say these words? Shen Xiaoxing said indifferently, they don't really think they can threaten me, do they? If they think so, tell them. The reason why I didn't surrender is simple, because I won't lose. Shadow smiled sympathetically. Are you still expecting someone to save you? Then I show you. The image on the display screen on the wall changed from the Qin believers just now to an image like a work report. The middle position is a map of the entire Federation, and the current members of the Investigation Department and the Salvation Alliance are marked in various colors. Open your eyes and take a look. Shadow stared into Qin eyes and said, the Western Federation and the Eastern Federation have basically fallen. Although those who are still alive have been able to survive with the help of other forces, they are no longer any threat. Although there are more survivors in the Southern Federation and the Northern Federation than in other areas, you should know very well what is there. Their actions are completely within our expectations and expectations. What these members of the Salvation Alliance are going to do next is contrary to their mission. Even if they want to, they can't fight those things. They can only tear your remaining strength into pieces. And at the speed at which he was destroyed, even if they were all gathered together, there is no possibility of any impact on your current situation. The result of this will only be that they will promote the arrival of the Great Collapse, and in the end, we will pay a heavy price to kill them all. Xiao Walker replied calmly, if they really didn't pose any threat, you wouldn't come to me. Shadow said sincerely, We just don't want to waste resources. You know how many opponents we have. Before they get you back, they still have to face pressure from all sides. If you save some resources, they can live more comfortably. The investigation department also has the energy to deal with their private affairs, so we want to make a suggestion to you. We don't need any promises. As long as you unilaterally cut off the connection with the Salvation Alliance, which has no meaning anymore, the politicians will definitely not let you regain the power to deal with the power provided by the Salvation Alliance. So we will deal with the remaining side and let them announce their dissolution. As long as you agree to this request, these members of the Salvation Alliance will no longer have to make unnecessary sacrifices. The Federation can also guarantee that your sister will be completely free as long as she does not attack the Federation itself. We will not interfere with killing humans in the non-Federation camp. And even if she really stands on the opposite side of us, we will still hold back. What you can do is sell it at a different price, and this is already a very good condition. Xiao Walker knows what their purpose is. The Savior Alliance is one of her sources of power, and the Federation wants to replace it with something else, the group of people with abilities that Shadow just showed her. They want to control their own source of power. Those fanatical believers will put her and her wishes before everything else, even if they have to sacrifice their lives and all their relatives and friends for it. There is only one thing above her, and that is the interests of the Federation. And they will also use complex procedures to restrict the power of the Xiao Walker. If she accepted this group of believers, they would become part of the reality twister Qin Yuan, just like the destined returner bound by the myth. What they firmly believe in would become a reality because of Qin Yuan's power. This is one of the 72 shackles prepared by the Federation for her, and more than a dozen of them have already taken effect on her, but other constraints, including the Salvation Organization, cannot be simply and directly implemented on her. Theoretically, the Federation can control her power with only 36 to 48 constraints in effect. The fluctuation of this number is due to the difference in the weight of these shackles, but politicians require that at least 60 constraints must be running smoothly before the Xiao Walker can leave the reality stabilization device. They are very afraid of death. The Salvation Organization is also ranked among the top few of all the constraints on her. As one of her sources of power, controlling this organization can affect the strength of her power through some pre-designed programs. This is why they still want to hunt down the Salvation Alliance. If they can destroy them directly, there is no need to negotiate with Qin Yuan, but now they estimate that destroying the Salvation Alliance in a short time is a rather unworthy choice. This means that they can't do this. If Qin Yuan agrees to their request, the number of people in the Salvation Organization will begin to increase explosively. In their plan, the final scale of the new Salvation Organization will be dozens of times that of the Salvation Alliance at its peak. When the Federation negotiated with other organizations, it announced a lie that would not be easily exposed through complex abnormal measures. They claimed that the future Xiao Walker would be weaker than before. Although this was not the decisive reason, it did promote the cooperation of high-level ability users in the entire Federation. But the fact is just the opposite. In their plan, Xiao Walker will be much stronger than before. She will become a weapon and work for politicians, and they are a group of bastards with boundless ambitions. They want to rule the entire known world forever, and they don't want their status to be overturned by any accident. They want to create an unstoppable magic weapon. And they will mix various constraints with a new source of Xiao Walker's power. The best example is the new Salvation Organization under their control. According to the final plan, they will be able to control the strength of Xiao Walker at will. Of course, they will also arrange the adjustment system used when capturing her. If Xiao Walker attempts to threaten the lives, freedom, will, or anything else of these politicians, she will fall into the mortal world. But as long as she obeys the most basic orders and constraints, she will be given quite free authority. She can do whatever she wants to any creature except politicians, and they have actually prepared several other departments to save the world with her. They want to rule the world, so they will let Qin Yuan postpone the arrival of the Great Collapse during their lifetime. The remaining prediction machine has basically no way to do anything to the 5th level abnormal entity, and even if it wants to maintain its operation now, it has to pay quite unreasonable remuneration to several companies. But the Federation still paid a huge reward after the operation to preserve the remains of the machine. It was left for Qin Yuan. Therefore, within the earliest expectation of the Federation, under the premise that they provided such generous conditions to the Xiao Walker, who had no bargaining power, the Xiao Walker should immediately cooperate with their work. There were indeed conflicts between the Xiao Walker and them, but they were not irreconcilable. The defeat of the Xiao Walker was essentially a unilateral solution to their conflicts. The biggest difficulty they encountered should be some somewhat harsh conditions, And then the politicians would negotiate with the Xinsha Walker for a long time, constantly exchanging chips and testing the bottom line, but in the end, they would stand on the same front. At least that's what the politicians thought. But things didn't go as smoothly as they imagined. The Xinsha Walker didn't discuss with them how to balance the interests of both parties, nor did he say what conditions were needed for him to be willing to leave here and take over the duties of the Minister of the Investigation Department and the Salvation Department. Most politicians felt that this was a negotiation strategy, that the Xinsha Walker was stalling for time. They gave several countermeasures. Some said they would stall for time with her, some proposed to find a way to create a deadline, and others proposed to give her a taste of sweetness first to open up the situation. But some politicians have proposed other possibilities. Although Shen Xiaoxingzhe did not accurately predict this incident, she may have vaguely seen some vague scenes and made preparations in advance, and she was waiting for something. One of the supporting evidences for this possibility is the unexpected escape of her sister Qinlan. After investigation, they have found out the reason why she was able to escape. At that time, there was a person named Ma In who had the ability to counter the prediction machine. Although after knowing his ability, the staff responsible for the prediction machine can rely on the newly designed algorithm to map his specific location, it can also be seen that he is not strong enough to be dangerous. But since the prediction department can detect his fault, Qinlan can definitely see at a glance that he has the characteristics of counter-prediction ability, and it is possible to place it next to his sister. Of course, this may have nothing to do with her, but this is too coincidental. After all, the protagonist of this accident is Qinlan, the only relative of Xinsha Walker now. And if she can do this, then there may be other backups, which is why Shadow came here. This is a test. If Xinsha Walker takes the opportunity to make a request or shows the idea of negotiating, it may be just the former. The Salvation Alliance is not my subordinate, and they are not my warriors. Xinsha Walker replied, they are fighting for ideals and justice, and what I say is useless. Shadow replied, what if I give them ideals and justice? You have personally been to the Southern Federation to confront the gods. You should be able to see their nature, their ambition and arrogance, and their desire to rule us humans again. What they have done in recent years has always been noticed by me. They are trying to escape the seal and bring about the doomsday you mentioned. We have prepared measures to deal with them, but now your Savior Alliance has joined forces with the Moon God. They will become a threat to all mankind. We can give them new possibilities, and let them fight against these evil gods together with us. This is just a microcosm of the entire Federation. The Savior Alliance in other regions has also begun to contact various forces. They have no other choice, so they can only make deals with the devil under forced circumstances, but now there is an opportunity. One that allows them not to violate their ideals, and an opportunity for them to return home safely. They have proved through their own efforts that they deserve to live, which is not easy to come by. Now all we need is your permission. Think about them. The remaining Salvation Alliance can no longer bear the heavy responsibility. It's time for them to return to their ordinary lives. Leave the matter of saving the world to the Federation. Qinlan sighed, before you acted against me, the gods were not in any danger at all. At least for hundreds of years, they all had to stay in the wasteland. These problems are entirely caused by your ambitions. If they didn't deal with Qinlan, the Gods' Alliance would not be established. According to the Southern Federation strategy originally set by the Federation, they would not have any chance to try to escape the Titan's curse for hundreds of years. But, Qinlan paused, I can agree to eliminate the existence of the Salvation Alliance. I will sort out the new conditions and send them to you. Don't worry, they will definitely agree to my request. I can see it. The time has come. Shadow stood up with surprise. Thank you for your cooperation. I believe that we will jointly defend the freedom of the Federation and mankind in the near future. By the way, I am curious about another small thing. Xinsha Walker asked, what? He paused and asked, is that Ma In your man? Xinsha Walker shook his head. Of course not, his appearance is also a coincidence. Shadow said, okay. Maybe it was really a coincidence, but it is also possible that there is something secretly stabbing the Federation. In any case, the importance of this Ma In is not low, but not as important as some politicians say. Because he knew that Qinlan was telling the truth. The shadow faded away in front of her. But he did not let this consciousness return to his body, but continued to sink in the collective subconscious ocean, constantly traveling long distances through the special connection between humans, leaping over countless darkness and memories. In the middle position, he could see traces of the gods' existence, their huge bodies in the far south, and sporadic scenes of their rule of the world in ancient times. But as he continued to dive, the figures of the gods gradually disappeared from his field of vision. Fear, anger, hunger, the most primitive emotions and impulses wrapped him, trying to decompose them into basic consciousness in this layer, but these things could not stop the shadow from moving forward. He had passed through the primitive layer hundreds of times. Then, there was a short blank. Wait, it seems that he has reached a place far away from the hustle and bustle? He should have gone through several different familiar sections, but he seemed to have made a space jump in the spiritual dimension and arrived here directly, but Shadow knew that he had no time to think about these questions. The golden light of the sun cut through the dark and drowsy spiritual world, and the familiar yet strange body floated in the air. The deep eyes hid the most dangerous conspiracy in the world, and it was the words uttered from that mouth that allowed him to secretly influence the direction of the world. The shadow returned to his master. Chapter 148. Shinjiha sat in the containment room, looking deeply at the door. Qinlan asked him to come here 15 minutes ago, and Shinjiha executed the order without any hesitation, but if you ask him if he hesitated, he had to say that he was still a little afraid to enter the containment room. Shinjiha had seen the fate of those people who were held in the containment room by him. Falling to mortals was a very terrifying thing for people with abilities, just like a merchant was robbed of all his property, and a warrior was taken away from his weapons and skills. This was one of the things that most people with abilities feared the most. Perhaps only death could be compared with it. And there was another important reason why he was timid, that was the reasonable but unreasonable feeling. He was still a little wary of the powerful force of the World Salvation Alliance, and the sudden appearance of Ma En and Qinlan. He was also afraid of the rope for 10 years, after being bitten by a snake once. Fortunately, he knew that emotions were not trustworthy. Shinjiha had sensed and witnessed countless people making wrong decisions driven by emotions, sometimes out of self-esteem, sometimes out of jealousy, and sometimes out of fear. If you don't treat your thoughts rationally, your final fate may not be particularly good. So he came in. Bang. The door opened. The one who came in was Ma En, who appeared with Qinlan, and he seemed to be the second person with the ability to enter the World Salvation Alliance. No one knew what the relationship between Ma En and Qinlan was before they came. Don't think too much, Shinjiha. Don't let your shadow devour your companions. Ma En sat down in front of him. You should know what we are going to do, right? Shinjiha nodded. Erase memory regularly to prevent the moon god from invading my mind. I was allowed to enter the containment room because I am a telepath. Although this means that I am equivalent to removing all my weapons in front of you, normal people with abilities should find ways to avoid this situation. But this is the conclusion I came to from my perspective. I know that I have no problem, but you don't know. Therefore, it is very reasonable to bring me into the containment room to limit my power. Because you can't judge whether I have any problems based on my performance. Our opponent is a dangerous enemy. This sentence did not make Ma En happy. This means that either the moon god has not completely controlled him, or he is sure that they will not find any problems, or Shinjiha has betrayed both his body and mind, and is actively cooperating with the moon god. Ma En said, I will use your ability to clear your mind of the recent re-established memory of the moon, and I will do something else. Shinjiha hid his doubts in his heart and asked, What's the matter? Ma En passed the information of the exploration plan to Shinjiha. Take a look at this. Shinjiha stared and read the text that appeared in front of him. The exploration plan describes the project that Ma En is responsible for. This is why he needs to consume those superpower criminals. They found a special dimension in the Southern Federation and mastered the means to enter it. This dimension. It contains treasures that can help them defeat the investigation department, and according to the description of the document, if they bring everything inside back to the World Salvation Alliance, they may even find a way to rescue Qinlan. The document looks serious, as if the content in it is real. But in fact, except for the first few paragraphs, the rest are all made up by Ma En. It is definitely better to let Shinjiha know the wrong truth than to conceal the truth. Shinjiha looked happy. No wonder you would rather start the exploration first even if your plan is blocked. If we can get these precious things, we can immediately reconnect with the Southern Federation and establish a long-term base here, and even blow the horn of counterattack. Ma En said, and we have to invest resources in this. There are many dangerous guardians in this dimension, so we have to use controllable level 0 employees to explore. As long as we can erase their abilities at any time, they can be under our control. How are you and Tao He doing now? Shinjiha said, we have captured 2 third-level ability users with good combat power, but the criminal ability users that Goen-Zhou can attack it will have basically fallen into our hands, and the surrounding cities have also spread rumors that the Goen-Zhou investigation department is clearing out ability criminals. I don't think there will be any suitable ability users in the short term. Those who are more peaceful are under the surveillance of the investigation department, and most of them have not committed any crimes, so we can't do anything to them. If they could do something to attack innocent people, they would have left the Salvation Alliance long ago. Ma-En nodded. Then you continue this work, I will think of other ways to deal with it. The most important thing is that there are no trackers. If they simply pile up the number, perhaps a dozen third-level ability users are not enough for them. There is no danger in the Cursed Land, and there are some creatures that are strongly hostile to humans. But in fact, Ma-En knew that there was a good tracker in Goenjo. There was a werewolf, who mastered the abnormal tracking skills in his hunting team. Let's start. Ma-En temporarily removed the characteristics of the Shadow Walker, and then replaced it with the 4th-level telepathy. Shinjiha closed his eyes. Ma-En infiltrated his consciousness into the other party's consciousness with some unfamiliarity, and at the same time, he erased the traces of his invasion of Shinjiha's mind through memory erasure, and then slowly erased the understanding and memory belonging to the moon god. Shinjiha's thoughts and privacy were not blocked in front of him, and they were displayed in front of Ma-En without reservation. Ma-En also searched inside without any courtesy, but he saw nothing. This shows that the moon god is not unaware of the effect of the containment room, but she is confident that she can conceal her existence in front of it. As Ma-En slowly withdrew his consciousness from Shinjiha's spiritual ocean, he never noticed the temporary nest at the bottom. Even if he saw it, he couldn't understand the complex and sophisticated operating principle. He would only regard it as a flaw in Shinjiha's spiritual world, no different from others. But maybe Ma-En could really sense something. Maybe he might clear it away regardless of his personal thoughts, so that the moon god would have to contact the moon sun again to create this channel. But this possibility will never come true. Even though Ma-En had just passed by it several times in the spiritual dimension, he still turned a blind eye to it. Just as the moon god couldn't see Ma-En, he couldn't see her either. Chapter 149. The moon goddess raised her wrist, which was shrouded in silver light, and gently lifted the curtain of thought in front of her. She stepped into the deepest basin of Shinjiha's mind silently, and began to check the memories that had naturally fallen into this place in the past few days. This mental problem had no way to actively search for the memory she needed, and could only accept the memories that naturally sank into this place. There were two kinds of memories that were easily absorbed by it. The first was the lost part when Shinjiha's short-term memory was converted into long-term memory, which was also the reason why she could know about Shinjiha's recent experience. The second kind of memory was the long-standing memory that Shinjiha wanted to forget and bury in his subconscious mind, but even if they were constantly consumed, they were often unable to be completely cleared. This was also their most common commonality, unforgettable. She had already thought about what she was going to do. This weak secret entity was very important to her, and because of the protection mechanism she had built herself, she had no way to directly drill into the other party's brain and pour her cognition of the moon into it, directly forcibly transforming it into the sun of the moon. Yes, she could do this to almost any mortal, because this is the nature of the gods. They are certain views and imaginations in human thinking, and the sons of the gods are mortals who understand them well enough. If she wanted, she could also directly put the knowledge of the moon into Shinjiha's head. Although as a 4th-level telepath, he has the ability to resist, the most he can do is to understand his own life before the transformation is completed. If he still wants to live, then becoming the son of the moon is the price he must accept. Some 4th-order mental entities may find a way to escape this fate, but that would be considered a narrow escape for them. But for the moon god, it is just a matter of a few thoughts. She is the most dangerous to mortals among all the gods, and this characteristic is only possessed by her. The dual identities of the Lord of Mind and the god allow her to master this power to easily corrupt any living being. Any other gods or mental entities that are stronger than her in one aspect are far from being able to achieve similar behavior. She can create thousands of moon believers at any time if she wants. If other gods do not try to stop her, she can also make the entire Southern Federation into her private country, and use this to increase her power to the peak of the 5th order in a short period of time. There is only one small problem, that is, this is completely meaningless. In fact, they have done something similar, not long after they had just stabilized at the 5th order. At that time, the Southern Federation was not yet civilized, and there was no intention to care about the lives of the indigenous people here. It took them only a few years to completely eliminate all the blockers, and they were able to maintain their strength several times stronger than they are now, but they were still trapped here, and because of the curse, and the number of people in the Southern Federation at that time, there was no way to return to the 6th level. The world was ruled by the predecessor of the current federal government, and the moral level was basically the same as it is now. The federal government did not figure out what the gods were, but somehow figured out how to deal with them, and did things that many tyrants in history would not order in the eyes of the gods. The way they treated their compatriots could be described as horrific. Massacre or extermination could not describe the crimes they committed. Countless sons of the gods died, but dozens of times more innocent mortals were buried with them. Although it was after the cursed day, the Federation did win the gods once with their brutality. Of course, the Federation did not think they were the winners, because after that, the Southern Federation became the territory of the gods, and they had no way to get rid of these powerful creatures. The final result was just to make the gods less rampant. For the gods, there was no difference between staying at the top or the middle of the fifth level. Openly ruling this land had no real effect except satisfying their vanity. After all, they were far less powerful than their heyday, and the gods did not have to worry about being killed because they were too weak. They were eternal. After that, the gods turned into the shadows, and only maintained the number of believers by keeping the Southern Federation backward. The rest of their time and energy were spent on finding ways to leave here. Thor has shaped his image into a symbol of freedom, and has made his people maintain a high degree of connection with him outside the Southern Federation. He is trying to liberalize thunder through culture and various channels to endow this concept. If all mortals in the world think that thunder is free, then he can find a way to use this to escape from the cursed land. At least he is doing this. The moon god has no idea about his specific situation. They all have their own ways. For example, the sea god wants to tear up the reefs and waves in front of him with a suitable ship, ride it out of the ocean, and loosen the shackles on him by promoting the idea that the ocean is beyond the land. But the materials she needed to build the ship were quite precious, and not everything could accommodate the existence of gods. In these years, she had collected a lot of materials in her mortal form in Goan province, but the most important keel had not yet been found, and the sea god had also approached her to create a ritual that could transform certain creatures into voters, and then she would recast it into a keel that could withstand wind and waves. Materials that could not even be destroyed by curses were rare things, and suitable materials were either too strong for the current sea god to deal with, or too weak to be detected as one of these materials. After all, it was impossible to obtain something that could dissolve the seal of the Titans. And secrets were the way the moon god chose to escape from the cursed land. The Night Plan and the spreading of secrets in the Salvation Alliance were both strengthening this characteristic of hers, and the principle of not being able to meet each other was also to ensure that she could keep enough distance from the secrets. She did not want to be a secret. Although the moon god was using the power of the secret itself, that is, it could keep its own characteristics, the effect she wanted to achieve was more complicated than this, closer to the influence she had on Shinjiha now. If an idea is implanted directly into the minds of mortals, it will attract the attention of other abnormal entities before reaching a sufficient number, and some human psychic entities are watching them vigilantly at this moment. But if the idea that the moon has escaped from the cursed land, and she is free can be secretly protected and exist in all mortals at the same time, then she can leave here before other gods and mortals realize it. Therefore, she wants to get the secret called Maine. And as those memories that she is reluctant to recall continue to settle, her plan has also taken shape. Chapter 150. Shinjiha pushed the door open with a blank look, walked slowly to the sofa in the living room and sat down, then began to observe the surrounding environment instinctively. The main components of this living room basically come from his residence before he was 34 years old, and about 10% come from his childhood residence, and finally a very small number come from some meaningless places. The TV and table are nearly 90% similar to his memory, and there are several familiar beautiful potted plants huddled in the corner of the house. In reality, they should have always been placed on the balcony. There are also those chairs that have never been seen. Their origins can no longer be traced by any living creature, but their unique styles still leave a deep enough impression on him. The brown clock was not hung on the wall as in memory, but was thrown casually on the corner of the table like a rag. The second hand and the hour hand turned into several curves as it deformed. This scene came from the work of a surrealist painter and penetrated into Shinjiha's world along with memory. In the two corners behind Shinjiha, there were two strangers who shouldn't be here. One was a young male member of the Salvation Alliance, who betrayed them not long ago, and the other was someone Shinjiha had seen on the street a few years ago. However, the face of the woman standing in the house was a little blurry, just as he remembered it. The man just stared blankly ahead, like a mentally ill patient in prison, and although the woman's face could not be seen clearly, Shinjiha always felt that her eyes were on him. It seems. Is there something wrong? He showed a little alert, and as his brain was thinking hard and slowly, some thoughts were constantly emerging and flowing in his mind. Tomorrow's breakfast, violets, unreasonable, 52, Unreal, hyena. I don't live here anymore. Suddenly, Shinjiha's expression became nervous, and vigilance occupied all his eyes. Then he began to instinctively use his skills to fight the enemy, as if he saw a tiger of the same kind. The drowsy feeling suddenly rushed into his mind, but the idea of wanting to wake up had already risen in his heart. Creaky. At this moment, there was a sound of the door being opened behind him, which temporarily defeated all of Shinjiha's previous thoughts and attracted his attention to the position behind him. Shinjiha stood up, turned around and looked at the door that was pushed inward. There was a reassuring rustling sound from inside, which reduced his vigilance again. Then he stood there and tried to clear up his thoughts a little bit. But suddenly, there was a roar of a wild beast from inside the door. Hearing the sound, Shinjiha rushed to the bedroom door that opened inward without hesitation. Shinjiha pushed the door open completely in a panic, and then a warm scene came into his eyes. A 10-year-old girl was lying on the bed, holding a watercolor pen in her hand to depict an imaginary world. He breathed a sigh of relief. She was safe. This thought instantly dissipated all his vigilance and alertness. Shinjiha unconsciously raised the corners of his mouth, quietly walked behind his daughter, and said gently, "Xiao Ling? Dad." The girl turned around in surprise, and then happily threw herself into his arms. Shinjiha gently picked up his daughter, and at the same time a slight sense of guilt surged in his heart, as if he was still in that afternoon when he suddenly returned home. He suddenly remembered that he hadn't seen his daughter for a long time. He was busy with work these days, and because of its special nature, although he didn't lack money at all, he couldn't ask for leave. He couldn't quit. "Baby?" He touched his daughter's hair, then gently put her down. "What are you doing?" The girl did not answer his question immediately, but said with expectation, "Dad, how long can you stay this time?" Hearing this, Shinjiha opened his mouth with some guilt, but still overcame the difficulty and said, "It should be only today. Our work is progressing to an important level. I am passing by here temporarily to see you, but I promise that I will have a long vacation soon. I have already told my boss. She is a reasonable lady." The girl nodded, a little disappointed at first, but laughed happily after hearing the second half, as if she was looking forward to the happy time with her father soon. "Dad, by the way, let me show you this." Shinjiha looked at his child running and jumping back to the bed with a doting face, and then took the drawing board she had just painted and handed it to her father, with an expectant look in his eyes. Until this time, everything was still basically the same as he remembered. Shinjiha lowered his head to look at the pattern on the sketchbook. There were several little people drawn with different colored pencils. The second one on the right was himself. He was wearing the casual clothes he usually wore at home, and his left hand was tightly holding the short-haired little girl on the far right, who was his daughter. A few steps to his left, there stood a young woman with her hair tied up. Behind her were two other people. The man looked a little old, while the woman was dressed very neatly. They looked normal. But on the far left of the drawing paper, there was a human-like figure standing there. His body was simpler than the others, with just a few common black lines, and his face was blocked by the messy black lines. Moreover, these seemingly scribbled lines faintly formed two horns on his head, making him look like a terrifying monster. Shinjiha bent down and asked his daughter gently, "The two you drew are you and me, right?" The girl nodded heavily, feeling particularly happy that her father could tell what they were. "Yes. This is me and my dad." He did not reveal his worries, and pointed to the other people and asked curiously, "Who are these?" The girl said happily, "They are the uncles and sisters who have been to our house." Shinjiha asked with some doubt, "What uncles and sisters?" Snap. The girl suddenly grabbed him, and then pulled him outside. Shinjiha cooperated very well, and let his daughter lead him forward. There was no resistance. They returned to the living room again. The girl raised her arm, and pointed at the three people who had not existed just now, and said, "It's them." Shinjiha looked over in the direction of her finger. Standing in the front was Qin Lan, Feng Xiaoying, and Tao. He stood half a step behind her, looking calmly ahead, as if they were talking to someone. "So it's them." Shinjiha nodded. "Baby, do you know who they are?" The girl looked thoughtful. "Dad's friends?" He nodded and said, "Yes, and they are also Dad's colleagues. These uncles and sisters are all very good people. If you encounter any problems, you can ask them for help." The girl asked puzzledly, "Can't I go directly to Dad?" He reached out and touched the girl's head. "Silly child, you may not be able to find me. For example, what if I am at work?" He was in a dangerous war, and could die at any time. What made him step into danger was not the terrible world outside, where there was nothing worth fighting for, but he still couldn't bear the cost of defeat. The girl nodded, not quite understanding. Well, I remember. Shinjiha pointed to the little man whose face was scratched and asked, "Who is this?" The girl looked confused after hearing the question, and then said doubtfully, "I remember it was an uncle named Ma-in, but I can't remember what he looks like." "Dad, do you remember?" When the girl asked this question, the figure of the eighth person quietly appeared in the house, and the two people standing in the corner also looked at the place where Ma-in appeared. A man dressed very ordinary appeared in the house, but his face was empty. No eyes, no nose, no eyebrows, no mouth, no ears. The eyes of the moon god showed a long-lost surprise. In her original expectation, Ma-in's face should be basically formed at this time. She should be able to use Shinjiha as a springboard to close the distance between herself and Ma-in, and she only needs to do it a few times to try to invade his mind. But now she has encountered obstacles blocking her way, and it is not the kind that can be easily crossed. It seems that Ma-in has been prepared, but she also has other means to achieve her goal. No mortal can escape the palm of a god. The girl asked with some fear, "Dad, what does he look like?" Shinjiha paused, and then began to recall Ma-in's appearance. His slow thinking was temporarily unrestrained at this moment, and he passed through every memory of Ma-in in his mind at a normal speed. This is when he suddenly noticed that Ma-in usually wore basically the same clothes, and there were some elements on his body that never changed. His face was so ordinary that people didn't want to care about it, but now he remembered. He didn't remember his appearance at all, as if he was a face blindness patient. "Don't be afraid," Shinjiha comforted. "Although he looks a little scary, he is a very good young man. Ma-in has great ambitions, and is willing to take risks to invest in it. This is not something that can be done casually. He has seen many compatriots who can no longer persist." The girl showed a look of realization. "Is he Dad's colleague?" Shinjiha looked at Ma-in, who had no face, and said, "Yes, I am working with him now. We can go home after we finish the current project." The girl asked curiously, "What project? Will it take a long time?" Shinjiha smiled at his daughter and said, "Dad's work needs to be kept secret." She said innocently, "What if I make a pinky promise and don't tell anyone?" Shinjiha chuckled twice, showing an expression that she had no choice. "Okay, Dad will tell you. He and I are planning to rescue our boss Qin-Luan. Recently, we found an alien dimension where many terrifying monsters live, but there are also many magical weapons from other worlds that can help us defeat our competitors." The girl asked, "What monsters? Are they the titans mentioned in the book?" Shinjiha shook his head. "Titans are just myths, and those monsters are other things." The girl instantly lost interest in the specific content of the work. "Then what kind of person is your colleague Ma-in, Dad?" Shinjiha squinted his eyes and recalled, and he once again felt that his thoughts were unobstructed in a short time. "I remember he was," he said with some doubt, "a newcomer brought by Qin-Luan, but there is nothing else. It seems that something is wrong. My impression of him should not be just these. Is it a side effect of regular checkups, or did he do something?" While Shinjiha was talking, most of the families in the living room suddenly changed their styles several times. The air around them slowly twisted, and the whole room showed signs of melting and anxiety. "Dad!" the girl shouted to her father in dissatisfaction. "Did you hear it?" He quickly reacted and said, "Baby, what did you just say?" "Everything is normal. You just said that you don't know about Ma-in," the girl reminded. "Oh," Shinjiha said slowly, "yes, after all, I have only known him for a few days, and it is normal not to know him." Yushin did not expect that Ma-in would actively influence the people around him, making them understand him less and less, and he also quietly tampered with a fourth-level telepath without his own strength being high. Until this moment, she regarded Ma-in as a half-noticeable opponent. It seems that he is worth investing more energy to deal with, and even has to delay her other plans for a while. If she keeps investing now, he may escape to a place where she can't find him at any time. Ma-in is like a poisonous and flexible young snake. Although he looks fragile, if you are too careless when dealing with him, he will show unexpected danger. Of course, in fact, no matter what, he actually has no real possibility of survival. After all, she was careful enough in her earliest contact and infiltration, which also means that he can't be the first to notice her existence, and she will definitely carefully test Ma-in's strength like now. And he is just a mortal after all. Ma-in and Shinjiha, who is half kneeling in front of his daughter, are of the same species. As long as she uses a little time, she can completely hide his carefully arranged defense system and disintegrate his mind in the most gentle way. "It's time," Shinjiha said to his daughter apologetically. "I have to go to work." The girl asked, "Then can you take me to see the moon next time you go home?" "Of course," Shinjiha promised. "I will fulfill all your wishes." Only the things that mortals want to forget the most will fall into this soil, and these pathetic and fragile creatures always have weaknesses in their hearts that can be easily exploited and defeated. So they are mortals, and she is a god. Chapter 151. Are you ready? Ma and asked the two people with special abilities in the containment room. Greg is a well-dressed man, with the ability of level 3 solid metal manipulation. He was once a very vicious fugitive. A few years ago, he had a team of mercenaries composed of people with special abilities, who specialized in dealing with various abnormal events and civilian people with special abilities for the rich. Lady behind him was wearing a white vest. He was full of strong muscles. His ability was to transform into a non-human monster that was good at close combat. At first, he appeared in the vision of the abnormal people with special abilities in the Southern Federation because of attacks and cannibalism. The Coordination Bureau had tried to search and kill him, but he was found by Greg before that. When their team met other members of the Salvation Alliance while doing business 2 years ago, they were completely crushed. It is said that only 3 people with special abilities survived by chance, and no one has heard of them since then. When Shinjiha found Greg, he and Lady were recruiting other people with special abilities in Goen State, wanting to re-establish a small organization to provide services to the government and the rich. Greg asked calmly, after the exploration, "Can I get my abilities back?" Greg did not show the fear and worry of the previous level 0 employee, as if he was not talking about the abnormal ability that led to his first half of life, but about some daily necessities that can be bought casually in the supermarket. The burly man standing behind him also looked calm. Mayan replied, "You are not irreplaceable precious items. You should have read the level 0 employee manual, which details your status and work content. Execute it." Greg nodded obediently, as if he had accepted Mayan's order. But he was only yielding on the surface. Greg had enough patience, and he would not be stupid enough to expose his ideas to the enemy. Although he looked like he was unlucky, this special technology also proved that there must be something valuable hidden in this organization. He was the kind of person who could still see opportunities even in danger. Greg retracted his gaze, picked up the equipment beside him, and then nodded respectfully to Mon. "We are ready." A door appeared in the containment room. Greg walked into it with a firm step, and Roddy followed closely behind him half a meter and walked in. 2 level 0 employees walked into the Wick Castle, and they walked down the stairs without any hesitation. Greg had never considered escaping. In his eyes, only fools who could not see the reality clearly could have a fluke. He could be painful and sad in such a situation, but these few days were enough for him to rekindle his fighting spirit. He was particularly good at looking forward. Maine watched them walk into the portal silently. They advanced through it at a steady pace like soldiers, only taking a short break for 10 minutes, and leaving the complex cave in less than 2 hours. "Report, we have arrived at location number 1. Greg said in the tone of his previous missions, "We are continuing to move towards the target, and have not encountered any creatures yet." After saying this, Greg took out his equipment that he had taken back, a simple metal exoskeleton with no mechanical structure, which could only allow him to float in the air to move, but it was also loaded with several specially customized weapons. After leaving the cave, Roddy also transformed into a nearly 3-meter-tall monster. His whole body was covered with a white bone shell, and his originally strong arms turned into a pair of ferocious giant sword blades. They began to move forward along the path they explored last time, and slowed down the team's pace. This was because the report that Maine gave them mentioned that they might be attacked during this journey, so he needed to keep the team members focused. "Report, we were attacked." Greta's low voice came into their office, and then Maine saw the scene in front of him begin to retreat at an increasing speed. Something fell heavily behind him, and then there was a crash. Roddy saw with his own eyes that the black feline jumped over his head like a ghost and pounced accurately on the position where Greta was standing, but Greek, who was always vigilant, had moved to a safe position before it fell. Roddy charged towards the big cat like a rhino, and just as the proud predator was preparing to dodge slowly, it was surprised to find that its body suddenly became heavier than ever before. Bang! The bone blade suddenly pierced the big cat's shoulders, causing it to scream in pain. However, while the black cat was forced to flee due to the pain, its highly mechanized limbs scratched at Roddy. Roddy stretched his arms forward, and this cat, which was slightly stronger than an adult tiger, was really like a kitten playing around, and could only slap the air in front of the bone monster. Crack! Several metal claws left its front paws at a speed that was difficult to capture with the naked eye, and then maintained high-speed vibrations to drill into the bulletproof bone shell on his chest, and flew out again on Roddy's back. However, the claws were not stained with any human blood, and Roddy did not seem to hesitate. The two pairs of forefoots of the black cat had grown claws again, but before it launched a second attack according to its instinct, several sharp metal pistols cut through the air and rushed towards it. The big cat tried to jump high, but it was surprised to find that it was difficult to control its body in the air. The pistols that it had dodged also adjusted their angles, and rushed towards the flesh and blood part of its body. Puff! The white bone blade pierced its neck, and at the same time, the metal pistols tore the connection between the flesh and blood and the mechanical part of the black cat like a storm, and scattered its mechanical limbs on the ground. The scattered mechanical limbs were still trying to scratch the surrounding things, but when Roddy cut off the big cat's head with the bone blade, they slowly stopped moving. Victory. This result was expected. Both Greg and Roddy were experienced third-level users, and they were also the best in their level. In their original team, they were also the best at fighting. That was why they survived. Collect the corpses according to the manual, and then move on. Marn's voice reached their ears. Gret and Roddy looked at each other, and neatly threw the corpse to the place where they used to live, and then continued to move along the road without stopping. To their surprise, no monsters appeared anymore, and there was no trace of any other biological activities. What finally came into their eyes was a dead silent city wall, and the town behind it. Chapter 152. Greta and Roddy climbed up the city wall. When they looked up at the scene in front of them, they couldn't help but take a few steps back. Countless buildings of strange shapes and materials stood inside the city wall. Artificial streets flowed through this medium-sized town. There were all kinds of public facilities on the roadside that they had never seen, but what moved and shocked them were the corpses lying on the streets. Corpses all over the ground. They walked around the town carefully on the city wall for a few minutes, but every street they could see was full of corpses. According to the scale they saw now, it was conservatively estimated that there were 5 to 6 figures of dead. And the condition of these corpses was also creepy. Nearly half of the corpses had rotted into bones, but the other half remained in a fairly high degree of integrity, as if they had died not long ago. Did you see it? Greta had no time to cover up his trembling voice. To be honest, I think we can retreat temporarily and explore this place slowly in the future. We have already solved the monster. Observe the dead person closely. Maine's cold words made the two vicious ability users feel heavy. Greg let the metal weapon hover beside him to deal with possible dangers at any time. They climbed down the wall and carefully moved about 10 meters in front of a fresh corpse. Then Greg controlled the suspended metal weapon to touch the body of the corpse. A strange look appeared on his face. Greg did not continue to explore the next step, but walked directly in front of the corpse and lowered his head to look at the fatal wound on the chest of the dead person. A cylindrical penetration wound. Greg looked at the cross-section of the wound. Under the skin was not blood and flesh, but a rather complex mechanical structure. Greg opened his palm and stretched it towards the dead man, manipulating the whole body to float towards him in a fairly balanced posture. As the skin of both sides touched, he immediately realized the problem. It was not skin on his body at all. Greg retracted his palm. The body was instantly torn apart by the metal structure inside, and the skin-like things were torn into countless pieces and scattered in the air, and metal or non-metal parts were scattered all over the ground. Greg tried hard to search in the wreckage, but did not find any signs of flesh and blood, and there was not enough space in the head of the dead man to fit a head. They are robots. Greg replied, "What should we do now?" Collect a complete body, then look for items that look valuable and have abnormal characteristics, and record noteworthy information. If you can make enough contributions, you will have the opportunity to no longer perform such potentially dangerous tasks. "Yes," he replied in a submissive tone. In the following time, Greg and Roddy searched the town for what Marn asked for. They broke into dozens of houses, rummaged through the boxes and cabinets, and sent the things they found into the containment room according to the procedure. But the things they found were the same as the black cat and the humanoid machine corpse. None of them had abnormal characteristics. As the search mission progressed, they were getting closer and closer to the interior of the town. When the previous work was meaningless, Greg no longer broke into every house he saw, but only entered places that looked obviously different from other buildings. As they moved forward, they encountered other things. The corpses of more than a dozen large beasts. Their bodies were surrounded by mechanical limbs similar to those of the black cat, but the modified parts and bodies of these beasts were several times larger than those of the black cat. The length of the bones of one of the beasts was more than 15 meters. No matter how you look at it, they should be much stronger than the third-level monster they just encountered, but they all no longer have any vitality, and in the process of exploration, Greg and his team gradually realized a fact. These dead people may have died almost at the same time, and they may not have had time to react to the attack. They did not leave any signs of resistance. Combined with the possibility that those mechanical beasts may have 4th level strength entities. The one who slaughtered this town was a 5th level ability user. After checking the hardness of the dead bones, and whether there were any abnormalities, Greg was basically certain that this terrible disaster should have occurred within the past few years. What is it made of? With this uneasy thought in mind, Greg and Roddy stepped into a building that looked like a church. Although this place looked a little different from other buildings from the outside, it had nothing in common with the churches on the ground. What made them think so were the statues and decorations inside. Several statues of humanoids and mechanical creatures stood in the middle of the church, and the murals on the walls depicted various strange creatures and some things they could not understand. But when Marn, who was sitting behind the desk, saw the pictures of the giants fighting, he realized that some of them were the natural gods now trapped in the Southern Federation, and the few gods opposite them, as well as some different images that looked like titans. Ming carefully observed the murals. There were a total of 16 different images on the opposite side of the gods, most of which should be titans of a certain generation, and some might be ordinary warriors or something else. As Greg and Roddy moved towards the interior of the church, the content of the murals also changed. It began to depict a new war, but this battle was the enemy of the gods in the previous mural. 5 of the 16 images appeared in the new war. Among them, the little people with silver and gold pigments were one of the parties in this war, while they were the main army members against the gods in the previous painting. In the end, it seemed that they won. The 2 pictures depicted this scene. There were some contents around the silver little people that Maine could not understand, and the golden little people had an image that clearly represented breaking free from the shackles. The other titans and gods were depicted as defeated. In the last part, the murals seemed to tell the stories between the 2 little people of these colors, including battles and stories with religious colors. In the end, they seemed to be united and regarded the titans they had fought as some kind of faith. Those statues were their images. Greg and Roddy did not pay attention to the colorful murals on the wall, but they also saw something worth paying attention to. There seemed to be traces of smearing in the part that should have been the murals at the end. Someone wiped off the outermost part of the wall in a fairly flat way and carved many symbols composed of line segments on it with brute force. Just above these symbols, it was written in the Federation language. To those who come later, I don't know what the meaning of these symbols I carved is. I just accepted the control of my body and subconscious mind, and it was they that brought me here. Follow it, this is the road to victory. Martin stared at the strange symbols composed of straight lines. They are poorly written Chinese characters, with no arcs between the strokes, as if they were written by a poor imitator. When I raised my finger, I didn't know where it would go, but I could try to move my index finger in every direction at the same time, and then the vague future would change in front of me, and then I would draw these symbols that I couldn't understand in the direction of good. I don't know what I wrote, nor do I understand the meaning of these words. This is not a dialogue. I am not involved in it. Only you can see this message. You must remember this. If you have some understanding of the basic structure of our world, you should understand that we cannot predict the future by observing the direction of each particle, so I only see a vague probability. Writing this paragraph will not make the future doomed, but make it more likely to meet my expectations. You can simply understand that my next prediction may not be successfully realized. I have no way to completely kill the future. Don't become lax because of the words you see. Our opponents are dangerous enemies. The lunatics failed to destroy the stubborn alliance. They will make a deal with the devil, and use your freedom and ideals as a reward. Accept their evil request. Do not immediately let the secret alliance in the dark replace the alliance. Wait patiently for the right opportunity. The venomous snake has crawled into your bed. She is colluding with the lunatics to kill you, but the fate of the venomous snake that attempts to swallow the elephant is already known to everyone, and the gods who pursue secrets are destined to die by their own greed. She is looking at you with greed, and the vicious thoughts are lingering in her mind. Go, explore the sinister tower, tear open her chest with the sword of the Forerunner, cross the passage across mountains and rivers, lead monsters into the trap called Oblivion, dance with the lunatics, and pierce her heart with a dagger in the shadow. The gods are forgotten after all. This is our time. To my future ally, the director of the Abnormal Control Bureau. Shishao. Chapter 153. Goen Zhou, the corridor of the investigation department. The strong son of thunder walked towards the conference room, and the other members of the team were already waiting inside. Lei Yu's views on these members have also changed in the past few days of contact. Experts are the team members who suit him best. Several plans he proposed against Maine are decisive enough, which is in line with his understanding of the Way of Thunder. And the status of the werewolf Blood Claw in charge of tracking has also become a little higher in his mind. As a third-level ability user, he has no advantage over other wild werewolves in battle, that is, he is slightly stronger than the federal mass-produced werewolves in comprehensive ability. Compared with those newborns, the biggest advantage of these native werewolves is that they are not so easy to be targeted. They have at least decades of experience in dealing with silver weapons, and know how to avoid their weaknesses. But in any case, Blood Claw's combat power is meaningless under the premise of his existence. The difference in combat power between the two sides makes it almost impossible for the werewolf to affect the outcome of the battle. However, Lei Yu gradually understood why Shadow chose Blood Claw as a member. He was indeed good at tracking. When he was in East New State, he had inferred that Ma-En might have some ability to move in space through his traces. At that time, Lei Yu and other members did not take the statement seriously, thinking that he was just making excuses. In fact, Blood Claw said this based on his ability to judge that Ma-En's traces were discontinuous, and he also rigorously proved that Ma-En had the ability to move in space through other traces at the scene. Silence was the only one among the few who did not bring him any freshness. This guy was as silent as his name. He hardly communicated with the team members, and did not participate in any actions. Lei Yu's impression of him was still that of a helper in dealing with Ma-En. Ren Shiji, who he originally looked down on the most among the four, was the one Lei Yu had the biggest change in his opinion. At first, he showed a good ability in handling paperwork, and then his results in handling the communication with the headquarters of the investigation department also made them look at him with new eyes. But what completely changed Lei Yu's opinion of Ren Shiji was his results after he came to the investigation department of the Southern Federation. After entering the system of the investigation department, his real ability was revealed. He had established a subtle relationship with more than a dozen middle-level members of the investigation department. He was quietly infiltrating here. Lei Yu felt that if he was given half a year, he might be able to completely undermine Ji Gaochuan. The Son of Thunder didn't know about this kind of thing, but he could clearly sense the difference in the skills of both sides through Ren Shiji's report. However, he also noticed an interesting thing, that is, Ren Shiji seemed to be slightly inferior in the efficiency of handling serious matters. After learning this, Lei Yu saw some shadows of his former teammates in them. They were not as bad as he thought at first. On the contrary, they were basically elites in their respective fields. Lei Yu once doubted whether his original view of the investigation department was wrong, but after reading their action report in Goenzhou in detail, he felt that his original idea was not wrong. The average level of the investigation department was indeed lower than that of his original team. But the Shadow who arranged the team selected the better members, and the seemingly cold-blooded new boss seemed to have noticed his dissatisfaction after being separated from the original team members, and handled his emotions relatively gently. After all, he is a psychic. The Son of Thunder reached out and pushed the door open. But behind the door was not a meeting room. In front of him was darkness, and Lei Yu noticed that the black necklace hanging around his neck became warm. This necklace was one of the equipment for this mission. Lei Yu walked in. The darkness slowly faded, and a spacious office appeared in front of him. Except that the space was slightly more than normal, there was nothing special about the layout here. An ordinary-looking man was sitting in an office chair, his hands on the mouse and keyboard, and he seemed to be processing something. He raised his head a few seconds after Lei Yu appeared. Shadow asked calmly, "The one you should be the moon god, right?" That's why he gave the necklace to Lei Yu. Shadow had already considered the situation that he couldn't enter the Southern Federation. After all, the gods they believed in were those things, and it was possible to pull them to his side for communication. "Yes," Lei Yu said bluntly, "I have a new mission?" Shadow crossed his legs and said, "Yes, the Federation has just swapped the priorities of dealing with the Moon God and the Salvation Alliance. Now the danger level of the Moon God has exceeded our expectations, and the headquarters has just received the latest news that we will negotiate with the Salvation Alliance." Lei Yu looked at him in surprise. "What do you mean?" Shadow's face showed no emotion. "The Salvation Alliance has proved its ability to survive, but you have betrayed the trust of me and the Federation. The fact that the investigation department cannot solve the Salvation Alliance in a short time has been known to the members of the Parliament. Now they have come to a new conclusion after complex discussions. Then the benefits of destroying the Salvation Alliance are lower than the various potential risks it brings. We plan to negotiate with them. As long as the Salvation Alliance is officially disbanded, we can let all of them be free and exempt from the crimes they committed before. Although these are real reasons, there are actually only two things that really contributed to this matter. They intend to test the Godwalker, and some factions want to reduce the influence of the investigation department." Shadow pointed to a paper document on the table. and I am responsible for the work of the Salvation Alliance in the Southern Federation and the Eastern Federation. In the Southern Federation, you have a new bargaining chip, that is this document, which analyzes and describes in detail the consequences of their continued cooperation with the Moon God, revealing part of the truth about the nature of the gods. After reading this document, they will learn a simple message, that is, continuing to fight against us will accelerate the destruction of the world. Rather than doing so, disbanding the World Salvation Alliance and doing other good things in private is more in line with their ideals and beliefs. We will not stop them. And if they continue like this, the Shinshao Walker will also pay the price for their actions. In fact, this was originally part of the Federation's plan, but their level of resistance did exceed the Federation's initial expectations, so the idea of using their struggles to influence the Shinshao Walker was shelved. Lei Yu asked, "What should I do then?" Shadow said, "We infer that Ma and may have information about Qin Lan, which will help us complete the current task. Your first task is to find him and interrogate him. This is the best result, but no matter what, you will eventually kill him. If you are not sure of catching him alive, killing him directly is also an acceptable result, but I will assign your future work based on this." Lei Yu said doubtfully, "Are we going to negotiate with the Salvation Alliance?" Shadow nodded, "Yes, this is part of the negotiation. If you just give them benefits, the Salvation Alliance will think that we can't do anything to them, especially now that the Night of the Moon God has spread all over the Southern Federation, so we have to let them realize a fact first. If this war continues, there will only be one loser, and that is them. In fact, this is not the real reason, but the Son of the Gods is not qualified to know so much." This is the voice conveyed by the Federation to the Investigation Department. They are not going to kill Ma In, but the ability user who helped Shinshao Xingjia's sister Lan escape. A chess piece that may be secretly arranged by Shinshao Xingjia. For them, this was both a test and a way to eliminate hidden dangers in advance. Shadow said, "I heard that your current work has encountered difficulties. I will give you some other resources. You can choose and use them at will. I don't need to tell you the importance of this mission, right?" Lei Yu answered confidently, "I will capture him alive." Shadow had no doubts about the Son of the Gods, because he knew the nature of the gods and what the God of Thunder was doing. He was responsible for monitoring and handling all of this. They all have their own unique tricks, and Lei Shen's makes him no longer have control over his offspring, and helping the gods rule the world is contrary to what these Sons of Thunder believe in. If they try to help Lei Shen, he will never be able to leave the cursed land. He nodded to Lei Yu, then pointed to the door behind him. "Let's go, I still have dozens of tasks to arrange." Lei Yu turned and walked out of his office. The next moment, he stepped into the meeting room of Goin-Zhou. Before the others could react, Lei Yu spoke directly. "I just met with my superiors. They are not satisfied with the current progress and have put forward new requirements. We must now capture Ma In alive and pry out the location of Qin Lan, an important member of the Salvation Alliance, from his mouth. And they also gave us new resources. Expert, take Rinshurji to take a closer look to see if there is anything that can play a role in Plan Number 5. However, I have a small request. We must maintain our dominant position. If not, I would rather deal with the fugitive alone." Rinshurji said worriedly, "Do we really want to implement Plan Number 5? I remember that the Church firmly rejected our proposal. With our current cooperative relationship, they must have a reason to do so. If we really want to take action against the pastor, it will definitely cause dissatisfaction in the Church. Plan Number 5 is to use Qin Yun to force Ma In to show up, and use it as a threat to control him. In the expert's plan, they will bypass the Church itself to approach Qin Yun and carry out the assassination in a covert manner. In the best-case scenario, Ma In would surrender directly, and no one would know about the existence of this plan. But this is almost impossible. They must leave some traces on Qin Yun to force him to show up. Even if the team members who killed her handled it beautifully enough, Ma In still had the possibility of escaping. If the news leaked out, it would definitely cause trouble for them." Lei Yu said, "You got it wrong. The point is not whether you pull the trigger, but whether you point the gun in the right direction. We have obtained new resources, which may be more than you think. You can try to use this to discuss this matter with higher-ranking members of the Church. She is just a formal pastor." The expert nodded. "I will take a closer look, but compared to spending resources on this, a better solution is to use it to cover up the traces of our actions and ensure that Ma In has no possibility of escape. This is more cost-effective. He has done this kind of dirty work a lot, and efficiency is the only thing the expert cares about." Lei Yu nodded. "Please make a new plan and show it to me." "It's settled." All the members of the conference room did not notice that when they were talking, the moon outside the window was faintly brighter, and the silver light fell into the room and listened quietly to the names they talked about. This is already her territory. The Son of Thunder is lucky. If the outcome of his victory over Ma-En was still unknown, he would be destined to catch the interesting mortal now, but he would have to pay an insignificant price in the process. Part of Ma-En. Chapter 154. The news of Plan Number 5 was immediately passed to Ma-En. Rinshirji reported in detail that the federal hunting team in Goan State had received a new order. They had to capture Ma-En in a short time to obtain Qin Lan's location information, and then kill him immediately afterwards. And the Federation also planned to provide new resources to help them achieve this goal. The expert and he were in charge of this work. Lei Yu was very proud to make several requests for this. Other members were not allowed to intervene in the frontal battle, and could only be used to perform other tasks, as if he had an inexplicable cleanliness. Therefore, they will use this resource to carry out Plan Number 5, which is one of the plans to lead Ma-En through Qin. According to their original idea, Lei Yu and the expert wanted to ask them to hand over Qin to themselves through the covenant with the church, and the investigation department would give the other party compensation. When they communicated with each other, they did not fully expose the importance of this matter, but still did not think that there would be any problems. But the church rejected them. Therefore, they proposed several new plans in the follow-up, including explaining the pros and cons in detail and proposing a new price, or snatching Qin through other forces, etc. But these methods have various problems, such as low success rate, other risks, or simply not being able to pay. In the end, their choice was Plan Number 5, secretly approaching Qin and being ready to assassinate him at any time. As long as they were not discovered, there would be no trouble even if Qin was killed, but there was a hidden condition here, that is, they had to successfully control Ma-En. Rinshirji also raised objections, but after a few brief conversations, he realized a fact, that is, Lei Yu had never considered the possibility of failure from the beginning to the end, and this became the plan they finally chose. Now he and the experts are preparing for this matter, and will pass it to Ma-En in real time at any time. In addition to Rinshirji, Ma-En has another source of intelligence, the fallen angel Ian, a member of the Abnormal Control Bureau. After the fall of Dongsansu, Ian was the only surviving heavenly creature in the area. All other angels and holy spirits had been killed, and he returned to heaven safely after using the skills he mastered after the fall, and did not arouse any suspicion. Unlike other forces, heaven will not worry about problems with its members, because they are under the influence of almost mind control at all times. After returning to heaven, he was also paying attention to Qin's movements. The investigation department has jointly listed Ma-En as a wanted criminal with the federal police. It seems that because of this news, she went to Dongsansu, which was still very dangerous for the priest at that time, regardless of the obstruction. During this process, the bishop of Jinrongzu wanted her to come back several times, but she refused the proposal and insisted on staying there for more than a month, and Ian didn't know what she did at that time. Because the two temporary guardian angels who followed Qin to Dongsansu did not pay attention to her behavior. Ian knew very well that they just didn't care. When Qin came back, he and a new compatriot took over the responsibility of protecting Qin again. Qin, who had just returned to Jinrongzu, was in a very low mood, and several church members asked her what she did during her time in Dongsansu, but she didn't give any meaningful answers. The bishop who saw this scene talked to her several times, trying to make her realize that Ma-En was a dangerous wanted criminal, and he had the names of many innocent people in his hands, and he was already standing on the opposite side of the church's moral values. He was evil. The final result made the bishop quite satisfied. Qin accepted his words, and also said that she no longer planned to waste her thoughts on him, and wanted to devote all her energy to the work of the church, so that the world could feel the warmth and love of the Lord and avoid similar things from happening again. If his compatriots at the time saw the scene, they might be happy. But Ian could see something else in her eyes, a kind of raging fire that made him want to stay away from it. In the past, he and his compatriots did not realize its existence, but Ian felt that this flame had been in Qin's eyes a long time ago. Although they had extraordinary spiritual perception in the past, their spirits became dull because of the brand of the gods, so that they could not even notice that the flames were always rolling around her, and this was actually the reason why she became a saint of the church. If everything goes well, she may become a brave and combative female angel in the future. It is for this reason that Ma-En, without saying anything, has determined that Qin may become a rebel like himself in the future. After all, she has a brother who can free the angels from their shackles. When the investigation team led by Lei Yun made a request, he not only rejected them with other church members, but also strengthened his vigilance to prepare for potential threats. Ma En has passed the latest information to him, and once Renshurji has determined their battle plan and the assistance they have received, Ma En will convey this news to Ian and ask him to ensure that their actions cannot succeed. But in addition, their actions also reminded Ma En of two sentences in Qin Wan's prophecy. The lunatics failed to destroy the stubborn alliance. They will make a deal with the devil and use your freedom and ideals as a reward. Accept their evil request. Don't let the secret alliance in the dark replace the alliance immediately. Wait patiently for the right opportunity. Go dance with the lunatics and pierce her heart with the dagger in the shadow. Through the description of failing to destroy the alliance, Ma En can basically determine that these so-called lunatics are the investigation department or the Federation. The prophecy mentioned an evil deal and told him to accept the request of the Federation and not to resist immediately. And by dancing together with these federal lunatics, he seems to be able to end the moon god, who is now lurking in the Salvation Alliance through the so-called dagger in the shadow. In fact, before getting the prophecy, Ma En did not think that the moon god would definitely stand on the opposite side of him. The behavior of these gods may just be due to arrogance. Maybe there are also her undercovers in other organizations. But the godly walker left a prophecy to deal with her, which proves that this is probably the most important thing for the current World Salvation Alliance. Either she is threatening them, or there are enough benefits to killing her. The most likely is both. Therefore, Ma En was still leisurely waiting for the deal with the Federation. But it seems that for some unknown reason, they suddenly planned to kill him. Unfortunately, the entire assassination plan was carried out under Ma En's surveillance, and now he just happened to be short of a few level 0 employees. Chapter 155. Greg and Roddy returned to the containment room safely. Although they did not bring back any valuable items in the end, they got quite important information without knowing it. The message from the Shishao Walker said the venomous snake has crawled into your bed, which confirmed his suspicion of Shinjiha. She also mentioned a deal between the Federation and the Salvation Alliance, and wanted Ma En to accept this deal. This is also the blade in the shadow in the 3 premises for killing the moon goddess she mentioned. The other 2 are the blade of the pioneer and the trap called forgetting. After Ma En woke up, he read some stories related to prophecy, which basically involved misunderstandings of prophecy. However, if the prophet who left the prophecy was a true prophet, he should not need to consider this possibility too much. Even if he had a wrong understanding, it might eventually guide the right path, because the Shishao Walker wrote that text not because of what she saw, but because she would move towards the future she wanted after seeing that text. Therefore, he has made the most basic analysis based on this sentence. Shadow is either a hidden place in the literal sense, or refers to the current director of the investigation department, Shadow, or the investigation department he represents. The Forerunner blade in the tower should be the easiest to understand among the 3 sentences. The Forerunner obviously refers to the Titans, who have already embarked on the road to fight against the gods. This sentence means that there is a god-killing weapon from the past hidden in the tower. The trap named Oblivion made Marn a little doubtful, but the sentence before it, a passage across mountains and rivers, finally confirmed the answer. The first time he saw the word channel after waking up was on the employee channel on the note he left behind, and it can indeed cross mountains and rivers, and can even do much more than that. Then the Oblivion obviously refers to the unmemory who made him escape from the mental hospital. Because of his existence, Ma En has not tried to return to the hospital yet, even though the beast patients underground there have the possibility of being converted into employees. He can go back underground and trade with them like a devil with regaining freedom. He believes that there will be many beast patients willing to pay a huge price, but Ma En has never considered this idea. The unmemory at that time could not kill him, but it does not mean that he still cannot do it now. Maybe he was in a weak state after the battle with himself, so he could not end his life. Ma En himself is still in this weak state, and he has not found any way to reverse the impact on himself. It is useless to try to simply be moved by the scene. Even telepaths have never heard of any special techniques for dealing with memory erasure in the past. After all, no one will try to fight against something that does not exist at all. But if the prophecy of the Divine Skywalker really pointed to the right path, then perhaps the current Victor Sanatorium is not as dangerous as he imagined. But if it is not dangerous to him, how can he lead the moon goddess into a deadly trap? Before getting the information of the other 2 things, he may not be able to accurately understand what the trap is, and he is not clear about the specific method to lead the moon goddess into the trap. But Ma En actually has a doubt about the trap. The purpose of her writing these words is definitely not to benefit herself, but to make the future deviate towards successfully saving the world, so her life and death may not be considered in this matter. And this worry is largely due to what Shinshao Xingzhe told him. She said that although she could see her future, she couldn't remember it, But now she still wrote these words, which also proved that even if she was definitely not completely unable to influence her judgment. So for Shinshao Xingzhe, how much impact can she see herself? Can she clearly perceive whether her life and death will be good or bad for the future she expects? Or put these aside, there will still be one most important question left. That is her life and death good or bad for the world? The answer to this question itself is unknown. Even if Ma En now feels that he is definitely on the side of justice, there is no guarantee that he will keep this idea in the future. And he does have the potential to threaten the safety of the world. In a better way, even if he now vows to always walk on the path of helping to save the world, and strictly demands himself with this as a creed, it does not mean that his existence is positive for the world. After all, no one dares to say whether the actual impact of their life on the world is in line with their own ideas. Even a saint without any moral flaws may accidentally touch some abnormal objects and cause the world to be destroyed. Based on Ma En's understanding of Qin Wan, she is not the kind of madman who judges the life and death of others based on pure probability and results. She still has normal moral concepts. But the problem is that the words she wrote down are not what she wants to say. Qin Wan not only couldn't understand those Chinese characters, but also couldn't influence what he wrote. Therefore, the realization of this prophecy can only make the future move in the direction that Qin Wan expected, and Ma En couldn't be sure that this was also beneficial to him, and he couldn't directly determine that he would be safe if he returned to the mental hospital. But he can also push the future in the direction he expects. And the probability that the prophecy will lead to his death is actually very low. This is just the worst possibility. Ma En is more reminding himself through thinking not to take it lightly because of the existence of the prophecy. And the current situation is a little different from the prophecy. The transaction did not come directly to him as predicted. Lei Yu and others received the order to contact Qin Lan through Ma En, and also to kill him. This also made him feel confused. The investigation department must want to negotiate with Qin Lan, but if they just want to do so, killing themselves should not be the primary task of the investigation department. This approach will only reduce their chances of success. They should adopt a more gentle approach, unless killing themselves is also one of their goals. Whatever the reason, it is definitely not as easy as the prophecy says for him to get the Dagger of Shadow. So overall, the first thing he should accomplish is to get the weapon in the tower. That is why Mon came to the outside of the containment room. When he pushed the door open, the metal controller Greg was staring at the direction he came in, but his eyes were not focused on Mon, as if his eyes could penetrate Mon's body. I refuse to go on a second exploration mission like this. Greg calmly and firmly put forward his demands. Don't play tricks on me, I'm familiar with that stuff. If you don't need my skills, I would have died long ago. He was doing what the upper-level Zero employees had done before, putting forward what he wanted. Marn sat down in front of him slowly. You are not stupid, but you should be aware of one thing. I know what you want, and you know what I want, but I have much more chips than you do. I can waste the resources at hand at will, but you can't afford to lose even once. You only have one life. Greg showed an expression of you were right, and shook his head as if he had admitted defeat. Well, I don't have much room to refute. You are a strong man. Not only do you control my life and death, but you also deprive me of my power. He lowered his head slightly and said, so I really have no choice but to let you control this path. Although it's unclear what exactly happened, it seems that the Federation has misjudged its opponent. Greg raised his hand slowly and said, but before sending me to the next mission, I would like to ask you to listen to me. If you are still unwilling to change your mind after listening, I will stand up and perform the second mission. I know the guy who caught me. He should be Shinjia, a member of the Salvation Alliance. From what I know, you don't seem to be that free. It will definitely bring risks to you to capture low-level ability users at will. So if you don't even want to listen to these few words, then I will be happy to die. Greg looked at Mon calmly. After all, I am just a prisoner. This is the worst thing I can do. The outcome between us was determined long before I was caught. I can't shake your victory, but at least I can lose decently. Mon nodded slightly to him. Go on. Greg said with respect. In my opinion, giving us prisoners a little hope that has no practical significance may be more beneficial to you than maintaining the current situation. I believe you must have thought of this. But as a real prisoner, I have some of my own experience to share. You have the technology to control our power and transmit us, but you can't directly decide our life and death. What lies before me is a mission that may very well lead to death. This feeling of being destined to die and not seeing any light makes me feel heavy and desperate. For many people, this horror may be even greater than death. I believe that many smart people will choose to end their lives. And most of your prisoners should have been capable people who could decide the life and death of ordinary people. Falling into this situation would make them feel extremely unacceptable, and may even cause them to react hysterically. Even if reason tells them that the best choice is to continue the mission again and survive as long as possible, this is not the path that those capable people who once claimed to be superior people would choose. They will try to escape, work passively, or even directly resist you. They are destined to lose, and you will always win. This is a fact. But you can get more benefits than now. Just give them some visible hope. Like a carrot hanging in front of a donkey, they will not choose a path worse than death and despair, but try every means to survive. You can even use the resources at hand to let us do missions that are absolutely impossible to execute, such as giving their families some money that is useless to you. Everyone is afraid of death, but when there is no choice, we all want to die less regretfully. In other words, we all hope that our death can have a little meaning, even if it is false. What do you think of this idea? Ma-in nodded. You said it very well. In fact, he already had the same idea. If he wanted to send these level 0 employees to die, it would not be possible to rely solely on the threat of death. However, he originally thought that he would not have to spend time on this in the short term. However, the man in front of him brought up what he was thinking, and he kept a very low attitude when he spoke. Even when he told him the information he had, he still maintained a superficial respect for himself. Such a guy can't be dealt with casually, but relatively speaking, his ability will also be stronger than other employees, which will help Ma-in to successfully obtain the weapons in the tower. And when his life is completely controlled, this kind of clear-minded guy is actually much safer than other capable people, and there is no possibility of deliberately messing up the task. As he continues to recruit level 0 employees, if he wants to keep the more capable ones among them, he must let them see hope, otherwise they will at worst resist through negative tasks. Of course, this is under the premise of limited resources. Mon said, there is something we want on the tower you saw at that time. If you can take it out smoothly, I will consider your proposal. Greg nodded gratefully. Thank you for listening. Then before this mission is completed, you already have 100% loyalty from me and Roddy. As long as I am alive, I will do my best to carry out this mission, and Roddy will even be willing to die for it. Because I will put the mission above his life, and he trusts me very much. Of course, unless there is no choice, I can't let him take risks. He is the only friend left. He did not ask what reward Mon would give, nor did he show his curiosity about it. This is not only because he wanted Mon to feel his sincerity, but also because there is no point in asking questions now. Only after completing this mission can he get the real answer. No matter how many promises Mon makes now, they may not come true. He can change his mind at any time, and if Mon wants to play tricks on him, he will be able to see it sooner or later. Greg didn't ask for much, just a road that led to freedom. Even if the road was not built for the purpose of letting them leave here, and it was so difficult that it was impossible to cross it, it didn't matter. As long as there was an end, he could reach it. Chapter 156. Greg and Roddy took a short break in the containment room, and reproposed their requirements for various equipment. After simply replenishing the consumables needed for long-term operations, they set out on the road to the tower again. Having already had experience, they said they were familiar with the road and always kept alert. The road to the tower was much farther than the town, but thanks to their own abnormal powers, they only needed to rest a few times a day to maintain their combat effectiveness, and they could maintain a high speed by relying on their abilities. They did not encounter any obstacles on the way. Just like in the town, they did not encounter any living or dead creatures trying to block their progress, as if the black cat that attacked them at that time was the only creature left here, which made Greg instinctively aware of something wrong. Because not long ago, there was a town that once stood here. According to their observation of some corpses, they conservatively estimated that they would not have died for more than 10 years, so the fact that there were no living creatures here made him feel a little puzzled. Ma-in, who was monitoring them, also noticed this phenomenon. He also knew who the murderer of the townspeople was, so he could infer some seemingly reasonable conclusions. Maybe it was Qin who could stay. After all, she could see the future direction. Maybe this behavior had some other meaning, or it was possible that it had just come here recently, and other living creatures had died at the hands of Qin in the past. The second basis for speculation was that there were no other animals here. If the big black cat needed to eat, it might not live here forever, but it might also consume other energy to survive. But in general, it was reasonable that they did not encounter any hostile living creatures. Not far away, Roddy said in a low voice. He was looking up at the tower that was almost in front of him. The diameter of the tower was about 20 meters, and the height was difficult to judge by naked eyes without special tools. But it was very high. Greg replied, there should be a special weapon inside, It may be a sword, or something else, but we have to find it and take it out, and then we can apply for retreat by teleportation. The time required depends on how deep we go. The nearly 3-meter-tall bone monster hesitated for a few seconds, but still plucked up the courage to ask, "Greg, do you think we can regain our freedom?" Under surveillance, he knew very well that it was impossible to hear any really useful answer from Greg's mouth, and he might be noticed by those bastards because of this question. But he could distinguish the other party's tone. They have been comrades for more than 10 years. Greg answered firmly, "I think it's okay." This was an affirmative tone. This made Roddy's worries dissipate a little. Although Roddy didn't show it, he had actually been worried about his future since he was captured. Their previous team was broken up by these bastards, who claimed to be saviors, and all his former companions died at their hands. If it weren't for Greg, he might have committed suicide by hitting his head against the wall. He also slightly resisted the urge to escape after seeing Greg act very calmly. However, when Greg faced the attack of the Savior Alliance, he could only see some nervousness from some details of his movements, but there was no fear on his face, so he asked this question. "We're here," Roddy said in a heavy tone. They finally reached the tower, and after a few steps they found a door about 3 meters high. At this distance, the two realized that the dark tower was made of some unfamiliar alloy, not the stone wall they thought from afar, and this was good news for them, who had a metal controller in the team. Greg raised his hand, and simply fumbled to move the metal door open. Behind the door was a spiral staircase, the width of which was the same as the radius of the tower, which was 10 meters. Roddy didn't need to cancel the transformation state to enter. Greg raised his leg without hesitation. Transfer time. 2 minutes and 37 seconds. He stepped on the steps. Transfer time. 3 minutes and 37 seconds. Mart immediately noticed the change in time, but when Greg took the second step, the transmission time did not immediately respond, and it was still quietly counting 4 minutes and 37 seconds. The second step, the third step, the fourth step. They turned around more than 10 times, and when Greg stepped on a step corresponding to the first position, the time of the transmission jumped again. Transmission time, 4 minutes and 37 seconds. The time jump was repeated 10 times in total. When Greg stepped on the last step, he saw a hall that was more than 10 times wider than the area of the tower. The ground and walls were made of black unknown alloy. There were no furniture or other objects in the hall, but there were more than a dozen black mechanical cats lying there that were no different from the ones they had seen. Greg immediately pressed the transmission panel on the panel. Then he saw the 12-minute countdown. Oh, that's bad. The black cat lazily lying at the back was stronger than the others. He glanced at the two people who walked into the stairs with a cold look, and then the mechanical structure on his body emitted a familiar voice. It has been confirmed that they are human beings, not infected by the gods, no need for disinfection procedures, and will be killed according to standard procedures. The laziness in the eyes of the other black cats disappeared at the same time as if they had received an order. They all rushed towards their position with neat movements, and the last leader also stood up. The shoulder height of the black monster was close to Roddy's chest. After just half a second of staring at each other, Greg came to a conclusion. They can't win. Push them into the stairs, and hold on until the transmission time, Greg said hurriedly, and at the same time countless exquisite metal weapons surged around him like butterflies, flapping their wings and flying towards the black cats in the front. When they came into contact with the big cats, they tore off large pieces of flesh and blood from the beasts, which effectively stopped them from advancing, but did not cause any real fatal damage. After seeing this scene, the other black cats behind them all began to move forward cautiously, and flexibly dodged the metal butterflies controlled by Greg alone. The last black cat king walked gracefully and lightly, and casually waved his palm to slap away several metal butterflies that tried to approach him, directly breaking them into pieces with his claws. The closer you are to the bottom of the tower, the shorter the transmission time. The time outside the tower is 2 minutes and 37 seconds. Maine's words appeared in the ears of the two fugitives. He also did not expect that the exploration of the tower would immediately encounter obstacles. Although this is a reasonable situation, dangerous weapons have their holders, or guardians, but Qing came here in person a few years ago. Did her prophecy show that she could handle these problems, or was this part of the situation not in her prophecy at all? After receiving the news, Greg and Roddy immediately began to retreat at high speed down the stairs. The bone monster directly hugged Greg in his arms, and then showed a speed that was not inferior to the black cat. However, his flexibility was far inferior to the former, so he crashed into the wall several times because he couldn't stop the car just after starting, and in order to prevent Greg from turning into mincemeat, he had to maintain a relatively low speed. The metal butterflies built a solid defense line behind them. Although the black big cats were chasing behind them, no one dared to test the sharpness of these metal blades. The Black Cat King was still standing in front of the stairs at this moment, and the metal hall behind him slowly opened. A humanoid machine about 2.5 meters tall walked out, and it deftly flipped onto the black cat, and then this mechanical and biochemical creation took the first step down. Bang! The Black Cat Knight landed heavily on the steps, and the two heavy bodies did not make the metal steps to form at all. In an instant, it jumped between the walls more than a dozen times, and the figures of other black cats appeared in front of them. Transfer time: 6 minutes and 49 seconds. The metal butterflies gathered towards them in an instant, and the black cat just opened its mouth slightly. Boom! The air was stirred by its roar, and the originally flexible and high-speed butterflies suddenly stopped in place as if they had hit a wall, and at this moment, all the black cats jumped over them and increased their speed of pursuit. When those metal butterflies returned to Greg's control, it was too late. Give me some time. Greg rolled out of the embrace of the bone monster, and controlled those complex metal butterflies to form strange shapes in the air, as if preparing something. Roddy stopped without saying a word, and reflexively charged at the black cats on his body, with the bone blade raised high as if it would tear them apart in the next moment. The Black Cat Knight turned around and roared a second time at the gathering metal butterflies, and they were blown away in an instant, but they continued to gather. Seeing this, it pounced directly. The other dozen black cats rushed in front of the bone monster. Facing such a large number of enemies, even the battle-hardened Roddy could not see any chance of survival. He could only put all his hopes on Greg. Damn Savior Alliance. The monster waved his blade at them, but the cunning black cats did not give him any chance to attack. Relying on their numerical advantage, they easily moved around him flexibly. They attacked from all directions at the same time, and could retreat at any time, and as long as he didn't pay attention, a new scar would appear on his shell. The first few scars did not affect his offensive, but as the injuries continued to accumulate, Roddy's shell began to gradually break, and those black cats could push him away before he counterattacked. After all, there are more than a dozen of them. Roddy looked at the metal butterflies in the distance with some despair, whose aggregation speed was getting slower and slower. If Greg couldn't think of any solution, they might die here. But it's okay. He might have died when he was found by the Salvation Alliance. Those damn lunatics. Suddenly, the Black Cat Knight stopped trying to attack the metal butterflies, and then immediately turned around and charged towards where Roddy was standing. It fell in front of the bone monster like lightning, and the humanoid machine on it was almost thrown off. This swift speed has exceeded the scope of the third level. They died without injustice. Snap! The sound of the mechanical structure running came to Roddy's ears, and then the metal claws of the black cat instantly accelerated and slapped his head, easily smashing the already scarred bone carapace, and the metal claw blade immediately inserted into his head. But at this time, Roddy stared at the metal butterfly that had already been aggregated with wide eyes, as if he had a last burst of light. Nothing happened. He closed his eyes in grief. The Black Cat Knight retracted his claws, and immediately rushed towards the empty back of Roddy. As early as when it turned around to deal with the group of metal butterflies that repeatedly gathered, Greg had disappeared. But they had to kill him, otherwise the tragic fate of the next town might fall on them. Greg's speed exceeded the judgment of the black cat and the knight on it. With his speed, there was no need for the bone monster to take him away at the beginning, but the monster picked him up without hesitation. It was as if Roddy was sure that Greg couldn't move as fast as he did. But even so, he was just a toy under the claws of the black cat. When the knight saw Greg's back on the stairs, the black cat had already pounced on him heavily. "Wait!" Greg shouted hoarsely. "Don't kill me. We just got here by mistake." Transfer time: 1 minute and 42 seconds. The black cat's claws were hanging on his head. A crisp female voice came from it. "Coward, the guy who abandoned his companions has no right to ask for forgiveness. If he asked me for mercy, I might consider it." Standard Federation language. Greg immediately replied, "No, you don't know who he is. The people killed by Roddy can be piled up into a small mountain, and he raped and killed hundreds of people with that face. How can I have any mercy on such a demon?" Hearing this, the woman's sympathy for Roddy just now disappeared instantly. Transfer time: 57 seconds. Greg continued, "I come from the outside world. It is not my will to break into this place. Please spare my humble life, or I am willing to exchange my life for information." "Paw," the woman said disdainfully, "you who are traveling with him are probably not a good person either." Greg said with despair, "No, we are forced to come here. He and I have never met before, but if you insist on killing me, at least tell me the reason?" A short silence. Stand up, she said. Transfer time. 2 seconds. Greg pressed cancel. He stood up. All the members of the mercenary corps that Greg had formed in the past have died, but he is still alive, and is walking on a road full of hope and opportunities. He is still moving forward. Chapter 157. When Greg stood up, the mechanical female knight stretched out her hand and pinched Greg's throat. Just when he felt that his neck was about to be broken by the other party, she loosened her hand, but the cold metal touch on Greg's neck did not disappear. The heavy muffled sound when the body hit the ground reached Greg's ears, but he did not feel the silence unusually. This collar will isolate and detect whether you are using your ability. If you make any small movements, you will be killed directly, but you should be an outsider who uses it for the first time. There was a kind of mocking pity in the words of the female knight, and it can also prevent the things in your brain from spying on our world. When Greg heard this, he reflexively glanced at the hoverboard in front of him, and then his heart sank again. It still existed and did not cause any reaction from the mechanical collar. It seems that she was not talking about this. Greg tried to reply to Maine. Report, I have successfully infiltrated. After a brief pause, 2 cold words appeared on his face. Received, continue the mission. A simple announcement. Take him with you. The female knight waved her hand. A big black cat came forward and picked up Greg and threw him on its back. It walked to the front of the cat group, walked gracefully towards the stairs, and always kept itself within the female knight's field of vision. You just said that you didn't mean to break in here, so how did you get here? Said the mechanical female knight. For me, this is a complete accident. Greg slowed down his speech rhythm. Obviously, he was waiting for orders from Marn. Now Greg has become a teleportation station. If Mayan wants, he can deploy a tactical team at any time with him as the coordinate. If there is no moon god, Shinjiha should be one of the members of this team. Mayan has a simple inference based on the current situation. As long as he allows Shinjiha and other employees to undergo stable inspections, and does not expose the truly important information, he can effectively prevent Moon God from taking the second step. Because he is still alive now. This proves that Moon God cannot do anything to him through Shinjiha, who is in the Control Bureau, otherwise she would have taken action. Therefore, Mayan guessed that Moon God's influence on Shinjiha is not that strong, and the state should be closer to leaving a backdoor in his mind, which can also be matched with his previous contact with the Son of the Moon alone. But the purpose of the weaker influence now is probably because she wants to hide her tracks, and the reason for doing so is because Moon God actually did not understand the danger of the World Salvation Alliance, and was unwilling to directly tear her face with them. This means that she felt that she could not get enough information without attracting the attention of the Abnormal Control Bureau. This was probably because she could not invade her own thoughts in the Control Bureau, so she did not know whether she should take action. The second basis for this judgment was that Shinjiha had no problems during the inspection. Compared with her ability to completely hide from the Abnormal Control Bureau, Mayan was more inclined to believe that Shinjiha did not have any other abnormal conditions when she was in the containment room. But there were other reasons that made him trapped in the power of the Moon God, such as he was actually colluding with the Moon God with a clear mind and did not accept any power, but only his soul betrayed him. There are many similar possibilities. In short, the purpose of the Moon Goddess now is definitely to find out his information and the nature of the World Salvation Alliance. As long as he ensures that the Moon Goddess does not have enough information, she will not act casually because of fear. And in this process, he must try to conceal the fact that he has noticed the Moon Goddess, so as to prevent the Moon Goddess from judging that he cannot immediately pose a direct threat to her. Mayan must not let Shinjiha realize that obtaining weapons is his means to deal with the Moon Goddess. If the level of guards here is low, maybe he can handle it alone. But Mayan thinks the situation should not be that simple. This black cat guarding the door is already a 4th level cat. Although it is not as powerful as Mayan now, it should be easy to deal with it, but it is definitely not the only 4th level ability user here. Moreover, this black cat should actually be a creation left by the Titans, and these humanoid creatures for some unknown reason must have other Titan creations. It is not a wise choice to face them alone. Mayan can't just do it by himself, nor can he rely on Shinji and them, who have great combat power. It seems that he is in trouble now, but in fact, Mayan has already selected his new exploration team members. Go and Zhou has a ready-made excellent team, and coincidentally, they also want to kill him. Collect information about the weapon, and analyze the combat power required to obtain it, Mayan said. Greg began to brew emotions after receiving the order. He raised his head, looked straight ahead, and asked heavily, "You took action because?" The female knight said coldly, "You are quite courageous. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you for being so nagging?" Greg said resolutely, I want to know the reason before I die? After a short silence, the female knight chuckled arrogantly. Okay, then I will satisfy your curiosity. Because you are human. Greg was waiting for the next sentence. So, the female knight looked at the metal door that was slowly opening. This is the reason. We will kill all humans who come here, because you are the perfect host of an evil monster, and there is a risk of bringing the monster in your body into our home. Although you and the one just now are not infected, there is a risk of breeding. Where there are people, there are gods. The knight jumped off the black cat, then walked to Greg's side, and patted him to signal him to come down. Follow me. Behind the door is a spacious metal corridor, which looks like a secret underground base of the Federation, but it actually exists in a tower that uses space technology. After a few steps, a strong man, with a metal structure all over his body, walked out of the shadows. His face was basically an iron face, but the eyes in his eye sockets were still normal. As he continued to move forward, flesh-colored liquid flowed out of the gaps in the metal structure and quickly formed skin-like tissue all over his body. A seemingly normal adult male appeared in front of him. The female knight looked at her father and continued the previous communication on the internal communication network. I didn't expect you to agree to let me bring him in. The man looked at her and replied on the communication network. Although they are indeed very dangerous, the agreement that all humans seen must be killed immediately is actually a bit extreme. It won't matter if humans with normal test results are not killed directly. I asked you to execute it more out of habit and respect for those who broke free. And in fact, when I was young, I also captured several humans from the outside world. Most of them were worse and more pathetic than the descriptions of the sages, but one of them had wisdom that I respected, and I allowed him to live to the end of his natural life. Sooner or later, you will have to come into contact with them, but I didn't expect it to be so early. With the sound of the machine, Greg noticed that the body of the humanoid machine began to deform outwards, and as the tightly protected flesh and blood body was exposed, a woman who looked quite beautiful came out. Only then did he realize that this woman was wearing mechanical armor, and she was so beautiful that it was a little unreal. But then Greg immediately remembered that the other party was probably not the human he was familiar with, and that the seemingly flawless skin was probably covered by cold metal machinery. The female knight walked behind her father and looked straight at Greg, and asked solemnly, I am Mira, the daughter of Antum, the guardian of the Black Tower. Now answer me, what's the matter with you just saying that you were forced to come here? Greg lowered his head slightly. I am an ordinary ability user outside, but one day I was suddenly captured by an unknown organization and sent here in a way I can't understand. They told me that this is an alien dimension and asked me and Roddy to explore here. Then we mistakenly entered this place. I am sorry to offend you. If you don't want us to come, I can go back and tell the guys who sent me what you think. Antum's answer was not unexpected by Greta. Good idea, but before that we have to make sure you are telling the truth. During this period of time, I will imprison you in the tower. Don't worry, I don't mean to throw you into prison. Before you leave, I want to let you know how powerful we are so that you can bring back accurate information, and you can also tell us in detail where you used to live and how far the civilization outside has developed. And my daughter Mira will accompany you during this period. Or to monitor and watch him. Although he was deprived of his abnormal ability again, this actually made Greta feel at ease, because he could clearly see that the technology they mastered was not at the same level as that of Marn. And now it seems that although these two people in the tower call themselves humans, their behavior is not much different from the humans that Greta is familiar with. According to the standards of the Federation, they are at least subhuman. This means that his previous experience can be used on them. Obviously, they want to use the so-called imprisonment to get the information they have, and they will kill themselves after getting enough information. But as long as they still live in the logic they are familiar with, he is confident that he can find a way out. Thank you, he said with gratitude and expectation. I promise to pass on what you want to say. Chapter 158. The wind swept the rain and washed the ground. The silver snake-like lightning freely shuttled and rose, and fell in the dark clouds. Sometimes heavy thunder fell to the ground like a meteor, briefly illuminating the whole world. Lei Yu was sitting cross-legged on the top of the mountain, with a firm look in his eyes. He raised his head and looked at the thunder and lightning in the distance, observing the movement trajectory of these wild goblins. In ancient times, they were connected with the most primitive fear, but now they have gradually become a symbol of freedom. Philosophers in history have a complex analysis of the word freedom. Even from the simplest perspective, freedom can be divided into active and passive, that is, the freedom to do and not do, but Lei Yun's understanding of it remains at this level. Because he pursues freedom like thunder, their freedom is quite different from the mainstream secular view. Destruction and destruction of others is also an important part of freedom for the Sons of Thunder, which is also in line with the fear engraved in human genes. The freedom that Lei Yu pursued was achieved through power. He was one of the few Sons of Thunder who would offer blood sacrifice to the God of Thunder in exchange for power. However, even so, he deliberately kept a distance from the God of Thunder and did not stay in the Southern Federation before receiving this mission. Although he knew that the God of Thunder also wanted them to remain free, Lei Yu still felt constrained by staying in the place where the gods were active, mainly because of the powerful power of the God of Thunder that far surpassed him. When Lei Yu stayed next to someone who could easily turn him into ashes, he could not feel any freedom. After leaving the Southern Federation, out of pursuit of power and freedom, he joined the federal government, the strongest ruler on the planet today, and slowly found out a lot of truths in it. Since the God of Thunder was unwilling to restrict them, he was one of the few sons of the gods who could know some of the truth. Thor is transferring his own concepts to his people by strengthening individuals, and is also influencing popular culture, trying to break free from his shackles by strengthening the concept of freedom. If his current plan has enough power, he can directly become a free god. Unlike other gods people, the Son of Thunder is basically not affected by the gods, because if Thor does something to him, he is not practicing the concept of freedom. So Lei Yu is the same as all his colleagues who know the truth. He doesn't want Thor to escape from the cursed land. The Son of Thunder is a group of humans who yearn for freedom. Moreover, the freedom of Thunder is achieved by trampling on the freedom of others. If Thor leaves the cursed land, they will no longer be free. So the Son of Thunder with normal will does not want to see him break free. But this is the cleverness of Thor's plan, they can't stop him. Because if they want to stand on the opposite side of Thor, they are acting freely according to their own will. Any idea of trying to counter Thor from the bottom of their hearts will only promote his plan, and if they have no objection to Thor's plan, they will act in accordance with his will. As long as they still want to enjoy the power in their bodies, and still desire the ability to decide their own destiny, they will naturally become his accomplices, and all attempts to resist will only bring endless support to the Thunder God. Therefore, Lei Yu was deeply troubled by this matter after finding the truth in the Federation. Because he didn't want to help the Thunder God escape the cursed land at all, but he had no choice but to become a tool for the other party to implement the plan, which made the so-called freedom look like a lie, and then he couldn't help but think of resistance. Then he realized that these changes in himself might have been expected by the Thunder God, and it might even be that the Thunder God deliberately guided him to let the Son of Thunder feel restrained and then pursue freedom. This process is constantly advancing the progress of his escape from the cursed land. In the end, Lei Yu chose to completely put this matter behind him, and tried his best to pursue pure strength and power to ensure that he could retain the ability to choose freely when he encountered real difficulties. This is also the reason why he still stayed in the Federation. There are resources he needs here, but why should I sit here and recall my past thoughts? Boom! There were sudden noises from the dark clouds in the distance, and lightning slashed through the sky crazily, as if expressing its anger, but not long after, the frequency of thunder began to decrease and become gentle, as if it was appeased. A dark cloud in the distance dispersed, revealing a silver crescent moon hidden behind it. When you learn the truth, you are destined to have the idea of resistance in your mind, and this is actually what he expects you to think of. Only when you deeply feel the fate of being controlled, freedom will become precious. A hazy female voice sounded behind him. The goddess covered in moonlight walked into Lei Yu's dream. She inquired about the surrounding environment with interest. I just talked to Lei Shen for a few words. There will be no problem with this conversation between us. This is a good suggestion for him, because it can show that you are free. Even if it is just an illusion that is more ethereal than a dream. Lei Yu looked at her. Is this a dream? The moon goddess smiled and said, Yes, don't worry. He replied, I'm not afraid, you can't do anything to me. Lei Yu was telling the truth, because he knew that the investigation department had a special defense line to prevent the invasion of the moon god, and Shadow was also a leader among the 5th level telepaths. He didn't know this in the past, but there was one thing that proved this point. Shadow was one of the 17 5th level ability users who surrounded the God Walker. Therefore, if Shadow was alive, the moon god should not be able to easily invade the minds of the members of the investigation department. This guarantee is also the reason why Lei Yu joined the Federation. No matter how many shortcomings and problems there are, the Federation still rules the vast majority of the land in the world today, and this is a simple proof that there is no organization or individual that is capable of subverting their rule. They are still strong. And the moon god must be able to enter his dream because of Lei Shen, who is one of the few neutral gods among these seemingly fighting gods. The reason for this phenomenon is also very simple. The way for other gods to escape from the cursed land needs to rely on external resources, and doing so will definitely lead to human resistance. So they got involved in the fight between the Salvation Alliance and the Investigation Department. When mortals fight each other for their own interests, whether the gods can successfully escape from the cursed land is no longer the most urgent crisis. For humans, killing hostile compatriots is the most important thing, and the gods have an opportunity to take advantage of it. But in Lei Yu's opinion, things should be about to change completely. Shadow's visit to him indicates that the situation is likely to change. The Federation may have realized that continuing to let the gods use them is not acceptable to them. And this news must not be known to the moon god. Lei Yu suppressed his complex emotions in his heart and asked expressionlessly, "What do you want to do? Although I am also the son of the gods, no one can command me, and you can't rely on him to ask me to do anything." The moon god said playfully, "I know that you sons of thunder are free. Although you are just a tool of freedom, you are indeed much better than my people. All their mental changes can only be carried out with my permission." Lei Yu did not show any reaction to her slightly sarcastic words, nor did he intend to refute them with words, even though he actually knew that the situation of these gods was not much better. He could ridicule the moon god with a few words, but that was meaningless to Lei Yu. He preferred to show his performance in action rather than verbal counterattacks. If the person standing opposite was a weak person, he would have smashed the other's skull, but the one who said this was a 5th-level moon god. If the shadow hadn't been protecting them, the moon god would have easily destroyed his mind. The only way for low-level non-psychic people like them to fight against him alone is not to enter the Southern Federation. "What do you want to say?" he asked calmly. The moon god smiled. "Mortal, I understand your troubles. Except for those hysterical lunatics and stupid fools, almost no one wants to see us leave here, but you are pushing forward the progress of Thor's escape with no choice. But you can't resist him. The real delay is to accept his will, but if you do this with the idea of resistance, it will only have a counterproductive effect. The best situation is that you don't even know that this thing exists. But I can help you. The simplest but incurable way is to erase this matter directly from your mind, or I can perform a few small mental operations to prevent you from providing him with power, and minimize your help to Thor's escape on the premise of knowing what is going on. Thor, who respects freedom, will not interfere with this behavior, but this is also a gentle resistance, which will itself promote his escape. Therefore, to do this, you also need to know how much help you will bring to him if you maintain your current state, and what to do to minimize your autonomy. And only I can find the path that is the least beneficial to him overall, because there is only one 5th-level spiritual god in the world. I can guarantee that the final result will satisfy you, and I am also one of the few people you can rest assured to do something in your mind. I can't do anything bad to Thor's people, and he can't give us any instructions. Although I do this to make me the first god to escape from the cursed land, your gods seem to be more difficult to stop." That's right. Because the moon god and his men were involved in the Federation's pursuit of the Salvation Alliance, they were the gods who actually appeared in the open, while the thunder god's methods were quite covert. The son of thunder was one of the very few sons of the gods, who could maintain full combat power outside the Southern Federation. Now many sons of thunder are hiding all over the world. His escape ritual cannot be affected by particularly direct methods, and the outcome of the war itself. But the moon god is not like that. She has been listed on the Investigation Department's list of targets. "What do you want?" Lei Yu asked. The moon goddess smiled. "You are hunting down Ma In, right?" If she hadn't noticed the existence of this secret, she might still be continuing the moon rising ceremony to carry out her original plan, but Ma In delayed her original preparations a lot, because the result of getting him would only be better than completing the original plan. Lei Yu looked at her and said, "Are you talking about the wanted criminal who helped Qin Lan escape?" The moon goddess said with curiosity, "Tell me in detail what you know about Mon." Lei Yu didn't give it immediately. "Tell me what you want to do first." The moon goddess had no opinion on this. "I want to get his soul in secrets, and you can help me accomplish this, and I will also throw him to you after completing my purpose." Lei Yu asked doubtfully, "Why do you want to get him?" She asked lightly, "I am a god, what reason do I need to get a mortal? This mortal will have the honor of becoming an important stepping stone for a god to step out of the cursed land, which was enough to make all members of his family feel honored and grateful in the past." Lei Yu then asked, "If even a god can't deal with Ma In alone, what can I do?" The moon god showed a haughty look. "What are you thinking about? In any case, Ma In is just a mortal, and there is no chance of competing with me, but there are other things behind him, and I need something else to divert their attention. For example, the Federal Bureau of Investigation you represent. Now tell me all your information about us." Lei Yu said, "He is recorded as a 3rd-level memory eraser, But when he helped Qinlan escape, he may have used the technique of short-distance space movement, and has the ability to block tracking to a certain extent, but we have found a way to deal with this, and successfully located him in Goingzhou. If it weren't for your secret night, we might have caught him. The moon god smiled contemptuously. Memory erasure? The Federation knew nothing about the nature of his ability. Ma En can certainly block tracking because he is a secret, but judging from the fact that the Federation was able to locate him in the end, Ma En's strength should not be too far from what he originally imagined. A perfect sample. She continued, Ma En is not in the Goen state you think it is. It is not easy to find him directly in reality, but I have planted nails beside him. As long as I want, I can force him to step into reality and tell you his location. But can you deal with him? Lei Yu said, of course, I am the son of thunder. Yushin said, you are considered a strong man among mortals, but this is not enough for me to give you this important task. Lei Yu replied, he has a half-sister. According to our investigation, the woman named Chen Yuan is Ma En's closest person for more than 20 years, and they have lived together for many years. For a period of time, Ma En has been living on her support, and we can take her life at any time. Yushin smiled with satisfaction. Chapter 159. Shen Jiehe raised his hand and pushed open the office door. What he saw was Qinlan sitting behind the table flipping through the list of members of the Salvation Alliance. She was trying to select the first batch of people to join the Salvation Alliance in the future. Qinlan looked up at her companion who came in. You said you wanted to talk to me. Shen Jiehe had no intention of immediately looking for Qinlan to find out what had been bothering him these days, because he didn't want the other party to think that he didn't trust her and Ma En, but he had been tossing and turning because of this problem for the past few days, and had difficulty falling asleep normally. Well, I just have a little worry. Shen Jiehe said calmly, we have a very complex and comprehensive testing process, most of which are close to perfect, but I noticed a tiny problem in it. Some of these tests are performed by Ma En. He will delete our memories related to the moon, but does this mean that the tests he received are actually flawed compared to ours? Qinlan replied, he will also perform regular deletions on himself. Shen Jiehe nodded, yes, he can definitely perform memory deletion, but we have no way to supervise him, right? I am not doubting Ma En, but our opponent is a 5th-level spiritual god. If we only rely on him, it is not consistent with our caution in other aspects. Moreover, Ma En is not the strongest one among us at the spiritual level. If we consider the possibility of being invaded by the moon goddess, I will definitely not be worse than him in terms of resistance. So I have a suggestion. Maybe I can be responsible for his memory deletion and other spiritual level tests. Otherwise, in a strict sense, he is a loophole in the Salvation Alliance. Of course, there will be no problem with Ma En, and he is more reliable than other members of the Salvation Alliance. He is the man who took himself away from Dongxinsa during the prediction machine of the Federation, and he has the unfathomable abnormal control bureau behind him. However, she couldn't tell Shen Jiehe about this. Fortunately, Ma En had prepared a statement for her. Qinlan nodded. You make sense, but you actually overlooked one point. You are indeed the only 4th-level telepath among us, but this is why you can't replace Ma En's work. First of all, our work outside requires your combat power, so you have to leave the Salvation Alliance to carry out the mission. But we don't need Ma En's combat power, so he can stay in the World Savior Alliance for a long time, and will never come into contact with the Moon Goddess or her other derivatives, so that his risk of infection can be minimized. Secondly, Ma En's memory deletion is much stronger than that of a telepath, and he can only delete memories, so even if something goes wrong, the impact can be reduced, and it can be seen simply and directly, and if a 4th-level telepath like you is bribed by the Moon Goddess, it can cause much more harm than Ma En in the time detection. He nodded. I see. Shen Jiehe was basically satisfied with Qinlan's answer. Although what she said was a bit impolite, he did not rule out the possibility that he might stand on the opposite side of the World Savior Alliance. Nothing in this world will not happen. He is willing to defend the ideals of the Shishao Walker with his life, but if anyone can bring his daughter back to life, Shen Jiehe will not hesitate to sell his soul and life to the devil. But this is impossible. When she just died, he had tried to search for signs of his daughter's soul, and got the answer that she was completely dead. Life and death is one of the most important laws in the world. Even if he can truly break it, he will not care about him. Then I will continue to search for the ability user that Ma En wants. Shen Jiehe left the room after saying this, and then returned to reality. However, he did not carry out the mission as he said, but approached other people's minds. A mind that is not much weaker than a 4th-level telepath. Shen Jiehe pushed the door, and walked into a coffee shop in the 1980s. A middle-aged man with gray hair was sitting on a chair waiting. There was a kind of restrained murderous intent between his eyebrows. He tried to soften his expression, but it was difficult to abandon the temperament he had cultivated for many years. This middle-aged man was Tao He, but he looked much younger. As a fourth-level wizard, Tao He possesses a good spiritual power, and is very good at resisting spiritual invasion. Even Shinjia cannot easily enter his mind, but he has already greeted him in advance. You looked quite fierce when you were young. Shinjia sat down opposite the old man. At that time, I had many wrong ideas and was trapped in the crimes I had committed. Tao He said, "Don't talk about my past, talk about you." "Is there anything that must be said here?" Shinjia said, "I have some ideas recently. Do you still remember my earliest suspicion of Ma En and Qin Lan? In fact, I was convinced by them at that time, but during this period of time, I always feel that there are still many doubts about the World Salvation Alliance itself. Ma En should have mentioned his secret plan to you, and the regular tests we received. Although they gave reasons, I always think of one thing when I think carefully. All their evidence is one-sided. The containment room, and the spider, we can't prove whether the information they give is true or false. If you think about it again, if these are all lies, they can use this set of tests to influence and control our minds, and can also be used to cover up other secrets." The old man asked, "Do you want to tell me to be vigilant?" Shinjia shook his head. "No, I do doubt them, but this is not the reason why I came to you. Because after thinking rationally, I determined that there is no substantial evidence to support it except these so-called doubts. That's why I came to you. I don't know if what I'm doing is right or wrong, and you're a trustworthy elder who has experienced all kinds of things. So I want to ask, do you think my suspicion is normal?" Tao He thought for a moment and said, "You also said that the fact is that you have no reason to doubt, but I can understand why you would think so. This is indeed what you would do. After the Federation betrayed us, your suspicion helped us survive successfully until now." Shinjia nodded. "Since you said so, I will still remain suspicious of Ma En and Qin Lan, and then remain vigilant and further investigate, and I want to ask you to do one thing. That is to remain suspicious of me." Tao He said in surprise, "You mean?" Shinjia said, "Although suspicion is necessary, it sometimes leads to results that neither party expects. If what Ma En said is true, there is a spiritual entity in the outside world who is eyeing us covetously, so I am afraid that I will be found by the moon goddess because of this. But I also believe in my intuition. These suspicions cannot be groundless. Maybe there are some problems that I have not yet accurately realized that have caused these thoughts of mine. Maybe Ma En and Qin Lan really have something that they have not told us. In this case, you are the only person I can trust." The old man nodded. "I understand. Leave it to me." Shinjia stood up gratefully. "Thank you." He turned and walked out of Tao He's spiritual world. Back to the familiar house. Chapter 160. Shinjia closed the door casually. Unconsciously, his clothes had turned into the casual clothes he usually wore at home. The man looked around the room and vaguely felt something strange. But his attention was immediately attracted by the slightly open bedroom door. Shinjia couldn't help but walk to the door. Under his instinctive urging, he stretched out his hand to pull it open, staring at the girl, who was looking at the full moon outside the window. He walked behind his daughter and said, "Xiaoling, what are you looking at?" The girl asked expectantly, "Dad, do you remember our agreement?" Shinjia suddenly remembered what they said when they said goodbye last time. He promised to take his daughter to see the moon. The man walked behind his daughter, stretched out his hand, and put it on her shoulder. Following his daughter's gaze to the bright silver moon, his eyes slowly became distracted, and then a strange illusion emerged in his heart. The moon seemed to be approaching them. As he stared, the silvery white full moon took up more and more space in his eye sockets. Shinjia didn't know whether the distance between them was getting closer or the moon was getting bigger, but he could clearly feel a strong sense of oppression, until the moonlight flooded his eyes. "The moon is so beautiful." The girl's hazy sigh passed by his ears as softly as flowing water. "Dad, why are you?" Shinjia felt that his daughter's voice was gradually moving away from him, almost to the point where he couldn't hear it clearly, and then he suddenly realized something vaguely. She had left long ago. "You still remember?" A soft adult female voice sounded. Shinjia raised his head to trace the source of the voice, and the soft silver moonlight instantly poured into his eyes, making his thinking speed slow down. "She is dead because you are on the wrong path. You should not follow that illusory back, and should not follow that arrogant mortal. The moon goddess bewitched softly, you did not stay by her side, but now you have a chance to make up for it." Shinjia paused, and then immediately asked, "What chance?" The moon goddess continued, "Turn around." Shinjia did so. The girl was standing 10 meters behind him, looking around in panic. When Shinjiha turned around, she raised her head and looked at her father, and cast a look for help. She is there, I can bring her back, as long as you open your heart to me completely. Regret, grief, desire, all kinds of emotions surged into Shinjiha's heart. Dong! But at this moment, a heavy bell sounded from afar, driving all these thoughts out of his heart, and then Shinjiha recalled what he had done a few years after his daughter's death. At that time, he had just walked out of the shadow of the past, and clearly realized where the most vulnerable flaw in his heart was. So he gradually woven a special defense measure in his heart, and if anyone wanted to invade his mind, he would wake him up. Then, he began to feel the environment around him with his heart, and keenly noticed something wrong. Some traces that he was very familiar with, Shinjiha projected his spirit over, and then understood what it was. That was the obscure record left by his past self. This was not the first time he had fought with this hostile mental entity, and he had not been able to retain this memory, so he buried the warning here through mental techniques, and tried to use it to defeat his opponent the next time he encountered such a situation. Shinjiha began to review the information he left at a high speed. Then he saw that he had fallen into a well-designed trap, and was trapped in it, and could not escape. But the opponent could only invade and disintegrate his mind at a very cautious and slow speed to avoid attracting the attention of others. After the opponent failed, he would clear all his memories, and quietly wait for the next opportunity. That is, the time for the next scheduled test. It was Ma En who attacked him. Don't pretend anymore. Shinjiha looked at Inu in front of him and said, I have seen through your lies. You want me to suspect that it was Inu who invaded my mind. The mistake you made was to underestimate me too much. The moon god smiled secretly in her heart. Everything went as she expected. You don't want to revive your daughter? Yushin continued, but deliberately revealed a few subtle panic thoughts, keeping it at a level that Shinjiha could barely catch. But Shinjiha didn't continue to talk nonsense with her, but directly broke away her restraints and opened his eyes. Then he saw Ma En standing in front of him, with a strong hostility in his deep eyes. You underestimate me too much. Shinjiha directly attacked Ma En mentally, but there was no response, and then he immediately concluded that Ma En's spiritual attainments were far higher than he showed. After realizing that he might not be able to defeat Ma En face to face, Shinjiha immediately abandoned his body, and his entire spiritual consciousness quickly rushed out, and then moved towards Tao He's position along the long-prepared passage. Bang! Shinjiha smashed the glass door, and forced his way into the coffee shop he had just been in. He looked anxiously at the middle-aged man sitting at the table. Lao He, there is something wrong with Ma En. Yushin raised her head and looked at him. What did you say? Chapter 161. In a residence 200 meters away from the investigation department, Lei Yu slowly opened his eyes. The woman in silver gauze slowly appeared in front of him. As I said, Maine is now outside of Goen State, and he cannot be caught here at will, but many of his companions are still here, and there is only one reason why they can stay here safely now. That is to guard the secret night. Whether it is the son of the moon who raised the night itself, or the people of the prosperous hunter god, or the forecast department of the Eastern Federation Company, it is impossible to expose my curtain, and your Federation has no way to deal with it. But I can tell you their hiding place at any time if I want. Lei Yu said, You want us to catch Ma En through them? Moon God asked, What is your target, Ma En? Or the sister of Shinshao Xingzhe? Lei Yu's expression changed. Is she really here? In fact, when Shadow told him this, Lei Yu could see that he wanted to catch and kill Ma En more, and he didn't expect to find Qin Lan as much as he said. Moon God nodded. The Ma En you want to find is Qin Lan. He himself should not be considered an important role for the Federation. Lei Yu paused and said, You are not completely right. Our target is Qin Lan and Ma En. If we can catch the sister of Shinshao Xingzhe, it would be the best result, but Ma En is also one of the targets of the Federation, and we are responsible for it. He must die in our hands. Moon God showed a puzzled look. Oh, is he important? Lei Yu replied, This is a task given to me by the higher-ups. I don't know if there is any reason behind it, and I don't have the authority to discuss this with him. I just want to complete this task. Perhaps with your status, you can convince them to change their minds. But now our meetings are all conducted in secret, and I guess the Federation won't want to see you get involved in this matter. Shadow said at the time that killing Maine was a negotiation strategy, but Lei Yu didn't think he would tell him the truth. Shadow's decisive attitude at the time also vaguely revealed that this was not the real reason. Moon God said, It's okay, I don't need him alive either. And I can hand Qin Lan and him over to you. I have already obtained enough information from the members of the World Salvation Alliance. I have figured out Qin Lan's personality and image. She is not the kind of person who will abandon her companions. Lei Yu said, "It would be better if you can help me find her, but the Federation's goal is to capture her alive. After all, Qin Lan's only role is to threaten her sister." He was lying to the God of Secrets. If it weren't for the protection of the Thunder God, he would have exposed his thoughts before speaking, but without this premise, the Moon God would not be able to bypass the defense measures of the investigation department and come to his front. Their purpose of not killing Qin Lan has nothing to do with the Shishao Walker. The Federation's initial attempt to capture Qin Lan was one of the countless measures to ensure victory over Qin Lan. After that, the purpose of capturing Qin Lan was just to restrain the Shishao Walker, but in fact, compared with many of the chips they already had, Qin Lan was not so valuable. The truly high value was something related to the power of the Shishao Walker. For example, the life and death of a large number of ordinary people, the impact of the Southern Federation gods, and the dissolution of the Salvation Alliance are the important things. Even if Lei Yu didn't know that Shadow had already guaranteed Qin Lan's freedom through communication with Shishao Walker, he could easily think that it would be more beneficial for them to let her stay outside and negotiate with the Federation instead of capturing Qin Lan. And according to the profile of the Federation experts, Qin Lan is actually a very suitable negotiator. Compared with other members of the Salvation Alliance, she cares more about her sister's life and death, and this trait can be used by them. The Moon God nodded. "Don't worry, they are all under my control." Now, in addition to Qin Lan and Ma En, they have a total of 3 4th-level ability users, among whom Feng Xiaoying and Xin Jiehe are already under my influence, and the only one left is the old man named Tao He. Lei Yu said, "A wizard." The Moon God nodded. Feng Xiaoying is a person with strong control over space. She should be the strongest among the 3 in terms of direct combat ability. However, considering her combat experience and intelligence, she is not as dangerous as the other 2. I will quietly influence her and let her reveal a fatal flaw. And Xin Jiehe is completely under my control. You don't have to worry about him. If Xin Jiehe agreed to the deal in the dream, the Moon God would be able to gain control of his mind in an imperceptible way. This time is enough for her to prepare for the mental attack that is not afraid of Ma En's inspection. But unfortunately, Xin Jiehe did make sufficient preparations. He not only anticipated that a hostile mental entity would use his deceased daughter to attack, but also had the ability to warn his companions at any time, so the Moon God could only control him by force. That's right, all his struggles did was to prevent the Moon God from doing better, so that she couldn't directly collect information about the Salvation Alliance and Ma En through Xin Jiehe, which also prevented her from getting Ma En so smoothly. But the best outcome for Xin Jiehe was still to fall into her control. The Moon God was a 5th-level spiritual god, who was far stronger than Xin Jiehe. If she hadn't been seeking Ma En's secret, she could have completely destroyed all her thoughts about Xin Jiehe when they first met. "Just a mortal." She then asked, "I will deal with the 2 of them, but there will also be a powerful 4th-level wizard and many members of the Salvation Alliance there. Are you confident that you can deal with them? You must know that your purpose of going there is not to kill them. The dead are worthless. You have to catch them, and then lead Ma En out through these members of the Salvation Alliance and go in state, which is far more difficult than killing them directly." Lei Yu chuckled and said, "This is easy for me, but I doubt whether this can lead to Ma En and Qin Lan. If they realize this is a trap, will they show up?" Yushin said, "I don't know if Ma En will show up, but Qin Lan will definitely show up because she is a member of the Savior Alliance, and this will be a difficult and lucky battle, at least in their eyes. They will feel that they have a chance to defeat you. But even so, your worries are reasonable. Ma En may not show up because of them. So this is just the first step." Chapter 162. The next afternoon, the investigation department of Goen State. Lei Yu, Shuizhua, Jianmo, and Ren Shiji were sitting face to face in the conference room, while the last member of the team, the expert, was not there, but was looking at his companions on the display screen through remote encrypted communication. "I have obtained the specific location of the local members of the Salvation Alliance." Lei Yu's words surprised everyone present. The expert on the display screen suddenly realized and said, "No wonder you want me to set off for Jinrong State." Shuizhua and Ren Shiji looked at each other, as if to say why they didn't know about this. Lei Yu asked the expert, "How is the situation there?" The expert looked at him and said, "I contacted the members of the investigation department of Jinrong State in the early morning yesterday, and got the stealth equipment provided to us by the headquarters. After wearing it, even if an angel happened to pass by, they couldn't detect my existence. That means I can take action at any time." Ren Shiji asked, "Have you seen Chen Yun?" The expert nodded. "I have observed her from a distance through a telescope, and also collected some information about her locally." Qin Yun has been a priest in Dongsansu in the past, but after the invasion of demons and devils, the bishops and other clergy there were almost all dead, so she stayed here and continued her previous work. She usually spends a lot of time in public spaces, and the rest of the time she stays in her own residence. Compared with other priests, her life trajectory is much more monotonous. Lei Yu nodded to indicate that he understood. Very good, then we are going to face the members of the Salvation Alliance in Guangzhou. According to the basic information I have obtained, in addition to our target Ma En, there are 3 dangerous 4th level ability users to deal with. As he spoke, 3 wanted posters were projected on the wall of the conference room. They not only had their photos and names, but also detailed their ability types. They were basically members of the Coordination Bureau, and the Federation had all their information. This was also the reason why the Federation was so confident in hunting down the Salvation Alliance at the beginning. What kind of support should we apply for? Rinshiji asked. Lei Yu replied, a team of professional personnel to subdue these members of the Salvation Alliance. We must try our best to keep them alive, including these 3 4th level ability users, because our goal is not them, but Ma En who is hiding behind him. Of course, the most important reason is that the Federation is planning to negotiate with the Salvation Alliance. Killing their members at will is not in line with the headquarters' wishes, but this also shows the absurdity of the order to kill Ma En. The Federation certainly did not ask him to kill Ma En, because it wanted to deter the Salvation Alliance. The expert did not ask him why he wanted to capture these guys alive, although it made him feel quite confused. He simply said, that will be much more difficult than killing them directly. I will talk to the headquarters and ask them to send out. No! Lei Yu interrupted, there is no need, and in my opinion, there is no difference between knocking out and killing these opponents. They are just opportunities for a fatal attack. The expert continued, but there are 3 of them. Lei Yu said naturally, I have read their information. The key is not the number. I will have no problem dealing with them if I prepare in advance. The resources of the Federation are very limited now, and the most important thing is that we are a team selected temporarily. We have to prove ourselves. The experts and others thought Lei Yu was a little too arrogant, but the few people who knew him well knew that they could not persuade him to change his mind anyway, and even if they did not have a particularly perfect solution in this operation, it was still a very positive achievement. And Rinshiji was even more delighted by Lei Yu's arrogance. Did he regard himself as a Shishao walker? Lei Yu felt the doubts of the team members, but he did not explain the real reason. He got the help of Yushin in this operation. She promised that 2 of the members would no longer be a threat, and he did not want to let the Federation know that he was colluding with Yushin now, and most importantly, he was indeed very confident. Lei Yu ordered, after the meeting, you can start preparing for this operation, and the operation must be completely confidential, and no information can be leaked, otherwise the current intelligence will become a piece of waste paper. Finally, you will meet a colleague. Swoosh. A petite figure suddenly appeared at the front of the conference room. A girl dressed in simple style looked at them calmly. Are you the team chasing Ma En? Lei Yu replied arrogantly, yes. The girl stared at him for a few seconds, then commented, not bad. Rinshiji could hardly suppress his surprise, because he knew this girl. She was Wang Yin of the Yin Yang twins. It was she who betrayed Shishao Walker, and tried to capture Qin Lan. He didn't expect that she would appear in front of them today, because according to his understanding, the Yin Yang twins had been promoted heavily since then. I don't know if it's because they were rewarded as representatives of betraying the Shishao Walker. Anyway, their status is now second only to those 5th level ability users. Even Lei Yu, who is also 4th level, has to regard them as superiors. And Rinshiji also heard that they have been very calm since then, and they have not acted crazy from time to time in the past, as if it was just an unattainable illusion. Lei Yu raised his eyebrows slightly and said, are you evaluating me? Wang Yin nodded with satisfaction. Yes, when you refused other help, I was actually a little angry when I heard the news, but after meeting you, I changed my mind. I have seen many 4th level ability users, and you are one of the best among them. She was telling the truth. Lei Yu looked at her with scrutiny. You are also a 4th level. The girl raised her lips slightly. Wang Yang and I were the 2 4th levels that Shinshao Xingzhe liked to use the most. Why do you think that crazy woman chose us? Is it because we go crazy from time to time like her? No, it's because even if we are unstable, we are still very useful. We are stronger than all the 4th level ability users she can find. If it weren't for good luck, the Ma En you are dealing with now would have died in our hands. Now listen carefully, Wang Yang and I will manage the affairs of the Southern Federation Gods Alliance as the assistants of His Excellency Shadow. All your applications will go through me and him, and the first order you receive is... After finding Qinlan, protect her life at all costs. We have an agreement with Shenxiao Xingzhe. Chapter 163. Lei Yu raised his head and looked at the back door of the community not far away. In addition to the team members following behind him, there were 40 fully armed members of the investigation department hidden in the carriage on the street. They were basically mass-produced third-level vampires and werewolves from the headquarters. There was no obvious difference in individual strength between them and their compatriots, who died in Goan State not long ago. But they were wearing specially customized top-level equipment, which was embedded with tracking and recovery runes to ensure that the equipment could be recovered by the Federal Investigation Department no matter what, because the value of these equipment was far higher than their users. And the special weapons they carried were the tranquilizer short spears jointly produced by the Eastern Federation Biochemical Company and the Security Company. They were not only very suitable for close-range combat, but also for long-range attacks. They mixed a variety of abnormal tranquilizer technologies, and could instantly disintegrate the mobility of most enemies after piercing the skin. Only a very small number of people with abilities were immune to such effects. Even the partially elementalized third-order sons of the gods will be affected by the magic calming runes. The tactical clothing they wear is also a product of the Federal Research Institute. It has multiple abilities that always assist tactical infiltration, allowing them to enter short-term invisibility, and make the user appear extremely professional, as if they have undergone years of training and actual combat. Are you ready? Lei Yu asked Kun, the captain of the tactical team beside him. We can act at any time. And Kun's face was full of desire for honor, and he did not have the traditional characteristics of werewolves, wildness and bloodthirstiness. On the contrary, they were more like loyal soldiers who were devoted to the Federation, and in fact they were. These vampires and werewolves had been strictly inspected before being transformed. Many of them were selected from the army. Those who entered through other channels basically had family backgrounds of Federation members. In addition, all members had to undergo complex personality and psychological tests to ensure their loyalty to the Federation in the future. And after passing these screenings, they had to sign a contract that was far more demanding than the contract with the Coordination Bureau. Lei Yu despised them very much, because in his opinion, these werewolves and vampires were almost the opposite of freedom. Their life and death and fate were almost in the hands of the Federation, and this also affected the conditions for the Federation to conduct screening. They would not select personnel with ability and potential, nor would they allow the children of high-ranking officials to undergo this transformation. The Federation had only one condition: loyalty. Because only such guys would accept such conditions without hesitation. They did not see any chance of promotion to the third level, and this deal was completely worth it for them. Their relationship with the equipment on them was also a proof. The Federation did not arrange any skill training for them, but used expensive equipment to improve their combat effectiveness. The purpose of doing so was to make these transformed warriors replaceable at will. In this way, it is the equipment rather than the personnel that determines the combat power of a team. These mass-produced ability users are all replaceable parts. Although this is also related to several characteristics of mass-produced ability users themselves, these mass-produced members themselves have defects in frontal combat, and their consumption is actually not a loss in a sense. But the real reason that drives the Federation to do this is that such subordinates are easier to control. Xiao Walker is a typical counterexample, and this is actually relatively cheaper and suitable for high-risk missions. For example, in the non-lethal actions they are carrying out, this kind of behavior has a very high risk in the fight among the ability users, so few forces will choose to capture members of other forces alive in the war. Action. Lei Yu's eyes swept across the female figure standing in the distance when he spoke. The moon goddess was watching him, and seemed to be waiting impatiently for Ma'an to show up. After receiving the order, Kun pressed a certain part of his tactical uniform, and then his figure slowly faded in the air. Then the back doors of several cars were quietly pushed open, and dozens of members of the investigation department, who were temporarily invisible, followed. Although these guys have so many so-called defects, Lei Yu actually considered it from their perspective just now. If you look at it from the perspective of the leader of this team, they are still quite good tools. Moreover, the two races of vampires and werewolves will lose the advantage of frontal combat if the opponent is prepared in advance. But it is different in active infiltration operations. These two types of transformed soldiers, who are not targeted, have a very strong advantage, and their self-healing ability and immortality will also be brought into play. This will give them the courage to thrust the tranquilizer spear into their opponent's chest. Lei Yu looked at the electrical box beside him, waiting for the members of the investigation department to arrive. When the electrical revolution just started, the Son of Thunder once mastered the ability to move in the current. Now he and a few of his compatriots still have this technology, but it was almost instinctive for them before. After the Thunder God abandoned these powers, they could no longer enter the power grid at will. But Lei Yu had visited a senior and learned this technique from him. As long as they controlled their surging emotions and indulged themselves in true tranquility, they could still move freely through these wires. No one could stop the Son of Thunder. Lei Yi closed his eyes. His body instantly turned into countless gentle thunder elements that were difficult to detect with the naked eye, quietly drilling into the power grid connecting the entire community and heading towards the location given by the moon goddess. While moving forward, he could also feel the things around him, but everything seemed to him to be in slow motion. The speed of the thunderstorm at this moment was equal to the current. And Kuan, who had transformed into a werewolf, broke open a door and rushed in with the other 3 companions. When the 4 members of the Savior Alliance on the opposite side reacted, they inserted the tranquilizer spear into their chests, and 3 of them instantly lost the ability to resist. And Kuan led the other members to pounce on the last person, who was still conscious. In the room downstairs, the bodies of 3 members of the investigation department had been broken into 2 pieces. Opposite them stood a young man with glowing eyes, and under his feet were 2 companions who had already fainted. However, the 3 vampires whose bodies were broken into 2 pieces did not slow down because of this injury. Upstairs, 2 pools of blood soaked the carpet, and the glowing tranquilizer spears and tactical uniforms were slowly fading. A woman with a glowing body was proudly standing in front of this scene, and behind her was a young male compatriot who was still in shock. But other werewolves, who had completed their mission, were rushing in. The second highest floor. Feng Xiaoying was sitting leisurely in her seat, and the bodies of the 3 members of the investigation department were divided into dozens of parts and floated around her. The front ends of the 3 tranquilizer spears were nowhere to be found, as if they were swallowed by space. On the highest floor, an elderly man was meditating. A flash of lightning was spreading towards him. Chapter 164. A flash of lightning cut through the air, leaving a charred mark on the wall, and bit the old wizard, who was meditating like a python. Lei Yu had dealt with many wizards in the process of carrying out his mission. This profession inherited from the Western Federation can do many things beyond the same level under the premise of preparation, such as large-scale destruction and massacre. But they also have shortcomings, that is, they are generally slightly weaker than those with the same level before preparation, so the best way to deal with wizards is to assassinate them unexpectedly. The flash snake landed lightly on Tao He's face, as if it would drill into his skull in the next moment. But countless magic patterns suddenly appeared on his skin to form a thick defense layer. The lightning snake passed by on both sides of him, like a wave hitting a reef, and fell behind Tao He and instantly gathered into a human shape. This was not unexpected by Lei Yu. After all, the other party was an old wizard who had lived for more than half a century. Everyone knew how to deal with this group of dangerous magic scholars, so wizards, who could live long enough, often had 2 possible characteristics. Either they know how to avoid trouble, or they are very good at dealing with trouble. Tao He raised the index and ring fingers of his left hand, and the gray mist flowed out of his cuffs and collar, and began to spread to the whole room. The little electric current that touched it was bounced away by the mist. It only took half a second for the magic mist to form a complete isolation layer. But speed is Lei Ting's strong point. Before that, Lei Yu's figure had disappeared from the spot, and turned into thunder again. He flexibly avoided the gray mist that was still forming, and fell heavily on the old wizard along the gap in it. Lei Yu just saw with his eyes that the defense spell on the old man had just relit several times, and it was very likely that it had reached the level of being able to resist 4 powerful attacks. But it was not enough to match Lei Wei. The reason why the first attack did not penetrate the defense spell was that his goal was not to kill the old wizard. If he wanted to kill the other party, at least this defense spell would definitely not be able to stop his fierce attack. But in that case, the old man would be killed directly. But now, he has roughly figured out the opponent's strengths and weaknesses. When the second thunderbolt fell on Tao He didn't react at all. All the actions and spells were based on conditioned reflexes, and this lightning was indeed too fast. Among them, perhaps only Qin Lan could keep up with this speed, but there was a clear gap between the 2 sides. Qin Lan's high-speed movement required careful protection of his own survival, while Lei Yu could directly smash all the opponents he met. Boom! The old man was thrown heavily against the wall, and fell to the ground limply. The half-sentence of the spell that could reverse the outcome in his mouth stopped, and the knowledge in his mind that could affect and eliminate thunder was no longer meaningful. The electric current had penetrated his spinal cord and paralyzed every muscle in his body. The old wizard looked ahead with a dull expression. It took only 1 second from the appearance of the thunderstorm to his defeat. If he had a few more seconds, the outcome of this battle would have changed completely. If he was a dozen years younger, he would have made more correct judgments and reactions, and ended the battle with more ruthless means than the opponent. But the fact is that he is already old, and he did not master such sophisticated witchcraft at that age. He had more time than the other party, but he still lost. While his thoughts were passing, Lei Yu had transformed into a human form again, and paused in front of the old man, and then prepared to transform into a swift and brave thunder again. But he did not notice that there was a pair of eyes floating outside the window behind him. Feng Xiaoying connected the space of her eyes with this place when he broke into the house, and witnessed the whole process of the battle, which is why she actually realized how to defeat Lei Yu. Lei Yu, who turned into lightning, was not something her reaction speed could keep up with, but when he entered the house, he briefly transformed into a human form again, which was completely unnecessary for the battle, so Feng Xiaoying could judge that he actually had no choice. The enemy could not stay in the thunder state for a long time. Therefore, Feng Xiaoying was actually waiting for the second pause of Lei Yu. Click. The strong man in front of her instantly turned into thousands of parts floating in every corner of the room, and the next moment the direct space link was cut off by Feng Xiaoying. Blood and broken flesh flowed down at the same time. Just when she thought she had won, she felt several electric currents drilling into her back. Feng Xiaoying immediately put her eyes back to their original positions driven by her fighting instinct. Then she fell forward heavily. Lei Yu was standing behind Feng Xiaoying downstairs at this moment. The young woman had foamed at the mouth and fell on the table, completely in a coma, and the scene she had just seen was just a short dream, all constructed by the moon bud in her mind. At this time, the last 4th level ability user in the building walked in, and Lei Yu could see several unconscious members of the Salvation Alliance lying in the corridor behind him. Shinjiha nodded to Lei Yu. Thank you for your help. They were all bewitched by Ma En and Qinlan. It was a last resort to knock them out. Lei Yu asked in confusion, What are you talking about? Yushin quietly walked out from behind him. This poor guy was played by me. He is living in reality and dreams at the same time. He can't distinguish and understand what he sees. Now he still thinks we are his allies, and his former companions are controlled by the evil Ma En. But even if I didn't affect their minds, wouldn't these mortals live in a half-awake state? Lei Yu looked at him and sighed. This is sad. This is the fate of the loser. Shinjiha didn't realize that he was dealing with his companions. Those members of the Salvation Alliance, who were subdued by him, might not understand what was going on. This made Lei Yu feel even more weak and pathetic. The moon god said, Now we can start the second step, to make Ma En show up. As she spoke, Lei Yu gently turned her neck, and then turned into a sharp thunder and wandered along the wall, avoiding the powerful mind power that could completely shatter the body of a mortal. The moon god looked around curiously, but she could only see the werewolf's head rolling into the front door, and the lightning violently striking in a certain direction. Even the end of the thunder was a little vague in her eyes. The moon god swallowed greedily. He is here. Chapter 165. During the process from Lei Yu turning his head to turning into lightning, he did not notice Ma En's presence, but he felt a delicate pressure from his skin, and a soft and imperceptible force touched his cheek. It only takes a moment to tear the flesh and blood. According to Lei Yu's experience, most ability users cannot directly avoid this hidden and high-speed attack. If they have reached the 4th level, they can still use other methods to resist the damage caused by it. If it were an ordinary 3rd level ability user, the attack just now would almost be enough to determine the outcome of the battle, and only a very few people with fast reaction speed and dodge speed could dodge this attack like him without any damage. He has lightning speed. But at the same time when Lei Yu dodged, Ma En actually floated out from behind him quietly, and had already surrounded the place where he appeared into a closed space through telekinesis, isolating the inside from the outside, so that no airflow or sound information would be transmitted. When Ma En appeared, his arm was already raised, and it seemed that he had already pressed on the back of Lei Yu's head. At the moment of appearance, he used telekinesis to propel himself in the direction of Lei Yu, and directly passed through the telekinetic membrane between them that was used to isolate information. His hand narrowly crossed several lightning flashes. Lei Yu did not notice his appearance, but he also did not give his opponent any chance. Instead, he turned into lightning and climbed up the wall of the house the moment he was attacked, and jumped wildly on the wall, perceiving the world through the unique way of the lightning element. Ma En was almost going to kill him, at least that's what others thought. Ma En's agility surprised Lei Yu, but he didn't think his opponent had a chance to defeat him. Ma En's attack just now seemed to be a coincidence, but in fact Lei Yu's combat experience and strength had already doomed him to not be hit. Then the thunder instantly fell in their direction. Although he dodged and observed in the process, Lei Yu's speed in the lightning state was so fast that his consciousness could hardly keep up, and in his eyes, Ma's raised arm was still in the same position just now. A spark of electricity flashed. The lightning fell where Ma had just stood. Lei Yu made a second jump at the moment of appearance, and carefully observed the room he was in. Not only did Ma enter the shadow dimension, but even Shinjiha and Feng Xiaoying, who had just stood here, disappeared out of thin air. The moon gods seemed to leave here with their disappearance, as if deliberately leaving them with a fighting space. At the same time, in the shadow dimension, Ma's situation was very similar to Lei Yu's. There were no living creatures in front of him, and he couldn't see the opponent's movement trajectory. However, he had just learned about Lei Yu's fighting style through the battle between Tao He and Feng Xiaoying and the intelligence from the undercover agent. It was impossible to control or capture the opponent with his telekinesis, and it was difficult for the Shadow Blade to hit him. And because freedom is an important characteristic of the Sons of Thunder, they are not bound by many rules. The power of these Sons of Gods is closer to the imagination and understanding of humans about this phenomenon. Lightning itself is actually constrained and affected by the laws of physics. The trajectory of their landing is often the path with the least resistance in the air, but according to Ma'an's observation, Lei Yu is completely moving freely by his own will. And Ma'an's goal is to capture Lei Yu alive. In this case, he will have to rely on mental attacks to deal with him in the end, but the strength of the memory grinding is only level 3, and it will take a long time to take effect. With the existing ability, Ma'an can't achieve his goal at all, and it is even difficult to kill this difficult opponent. But he is not wasting time staying in the shadow dimension. Time is up. Teleport. A bright white corridor appeared in front of Ma'an. A man was walking forward firmly, and a young woman with a dull face was standing not far in front of him. Bang. Shinjiha fell to the ground in response. Qinlan in front of him also began to slowly regain rationality in his eyes. Ma'an lifted Shinjia's body and threw him into the containment room, and told Qinlan, "Remember what I said." Then he returned to the place where he had just disappeared. Shadow Blade 4 has been lifted. Telepathy 4 has been used, in reality. When Ma'an disappeared, Lei Yu got up and left the room, and kept jumping around the whole building at a very high speed and frequency, and began to check their scores. According to the original plan of the experts, if Ma'an hid and did not appear, he could use these members of the Salvation Alliance to threaten him. He did see dozens of members of the Salvation Alliance lying unconscious. However, a few members of the investigation department who came with him had also fallen unconscious, with tranquilizer spears inserted in their chests, but a larger number of members had their heads cut off or their hearts pierced by silver weapons, and died forever in this operation. While he was fighting Tao He and Feng Xiaoying, Ma'an destroyed all the low-level ability users in the building with the same efficiency as himself. Lei Yu, who saw this, left the building directly and planned to meet up with his teammates. When facing a strong enough opponent, he would give the opponent due respect. A lightning bolt fell on the back door of the tactical armored vehicle and turned into a semi-elemental humanoid figure. Rinshirji was sitting on the sofa chair with his eyes looking out the door, with a little bit of fear on his face, and his chest was pierced by a tranquilizer spear. The other members were all gone. "What are you looking for?" The moment the voice sounded, Lei Yu turned into lightning and flew towards the location where the voice came from. This time he hit Ma'an's body heavily. But nothing happened. Until this moment, Lei Yu still did not suspect that there was a traitor, because although Ma'an appeared in time, he did not inform other members of the Salvation Alliance of this action, and he did not appear until Lei Yu defeated Feng Xiaoying and Tao He. Ma'an could have joined forces with them on the premise of being prepared, and then Lei Yu and his team would not have had any hope of victory, but he did not do so because it would arouse the suspicion of the Federation, and he still needed Rinshirji, the traitor. But the more important reason is that now that he has the Abnormal Control Bureau and several employees, he is not only very sure of victory, but also does not have to worry about the possibility of defeat. Transmission countdown. 7 seconds, 6 seconds, 5 seconds. Updated. Teleportation countdown. 1 minute. Ma'an's voice came from behind him again. "You should know the result very well." The semi-elemental Lei Yu turned around and looked at Ma'an's phantom. "Do you think you won?" As Ma'an said, the current situation is quite serious for him. Ma'an has invaded the edge of his mind. Combined with the other abilities he just showed, the balance of victory and defeat is rapidly tilting towards Ma'an. Lei Yu smiled confidently. "Well, no matter how you did it, you have proved how difficult you are to deal with, but unfortunately you are wrong. You are still the loser, because the enemy you provoked is the strongest in the world today, the Federation. They often win, and they are very good at many excellent methods. Those who are morally noble will definitely spit a few times when they see them, but if you ask me, the winner will always be strong. Raise your hands and surrender now, otherwise your sister Chen Yun will lose her life. Chapter 166. Jin Rongzhou. The expert, who maintained his invisibility, took a step towards the iron door in front of him. As he raised his legs, the lightweight alloy exoskeleton on his body also moved. Then a few ripples appeared in front of him, and then he walked directly into the house. This assassin exoskeleton armor was designed to complete various special assassination missions. Its specialty is to make the target look like a natural death. If it were not for the past years of work experience, he would probably never have heard of the existence of this armor in his life. In the past, the Federation relied on it to deal with many politicians who were not suitable for direct killing. Although it sounds absurd, the expert did see some politicians with ideals and ambitions in his past work, and there were a few guys who could really cause trouble. And the assassin armor is prepared for them. The expert raised his head and looked at the environment in the house. Chen Yun's residence looked very simple, as if it had not changed after the first renovation. Except for the most basic furniture, nothing could be seen. He then walked inside and looked around the other rooms. They were decorated as simply as the living room. The expert walked into Chen Yun's bedroom. She was sitting at the desk with her head down, not knowing what to do. He continued to observe. The whole room also had no personality at all, and was even a little plain. There was nothing related to the Holy Church in the whole room, which was not common among pastors of this age. There were no cheap entertainment products in the room, not even a TV. Her mobile phone was casually placed on the bedside table. According to the information they collected, this pastor browsed the internet for no more than 3 hours a week, and basically focused on business. If you consider that she is a believer, such behavior is not strange, but the homes of such people often have many ritual symbols with strong religious colors. The expert walked behind Chen Yun and looked down. She was flipping through a philosophical book on morality written in the 17th century, and the shelf in front of the desk was full of various large-headed books, including several religious books such as The Road to Return, but there were more academic books that the expert could not figure out what was written in them. The expert walked to the side and began to observe Chen Yun's face carefully. Although he had seen her in photos in advance and had seen her from a distance several times during this period, he still felt a little regretful at this moment, the faint sadness of the beautiful thing about to wither. He even understood for a moment why the church rejected their proposal, and why Ma and would maintain a long-term relationship with her alone in the entire orphanage. If it were him, he would make the same choice. He was destined to be attracted by this holy face. Ding ding. Subdue Chen Yun, and send a photo of his severed left hand. Be ready to destroy the body at any time. The expert was startled by the command that appeared in front of him, and then he reacted immediately and instinctively activated the arm transmitter for subduing coma. But when he raised his hand, a strong sense of pity and blasphemy surged into his heart. Should he destroy such a beautiful thing? No, any creature with reason and conscience cannot do such a cruel thing. It will be a heavy loss to the whole world. This behavior will make him spend the rest of his life in regret, and his soul will not be at peace after his death. What are you waiting for? A few words appeared on the panel of the armor. Execute the order. Marn is more dangerous than we thought. Wait, this should be the defense mechanism of the church. I can't have such a ridiculous idea. How can the life of a civilian be compared with the interests of the Great Federation? He must act before he loses his mind. With the excellent quality of years of training, the expert tried hard to overcome his resistance, raised the exoskeleton armor towards Chen Yun with difficulty, and activated the stun gun function for uniforms. The golden wings rose high and covered the entire field of vision of the expert. The next moment, he deeply realized how bad his situation was. Two beautiful angels quietly appeared on both sides of Chen Yun, and the wings stretched behind them separated the saint from them, as if they didn't want to disturb her to continue reading. At the same time, Ian looked at the expert with anger. Do you know what kind of crime you are committing? I know. The expert responded to them in a trembling voice. Silence. Because the two angels saw the middle-aged man in front of them, who had committed many crimes, kneeling down in the middle of them with a face full of pain, tears of regret flowed from his closed eyes, and his expression became worse and worse. He saw the two angels, and at that moment he realized one thing, that is, they did not look as holy and beautiful as in the murals. In other words, in the eyes of the experts, who just saw Chen Yun's profile, they did not look holy. On the contrary, the two angels were as ordinary as him at this time. Just like when they were around the young lady, even the extremely dazzling light on the angels became dim. Then, Waves of tearing pain kept rolling over his chest, and countless scenes of him successfully killing Chin Yun poured out of his mind, making him see with his own eyes how he almost committed an unforgivable sin. The angel saw him start to cry loudly on the spot, completely disregarding any face, like a baby abandoned by his parents without any ability to resist, and still crawling towards the position between them, looking at the place where his eyes were covered with a begging for forgiveness. "I am guilty," the expert murmured in a low voice. "I actually attacked such a holy and noble person. If I really hurt half of her hair, how terrible it would be." Ian and his companions looked at each other, and it was difficult to understand the ugly appearance of the assassin at this time. In fact, they had already prepared for the attack. However, the expert could not really hurt Chin Yun anyway. The worst result was that the Archangel came down in person to solve the problem. But the scene before them was beyond their expectations. The expert's performance seemed to be really tortured by his own behavior and thoughts, and he had become a little crazy. This appearance made him more like a mental patient. Ian looked back at Chin Yun, then turned to his companion and said, "I don't think he is pretending." The female angel nodded slightly, and then showed a clear look. "Don't you understand yet, Ian? The situation couldn't be more obvious. This is his will. What we have before us is a miracle." Chapter 167. Your life is in danger. Ma-En pretended to be curious and said, "Is this what you rely on?" Lei Yu stepped aside to show the display screen in the car behind him. "Because you helped Qin Lan escape, your sister was also implicated and became our focus, and considering your close relationship for 20 years, the federal experts felt that using her could guarantee to subdue you. We don't want you to die, as long as you surrender you and she can live." Ma-En just took a step forward with a firm look in his eyes, and then the world in Lei Yu's eyes was distorted for a moment. Ma-En was invading his mind, which was the horn of attack, but although Lei Yu could hardly really catch and defeat Ma-En now, he could still ensure that he was invincible. Lightning came and went freely. But as Ma-En expected, he did not leave directly, but forcibly used his mind to resist his invasion after seeing that Ma-En had some willingness to communicate. Although Lei Yu could not be compared with real psychics or wizards with strong mental abilities, as a child of the gods, his mental resistance was actually considered to be relatively good among the 4 middle schools. And he also had a lot of experience fighting psychics. And in the past, he had a former team member who was also a telepath and trained with him for a long time, which also allowed Lei Yu to grasp the rhythm of fighting with these telepaths. The visual change just now was just a tentative attack, and he could actually move to a position that Ma-En's mind could not reach at any time. The display screen behind him also lit up, and an iron door appeared inside. According to the intelligence and information sent back by the fallen angel, Ma-En was sure that the scene on the screen was indeed where Chin Yun lived. The camera went straight through the metal door and appeared in the house. The person on the screen walked around the room and walked into Chin Yun's bedroom. He also observed the environment of the whole room when he entered. Ma-En saw Chin Yun sitting with his back to him. Lei Yu said, "See? Now surrender." Snap. He took another step forward, and this time the world in Lei Yu's eyes was not only blurred for a few seconds, but also a crisp cracking sound rang in his ears, as if something in his skull was crushed by the man opposite. But he still maintained a semi-elemental state, and there was no flesh and blood in his body. Chin Yun's profile appeared on the screen, and then Ma-En saw the entire screen still for nearly 30 seconds, and that face, which was very beautiful among mortals, solidified in front of him and Lei Yu. However, Ma-En felt quite peaceful and relieved when he looked at this face, and he had no ability to judge whether this face was beautiful or not, just like staring at a word for too long and unable to understand its meaning. Lei Yu frowned slightly and said, "You think we dare not do it? Then let you see some blood first." The screen did not change immediately. Ma-En was still moving forward. Lei Yu could feel a faint sense of oppression on the surface of his skin, but it was different from when Ma-En first appeared. This feeling was between reality and illusion, and he could feel that this sense of oppression would break at any time. With a few flashes of lightning, the situation on the screen finally changed. A hand reached out to Chin Yun, and then the dazzling golden light filled the screen, and then the light quickly went out. The dark screen could only reflect the figures of Lei Yu and Ma-En, but even the scene in it became distorted and strange. Ma-En repeated the question just now, "Is this what you rely on?" At this moment, Lei Yu had clearly realized what the situation was going to. They all underestimated Ma-En. His performance just now was not pretending to be calm. On the contrary, it was because the direction of things was indeed within his expectations. They were looking for the opponent's weaknesses in advance like vicious snakes, but they did not expect that the opponent had already made preparations. Such a comprehensive opponent was no longer within his range of handling. Even if he brought his comrades with him, he would not win. Shadow's order was like asking them to die. These thoughts were corroding Lei Yu's mind like poison. Some of them were his real thoughts, and some were fabricated by Ma In. But no matter what, they should not have emerged in the battle, but they emerged uncontrollably from Lei Yu's ocean of consciousness. At this moment, Ma In Lei Yu's eyes became so powerful that he could not be defeated. And this was enough for Ma In to break his most critical mental defense. The idea of keeping a distance appeared in Lei Yu's mind almost at the same time, and if he really stayed away from Ma In would have no way to do anything to him. But the order Lei Yu received was to capture Ma In alive first, and he did follow the order, which doomed him to defeat. Ma In took advantage of his desire to use Qing Yuan to threaten him, and invaded his mind several times. This level of damage could not cause actual damage, so Lei Yu was not scared away. He should have run earlier. When he realized how dangerous Ma In was, he had no chance. These advances completely destroyed Lei Yu's remaining hope, because when Ma In walked in front of him, Lei Yu could no longer think of running away. Ma In looked at him and said, "Now, tell me, why are you?" Lei Yu's face showed a struggling expression. He had felt how ridiculous and absurd his thoughts were just now. These were all traps set by Ma In to make his mind succumb to the other party, but he still had fighting spirit. No matter how powerful the enemy is, he can't give up hope. He tried to control his body with a fighting spirit on his face, and to his surprise, he turned into lightning. Thunder crawled along the ground, and was far away from Ma In an instant. Then Lei Yu immediately turned back to his original position, and began to spread and search in the entire lower area at the speed of lightning, and found Ma In's real body standing in the corridor in an instant in reality. Then he shot through Ma In's head. Bang! Lei Yu's heavy body hit the wall and rolled on the ground for several rounds, but he still smiled despite the severe pain, because there was a corpse with a charred head in the corridor where he was now. Lei Yu stood up with difficulty. Although the process was very severe, he was still the winner in the end. The winner is always strong. Lei Yu suddenly frowned. It was too easy for him to win. As this thought emerged, he suddenly felt that there were many awkward places in the corridor in front of him, as if it was a rough set built casually, and the development of the battle just now did not conform to the rules. No! This is... Lei Yu's body paused, and then he raised his legs and walked towards Ma In's body with a natural look. It was as if his thoughts just now had never existed. Chapter 168. Lei Yu walked alone into the dark alley between the buildings and turned to look behind him. Ma In was standing in the blind spot of Lei Yu's vision, patiently watching this flowing scene composed of vague memories and imagination. Lei Yu did not open his mouth. "I killed him." This was the words Lei Yu said in his mind, but it could still reach Ma In's ears, because the place where they were at the moment was not bound by the laws of physics at all. This was Lei Yu's mind. Imagination and reality have no boundaries here. So Ma In should have seen the figure in his mind opposite Lei Yu. We did have a deal, but at that time I had no time to hold back. Life and death, and victory, and defeat depended on a single thought. If I really considered your request, I would be the one who died there. He was talking to the air. What are you looking for? If you are not satisfied with my behavior, why didn't you intervene in person? After all, to you, Maine is just a weak mortal, isn't he? Lei Yu turned around and walked out of the alley, heading towards the armored vehicle waiting for his return. But Maine still stayed where he was, staring at the position where Lei Yu had just faced without saying a word. This experience reminded him of the first abnormal entity he had encountered, the powerful threat he had seen for the first time after he had just reawakened, the unmemorable one who could make his existence transcend the senses and thoughts of the world. They both have the effect of making Maine unable to see, and this is not a purely sensory experience, but there is still a huge difference between the two, and they may be driven by completely different principles in essence. Ma In did not stay here for too long, but turned around and followed Lei Yu's back. Rather than staying in a place where he could not see anything and daydreaming, going deep into his memory and illusion was the correct way to find the truth. Outside the alley was a clean and tidy corridor, and the distance between the doors was a bit like the coordination department where Ma In had stayed. Although he had never been here in person, he could guess where this place was. Didn't Shadow ask you to capture Ma In alive? The girl's voice came from one of the doors in the corridor. You killed him directly. Ma In slightly pushed open the door of the conference room. Lei Yu stood at the front of the group, followed by the team members assigned to him by Shadow, including the expert, who was killed by the angel with a laser gun not long ago. In front of them stood a young girl Ma In had seen before, Wang Yin, one of the Yin Yang twins. She and her brother were once the confidants of Shishao Walker, and they also betrayed Qin Luan, the prophet, under this circumstance. This was enough to show that there must be something extraordinary about them. And if we think in a normal way, the fact that Xiao Walker used them as his confidants can prove that at least in the future she could see at that time, the Yin-Yang twins did not betray, and the decision of the Yin-Yang twins in the last period of time was definitely not so simple. However, this is the situation of thinking from a normal perspective, but Ma In saw the Chinese prophecy left by Xiao Walker, and she didn't know what the things she wrote on the wall meant. If we deduce the results in reverse, we can actually see different possibilities. Although the Yin-Yang twins defected to the Federation, they were engraved with an unshakable fear by the Xiao Walker. Therefore, when they were chasing themselves and Qin Lan that day, they were immediately scared to death after sensing the words of the Xiao Walker. Perhaps the purpose of the Xiao Walker taking them was for that moment. According to Ma In's understanding, some of her actions may indeed be in line with her ideas, but the Xiao Walker may not understand the meaning before it takes effect. The future of the Yin-Yang twins' betrayal may actually have been changed by her. The future that was not affected by her is actually far worse than what they saw. But no one can tell clearly which of the worlds in their own eyes should be like this, and which ones are affected by the ability of the Xiao Walker, who can perceive the future. Forget it. Wang Yin, who was standing in the front, said helplessly, at least it's better than letting him escape alive. Although we didn't get Qin Lan's whereabouts, at least he is dead. At least you still remember what Shadow said. Although it was Wang Yin who said this in the illusion, she might not know whether Ma In should die in reality. Her answer actually reflects Lei Yu's thoughts. He felt that Ma In's death was an acceptable result for the Federation. If he could get information about where Qin Lan was, it would be better, but it seemed that Shadow asked him to kill Ma In no matter what. Ma In closed the door gently, turned around and walked to another door behind him, and then went deep into Lei Yu's heart. Behind the door were thunder and dark clouds flying all over the sky. The strong wind and heavy rain hit Ma In's body. In the distance, a thin figure was curled up on the ground, staring at the sky with despair. Although his cheeks had become shrunken, Ma In could still tell that this thin man was Lei Yu. This face was mixed with his past and imagination. This face looked older than Lei Yu now, but some traces came from a younger age. From before he became the son of thunder. The endless lightning in the sky slowly formed a looming scene. A strong calf emerged in the clouds. It was clear that this was exactly his imagination of Thor. Along with the roar of thunder, several thick chains quietly emerged from the surrounding muddy water, wrapped around Lei Yu's body like a python, and slowly surrounded him, dragging him towards the muddy water illuminated by lightning. The direction in which Ma In was moving was the deal that Lei Yu had just mentioned when talking to the invisible entity, and the scene in front of him reflected his fear and worry about Thor, and this feeling seemed to be linked to the loss of freedom. Ma In exited the room filled with fear, and turned to walk towards the end of the corridor, where there was a door with other pure black doors. This also indicates the end of this trip. Lei Yu has all the information about himself. Click. Ma In turned the handle. The scene inside the door is a spacious office. Lei Yu is standing and looking at the man sitting on the chair, lowering his head and listening to his instructions. Because we have to shock the Salvation Alliance first, we must kill a few members who have provoked the Federation to make an example of them. Shadow suddenly paused, then raised his head and looked at the guest standing at the door. Oh, that's it. He smiled and said, Hello, Ma In. Chapter 169. You are the one who wants to kill me. Ma In could feel that the shadow was slowly coming alive, and could sense that his existence was quite unique. The shadow realized this a little slower than Ma In. It seems that I am one of the many shadows, and I even appeared when you came here. You triggered the defense mechanism I left in Lei Yu's brain, which means that he is already lost. I don't think he has found Qin Lan's location either. Ma In said, You are not completely a shadow. The shadow leaned back slightly. Yes, you should be able to perceive that I am not an independent soul that actually exists, but I am enough to stop you from moving forward. You can no longer find any information I left on Lei Yu. Go back. You can kill me with him, or take him to me for a deal, but since you have come to this position, you should already know what order I gave, right? Ma In nodded slightly, and then an office chair appeared behind him. He sat down with his hands on the armrests. You ordered him to kill me. This is actually a little incomprehensible to me. You obviously have other purposes. Is my death important to you? The shadow looked at him and shrugged. Although I gave him the order, it was not my intention, but some politicians in the federal parliament who I have never met. They should have made this decision after reading the report about you, but I don't know what they think. I am just a reflection of their will. Ma In looked at him curiously. You don't have any opinion about me. In that case, can you tell me how to divert the attention of those politicians from me? After all, I am just an ordinary unlucky member of the Salvation Alliance. I don't want them to miss me. He said this because of the prophecy of the divine Skywalker. One of the 3 paths she pointed out was a deal with the Federation, so he made this request tentatively. If Ma-En really wanted to live, he would not be in any danger as long as he stayed in the Abnormal Control Bureau. Therefore, he was not worried about the hostility of the Federation as he claimed. He was deliberately exposing his wrong needs, and giving the other party the opportunity to use him to complete the deal. The Shadows smiled teasingly. Sorry, but I have no reason to guide you, and we are not really talking. Otherwise, I might give you some help out of my mood. Ma-En was not surprised by his answer, but he still heard what he expected. This is the point. You are not the real Shadow. Are you willing to exist like this? The Shadow raised his eyebrows in surprise. It's a good attempt to sow discord, but if what you said could happen, I will not be able to exist in this form and talk to you, but you don't have to be particularly afraid. Because I don't care about you at all, and the resources of the Federation are limited. You don't have to worry about them coming to trouble you again, or sending out enemies that are much stronger than him in the short period of time after the failure of Thunderstorm. Because you are not worth it. The Federation is a cold-blooded machine, driven only by various interests. The reason why those politicians want to kill Ma-En is because they are worried that he is related to Shinshao Xingzhe. But they can't delay the progress of the truce with the Salvation Alliance because of this matter. After he kills Lei Yu, the Federation will not waste unnecessary resources on him. Because it's not worth it. But this is just the reason why they want to kill Ma-En, not Shadow's. Half of his answers are lies. Shadow not only knows why the politicians of the Federation want to kill Ma-En, but also that, in fact, he also secretly promoted the killing of Ma-En. Although his reasons are different from those of the politicians, they also come from Shinshao Xingzhe. However, after Ma-En came here, Shadow threw away the idea just now, and had other ideas instead. But in fact, we could also have some other small deals. Shadow said, I think you should be able to guess the purpose of the Federation to capture you. Ma-En pretended to say, you don't have to think about getting Qin Lan's whereabouts from me. Shadow smiled proudly. That means you do know. I wasn't so sure at first, but don't worry, because we don't do anything to Qin Lan, because her sister has fought for her safety and freedom. In other words, she has fought for all members of the Salvation Alliance. My subordinates have sent unilateral messages to several members of the Salvation Alliance in the Southern Federation, expressing our desire for a ceasefire and peace, and most importantly, our common threat. Ma-En pretended to be curious and asked, what threat? Shadow said with a hint of reproach, you have reached an alliance with the Moon God, but you have no idea what you are doing. You, who call yourself the Savior Alliance, are pushing the world into the abyss. Ma-En interrupted, when you say we are pushing the world into the abyss, do you mean we are repeating what you have done? Shadow coughed twice without embarrassment. Yes, we have indeed reached some cooperation with the gods, but that is all under our control. They will face obstacles from the entire Federation, but your ally, the Moon God, is completely different. As a telepath, you should be able to sense her danger. In fact, I am a little surprised that you can escape her influence. She has a strong possessiveness of the spiritual field in the Southern Federation, and even exterminated almost all wild spiritual creatures in this land for this purpose, which means that she will definitely not watch you invade her territory like this. This is also the reason why I am willing to discuss this with you. You did not fall in front of her. There are not many fourth-level spiritual entities who can do this. Due to the confidentiality agreement, I can only say that she is threatening our world. If you and us continue to fight each other like this, she and other gods will become the nightmare of all of us humans. We have to contact Qin Lan. Ma-En said calmly, I can negotiate for her. We can't expose her to your sight, and now I can't be sure whether what you said is true or false. If you are sincere, you can send someone to negotiate with us. But can this conversation be known by the real Shadow? You know you are just a shadow? The man smiled and said, yes, but we have a complex way of existence. At this moment, I am just a defensive measure in Lei Yu's mind, but I won't be later. But when the two shadows intersect, they can't be distinguished. Chapter 170. Lei Yu turned around and walked out of Shadow's office, moving forward steadily, but he didn't notice that the room behind him was collapsing into countless pieces, as if being pulled out of this world by a black hole. And he didn't notice that he didn't have any memory of talking to Shadow in his mind, nor did he realize that he was just mechanically repeating the movements of lifting his legs and taking steps under inertia. He sat down in a trance, and then the scene in front of him became clearer and clearer. In front of him was a white round table, and sitting opposite him was a dead person. Ma-En pushed the water cup on the table towards him. Do you need to rest? Lei Yu's eyes first showed confusion and doubt, and then flashed with shock and fear, but immediately turned into relief and loneliness, because Ma-En was still alive, which could only prove one thing: his victory was just an unrealistic fantasy. He closed his eyes and leaned back heavily, and asked tiredly, "You did all that just now? I have fought with more than one telepath before, but your fighting rhythm was completely beyond my expectations. How did you do it?" But Ma-En was not interested in explaining it to him. "Maybe it's because you haven't met me before." Lei Yu narrowed his eyes and said, "And the illusion you just created. It's not difficult for you to kill me at that level, but it's not easy to dig out the secrets in my heart so quietly. Are you really a 4th level telepath?" Ma-En could see that he wanted a negative answer. "What did the moon goddess tell you?" Lei Yu immediately replied, "This is very valuable information. What do you want to exchange for it?" The invisible figure is indeed the moon god. Shinji's appearance with him can to some extent show that he and the moon god are in collusion, but this alone cannot confirm that it is the moon god. What really pushed Ma-En's suspicion to the extreme was not what he saw in Lei Yu, but on the contrary. The reason why he dared to test directly was that he did not see the figure of the moon god in Lei Yu's mind at all, but they reached a certain cooperation under such circumstances. Ma-En did not answer his question. "What are you worried and afraid of?" Lei Yu was stunned. "What are you talking about?" Ma-En asked. "I saw the fear in your heart. It seems that you are very afraid of the god who gave you power, but that feeling is not an instinctive reaction to danger, but a kind of emotion mixed with imagination. The thing you are afraid of does not seem to have happened yet." This sentence completely brought Lei Yu, who had just woken up, back to reality. He no longer thought about the conversation with Ma-En, but began to brew the thunder in his body under the urging of years of practical experience, intending to turn it into lightning to try to escape from here. Lei Yu was not particularly optimistic. Ma-En's awakening him meant that they were not afraid of him running away. But he did not expect what he would face. Silence. Lei Yu looked at Ma-En with puzzlement and confusion. "Am I still in the illusion?" Ma-En repeated, "What are you afraid of?" Thor stood up with his hands on the table, and then quickly looked around. The white walls and simple furniture that came into his eyes were not very common, but there was nothing unusual. "Don't be nervous." Ma-En comforted him gently. "If you think this is an illusion, we can talk about it another day. I have plenty of time. You can slowly verify whether you are in a dream or not. But if we are really still in your mind, there is actually no need for me to ask you directly." Lei Yu immediately asked back, "Then why don't you come and get it yourself?" Ma-En said sincerely, "Because I don't want to completely destroy your head. This is one of the few things you instinctively resist, but in fact, I can also imagine what you are worried about. You are afraid of the possibility that Thor escapes from the cursed land. In your opinion, that is not in line with the freedom you advocate. You know what they are like, right? In addition to the fact that Lei Yu is indeed resisting this information, what is more important is that this part of the information is incomplete in his mind, and it looks basically the same as the information taken away by the shadow." Lei Yu looked surprised. "You know too?" His answer proved that this information was still in his mind, but for some reason, he could not be clearly perceived by himself, and this situation was completely different from what the shadow did to Lei Yu. It is very similar to the figure he can't see. "You have also discussed this with the moon god, haven't you?" Ma-En asked calmly. Lei Yu didn't realize that Ma-En was actually trying to trick him. "Yes, he is using us to escape from the cursed land. Although I am not a good person, I am not a madman who is looking forward to the end of the world. If the gods really gain the status of ruling the world, the outcome for you and me will not be much better. Now the gods give power to their people only because they have something to ask for. If the gods really return to the whole world, they can choose their slaves unscrupulously all over the world, and our value will be gone. And even if I put these aside, I don't want to see humans being ruled by other things, especially after I saw the current situation of the world with my own eyes. Now it is the Federation that rules the open world of this planet, and those so-called gods are trapped in the Southern Federation. That is to say, between them and us, we are the winners. In this case, why give these losers the opportunity to challenge us?" Ma-En clapped his hands with appreciation. "Well said, but you are a son of the gods." Lei Yu said, "This is not my choice. This kind of words is actually not convincing, but you have seen my heart with your own eyes. Although I am unwilling to give up the power in my body, I am also resisting him using us to escape from here." Ma-En said, "Then you shouldn't cooperate with the moon god." Lei Yu said, "She promised to use complex means to ensure that I would not advance the progress of Thor, which would also include erasing my memory, but only the gods know how to prevent my resistance from turning into his power. It would be great if they could all stay on this land, but if I had to choose, I would rather let other gods escape the cursed land first, because he is binding us. Then I asked directly, do you also want to stop them from leaving the Southern Federation? But Ma N's answer made him a little unbelievable. Do you think we want the gods to stay in the Southern Federation safely until they get a chance to escape the cursed land one day in the future? No, what we have to do is to completely eliminate the threat of the gods to us. Ma N said in front of his shocked eyes. By the way, you said you don't want to be manipulated by Thor. But don't you realize that you are no longer bound? Chapter 171. Click. Shadow, who was sitting in the office chair and thinking, suddenly opened his eyes and turned to look at the side door beside him. A figure that was very familiar to him walked in, but he didn't need to look at Shadow to know the identity of the visitor, because only one person can pass through that door. It was another Shadow who walked into the office. The two looked at each other for a few seconds, and the Shadow that had just appeared turned into a shadow and melted into the ground just like his name, and then quickly moved towards the position of the office chair, and finally poured into the shadow on the ground. At the same time, he also became a part of the shadow. Several images flashed in the man's eyes, and a blurry face was reflected in them. Interesting, I didn't even notice Mon's face at that time. Shadow said to himself, this should be the reason why he can avoid the prophecy machine. No wonder Shishao Walker arranged him to be next to his sister. He is really a good hand. Shadow tapped the keyboard a few times, then sat on the chair and began to wait. Dong dong. Are you looking for me? The boy's voice came from outside the door. Yes. Shadow answered. Wang Yang walked in. The boy looked around calmly, without the bad taste he had shown in front of Ma En and Qinlan, nor the so-called ghost madness, as if he was a normal and mature child. Is it about Xiao Yin? Wang Yang asked. Shadow nodded. Yes, she has arrived in the Southern Federation now. Although the Yin and Yang twins are very strong in the same level when they stay together, it is meaningless for them to be strong in the Southern Federation where there are gods everywhere, and there are many benefits when they separate. One of them is that they can make encrypted calls remotely, without worrying about eavesdropping and interception by information anomalies or telepaths. The Yin-Yang twins were twins of Dragon and Phoenix in their lifetime, which is one of the reasons why they were chosen to be tortured. In addition, keeping a distance will also strengthen their other already strong characteristics, immortality. The Yin-Yang twins are a pair of ghosts. Their most important characteristic is that they are difficult to kill and eliminate. Dealing with them requires quite complex and harsh conditions. Keeping a distance can make such conditions several times more difficult to achieve. Wang Yang nodded. She has arrived at the location and met with the people you arranged. Xiaoyin said that he is a young man with a good character. Even if he realized his fate, he did not show panic or fear at all. This is a rare character. Shadow said, of course, he was chosen by me, and only such a guy can take on such a heavy responsibility. But the situation may change in the future. Do you remember Ma En? The boy nodded. The memory eraser that Qinlan brought into the Salvation Alliance, he and Qinlan teamed up to kill all the pursuers. We were almost catching up with Ma En and Qinlan, but then Shen Xiaoxingzhe spoke. Shadow did not mention their escape, but nodded slightly and asked, you have had several contacts with him, right? What do you think? Wang Yang shook his head and said, except for the last face-to-face encounter, I actually didn't pay much attention to his existence before. After all, in my opinion at that time, he was just an ordinary ability user found by Qinlan, but in the end, he seemed to have some kind of strong threat. But according to my feeling, Lei, you should be able to deal with him. It seems that he was still hiding something at that time. Shadow said, I think Ma'an's appearance must be arranged by Shen Xiaoxingzhe. That crazy woman has no idea what she is doing. Wang Yang added, he should have been affected by Qinlan when he appeared there. At that time, it was probably just the future she instinctively guided. I don't think you need to waste too much energy on him. Even if it wasn't Ma En, there would be other people there to rescue her sister. Shadow said with an unfathomable expression. No, I see some new value in Ma En, but before that, I have to talk to Shen Xiaoxingzhe for a few words to confirm whether I should do this. Wang Yang said, you want to see her? Shadow replied, I'm already in front of her. Shadow's expression became a little dazed as he spoke. It was obvious that his main consciousness was no longer in this office. Seeing this, Wang Yang stopped talking and waited quietly for him to finish the conversation with Shen Xiaoxingzhe. After a while, Shadow turned his gaze to Wang Yang in front of him again. I'm sure. The boy looked into Shadow's eyes, and instead of asking him what he wanted to do with Ma En, he asked, how does she look now? Shadow replied with an unchanged expression. Not bad, much better than we originally thought. Shen Xiaoxingzhe didn't seem to be hit by this incident at all, But they think Ching-Wan acted like this on purpose. They think her purpose is to scare them so as to gain more benefits. The boy replied, she can indeed perform perfectly. But they don't know her. Shinshao Xingzhe won't do such a thing. I have never seen Shinshao Xingzhe hide her emotions, but no matter how she behaves, those politicians will make random guesses, and will never get an answer. They should kill her when the opportunity arises. Shadow shook his head. You are talking about the most powerful weapon in the Federation, and it will help us move towards the most prosperous era. Maybe there will be someone who has the same idea as you, but when they form a group, such ideas are bound to be eliminated before they are executed. But these are all matters for those big men, and what they see in their position is completely different from what we see. Now, I need you to tell your sister to change the line, and then take the machine to go in state. We have a meeting with Marn. Chapter 172. In a special cell in the prison. An Eastern Federation man walked out of the shadow, and then the surrounding instruments and monitoring equipment began to operate, transmitting the collected information to the prison center, and then analyzing whether the shadow was the real person, and whether the energy index was within the safe range. While the test was being conducted, an old man's voice was heard in the room. This is the first time you have asked to visit the Shisha Walker. Did someone assign you a secret mission, or do you simply want to have a good chat with the Shisha Walker? Shadow replied, of course it's work, and doctor, do you think I have anything to say to her? The doctor laughed twice and said, didn't she humiliate you enough at the beginning? Do you really not hate her, or do you want to maintain a gentlemanly demeanor? Shadow shook his head and said, why do you believe that? We are all adults, and the struggle in the political arena will not become a festival. They spread it like this just to make it sound more dramatic. The doctor said playfully, maybe, but I don't think you don't take it to heart at all. It sounds good, but how many people can see the essence of things like you said? Even if they can, they often won't restrain themselves like this. It's unnecessary behavior. Shadow changed the subject and said, no matter what I think, it's not a good idea to chat with Shisha Walker whenever I have nothing to do, because even if the probability is low, casual entry and exit will create opportunities for Shisha Walker. The doctor retorted with a little dissatisfaction, even if you come to have afternoon tea with her every day, the possibility of problems will not be higher than the probability of a group of unknown creatures from outer space passing by and destroying this place. Of course, the prison I built cannot be said to be perfect, but even if it has some flaws, it is definitely not something that ordinary people like you can imagine. Shadow comforted the old man opposite him, and said, everyone knows your level, doctor. If it weren't for you, this plan would not have been proposed at all. But those politicians don't understand technology. They think differently from you, and this is not entirely a technical problem. The doctor snorted, you mean you are afraid that someone will be turned against you, or that someone will sneak into the Salvation Alliance as an undercover agent? But under the inspection mechanism I built, even if dozens of Salvation Alliance members sneak in here, they can't take the Shisha Walker away. If they want to attack by force. Unless there is another Shisha Walker outside, there is no need to worry. Shadow replied, but you have to think about it. She is the Shisha Walker. Since she is worth our investment of such high resources, it means that her value is at least several times higher than all these things combined. Everyone will worry about her problem. The doctor retorted, your overestimation of the probability of her escape comes from fear of the result, and fear comes from ignorance. If you think rationally, if the possibilities you mentioned really exist, she would not have been defeated by us in the first place. Since you are all she is a Shisha Walker, why did she still fall into my cage? The shadow did not say, the point is not what I think, but what they think. I am just a shadow. The doctor sneered at this. I don't think of myself as a researcher. If those damn politicians don't meet my needs, I won't provide them with my wisdom. But you are different from me. You are a 5th-level telepath. If I were you, I might have ruled half the world. Shadow said half flatteringly and half jokingly, I don't have your wisdom, of course. I'm not as arrogant as you. The doctor said coldly, it's done, go in. Although his tone was bad, Shadow didn't mean to be dissatisfied. This cynical old man had a bad face to everyone, and even those politicians had to endure his bad temper. The most they could do was to avoid meeting him as much as possible. But under his arrogant and irritable appearance, he was hiding a completely different face. When they first met, the old doctor's mind strengthening and shielding devices were not as perfect as they are now, and Shadow at that time could rely on skills to bypass the defense to peek into his heart. At that time, he felt the rich emotions in the old man's heart. Anger, cunning, deep, calm, arrogant, these emotions seemed to be no different from what he usually shows, but there were few who could match his performance, as if every word he said was carefully rehearsed. The reality was that no federal politician was willing to contact him, but they were quite tolerant of him, because everyone knew his bad character. In their opinion, if they really offended this irritable old man, he might be doomed to die with them. So he got respect and freedom. Shadow pushed open the last door. Xiao Walker was sitting on the bed flipping through the book in her hand. She seemed a little surprised by Shadow's visit, but she put down the book naturally and stood up gracefully, with an irresistible aggression in her expression. Shadow said, "You mean you're glad to see me?" The Xiao Walker and the doctor who just talked to him seemed to be two different extremes. They both have extraordinary abilities and understand the rules of the game, but they have become completely different people. The doctor uses the rules of the game to benefit himself with a playful mentality. Although he occasionally makes some tough demands, he will always stay in front of the bottom line of the Federation and never do anything risky. Although Qin Wan seems to be playing within the rules, he has actually broken the bottom line of the Federation several times, and he will not play games with politicians with great care, but this is also because her goal cannot be achieved by following the rules. The Xiao Walker raised his eyebrows unhappily and said, "What are you doing here?" The Shadow did not answer her question directly. "The doctor and I just talked for a few words, and he thinks you have no chance of escaping from here." The Xiao Walker pulled the corner of his mouth. He firmly believes in what he believes, but this is the case when he gets older. He is always unwilling to accept new things. In the eyes of these old things, the world will always be the same as when they were young. But they didn't have me when they were young. Shadow glanced at the book she had just put down. It was just an ordinary novel from the last century. "Yes, I remember that although you are different from him in many ways, your arrogance is exactly the same. He thinks he can use his wisdom to fool everyone, but you don't seem to take anyone seriously at all." Xiao Walker sat back on the bed and picked up the novel again. "Are you here to criticize me?" "No, no, no." Shadow immediately denied. "I received an order from above some time ago. They wanted to use that Ma-En to make an example of him, and then I sent a real good player to deal with him." The Walker of the Divine Sky said confidently, "Then you failed." The Shadow narrowed his eyes and looked. "So he really arranged it by you?" The Walker of the Divine Sky couldn't help but smile. "No, it's just because you appeared here. But according to your understanding of me, in fact, he may have appeared there under some subconscious influence of me. But what's the point of such a thing? I'm already here. Don't you think that the future has long been out of my control?" The Shadow asked. "Don't you ask about his situation? After all, the Federation wants him dead because of you, and his current connection with your sister." The Walker of the Divine Sky cooperated and continued, "How is he?" The Shadow looked into her eyes and replied, "I saw him. Ma-En invaded the consciousness of a Son of Thunder and triggered the defense mechanism I left. Did you know that he is a 4th-level telepath? And he also has an ability to avoid the prophecy machine. In addition, he also has the ability to move in space. This is the intelligence we know. The intelligence they submitted at that time misjudged the degree of danger of Maine, but doesn't it sound familiar to you? A bunch of unreasonable powerful composite abilities. Although the probability is very low, he may be your kind. Not all reality twisters are so dangerous, but all reality twisters have extremely high research value." Xiao Walker smiled confidently and said, "If having composite abilities means being a reality twister, the doctor would not be so impatient. The possibility that he is my kind is less than 1 in 1,000, but no matter what. You all failed to catch him, didn't you?" Shadow said in a confrontational tone, "Not yet, I have a new idea about him." "But you are not lying, Ma-En is not your arrangement." In the conversation just now, she took the initiative to reveal this fact. Shadow has the ability to judge the truth of words, but if Xiao Xingzhe does not want to, he will not be able to see any useful feedback from her, and Qin Wan did not stop Shadow's prying when he mentioned Ma-En just now. Obviously, Xiao Xingzhe does not want to implicate Ma-En. Xiao Xingzhe sighed. "Tell them not to worry about such unreasonable things anymore. I definitely didn't prepare in advance, otherwise you wouldn't have a chance to win. But in the past I have been influencing reality all the time, and I have made a lot of preparations that I can't understand, and even I can't tell clearly whether the future has been deviated because of me. Do you know that I haven't worried about my situation at all?" The Shadow stared at her in silence. The Divine Skywalker said calmly, "I don't know where the future is going, and I can't see anything now. But do you really know who you are fighting? How can you think that the battle is over? You have only defeated me now. But I have already exerted countless influences on the future, most of which I didn't even notice their existence, and others were just driven by instinct, and I couldn't understand the specific meaning of them. But they are from my own hands after all. Don't you hear the footsteps approaching? Actually, I can hardly imagine it. How can you defeat my past? Shadow stood there for a few seconds, then immediately replied, You are just bluffing. Although your words are scary, if it were true, you would not have told me about it. They know very well that your goal is to gain more benefits. Self-praise is indeed a good way. Xiao Walker raised his hand to indicate that he could leave. They are not the only ones who know how to threaten. Tell those politicians that if they still have such arrogant ideas, they can wait for the day when I regain my freedom, or you can surrender as soon as possible. This way I can save more people, and they can live. Shadow turned around in silence. This sentence will be passed to the table of those politicians, and their experts will begin to analyze the psychological state of Xiao Walker, but they can't see anything, and this sentence will affect their strategy toward Xiao Walker to some extent. After researching and investigating, those politicians will judge that this sentence has a certain amount of truth, and Xiao Walker has also exaggerated. If, as the Divine Skywalker said, her past would catch up and destroy their plans, then she would not have to say these words. So as long as she wanted to influence the current world, she could prove that she was not as powerful as she said. If everything was already destined, why should she care about Shadow? But as the doctor said, fear would still make politicians overestimate the risks. This is actually a simple conspiracy. Xin Luan can gain a lot of benefits from it, and make his final situation better. Shadow's figure began to slowly dissipate as he took steps. But some of the parts that were invisible to the naked eye quietly merged into the surrounding space. He participated in the construction of this prison, and the reason why Shadow pushed this matter behind the scenes was not only to capture the Divine Skywalker. The space here allowed him to sink silently into the depths of reality. In other places, the Federation monitored him very closely, and controlled his telepathic range. If we only talk about the degree of danger, Shadow is actually more feared by the Federation than many strong men of the same level, because he can easily seize the mind of a mortal. He finally reached the bottom of the sea. The dazzling golden light cut through the dark world of the soul, distorting the distance between him and the figure. Before he realized it, the golden figure had appeared in front of him. The Shadow bowed his head respectfully. My master. His master said gently, No need to be so respectful, you are my shadow, not a slave. The Shadow said firmly, I am also your most humble servant. Master, I have fulfilled the 729 wishes you ordered. Please continue to guide me on the next path. The golden figure opened his mouth. Then, the morning light submerged the Shadow. Chapter 173. Ma-En pushed open the door, and walked in with a cold gaze. Shinjiha was tied to a chair with hostility and determination, but Ma-En could vaguely sense that there was some madness hidden between his eyebrows that he himself was not aware of. You will not win. Shinjiha said firmly, We will not be destroyed. Ma-En sat down opposite him. You don't know what you saw and heard, but if you still have reason, please listen to my next words first, and then make your own judgment. Before that, I will not affect your mind, even if I can do it. Shinjiha showed strong disgust and hatred on his face. Don't try to deceive me. Ma-En asked, The moon god is our enemy, do you remember? The bound man's face flashed a dark look, and it was obvious that he had not forgotten the existence of the moon god. You have been tricked, Ma-En said briefly. How can you be sure that what you feel now is true? Shinjiha's expression froze for a few seconds. Then prove it to me. This is a containment room, right? She can't be in here. Then enter my brain to correct my mistakes, or directly rewrite my will. You don't want to get anything under the premise of my clear consciousness. After all, I have become your prisoner, and have no ability to resist. And Tao He and the others may not see your problem at all. Ma-En asked, Do you remember meeting the moon god? Shinjiha replied, No, I only know your conspiracy. This is not a secret alliance for salvation, but a conspiracy to swallow us up. Compared with you, the gods are not worth mentioning at all. He had no intention of accepting Ma-En's words. Shinjiha's performance was very different from what Tao He described. When they met not long ago, Shinjiha still retained some doubts about himself, but now there was nothing left. It seemed that overnight, the moon god had a huge impact on him. Ma-En asked back, Think about it. If I were your enemy, wouldn't I just invade your mind as you said? Shinjiha raised his mouth and said provocatively, Because it's useless, the moon god can keep the secrets in my mind. And you don't know what we might have left in there. Maybe we can destroy you as long as you enter. After all, as you said, you are facing one of the most powerful mental entities. Ma-En raised his eyebrows and said, In other words, you now know that you are standing with the moon goddess, but you think we are the enemy. Shinjiha said, Of course, I remember that I have formed an alliance with her. You are our common enemy. Really, you can't confuse me no matter what you say. If what you said is true, you have already entered my mind. After all, the containment room can isolate her power. Mon said, then can you tell me what kind of war we are fighting? Because I don't know anything. Shinjiha frowned slightly and said, you don't have to act so much. You know what I am talking about. Mon continued, if the truth is as you said, then there is nothing wrong with telling me, and if what I say is true. Shinjiha immediately understood what he meant. No, you can't get anything. I won't reveal any flaws. Mon sighed, I'm trying to save you, which is a very difficult thing. Okay, let's change the subject. You just said that the moon goddess can protect the secrets in your mind and even set traps for me in it, but from my observation, it seems that this is not the case. Her figure does not seem to appear in front of me at all. Shinjiha said, no, she doesn't need to come to see you at all. She can also defeat you. Mon turned his head and asked, let's talk about the world in my eyes. In my opinion, Tao He and Feng Xiaoying have no problems. Even the members of the Salvation Alliance parasitized by the moon, but have been cleared. If she wants to deal with me, why not invade them directly? Is it because they have not seen the son of the moon in person, or because you met them through the spiritual channel? Before, Shinjiha took on the task of meeting with the moon children alone to prevent them from being plotted against by the moon children. But now, he just looked at Ma Yan with a cold expression. He was unwilling to answer any questions. Ma Yan continued, no, I don't think so. If she wanted to, she could definitely invade or even directly control them, just like she did to you last time, but she didn't do that. There must be a reason. And that's why I came here. Shinjiha sighed, you want to make that sentence come out of my mouth, and then use it to find the loophole in my brain. Mon said, if I want to do that, I will definitely start with your daughter. Shinjiha showed a suspicious look on his face. What are you talking about? I don't have a daughter. Mon did not delve into this, but stood up. In fact, I have some guesses, but they need to be verified, because as you said, she should be able to set a trap in your mind to deal with me, but she didn't do it. Because she can't see me at all, just like I can't see her. Right? Shinjiha replied naturally. We all know the answer to this question. Mayan paused, then stood up. He lowered his head and looked at the other party and said, thank you. This is what I'm looking for. Whether you believe it or not, the truth is that you helped us delay the speed of the moon god's attack, and your sacrifice will allow us to win this war in the end. You are a hero. Shinjiha said impatiently, I won't listen. In fact, according to Maan's understanding of him in a short period of time, Shinjiha might have realized the problem in this situation, but unfortunately, he was crazy. Maan pushed open the door of the containment room. What appeared before his eyes was a dark space, with floating fragments of the mind like islands everywhere, and there was a fragile gravity between them, which was struggling to maintain the current form together. A whole street was floating a few thousand meters away, and Shinjiha was walking with his daughter, who was already in high school, but the face was so blurry. Because she didn't live to this age at all. Most of the fragments here had his daughter or wife inside, half of the former were in the form of dead, and half were completely illusory dreams, and some were deliberately carved into different forms. In fact, Shinjiha's mind had collapsed, and in reality, he couldn't even say a word. He hadn't said anything. The person who just talked to Ma-in still had some fragments of rationality in his heart, but he still couldn't be influenced by him. Because as long as the position of these islands is affected too much, the balance of gravity between them will be broken, and then Shinjiha's mind will completely fall apart. He is an excellent telepath, but he is still vulnerable when facing gods. All this took only a moment for the moon goddess. He was just immersed in illusions for a few seconds when Ma-in appeared. The moon goddess didn't need to cover up the traces of her existence, and she could easily kill Shinjiha, but she still deliberately cast his mind into this shape and threw it in front of him. When Ma-in just entered here, he once encountered a very conspicuous mind island. Shinjiha's limbs were nailed to the wooden rack, and he kept repeating a sentence with a crazy look. This is the fate of mortals who fight against gods. Chapter 174. Titan Ruins. A black tower stands on the plain. There is a prison inside the tower, but most of the cells are no longer used. Now there is only one resident here, a former abnormal criminal from the Abnormal Control Bureau, Greg. When he was outside, he had never been to prison. After becoming a prisoner of Marn, he experienced the feeling of serving a sentence. But except for the occasional mechanical black cat that brought him food, Greg had never seen any living creatures, but he lived quite comfortably. Because this cell not only has a very soft bed, but also a complete set of tables and chairs, and even an independent toilet. However, although the functions of the things in it are basically the same as the toilets that Greg had seen before, There are considerable differences in the shape, which is completely unlike what would appear in modern society. During this period, he did nothing but kept communicating with Marn from time to time, reporting that he had no progress, and patiently waiting for these creatures, who called themselves humans, to show up. And his wait was not in vain. On the morning of the third day, the woman who defeated him on a black cat, Mira, walked into the prison as expected. "How is your stay?" Mira looked at him through the iron bars. "This is a prison built by our ancestors a long time ago, but it has basically not been used in the past few hundred years." Greg stood up, looked around the cell where he lived and said, "Has this been used to hold outsiders like me?" Myra's eyes were full of curiosity. Good observation skills. In fact, several young humans had mistakenly entered this place decades ago. However, from what I heard from their descriptions at the time, it seemed that they had no idea that there were supernatural powers in the world, and they also thought that our existence was something incredible. As she spoke, she raised her hand, and then the cell door in front of Greg opened automatically. Greg walked out. "Is this strange?" Mira turned and walked outside, waving her hand for him to follow her. Of course, in the era when our ancestors were born, there was no room to hide the truth, but it seems that the ruling organization called the Federation is deliberately covering up the truth of many things. But this is not necessarily a bad thing. This can effectively prevent them from spreading among you. But the outsiders who broke into here a few hundred years ago, although they did not have any abnormal power, still believed in the existence of magic and gods. Compared with the outsiders decades ago, they accepted the fact of our existence more easily. My father, Antum, thinks this is actually proof that the organization called the Federation has a higher degree of control over the world. Greg continued her words in cooperation. "For ordinary people like me, the Federation is indeed the most important abnormal organization in our eyes, but I think this has something to do with their attempts to manage us. In fact, there are still many forces in the outside world that are not bound by them." "Are you isolated from the outside world?" Mira did not answer his question, but continued, "In the past 2 days, we have confirmed that you have no problems, which is also the premise for me to come to see you. But you should still remember. Not long ago, I was still trying to kill you. This is not because I have any deep hatred with you, nor is it because I have any conflicts of interest with your race, and we are not the so-called human haters, which is also the reason why we stay here and have no contact with you. We had to kill you and your companions for a very simple reason. Your presence here seriously threatens our survival. This feeling is like the so-called disaster in your context." Greg asked curiously, "Is this why you stay here?" Mira replied, "No, we are not staying here. Although we look very similar, we are not the same species as you. Of course, you have a very high connection with us. I remember that during the most wild time, some people in our race regarded you as some kind of creator gods. But as time passed, we slowly figured out what you are." Greg immediately asked, "What is the relationship?" Mira glanced at him. "You are our creators, and you are also losers left in the abandoned land, but most importantly, you are their eyes and hands." He looked puzzled. "Who?" Mira explained, "God, a terrifying monster parasitic on all members of your race, has a powerful power beyond humans, and at the same time has the worst face and desires of humans, and has the power to destroy the world we live in. However, due to the efforts of our ancestors, they are now trapped in your dimension and are in an unprecedentedly weak state. In ancient times, they lived in the hearts of every human being, and some of them even had the power to monitor all humans. But don't worry, they can't follow you." Greg asked, "Are you talking about the gods of the Southern Federation?" Mira glanced at him. "The group of people who came here 50 years ago used this term to refer to the place where they were. It should be the specific reality of the prison of the gods, but your entire world is an abandoned place. You and our ancestors sealed them there together." He said in confusion, "You mean, the world I lived in before was a prison?" Mira nodded. "Gods are a threat to all creatures. We must lock them out of here. And as their host, you are also quite dangerous. Although they cannot enter here at will, for the sake of safety, we decided to kill all outsiders who strayed into this place." Greg's expression froze for a moment. Mira, who noticed this, smiled and comforted him. "Don't be afraid. This is not an oath that needs to be strictly observed. It's just an unspoken rule, and no one will care how we deal with the prisoners. As long as everything goes well, you can still leave here." Greg nodded silently. Mira told him a lot about their affairs. This is not a good sign. Greg is familiar with such conversations. He used to say this to his captives, and at that time, he had often arranged the death date of the other party. Mira must have said so much because she was not worried that Greg would leak it, but according to her, They spent the past 2 days to confirm that they had no possible information exposed. But he can still talk to Maine, and this also strengthened Greg's determination to carry out the mission as planned. If Mira showed overwhelming strength in this conversation, he would definitely start to consider betraying Maine, but the current situation shows the strength comparison between the two sides. Maine and his team's victory is inevitable, and he has to consider how to ensure his own survival in the process, and if possible, he can also find ways to earn other benefits. Mira asked, "You mentioned that you were sent here." Finally, we got to the point. Greg nodded slightly and said, "Yes, when I was outside, I was one of the countless ordinary people with special abilities, but suddenly one day I was attacked and was captured before I came to my senses. Then they took me to a road and asked me to collect information here and then return to the original place. But I don't know anything, and even my memory after coming here is a little fuzzy. There must be a stronger mental entity among them that affects my brain than me." Mira nodded slightly and said, "So you don't know who they are at all?" Greg nodded. "I suspect they may be a powerful abnormal organization similar to the Federation, and they may not even know what is here. If they know the specific situation here, they will send the right people according to the situation. We were just thrown in to die, and they may not even expect us to return on time." Mira agreed. The expedition team that did not return is a message in itself. In fact, I can understand what they are doing, because our compatriots have done similar things in the past, but we handled it much better than you. But even so, this has caused many unnecessary sacrifices. They walked out of the prison completely, and climbed up a few floors through the stairs. During this process, Greg could also see that the time required for transmission on his staff panel was constantly increasing. Mira pushed open a silver-white metal door. Behind the door was a vast plain. Several silver-white buildings stood on the land a few hundred meters away from them. In the distance, you can vaguely see a group of buildings with rich shapes and colors. Just looking at the appearance, they all seem to be built of metal. "Welcome to my home," Mira said proudly. "You will see civilization and advancement here. In the middle of our town is my father's residence. I will take you to see him. He will ask you about things related to the outside world, but before that, I will take you to visit our society. If your society has changed within the normal range over the past few decades, you will see your future and past." Chapter 175. When Greg was walking on the street, he could feel the surrounding buildings looking at him. Occasionally, there would be pedestrians in strange clothes on the street, but when they saw him from a distance, they took the initiative to hide in the buildings on both sides, as if he was some terrible monster. Therefore, the only living creatures that Greg could clearly see here were various creatures lying on the side of the road. He saw several different unknown creatures, which had only a few similarities with the animals Greg was familiar with, and all of them had a certain degree of mechanical transformation on their bodies. His ability to control metal theoretically had an advantage when facing them, but considering the strength of those black brains and the huge size of these mechanical creatures, Greg doubted whether he could really survive in front of them. However, this also reminded him of one thing. Although it was not visible, Mira, who looked like a beautiful human woman, probably had a certain amount of metal transformation on her body, just like her father whose whole body had been replaced by mechanical structures. When he was in that town, he also saw creatures with mechanical structures on their bodies. There were 2 different types of humanoid corpses, one of which was a robot made entirely of mechanical structures, and the other was a human whose body was highly mechanized. Mira and the other residents seemed to be the latter. Although the robots lying in the town looked very much like humans at first glance, they were not specially made to look real. It seemed that the purpose of the people who made them was not to anthropomorphize. A simple touch could make him feel that their material was completely different from his skin, otherwise he would not have noticed the difference so quickly. Although Mira was driving a mechanical armor when she appeared, she should still have a lot of flesh and blood on her body, which is completely different from her father. Greg suspected that this was because the latter wanted to delay his aging. Most of the dead in that town were not very mechanized. Mira took him to a building about 20 meters high. Greta did not say what the difference was between this building and other buildings, but he could still feel its uniqueness. As Mira looked over, the main door automatically moved to both sides. Antum, a middle-aged man who had already covered himself with skin, was waiting for them. He looked at Greg calmly with a kind smile on his face. "You have seen our town. How does it compare to the city you lived in before?" Greg answered honestly, "I think there are some things here that I can't understand, but in fact, the world I lived in before is not as simple as it seems on the surface. If you ask me, here and there are just 2 cities with their own characteristics." Antum smiled and said, "Our town is just an ordinary rural area here. There is nothing new that has been developed recently. If there is a chance, I can take you to a big city in the future. There are still many ancient creations that seem incredible to me. But it seems that a few decades ago, there was still a clear gap between your city and here. You are progressing very fast. Greg agreed. Yes, the changes in the past few decades may catch up with the past few hundred years. Anton shook his head when he heard this. Don't you think this is strange? I came into contact with outsiders when I was young, and the speed of technological development they talked about was quite strange in my eyes. Especially the fact that you no longer use technologies whose principles are not yet clear among the people. You only disclose those fully controllable theories and hide magic, mind skills, and tricks behind the scenes. Don't you know how amazing changes using them can bring to your current life? In fact, as long as you think carefully, you will realize that the development of many technologies does not conform to the law of production. In fact, some smart people among you may have noticed this, and they may even infer the reason that you are not completely developing technology. Many times you are picking up things you have lost. In the era when our ancestors appeared, many of the technologies you are using now have been eliminated for many years. The electrical age is a distant past, and what you once mastered completely exceeds your imagination. But unfortunately, those ancient technologies were completely torn into pieces in the ancient wars. You only picked up the smallest piece of them, and more of them were left on the land where you are standing now. Greg looked at Anton expectantly, not hiding his desire for the truth. What does this mean? Anton also answered his question. You should have heard of the gods, right? He nodded. The gods of the Southern Federation. I live on the land where they stand. Anton asked inconspicuously. Is the Southern Federation ruled by the gods? Greg shook his head and said, Of course not. It is under the control of the federal government. The gods of the Southern Federation have their own people. I have heard of some very powerful sons of gods, but they are far from being able to challenge the Federation. But they do have considerable power in the Southern Federation, because many humans who hold secular and abnormal power are their believers, but this is limited to this land, and the gods have not done anything excessive. Anton was quite satisfied with his answer. In other words, the current Federation and other abnormal forces can still restrain them. Greg nodded. Yes. Do they have any problems? Anton raised his hand and patted his shoulder and said, I just said that a long time ago, you humans had a technology level far beyond today. At that time, all disciplines reached a very prosperous era. Many of the things mentioned in their ancient books are like miracles in our eyes today, such as the ones that exist in our ancient myths. Creating intelligent races. Greg blinked, and had already anticipated what the other party was going to say. Anton did not get to the point right away. Your ancestors called me, and my compatriots flesh titans. The word titan means challengers of the gods, and this is the truth behind your current technological regression. By the way, have you been to the town? Greg asked. The town with many corpses? Anton nodded and said, Some of the dead, there are our compatriots, and some are mechanical titans with the same fate as us. In the past, humans had a war with the gods, who are now trapped in the Southern Federation, and they were born at that time. You created us and the mechanical titans based on your own templates. Although there are many subtle differences between us and you, we all have highly consistent mental models with you. You may not be able to imagine how similar those metal creatures are to you. And there is only one decisive difference between you and us. That is, we will not be parasitized by the gods. Greg still couldn't understand. Not parasitized. Anton raised his mouth slightly. As I said, the gods are a kind of terrifying creatures that exist in the brains of all humans. Therefore, as long as there are people alive, they will not die. Every living human is their source of power. There are also some special individuals among the gods, who can easily invade the minds of mortals, which made humans at that time quite troubled. They need a strong army to fight against the gods, but if they use human soldiers, there will be many problems. The lowest level warriors do not have the ability to fight against the gods, nor can they fight the fear in their own minds. So humans created us and the mechanical titans, and dumped us on the front lines like trash, as living creatures and mechanical weapons to participate in this great and sacred war, to fight against the slaves who surrendered to the terrifying gods. How evil those gods are, they actually enslaved innocent creatures to fight their enemies. Anton's face showed a bit of mockery, just like you humans. The expression on his face did not stay for long, and immediately returned to the piece just now. In the earliest times, we and the mechanical titans were your slaves, and you instilled the command to fight the gods, and we were constantly produced like livestock, and then took our equipment and left the culture dish, ran to the front line of the war to end our short lives. But I can understand your approach. In fact, your enslavement of us stems from a simple misunderstanding. Your ancestors think that we are not life. The reason why we and the mechanical titans are not afraid of gods is that we have no souls. Greg looked at him in astonishment. What? Antum raised his hand to signal him not to be so surprised. Ancient humans called us flesh and blood titans because we are made of flesh and blood. Scientists among you know very well that the so-called material and information exchange within cells can make a body move. Electrical signals and chemical transmitters can form an idea by themselves. And the consciousness of the mechanical titan is also the signal change within a few chips. The information technology experts among you have created a set of intelligent algorithms that can perfectly simulate human consciousness activities, allowing them to respond to external stimuli in the same way as you do. Even if we are just a group of basic substances that conform to certain laws, we can still smile and cry. This is the greatest thing your ancestors have done, creating two intelligent races that are not afraid of the gods. Antum said, You mean, you who are standing in front of me have no soul or spiritual level at all? Antum nodded proudly. Yes, we don't have your flaws. Because we have no soul, the gods can't interact with our heads that are purely information. We isolate them in the spiritual dimension. After several resistances and exchanges, your ancestors also realized that we are living creatures. We reached a covenant and terms. We will still participate in this war to repay your creation, but you must respect our rights. In such a situation, some of your wise men immediately thought of one thing. In fact, in a sense, we are your descendants, your continuation, and at the same time, we are you, but without souls. At that time, the direction of our war with the gods was not clear, and the fear of failure was also pervasive among all humans. A great wise man proposed an idea to defeat the gods. We and the mechanical titans are actually similar to you in terms of consciousness, so the wise man thinks that we can actually be considered human beings. He proposed to transform all humans into flesh and blood or mechanical titans through biochemical transformation or data transmission. As long as there are no humans with souls, the gods will no longer exist. Greg swallowed. This plan did not go smoothly, did it? Antum smiled and said, Of course, otherwise why would you still stand in front of me? Those who oppose us think that although we are living creatures, we are no longer the same species as you. They think that in addition to memories and the particles that carry them, the existence of the soul is also an indispensable proof of your survival. The fear of death has completely shelved this plan, and the ending is also obvious. Your cowardice has allowed the gods to survive. Greg disagreed with him. Although I don't know what the soul is, I believe that my ancestors are not stupid. Antum said noncommittally, Maybe. I didn't say it was a fault, but the fact is that the gods still exist, and these creatures that are far more evil and terrifying than your ancestors are still eyeing the entire world, and may come back at any time. And your compatriots are the bodies they are relying on. Greg said cautiously, Maybe I should take this message back and let my compatriots continue to fight against the gods? Antum smiled meaningfully. No need. I don't think you can defeat the gods. If the gods now are as weak as if they have been hungry for thousands of years, then you and your ancestors are like babies and adults. You have no chance of winning. It is only a matter of time before the gods win. The premise is that only humans enter this war. Antum paused and said, Now that you know our origins and the truth about the gods, you should be able to understand my next excessive request. First of all, I want to learn about the situation in the outside world through you, and let you survive, but you will never be able to return to your original world in this life. We can't expose our situation to the gods of the Southern Federation. Secondly, his eyes were filled with an inexplicable color. You have to erase your own defects to be qualified to survive here. Greg showed fear. What defects do you mean? Antum replied, You have to become our compatriot. My purpose here is to protect this tower, and the Titan weapons in it, including a soul-removing machine that can transform you into new humans. Greg shook his head repeatedly. If I am left with only moving cells and particles, how can I be considered alive? Antum looked at him and said, Look at me, the soul is not a necessary condition for you to live as a human being. There is only a slight difference between my body and yours. Don't you think I'm not a living thing? Doesn't your flesh and blood head have its own will at this moment? No, it's just that there are defects in the design of your body, and you need an organ called the soul to provide nutrients for survival. We are the same. Chapter 176. The pain in his chest pulled Rinsurgi out of the quiet darkness, forcing him to struggle to raise his eyelids. The light that hit his retina mixed with other sensations to form a gray dizzy feeling, preventing him from combining the colors in his eyes into a meaningful picture. The tender female voice pierced his eardrums, and Rinsurgi immediately woke up as if he had fallen into ice water. I heard that you were doing well some time ago. Why are you reduced to this state now? He turned his neck slightly stiffly, and his pupils moved to the far left of his eye sockets. Wang Yin. The girl pulled up the corners of her mouth, revealing the sinister fangs hidden under her cute face. TSK, you and your team should be chasing Ma Yin. I remember that you didn't get along with him at that time. Who would have thought that he would treat you so badly? You were so angry at the beginning. What did you think when you joined this team? Did you think you had a chance to take revenge on Ma Yin? She laughed at Renshurji so that he didn't feel anything, but he still pretended to be embarrassed. What happened? Renshurji really didn't know anything. After being stabbed through by Ma Yin with a tranquilizer spear, he fell into a coma. All your teammates are missing. They should have been captured by the Salvation Alliance. You are the only survivor in the whole team. It seems that they don't think highly of you at all. The girl said in a childish and vicious tone, but you are lucky to have saved your life. The tranquilizer spear almost pierced your heart. Renshurji showed a look of fear. Although this was actually what he specifically told Ma Yin, Renshurji was actually very nervous before the attack. The fear of death almost made him reveal his flaws, but the final result was still good. Among the members of the investigation department who encountered Ma Yin, about 30% died or were counter-sedated. He only killed those members of the investigation department who were not so easy to subdue. One of the main purposes of doing this was to make Renshurji's experience seem more normal. That is to say, Renshurji lowered his head and murmured, lost? Wang Yin nodded. A miserable defeat, and Ji Gaochuan, the head of the investigation department of Guangzhou, read your plan while you were unconscious. He felt that your actions were particularly hasty and chaotic. If Lei Yu could come back alive, he would have to face investigation and accountability. But I suspect that he may not live for a few days. We did not hesitate when dealing with the members of the Salvation Alliance. They must have deep resentment towards the Federation in their hearts. Renshurji immediately emphasized, the whole operation was led by Lei Yu. Wang Yin just said coldly, I don't care who led it. The important thing is that you failed. Do you think the minister will consider who is the problem when reading the report? You will all be labeled incompetent, provided that your other companions can come back alive. You have been dismissed from your position, and will be under my control from now on. I will have to clean up this mess for you. As she spoke, Renshurji noticed a figure passing by the window outside the ward. Renshurji asked blankly, what do you mean? The girl explained to him, I have taken over Guangzhou. It will become my base for operations in the Southern Federation. While you were taking a nap, the elite from the headquarters had completely replaced the third-rate employees here. You and Ji Gaochuan became my subordinates. According to Shadow, your fate is in my hands. Renshurji suddenly said with great energy, your order. Wang Yin pouted and interrupted, don't play this trick on me, it won't work with me. You should be glad that I can still use you. I still remember how much trouble you caused Qin Lan when you were under her. Many people with abilities will ignore the usefulness of this ability. If everything is as beautiful as Utopia, your skills are indeed useless, but we live in a bad world. Renshurji opened his mouth slightly in surprise. His impression of Wang Yin was still that he seemed to have a bad taste, but in fact, he was a devil with madness and hatred buried in his bones. It was impossible for him to say such a thing. The girl raised her mouth. Who do you think I have been following all these years? Although I think many of her ideas are too naive, it doesn't mean that all her views are wrong. When Wang Yang and I were 12 years old, we were cruelly tortured to death because of our selfish desires. This sad world has long been hopeless. Since it's already like this, Wang Yang and I just want to live a better life. And a bastard like you knows a lot about this. Wang Yin's words did not dispel his doubts. In the past, the Yin-Yang twins were well known in the Federation, and from time to time, there were rumors that they went crazy and killed the enemy. At that time, in the eyes of everyone in the Federation, they were two evil spirits that even Qin Lan could not completely tame. But now Wang Yin has taken up an important position in the investigation department, and although his personality is not particularly good, he has nothing to do with evil spirits. If this is the true face of the Yin-Yang twins now. Renshurji tugged at his collar. Well, if you mean to seek personal gain for yourself, I do have some small experience. Wang Yin nodded. Then pack up and prepare for your new job. We still have a lot to discuss with Ma Yin. Renshurji looked puzzled. Talk? The girl looked down at the man and said, you have alerted our little prey, and now we have missed the best time to kill Ma Yin. And do you think that the purpose of my coming here is really just for that Ma Yin? The Federation has far more important goals to achieve than killing a civilian. I am here to ensure that he will not become an obstacle to us. When the voice fell, a gloomy young man walked into the ward. He walked firmly behind the girl, and looked at Renshurji with cold malice. They have already arranged the silver dagger, it can be activated at any time. He leaned down and whispered in the girl's ear, "If you agree, I can." The girl looked at her subordinate coldly. "No, don't let me talk nonsense." The man who heard this timidly straightened up, and his eyes looking at Rinsurgi became more ferocious, as if this man who he had never met had a deep hatred with him. In fact, it was true. Not only him, but the entire Ma-In hunting team had a grudge against him. Their defeat made his more than 10 years of training a joke, and deprived him of the opportunity to gain glory and reach the truth. But what is more hateful than them is the Ma-In who is still on the run. It was he who took away his position. Chapter 177. Greta walked in the street with a deep look on his face, looking at the azure sky. He almost forgot that he was actually in a tower, but at this moment, Greg didn't have the energy to think about it. He hadn't been able to get out of Antom's words yet. It was extremely difficult to accept the fact that the living human beings in front of him had no souls, because Antom and his daughter had some metal on their bodies, but they still looked like the humans he was familiar with. This gave Greg a very strange feeling, because these phenomena made him realize the meaning behind them. The two soulless flesh and blood that just talked to him were two pieces of flesh and blood. They felt that what they had in their skulls and the nervous system in their bodies were enough to constitute consciousness and wisdom. In Greg's eyes, what they said seemed to be true. The brain, a piece of flesh and blood, could carry personality and consciousness, and this inevitably made him feel deeply afraid. Although Greg, as a person with abnormal abilities, did not know much about the nature and theory of the soul, and had never seen a dead soul with his own eyes, he clearly knew the existence of ghosts. The famous Shishao Walker once had 2 resentful souls as followers. Moreover, some powerful telepaths have transcended the constraints of the flesh, and can travel through time in the form of pure spirit. They are already close to the so-called souls in the legend. All these things prove that the soul is the carrier of consciousness. But Antom said it as if the flesh and blood alone can think, have memories and personality, and all these things are stored in his flesh and blood. As long as a special ceremony is performed, a normal human like him can also become a flesh and blood titan. The body structure of the flesh titan is very similar to theirs, and Antom even claimed that the flesh and blood on Greg's body is actually alive. So what is he? Is he a soul that can still survive after death, or is he a flesh and blood body that can breathe and exchange substances? If he still has the same consciousness and personality after the transformation, if he can think with flesh and blood alone, then what is the soul? Is the soul really unimportant as they said? And these thoughts that troubled him finally converged into the last crucial question. Can he use this to free himself from the shackles on his body? Greg sat on a chair in front of a pond with a depressed look. Seeing his flesh and blood titans, they avoided him as if they saw a monster, making him look like he was hit by Antom's words and became lonely and confused. But at this moment, he was actually weighing whether there was a chance to escape. After a short thought, he immediately figured out the situation. First of all, he had no research or understanding of the soul, and the other party's one-sided words alone were not enough to serve as evidence. Moreover, they might want to obtain the memory and knowledge in his brain, which was also reasonable. Because the other party was a creature without soul and spirit, it was impossible to obtain his memory through simple mental means. He couldn't take this risk. Greg could barely accept that the bet was his soul. But the problem was that the dealer of this gamble was these flesh and blood titans, and all his information was just heard from them. In this case, even the best gambler couldn't cheat. Besides, after putting aside these, the control of Maine and others who could deprive him of his abnormal power might not be changed by the ritual of transforming into a flesh and blood titan, not to mention that even if he didn't know whether he was a soul or a body, he could draw a simple conclusion. If he was still the same person as he is now after the transformation, then the possibility of getting rid of Maine's control would not be particularly great, and if he was already another life individual after the transformation, then it would not be the current self who survived. He didn't think that the consciousness, with the same personality and memory, was himself. Just think about it. If the consciousness of these flesh and blood titans is composed of cells that are not unique, then as long as the technology is sufficient, they can create 2 completely identical flesh and blood titans. Then these 2 replicas with the same consciousness are definitely not the same creature. While Greg was thinking lonely, crisp footsteps came from behind him. He turned his head in surprise, and after seeing the figure walking towards him, Greg felt relieved again. The person coming was Mira, the young woman who looked so good that she didn't look like a natural human. "My appearance seems to be expected by you?" Mira walked behind him, jumped over Greg, and looked at the pond in front of him. Greg replied, "The other flesh titans seem to be afraid of me, even though I am the prisoner." Mira sat down beside him. "They are not afraid of you, but the terrifying existence that may be hidden in your body. Our birth, the destruction and doomsday we encountered, the almost eternal war, and the turmoil after the shattering, all originated from the gods, who once existed in your body. They personally created our difficult situation today, and left many difficulties that are difficult to overcome and solve. Greg said, there are other things in their eyes. Mira paused and said, they do have some bad views on you. After all, you are a flawed version of us. My companions will naturally look down on you, and even my father has a deep-rooted feeling that you are a degraded version of us. But in fact, some scholars have put forward some more reasonable views. We infer that although most humans on the ground will not be directly affected by those gods, there may be products of their metabolism in the spiritual realm, and these things will quietly change you in a rather unnoticeable way. In theory, such influence is not actually under the control of the gods. It is more like your understanding of the world is reshaping you, but you are not living in a normal spiritual environment. Because although those gods are almost immortal, some gods were actually killed completely a long time ago. Almost all of these dead gods were good gods, who voluntarily fought against their former companions, including the god of kindness and the god of justice. They voluntarily transformed their bodies into a special state that could cause the death of gods, in order to kill other gods, who were trying to enslave humans at the time. Countless years have passed, and almost all of the opponents of the good gods have survived. Even if these good gods have managed to escape the massacre of that war, these years are enough to destroy all of them. They abandoned immortality. After that, kindness and justice have completely died on the ground. You humans can no longer get a response from the gods through justice and kindness, while many other atrocities can get positive encouragement and feedback. The gods are corrupting you in a subtle way. When the good gods died, humans were destined to degenerate into the current morally ignorant appearance. Your compatriots, who came decades ago, vividly proved this point of view of scholars to us. You are inevitably heading towards the end. Only by transforming into flesh and blood titans can you be freed from the curse of the gods. Chapter 178. Greg's face briefly showed struggle and hesitation. Although the change in his expression was fleeting, Mira still keenly captured it, which made her feel a little excited, because she didn't come to see Greg for nothing. Although what I just said is true, she said with comfort, I actually have no prejudice against you. Although the gods are indeed influencing you, this phenomenon is definitely not that strong, and it may even be far from comparable to the words of some public figures. When you were being hunted by me, you also showed your views on good and evil. You showed contempt for the evil deeds of your companions at that time, which proves that your society still knows the difference between good and evil, and which one is better for most of us. Greg nodded firmly. Of course, I don't know how your compatriots view us, but I can guarantee that there are still many kind people in our society today, and there are even many impeccable and questionable ones, such as a lady named Shishao Walker. Mira showed pure curiosity. Shishao Walker? He introduced with pride. Shishao Walker is the most famous one among these people. She has personally fought against many fifth-level evil entities. Some of these opponents are no weaker than the gods, who rule the Southern Federation, but Shishao Walker has never retreated or feared. For her, dealing with these terrifying creatures may not be a very dangerous thing, but it has almost consumed all her time since she was born. Shishao Walker has never stopped fighting against evil after mastering her own abilities. And she also called on a group of followers through ideals and promises to handle many tedious little things for her, not only the righteous actions against monsters, but also various good deeds. They even wanted to change the current situation, where the Southern Federation is controlled by the sons of the gods. Greg was very clear about this. The Salvation Alliance had caused a lot of trouble for the gods in the Southern Federation in the past, and they had hired Greg and his abnormal mercenaries to assassinate members of the Salvation Alliance. Mira said in surprise, It sounds incredible. Greg agreed. I don't know if these actions are not dangerous to her, but it doesn't matter anymore, because Shishao Walker is a 5th level ability user, and a 5th level ability user devotes all his time to fighting against evil. I have heard of many stories of self-sacrifice by small people, and I have seen people of a certain status doing good deeds, but in my lifetime, I have only heard of Shishao Walker, a 5th level ability user with high morals. That's what I admire. These extraordinary beings don't need to be bound by any constraints, nor do they lack material enjoyment and power. If they want, they can find a place to establish their own religious organization, or obtain a status similar to that of a medieval king. But she abandoned the life similar to other 5th level ability users, and turned to a long and lonely war. Myra's eyes flashed with strange colors. If the person you are talking about is real, then she can indeed fully explain the existence of you in kindness, but I want to ask a somewhat presumptuous question. How can you be sure that what you heard is true? Greg smiled. Of course I can be sure, because she has never concealed her whereabouts. The god of the Sky Walker once confronted the gods of the Southern Federation alone. The last evil dragon in the world was also beheaded by her. The monster race from the polar regions was also defeated under her leadership. If you want to listen, I can talk about it for an afternoon. And this is just what everyone knows. In fact, the above is not the reason why Greg is so firm, but he still believes in what he said, because Greg was the evil that the god of the Sky Walker and her followers wanted to fight against. No one can see what the other party has done more easily than them. This is also the reason why the Salvation Alliance will follow the god of the Sky Walker. She is really doing things. Mira seemed to be convinced by him, and did not continue to question the authenticity of the Shishao Walker. Then she must be very strong, right? Greg nodded. Of course, she has defeated many powerful entities of the same level, many of which were also famous in the past. Before the battle between the two sides, almost everyone felt that the outcome was still unknown. If she had only killed a few low-level evil abnormal entities, she would not have such a great reputation at all. Mira asked inconspicuously, "What level of ability user is she in your eyes?" "One of the strongest ones." Greg thought for a while, and said, "Many ability users think so, but in my opinion, she should not be considered, because although she is still doing good, she is still subject to many restrictions, some of which come from other organizations, and some from the federal government that now rules us. Although I haven't seen it, based on the situation of Shishao Walker's restraint, I believe that there are still behemoths lurking in the deep sea that most people will never have the opportunity to see in their lifetime, such as the gods you fear, who can't do anything to Shishao Walker. I won't take the scene in my eyes as the whole world." Greg didn't reveal the fact that the god Walker had been defeated, and he wasn't really chatting with Mira. They were two different races, and now the other party showed hostility towards humans. Under such a premise, Greg instinctively wanted to emphasize the strength of his world to prevent them from having any dangerous thoughts. But what even Greg didn't know was that the other party actually knew the horror of the god Walker very well. She had destroyed their powerful neighbors a few years ago, and also plunged these flesh and blood titans into doomsday-like despair. They just didn't know her name. Chapter 179. Bloodclaw opened his eyes. Before he could recall what happened, and where the white enclosed bedroom was, he heard the sound of a door lock, and then a vague figure broke into his field of vision. The familiar clothes immediately aroused his bad memories. The armored car door was torn apart by the terrifying force. The short battle was so clean and neat that it made people desperate. The ability users left in the car were as fragile as paper in front of him. "How do you feel?" Ma-In asked gently. Bloodclaw lowered his head and looked at his waist in fear. If it weren't for his advanced self-healing ability, he would have been broken into two pieces now. But even so, he never wanted to experience the experience of being torn in half by a look again. But now thinking back, the opponent seemed to have only killed himself during the battle, and spared the other companions, as if he knew that he was a werewolf, and would not die so easily. Bloodclaw smiled provocatively. "I didn't expect the Salvation Alliance to start taking prisoners, but these are tricks that the Federation is tired of playing. You can't get anything from me. The Federation didn't tell us any useful information at all. You'd better kill me now, so that you can at least kill an enemy before the Federation gets rid of you." Ma-In said calmly, "Don't worry, I don't expect to hear any secrets of the Federation from you. But you are still lucky. Do you think the Federation will come here to save you?" After hearing this, the werewolf stopped asking the other party to kill him. "No, but we have a task for the Federation, and you suddenly appear to mess with us, which will definitely cause dissatisfaction with the Federation. Now that the investigation department has just been established, they are worried that they have no chance to show their abilities. Do you think you can stay well after confronting the Federation head-on? You should have hidden yourself under the protection of the Moon Goddess." Ma-In smiled and asked, "Before you came downstairs?" Bloodclaw nodded. "Don't pretend. The timing of your appearance has exposed the information. You must know we are coming, and you also know that I am the only one in the team who can heal myself. You obviously have time to escape in advance. And if you observe carefully like me, you will also notice that we don't kill him at all. Our target is just a fugitive named Ma-In. Even after the operation, we will not even capture the fainted members of the Salvation Alliance." Ma-In shook his head slightly and said, "That's the problem." Bloodclaw keenly noticed the difference in his words, and then asked casually, "Is he an important member of you?" Ma-In shook his head. "No, I mean I am Ma-In." The atmosphere froze for a few seconds. Bloodclaw looked at Ma-In's face in horror. This face was so ordinary that it was impossible to find any characteristics. He might even forget it after turning his head. But the problem was not what he looked like. The problem was that Mon on the wanted list did not look like this, and he could not tear apart the steel and werewolf bodies with his eyes. How are the others? Bloodclaw asked nervously. Your companions are now next door to you. Mon answered sincerely, except the expert, he is dead. Bloodclaw swallowed and asked, is it because he is going to assassinate your sister? Seeing that Mon did not intend to answer, the werewolf asked cautiously, Lei Yu. Mon pointed to the wall beside him. He is next to you. This sentence made the werewolf's heart fall to the bottom. If even Lei Yu has been defeated, it can only mean that the establishment of their team is a mistake. Considering Ma'an's performance far beyond the wanted order, the boss, who assigned them, the work must have seriously underestimated his danger. The raid, Lei Yu, and the expert's plan all had no effect. Ma'an said to him, back to the topic, I don't intend to kill you, and I don't need you to tell me any secrets, feel your body carefully. Bloodclaw paused in confusion, and then immediately showed a panic expression. What did you do to me? You expelled it from my body. Ma'an replied, no, we deprived you of your ability, and now you are immortal, but we can also temporarily return it to you, provided that you are willing to sign a work contract and become our level 0 employee. The man asked impatiently, what do you mean? Work for us and perform various risky tasks. Ma'an said, if your contribution is enough, we will consider transferring you to civilian positions. You can take a look at the specific terms. After listening to Ma'an's words, Bloodclaw calmed down, and then he replied without even looking at the contract. I sign it. In this situation, being able to survive is a great fortune. Other members of the investigation department, who fought against the Salvation Alliance, were basically killed directly after being defeated. Ma'an asked curiously, didn't you just face death? Bloodclaw hurriedly shook his head and said, no, I'm just afraid that you will torture me. If I can live, of course I want to, and you have this method, which means that Shishao Walker may have known about this war a long time ago, so she still has a good chance of winning. If we don't rebel now, when will we have to wait? While they were talking, similar conversations were taking place in the two rooms next door. In the room on the left, Tao He was communicating with GNMO. He and Feng Xiaoying had all returned to the Abnormal Control Bureau, and had gone through memory deletion and the collection room to pick the moon buds, and were informed of Shinjia's situation. The existence of the moon god also meant that they could not leave the control bureau until things were stable. In front of that god, the spirit of any creature was as fragile as a child. Only Ma'an could leave this place freely. Ma'an had long suspected that the moon god might not be able to take action directly, otherwise he might have been invaded by her mind long ago. The information in Shinjia's mind also indirectly proved this information. For some reason, the moon god could not see him at all, and this phenomenon seemed to be two-way. In the room on the right, Lei Yu and Qin Lan were looking at the screen in front of them. It showed the scene of Ma'an and Bloodclaw talking at this moment. We can completely extract your power, and let you freely choose whether to use it, which means that Thunder God will no longer be able to restrain you. We will do this to your companions. Qin Lan looked at Lei Yu's fiery eyes and said, as long as you work for us. Deal? Lei Yu answered decisively. Chapter 180. You haven't left here? Greg asked curiously. Greg could feel that Mira was trying to get him to understand the current situation outside, which gave him the opportunity to inquire about the information. He didn't forget the reason why he was here. He was working for Marn. Mira shook his head with a yearning look on his face. Although I am very curious about what the outside world is like, we are all full of fear of your world. The war in the past has severely damaged the gods, but they are still quite powerful, and the worst thing is that they are immortal monsters. Therefore, anyone who is their enemy will find it difficult to defeat them, no matter how powerful they are. Time will destroy all resistance, but the gods can stand on the earth forever, and they are now more dangerous than they seem. But we do have a way to deal with them. If you are willing to accept the flesh and blood transformation ritual, turning all humans on the ground into flesh and blood titans will put the gods into a doomsday-like long sleep. But this is obviously unrealistic. Even if you put aside your doubts about the nature of the soul, you will not accept our help from a political and social perspective, and this is without considering the gods. Compared to this idea, we actually think that the solution that is more likely to suit your world is to completely turn the Southern Federation into a no-man's land. As far as I know, you should have done this for a long time in your history, completely separating it from other areas, but in the end it became like this under the torrent of time. Greg said, according to what you said, we actually just need to let the people of the Southern Federation immigrate. Although this is difficult, I think if we can really defeat the gods, I think the Federation is still willing to do this. Mira shook her head and corrected him. It's useless to just move humans out of the Southern Federation. You have to kill all the humans born in this land. Your rulers are unlikely to be willing to do this. Greg was skeptical about this. The female Titan continued, so our leaders decided to avoid contact with you as much as possible if they are not sure of defeating the gods, and all the humans who come here must be killed, but you are lucky. We just happen to have a conversion device here. Greg followed her words and asked, how does this device work? Mira didn't mind telling the other party. This conversion device was made thousands of years ago. We don't use it now, but the reason it was eliminated is not because of any flaws. In fact, it is better than the latest conversion device. The problem is that it requires relics from the Titan era, and we have no way to copy or manufacture that thing. Greg asked very naturally, Titan relics? Although his heart was in his throat, his face only showed a curious look that a human should have at this moment, and did not let the Titan have any doubts. Yes, a pathetic weapon. Mira nodded. A long time ago, our technology was not enough to achieve many desired goals alone, so we would transform the creations left by the Titans, and this was one of them. It is a sword that can kill souls. Greg suppressed the desire to ask more questions and said, can you now copy it? Mira shook her head. Although the Titan civilization has fallen, its power during its heyday far exceeds your and my imagination. Our ancestors were just soldiers created by them, and they had no chance to come into contact with the core technology and science of the Titans. After that, we went through thousands of years of difficult dark ages, which did not change until the 13 kings walked out of the Holy Land. But they also took several generations to slowly guide us into today's civilized society. Before that, we lived like barbarians. And the main function of this weapon is not to kill souls. This is just a side effect of it. The souls of all creatures who die at its hands will be completely destroyed, but our scholars think that it is very likely that the creators of it do not want this effect to exist. Greg asked at this time, what is its real function? Mira said with a sigh, kill gods. The original purpose of this weapon was to kill a very dangerous and difficult god. There are several particularly dangerous gods among the gods, such as the eternal sun god, the sea god before the advent of the dual god era, and the moon god who guards the dream soul. At least that's how the Titans viewed her at the time. The moon goddess, who existed in the spiritual dimension, was considered quite dangerous by the Titans at the time, because she had the fastest corruption rate among the gods. Even people with strong hearts could hardly resist her invasion. The moon goddess could control or destroy a mortal without leaving a trace. And the Titans at the time actually had the means to resist the invasion and influence of the gods, but only the moon goddess was independent, because she could influence humans through her unique spiritual means. And once she enters your head, she can cooperate with her own characteristics as a god and change your view of the concept of the moon, so as to easily disintegrate the enemy's mind. So the Titans at that time hated her so much that they secretly forged a weapon called the Eclipse in the tower where you are now. It can in turn use the special nature of the moon goddess as a spiritual entity to instantly kill her in the hearts of all humans when it pierces the moon goddess body. Of course, you have to understand a concept, that is, the killing I am talking about here does not mean completely destroying the moon goddess at this moment, otherwise the outcome of that war would not be the defeat of the Titans. The gods cannot be completely killed. As long as humans can still see the moon and as long as the gods still have believers, the moon goddess can be reborn in your brains. There is evidence that all the gods except the sun have fallen into a deep sleep, but they are still standing in your world at this moment. But even if these gods cannot be really killed, it is enough to gain enough breathing space. The Titans have also mastered the method of delaying the resurrection of the gods, and maybe the new moon gods will be easier to deal with than the original ones. In this way, a hero took the eclipse to challenge the Lord of the Heart, and killed him after paying a heavy price, but before your compatriots began to celebrate. She was reborn with exactly the same appearance, as if the battle just now had never happened. Logically speaking, the gods have a way to resurrect in advance, and the reborn ones should be different from the original ones. Because one of the concepts you gave them is anthropomorphism. Apart from what you gave them, the gods themselves will also be affected by various things, like you, and have personality changes, and death will take away these influences. But the moon goddess got rid of this bondage, and then she became the second true eternal god, second only to the sun. That's it. Greg could already feel his heart starting to speed up slightly. Without knowing whether the other party could detect it, he cooperated and showed the corresponding excitement, and asked expectantly, "What is going on?" Mira said with some regret, the Titans at that time were well prepared, but they still didn't expect the moon goddess to become like this. Of course, they were actually destined to be unable to detect her changes, because the new power she studied was called secrets. At that time, The gods in the war no longer concealed their intentions, and ruled 1/3 of mortals through religion and power, and took the initiative to quickly reshape their image in the hearts of these human slaves through brainwashing-style preaching, so as to constantly adjust their forms suitable for fighting the Titans. When fighting the Titans, the gods no longer had the arrogance they had when they ruled the mortal world. They participated in this life-and-death war with unprecedented importance, but even so, they only had 1/3 of the human race. The Titans at that time included half of the human race. They were also using various training and abnormal means to fight against the gods' changes to their images, preventing them from changing into particularly dangerous appearances. Therefore, in fact, few gods could really make any meaningful changes. But the moon goddess did it, because she became the god of secrets. Grant murmured in a low voice, "Secrets." Now he has actually heard that the son of the moon has a special skill in concealment, and the moon curtain that they and the Salvation Alliance raised together also hinted at this. It is estimated that this is no longer a secret now. But this made him think about Mon's purpose. The Salvation Alliance had just fought against the Federation with the moon goddess not long ago, but now they seemed to send him here to find a weapon that could kill the moon goddess. However, this made Greg feel a little uneasy, because if Mon's purpose was to fight against the moon goddess, it seemed that their goal would fail, because according to Myra's description, it was actually a failure. Then would they take him back? Mira was not aware of Greg's chaotic thoughts. The moon goddess combined secrets and minds, and planted seeds in the people at that time without anyone noticing. At the moment of her death, these seeds began to secretly affect the minds of other people, and then immediately resurrected. And this weapon, specially made for her, has become scrap metal. Although it still has the ability to kill some low-level souls, these functions are nothing to us, let alone to the Titans at that time. Due to your fragile body structure, just killing your flesh is enough to destroy your soul. For mental entities, this feature is neither strong enough to affect fifth-order existence nor has any function to assist in killing low-order mental entities. Because it is only a weapon that can kill gods, and it can only be used in the hands of a fifth-order mental Titan. Greg looked awed. Are those gods so strong? Mira nodded seriously. And you see that they are still severely weakened. After you complete the transformation, we will have to spend a long time to learn from you about the current situation of the gods on Earth, but there is no rush now. I know you must still be afraid, but we have been talking for so long. Do you think I am not alive? And why do you use something as illusory as the soul to determine your consciousness? Can you really feel its existence normally? Greg said with some difficulty. Let me think about it again. He had to work hard to cover up his urge to perform the transformation ritual. The weapon is likely to be there, but he still has to spend a few days to confirm this matter, and he also has to report to Mon. After learning about the information of this weapon, the Salvation Alliance may change their minds. They either don't know that what they are pursuing is a piece of scrap metal, or they know how to use this weapon better than the flesh and blood Titan. Mira showed a sincere expression after hearing his answer. In fact, I also sympathize with your experience. You and I are the same creatures. The only difference is the so-called soul, but being parasitized by the gods is not your fault. You are also victims. But my father doesn't think so. He has had contact with your compatriots and must have had a bad impression of you. If I hadn't insisted this time, he would have killed you there. If you act like you are completely against transformation, he will definitely want to kill you. I firmly believe that a bad person cannot prove your problem, just like the kind-hearted Shishao Walker you mentioned. Every race has good and evil individuals. You can't be considered guilty just because of your physiological structure. So I will help you delay time. Before that, you can take a look at this. Our scholars have proved the unimportance of the soul through rigorous evidence, but the content is quite deep and complicated. Anyway, I can't understand it at all. Mira took out a strange-looking book and handed it to Greg. He took it and said gratefully, "Thank you." Mira smiled. "You're welcome. I'm just doing what I think is right. If you have nothing to do, you can go to the library. I can talk to the manager there and prepare a separate area for you, and explain to them why they don't have to be so afraid of you. I have to go first. There are still many things waiting for me to deal with in this town. If you have anything, you can go to the house next to my father to find me." After saying goodbye to Greg politely, Mira turned and walked into the alley of the street, turned a few corners, and then turned and quickly entered an inconspicuous building. "How is it?" asked the middle-aged man standing behind the door. Mira smiled complacently. He didn't have any vigilance, and he talked to me about a human ability user named Shishao Walker, and made her sound amazing, but I guess he was just bragging in accordance with human nature. After all, he is a human. Antum nodded. The soul has corrupted their flesh and blood. These creatures are no longer saved. The Titans should not have stopped the 13 kings, otherwise the world would have been saved. But don't worry. After the transformation is completed, he will naturally say everything. The existence of the soul makes them complicated and chaotic, which also makes their behavior more unpredictable. You must be cautious when dealing with him. Did you give him the book? Mira nodded. Yes, I have given him on the soul, but he probably can't understand it. This book is not an academic book, but a trap specially created by the wise 13 kings. This book proves several false facts in a clever way, and even the masters of the soul field cannot see the problem in a short time. And scholars, who have studied the soul, but don't know so much, are likely to be completely deceived by it. This book is also designed for them, because ordinary people can temporarily believe that the soul is not important with words. As for what the truth is, in fact, no flesh and blood Titan knows, because they have no soul. Antum nodded approvingly to his daughter. If we can find any useful information in his brain, we can report it to the 13 kings when the communication field is restored next time, but before that, we have to prepare to deal with the upcoming enemies. I have planted the unintelligent flesh and blood in the unstable place, and first find out the specific scale of the organization behind them. If it is within my handling range, I will directly eliminate them all and cover up the existence of the channel. If they are too strong, the puppets will also lead them to that poor town. When the communication season arrives, the 13th king will personally take care of these humans. Mira asked with some concern, what if they notice something unusual? Antum smiled coldly. Then, they will have the honor of seeing powerful weapons that can kill gods. But if it is not necessary, the Titan relics should be well preserved. This is our most precious property in the fight against the gods. As long as they are not guys like the East Federation Company expedition team, there will be no problem. Mira nodded with relief. Before we are ready to fight the gods, they are not allowed to know of our existence. Antum nodded. Before the arrival of the flesh and blood era, these pitiful flesh and blood stained with souls can still enjoy the last time, but it won't be long. The number of conversion devices is now enough to deal with their civilization. The problem before us now is those immortal gods. Mira just mentioned to Greg that all humans would be transformed into flesh and blood titans, and this is actually true. The other flesh and blood titans did not approach him, perhaps partly out of fear, but nothing can stop a curious heart. They really stayed away from Greg because Antum issued a ban to avoid exposing important information. The war between the Titans and the gods has never ended. They are destined to end the rule of those arrogant monsters. And there is only one way to do this. That is to completely eliminate their host humans. Chapter 181. As the elevator door slowly opened, Renshurji stepped into the underground floor of the Goenzhou Investigation Department. The first thing he saw was the spherical suspension device in the middle of the spacious hall, followed by the professionals walking around. The staff on this floor were basically those who followed Wang Yin some time ago. Among them were members of the investigation department responsible for security work, and many engineering experts responsible for building and maintaining this spherical suspension device. Although he had never actually seen it, Renshurji had heard of the name of this spherical device, the psychic specialization machine. It is said that Shadow's body usually stays in the largest psychic specialization machine, which is why he can take care of various areas at the same time. Otherwise, the Federal Investigation Department would have fallen into the hands of various powerful psychic entities long ago. And when he fought with the Shishao Walker, he also relied on the psychic specialization machine to achieve great results. However, the specialization machine in front of him, which was only about 7 meters in diameter, was not comparable to Shadow's special machine. The one he often used could already be regarded as a medium-sized building. Compared with the past of the psychic specialization machine, he was more concerned about the reason why it appeared here now. Renshurji immediately thought of the correct answer, Moon Goddess. Moon Goddess is not a member of the Gods Alliance that cooperates with the Federation, and she just raised the secret curtain with the Salvation Alliance not long ago. It is not surprising if the investigation department wants to deal with her. But why come to Goenzhou specifically? There is no special strategic value here unless they have already seen the problem with Maine. Renshurji took a few steps forward, and before he walked to the mind-specializing machine, he felt a gust of cold wind coming from behind him. A wonderful machine. The girl exclaimed sincerely, I really can't figure out what's wrong with the brains of those researchers. Such a thing can be built with such cheap materials. Renshurji said, but this machine has its limitations. It is said that they often have to adjust the machine used by Shadow to adapt to different situations, and this thing also has very high standards for users. Is that young man the user of this machine? Renshurji was talking about the guy who followed the girl into his ward at that time. He still remembered that the guy seemed to propose to use this machine codenamed Silver Dagger, but was impatiently rejected by Wang Yin. The girl raised her lips and said, "That's fine." Jing Ying was indeed appointed to use this machine, but Shadow changed the plan temporarily and planned to propose that Ma En, a member of the Salvation Alliance, drive the machine. Shadow met Ma En and said that he had a special potential and was more suitable for this task than others. Ren Shiji said in surprise, "Since he is willing to let the members of the Salvation Alliance use this machine?" Wang Yin nodded. "You probably don't know the function of this machine yet, right? Shadow has a plan for the Moon Goddess, which cannot be realized by him alone, so other psychics using specialized machines are needed to assist, and those who use the Silver Dagger will die in this attack." Hearing her words, Ren Shiji paused for a moment, surprised that they actually wanted to kill Ma En. He didn't think deeply about how Wang Yin was going to get Ma En to agree to this plan, and instead showed a puzzled expression. "Then why didn't I see Jing Ying look satisfied that day? If it was as you said, wouldn't he have to die?" The girl pointed to her head. "He has a problem here." While they were talking, Jing Ying also walked into the hall. His eyes were always firmly focused on the psychic special machine, and he did not hide his desire for it at all. When Jing Ying walked in front of them, Ren Shiji repeated the question just now. "You seem to want to carry out this suicide mission." The seemingly young psychic ability user calmly replied, "Maybe I will die in it, maybe I will be reborn. For me, the future path is almost clear at a glance. There is no possibility of entering the 5th level and becoming a higher level psychic entity in this life, but going to the depths of a psychic god in person is an opportunity for me. And my soul is already in its final stage. If I miss it, I don't know when I will have the same opportunity. I really can't understand why you let that guy from the Salvation Alliance replace me. My decades of experience are not something that anyone can compare to. That Ma En is as immature as a child in front of me. Letting him go on the mission will only increase unnecessary risks. I know this is Yingzi's decision, but your reasons cannot convince me. Why should an outsider, who is far inferior to me, take on this important task? Do you know how many lives are at stake?" As he spoke, his eyes had already shifted to Wang Yin. Wang Yin said with cold eyes, "You just want to satisfy your own selfish interests, but since Yingzi said that Ma En should do this job, it proves that he is more suitable for this job than you. If you have any objections, you can go and talk to Yingzi." Jing Ying reluctantly withdrew his gaze, but he didn't dare to really find Yingzi to express his dissatisfaction. As a psychic, the most fearful thing is to be much stronger than his own kind. He turned around indignantly, and took steps towards the psychic special machine, as if to express his dissatisfaction with his behavior. "Don't pay attention to him. This guy has changed his body several times, and even his brain has problems." Wang Yin said, "The only reason I haven't driven him away yet is that he is still responsible for the last insurance work, so as to prevent the Silver Dagger from being stranded after something goes wrong with Ma En. But it's not so easy for us to contact Ma En now, because they are under the protection of the secret curtain. Can you get in touch with them in this situation?" Ren Shiji said with some embarrassment. "This sounds not simple. If it is a one-way transmission of information, I am more confident." The girl nodded. "Then you can find a way to inform the members of the Salvation Alliance that we will have a ceasefire negotiation with their members. The location and time are arranged by them, and they can leave freely with the help of the secret curtain. And this matter concerns the world and the divine Skywalker." Ren Shiji asked, "Do you think they will accept it?" Wang Yin replied, "We don't need all members of the Salvation Alliance to come, and we have already put pressure on the Salvation Alliance of the entire Southern Federation some time ago, so that they can clearly realize their dire situation. And this matter is actually not that difficult for you," Shadow said. Ma En has already made an appointment with him. Chapter 182. Marn sat down at his desk, opened the floating panel, and cast his eyes on the screen of Level 0 employee Greg. Dong dong. Greg knocked on Myra's door. "I figured it out," he said to the flesh and blood titan fighting inside the door. "Actually, I don't really understand the content of that book, but there's no point in waiting any longer." Mira smiled at him. "Welcome to join the long war with the gods. I take you to the ceremony." Mira walked out of the house, and turned to head into the town. At this time, Greg remembered that this was actually one floor of a high tower, and now she was taking him back to the stairs. Greg followed her, and his eyes inadvertently swept across the words that had just appeared on the information panel. "Questions as planned," Maine ordered. The female titan led him to stop by the roadside, and two black cats with lazy steps appeared and walked over, then bent down proudly, as if they had received some kind of silent signal. "They will take us to our destination." Mira climbed on the back of one of the black cats. Greg followed suit and rode on another black cat, Just the two of us? Fortunately, these two black cats were of normal size, and this time Mira did not ride the Cat King that almost killed him. Mira said, "The flesh and blood conversion device is not accessible to everyone. We have to protect it. Although it is no longer officially used, it is more valuable than before because it is a relic of the Titans. Perhaps the technology contained in it will play a role in the future." Greg nodded, and then continued to persuade, "Actually, I don't quite understand. You guys call yourselves Titans, so why do you call these things Titan relics?" Mira rode a black cat and kept pace with him. Titan is just a title for those who fight against the gods. There used to be 16 different Titans, and we and the mechanical Titans were just 2 of them. In fact, we were not taken seriously in the earliest period. At that time, the main Titans only regarded us as a biological weapon. Even after several rounds of resistance, most Titans and humans still only treated us as mass-produced soldiers and did not realize the mission we shouldered. But in fact, we and the mechanical Titans are the last hope. Greg followed up her words and asked, "What does this mean?" Mira was quite patient with Greg's questions, because he would soon become their compatriot, and he would help himself and Ansem deal with the upcoming humans. The humans who will enter here next will definitely not be as easy to rebel as Greg. After losing these temporary members, the other party will definitely send their own warriors to explore here. If they want to completely solve them by then, they can use the transformed Greg to infiltrate their inner circle and find out their details, and then find a way to completely disintegrate the organization there, and prevent the outside world from being aware of their existence. This is also one of the main reasons why Ansem decided to let Greg transform. The second reason is that they plan to obtain information about the outside world through Greg. The 13th King issued an order to collect information during the last communication season. This kind of thing should be done every few decades until they encounter the right opportunity. The opportunity to overthrow the gods and their servants. Mira told Greg, during the ancient war, the mainstream view of the human Titans was to fight to the death with those gods. At that time, they were still indulging in the fantasy of possible victory, and did not consider the possibility of defeat at all. Maine, who was watching them in the control bureau, frowned slightly when he heard this, because the existence of the sleeping spiders and the cursed land proved that the Titans at that time were not actually thinking about anything as Mira said. On the contrary, the fact is that they had already made preparations. These words made Maine's doubts in his heart increase a little. In fact, he had a lot of doubts about these flesh and blood Titans. On the one hand, this was because they transformed the black cats from the hands of the Titans and let them turn to attack humans. From the sleeping spiders, it can be seen that these mechanical and biochemical creations are on the same side as humans, but black cats will kill humans who are not infected by gods. What really pushed Mon's suspicion to the extreme was what the Shishao Walker did in that town. If she killed all those flesh and blood and mechanical Titans, then it means that these flesh and blood and mechanical Titans are likely to be creatures standing in the so-called evil camp. After all, they are the enemies of Shishao Walker. And their other behaviors are actually quite different from the description of Titans in Spider's message, which is why Mon raised those questions through Greg. Mira then answered Mon's questions, but even among them, there are some individuals with profound wisdom. These wise men put forward a predictive view that as long as the essence of the gods cannot be cracked, then humans, as the carriers of the gods, have no way to kill them. At least when we are human beings. Therefore, they propose that all human beings transfer their consciousness to machines or flesh and blood bodies, and completely abandon the souls on which the gods depend for survival. Only when they are no longer so-called humans can they truly defeat these eternal things. Because the immortality of these gods actually has a very harsh premise, that is, humans must maintain a sufficient number. In fact, if humans are willing to sacrifice themselves, they can always eliminate this evil existence for other creatures in the world. It is a pity that humans will never have this kind of awareness. At that time, the Titans and humans all regarded the suggestions of these wise men as jokes. Not only did they not respect their suggestions, but they also prevented them from promoting their own ideas. This led to the wise men who failed to get the support of the Titans to turn to the dark and began to study the transfer of consciousness. When their compatriots were rebelling against the gods in vain, they found the real way to victory. These 13 wise men who were not afraid of death completed the research and created a production line that could create mechanical and flesh and blood Titans in the future. They hid here quietly, and they also extracted their consciousness and sealed it in a machine that could withstand the erosion of time. Until the Titans were finally defeated, and after a long time, the 13 wise men revived in flesh and blood or mechanical bodies. They immediately joined forces to restart the production line, and began to manufacture their flesh and blood and mechanical Titans. Most of the flesh and blood titans you can see now were born at that time, and only a very small number of them have naturally reproduced from the Titan era to the present. After the 13 kings woke up, they began to prepare to completely eliminate the gods in their own way. As long as they started the flesh and blood conversion machine that had been built and brought the remaining humans into it, the gods would collapse without any resistance. But unfortunately, things did not go so smoothly, otherwise there would be no humans now. In fact, some titans made some preparations before the defeat, and they also survived to the present through various means. But unfortunately, they were like their stupid compatriots and did not realize what price they had to pay to defeat the gods. But fortunately, the 13 woke up earlier than them, because they were familiar with the other party's plan and prepared 500 years in advance. They tried to reason with these titans, explaining that they accepted the 13 kings' way to defeat the gods and sacrifice themselves. But the last human titans were very strong in their will to resist, and the conflict eventually became irreconcilable. They fought a decisive battle with the flesh and blood and mechanical titans led by the 13th king. 500 years allowed the 13th king to take over many titan ruins and relics in advance, which also laid the foundation for the victory of this war. In the end, almost all of those selfish human titans were cleared out, but the 13th king also suffered heavy losses in this battle, and each of them died several times. But because they abandoned their souls, they became immortal beings similar to gods. As long as they still have a body and a well-preserved consciousness, they can constantly replace their bodies, which is why they can defeat these titans. Your ancestors were defeated by different immortals twice. After this unnecessary war, the 13 kings all fell into a long sleep again, and we and the mechanical titans entered the Dark Ages again. It was not until 1,000 years ago that we reawakened them, and began to rebuild the transformation device destroyed by your ancestors. Greg swallowed. Did the 13 betray their compatriots? Mira shook her head. No, they took a step forward for their race. Your ancestors did not realize that we are actually your continuation. Whether it is the mechanical titans or us, we have adopted your consciousness structure. There is no creature in the entire universe that is more like you than us. We are the result of your evolution. We are your descendants in the sense of race. But this sentence sounded quite bad to Marn. If what they said was true, then at least a group of titans, who were about to fight against the gods, were killed by these so-called descendants of humans. Maybe this is why those titan facilities did not work. They died at the hands of their compatriots in the past. Moreover, the person who said this was a flesh and blood titan. Even if we ignore the errors caused by time, this story is likely to beautify the image of those so-called wise men, and there are some obvious concealed contents. For example, the titans in the past did not consider the possibility of defeat at all, as Mira said. Then the purpose of these lies must be to cover up something. Chapter 183. Mira stopped. It's here. She stepped onto the last staircase, then turned to face the wall and raised her palm to press it. A few ripples appeared on the wall, and then a door slowly appeared in front of them. Greg followed her in. Although the area inside the door was quite spacious, it was still the size that the tower could accommodate, unlike the places where the flesh and blood titans lived, which had obvious spatial anomalies. And about 10 meters inside the door, there stood a milky white stone pavilion, with a stone tablet facing Greg and Mira. Neither Maine nor he saw any so-called weapons. Mira walked to the pavilion. This is the transformation device. Just walk in, and you can become a flesh and blood titan. Greg swallowed his saliva and asked nervously what Marn asked. What will this thing do to me? Mira said, there is a very complicated magic circle inside. When you walk in, I will activate the magic circle to transform your body, and you have to read the words on the stone tablet during this process. Don't worry about not understanding it. It is psychic language. Greg pretended to retreat. What is that stone tablet? Mira said, the stone tablet is the carrier of the Titan relic. Just stand in front of it, and you can see the god-killing sword. When you see it, you can hold the hilt. Be careful not to be scratched by the blade, otherwise your soul may be damaged in advance. After you hold the hilt, the magic circle will stimulate the power it contains, and affect your soul in a more controllable and precise way, slowly erasing your soul without destroying your flesh and blood. Mon, who was sitting in the abnormal control bureau, looked at the countdown and then sent a confirmation signal to Greg. He then stalled for time and asked, how will my consciousness be preserved? Mira replied, the magic circle will complete everything except the elimination of the soul. This process is painless, just like removing an unimportant organ after anesthesia. You won't feel any problems. Greg then asked, have you seen other people perform this ritual before? Mira shook her head, but my father has seen it, and I have also heard him talk about the transformation process. The technology we use is much higher than what you have now, and the probability of problems is lower than you being killed by a meteorite. She paused and said, "Are you scared?" Greg admitted, "Although I said I had made up my mind, I must still be a little scared when I got to this step. After all, I will say goodbye to my soul after entering. No matter how convincing the arguments in that book are, it is difficult for me to really accept this matter. Give me some time." Mira nodded. "Take your time." She was not in a hurry at all, nor was she worried that Greg would back down. They did not leave him a way out. Although Greg's transformation was important, Mira had no intention of rushing him. Because as long as Greg was transformed into a flesh titan, they could immediately use the technology for flesh titans to extract his memory. This is why they wanted to transform Greg into a flesh titan. This would allow his memory to be transcoded into an individual that they could carefully read and query. As flesh titans, they did not know enough about human consciousness and memory for them to do such a thing. In the past, humans basically did not develop this technology, because they directly read memories through the so-called soul, so there was no need for this. If Greg still cooperates, they can use him to infiltrate the organization that sent him here. But if he doesn't intend to cooperate at all, or is unwilling to transform because of fear, they can also force Greg into the device for forced transformation. After they extract Greg's memory, they can still proceed to the next step based on the content inside. Mira will still try to persuade the transformed Greg to deal with humans, but if he doesn't want to, he can be killed directly. What is really important is the information about human society in his mind, which is the key to determine whether they can defeat the gods. Greg just stood there looking at the pavilion, quietly waiting for the passage of time. Countdown, 1 minute and 46 seconds. "Are you ready?" Mira suddenly asked. Greg said, "I." Mira interrupted in a strong tone. "Go, there is no point in waiting any longer, unless you tell me now that you have changed your mind and are not ready, in which case I can take you back now. But Ansem will definitely not be happy. It is hard to say how he will see you after hearing this news. This long waiting time itself is actually quite suspicious. She is willing to be so patient because she thinks Greg cannot pose any threat, although he said he didn't remember where he came from. But they actually know that there is an unstable space area nearby, and the nearby town once sent soldiers to guard it, but this behavior also ended with their destruction a few years ago. But now there is a new guard there. If any outsider tries to enter this place, they will face dangerous biological weapons designed by Titan. Greg's ability is restrained, and there is no way to resist her will. Greg silently stepped towards the pavilion. Snap. Just as Mira smiled, a steady male voice came from behind her. "Well done, Greg." Before the voice fell, 3 figures appeared beside him. The one standing in the front was Leiyu, who was painted all over his body, and behind him were Blood, Claw, and Silence from the original Marin hunting team. Greg didn't look at these people, but bowed slightly to the man in a black casual suit behind Mira. "I'm just executing your will." Mira, whose whole body was physically frozen, stared at Greg angrily. "You have always been a spy for humans, and the scholar's judgment of you is true." Maine passed by her side and reminded, "You also lied to him. How about you cancel each other out?" Maine raised his hand while speaking, and then Myra's eyes became blank and empty in an instant, and when he retracted his arm, she seemed to wake up again. This scene surprised Maine a little. He didn't expect the ability to erase memory to be useful for these soulless creatures. After all, according to them, the flesh and blood titans are immune to the influence of the mind. But now it seems that the ability to erase memory does not seem to rely entirely on the mind. I said that their bodies have long been corrupted by the soul. I dare to guarantee that the scholar's description of humans is even quite conservative, because I have personally been in contact with this race for a long time. Now you have learned a valuable lesson, my child. Ansem and a few black cats appeared outside the door at some point. Chapter 184. Ansem was closely following the black cat that was chasing Greg at the time. It was staring at the people who appeared with cold eyes. The mechanical structures on its body were all running at high speed, and silver-white metal claws popped out from its fleshy palms. Ansem, whose whole body had basically completed the mechanization transformation, quickly scanned the members of the Control Bureau with his artificial eyes, and instantly locked his eyes on Maine. He looked directly at Maine and said, "In fact, I have long thought that he might be your spy. The Eastern Federation Company has used this trick before, and the undercover agents they said before were better at gaining trust than Greg, but they didn't get any benefits here in the end, and could only leave here in disgrace. You should have heard of this organization, right?" Seeing that Maine did not deny it, Ansem continued directly, "If you think you are much stronger than the Eastern Federation Company, then you may try to explore us, but there is a reason why we have not contacted you. The humans who stay here will be targeted by the strong among us. I suggest you leave now, and never try to come back here. Otherwise you will have to prepare to die. Maine asked curiously, why didn't you go and find trouble with the person who destroyed the town? Anton narrowed his eyes. Do you know who did it? Maine turned his head and looked at the pavilion. We can leave. After I take the Titan relic, I will not appear in front of you. As far as I know, you should also be the enemy of the gods, and we just need this weapon to reduce the process of the gods' revival. This is not a bad thing for you, right? Anton smiled. No, it can't play any role in fighting against the gods. You are not telling the truth. This is a Titan relic. You and I know the value contained in it. Even if what Maine said is true, it is useless. Because if this weapon can really help them fight against the gods, then he is even less likely to hand over such a valuable thing, not to mention that the opponent is a human with a dirty soul. Maine glanced at Mira, who was controlled by telekinesis, even if her life is in our hands. Anton said firmly, we have long been prepared to sacrifice for this war. You may not be able to understand our noble nature, but this is the difference between flesh and blood and monsters with souls. We are more aware than you. Humans' despicable nature. This is the legitimate reason to support the flesh and blood titans to sacrifice this race. I understand. Maine nodded, then turned around and walked straight to the pavilion. Kill them. Anton felt offended when he heard this, and he showed a cold look and gestured to the black cat. After receiving the order, it raised its flesh palm in the direction of the other three people, and Anton also stretched his right hand to his waist and drew out a dagger engraved with runes. Let these humans see the huge gap between the creatures from the Titan era and their two races. But before he went to Maine, Leyu used his body to block Anton and the black cat. I suggest you go together. The Son of Thunder smiled provocatively. This way you won't make excuses when you lose. The other side. Maine walked to the flesh and blood conversion device, and the surging mental power swept through like a hurricane, turning the parts engraved with magic runes on the pavilion into dust, and then seeped into it like a drop of water and slowly corrupted it. Only the stone tablet in the middle was left. There were 2 paragraphs of text on the stone tablet, both written in the spiritual language mentioned by Mira, but it can be seen that the contents of these 2 paragraphs should not be written by the same person, and may even be separated by a considerable time. Obviously, the latter content was added by the Flesh Titan for the transformation ceremony. The spiritual language that recorded these words was a language that Ma-En had never seen before, but just by lingering on it, he understood the text on it in a way that he himself could hardly understand and remember. Ma-En looked at the first paragraph of text. There is a sword. It has a cross-shaped hilt made of brown dragon wood, which is transformed from the remains of dead dragons. Only the most intelligent and powerful dragons will wither and turn into it after death. This sword is called Eclipse. The 1.2-meter long sword body is dark blue, made of flowing starlight, fragments of the night sky and pure white rainbows. You can see flashing silver-white colorful light spots in it, which carry the power of fate and spirit. It can kill the spiritualized gods. This sword is tempered by the fire of lies, the wind of falsehood, the spring of illusion, and the soil of non-existence. Only those who oppose the gods can see the eclipse. This sword represents the numbers 8, 4, 5, 2, 9, and 3. The eclipse has never been forged. This sword symbolizes the nonsense of fools. You have to find the eclipse. This sword is a dead elephant. You are holding the eclipse. After reading this, Mon lowered his head. His hand was holding a long sword made of faint blue light, and surprisingly, its appearance was exactly the same as the hazy imagination in his mind when he just read this passage. Then Mon took the eclipse to the Abnormal Control Bureau. Abnormal Entity, Eclipse. Abnormal Strength, V.3. Danger Level, V.2. Description, a sword that can kill the god of mind. Feature, Imaginary Sword V.2. This is a weapon that does not exist in reality, and can only be found in human consciousness through specific imagination. You can obtain it after you accurately know what is the eclipse. Eclipse V.3. Punch it into the body of the god of mind, and it will completely destroy the god, who has become a highly spiritual entity. Mon can use both of these features, and the latter is one of the weapons that can kill the moon god in the prophecy of the god of the Skywalker. The first feature of this weapon explains the meaning of that paragraph. This weapon does not really exist, which is why the eclipse in his hand is exactly the same as imagined. In fact, this sword is not really made of those things, and there is no casting process at all. Knowing the correct information set in advance will guide Mon to imagine the appearance of the eclipse. When Maine thought that the lunar eclipse was the number 8, 4, 5, 2, 9, and 3, it was a dead elephant, the ravings of a fool, and it was a sword made of dragon wood, starlight, night, and rainbow, and only those who fought against the gods could see it. This imaginary weapon appeared in his hand. At this time, no one else had seen the long sword emitting faint blue starlight in Main's hand, because this weapon only existed in his mind. He could also use this feature, but that would cause quite terrifying and great results. In that case, Main would no longer exist, but he could continue to appear in the imagination of others. This would be a very terrible thing for creatures, and would also push him to immortality in a sense. And it is easy to imagine why the Titans originally used this method to preserve this weapon. This is a weapon that can only be easily obtained by those who fight against the gods. Chapter 185. Ma turned around calmly. Lei Yu was standing in the middle of the hall with blood dripping down his face, while the other 3 employees huddled together in a corner and dared not move. Although they were once considered important figures outside, they still had no power to protect themselves when they encountered a 4th-level ability user. They could only pray in their hearts that Lei Yu and others would not affect them. However, they had basically recovered at this time. Because Antum and Black Cat were lying at Lei Yu's feet, the latter's mechanical structure was almost completely dismantled, and the remaining flesh and blood body was almost burned to charcoal. And Antum's skin had been completely burned, and the exposed metal structure was also severely damaged by the thunder. Lei Yu posed a huge threat to the opponent, who had undergone full-body mechanization transformation. Ma walked in front of Antum, whose consciousness was already a little blurred, and lowered his head to look at him. Evil humans. He smiled miserably. I knew I couldn't trust you. You are the best at trampling on the lives of other races at will. Main pointed at the Black Cat lying on the ground. You have transformed these Titan creations, making them show their fangs to their former creators, and let them kill any entity with human identity. How dare you say that we trample on life? Antum didn't expect Main to know that they had transformed these Titan weapons. He immediately changed his face and said, "This is a necessary sacrifice. We can't let you stay here at the risk of being discovered by the gods. Clearing out the humans who appear here is just to defeat those evil gods in the future." Mon nodded. You make sense. It so happens that we are also fighting a dangerous god. This weapon will affect the outcome. Once the news that it is in our hands is leaked, it is likely to give the gods a chance. For the great goal of fighting the gods, it seems that I have to sacrifice your lives. Antum opened his mouth with a pale face. He instinctively wanted to refute Mon's words, but no matter how much he resisted in his heart, he said nothing. Because the other party just repeated his words. No. Antum said, if you really do it, the 13th king will not forgive your sins. Mon asked, if we just leave here, will they come to hunt me down? Antum vowed, the Titan relic is our most precious treasure. Even if the eclipse cannot play the original effect, the conversion device built on it is also one of our most important strategic materials. Mon nodded. I remember your daughter said. Not everyone can get close to the flesh and blood conversion device. He glanced at Mira and untied her restraints. Mira took a few steps back in embarrassment before she could stand firm. She instinctively lowered her head to avoid Mon's gaze. Now she had already foreseen the fate she was likely to face, death. This made her feel the fear of death so closely, for the first time since she was born. Your father mentioned that if we just leave like this, it seems that it will cause dissatisfaction among your rulers. It seems that we can't just kill both of you here and leave without caring about anything. Is he right? Mira looked at Mon in confusion, not realizing what he was going to say. Of course, we value the lives of our compatriots more than humans, and this Titan relic is a 5th-level abnormal item. Mon understood and said, that is to say, if I don't want to expose the fact that the Titan relic was stolen, I need a convincing enough flesh and blood Titan to take the initiative to cover up our traces. What do you think? Who should I choose? Mon smiled at them. They also realized what Mon meant. Antum immediately shouted to his daughter, don't believe him, Mira, he can't trust us, because after you leave, those who stay can regret it at any time, unless he uses some evil method to control our life and death. Mon said in a gentle voice, don't worry about this problem. I can erase your specific memory of me, and the worst result is just the same as now. As soon as the voice fell, they heard Myra's slightly trembling voice. I can complete your request. Although her voice was trembling, Myra's expression was so calm that nothing could be seen. After getting the answer, Mon looked at the terrified Antum. No, Mira, you can't do this. He shouted angrily, trying to awaken his daughter's so-called consciousness. This is related to the fate of our entire race. Don't succumb to the evil humans. But Antum only saw Myra's cold and terrifying eyes. Mira didn't want to imagine anything, but during the time when her whole body was unable to move and her limbs were broken, she deeply felt the inevitable fear of death in her flesh and blood. Blood and flesh just want to survive. And if Ansem knew that he could not be the survivor of the two, he would definitely choose to sacrifice himself after thinking deeply. She just thought faster than her father. That's it. Maine looked at Ansem, who was in despair, and said, "It seems that your compatriots have made their own noble choice." As Ansem's figure disappeared, Maine turned to the Bloody Thunder son. "You did a good job." Lei Yu leaned over to pick up the dagger and handed it to Maine. "Without this thing, he can't even pose any threat to me." Maine took the dagger. "Very good. After this mission, I will allow you to use your abilities through the Control Bureau. It takes a little 4th level abnormal value to extract his power. If the containment objects are not counted, the only 4th level abnormal value in the Control Bureau is the dagger that has just been obtained and Ansem who is controlled by him. This means that Maine's promise will consume a 4th level abnormal entity, but this is a sure win business, because Lei Yu's extraction of his power means that he can only use the power of thunder through the Control Bureau in the future. But Lei Yu didn't think it was a bad thing to have his power extracted. He said happily, "Great." Compared with the destined control of Thor, the Control Bureau's constraints on him are as small as they can be. And according to the agreement between Maine and him, Lei Yu can actually leave after regaining his freedom. But if he is willing to stay and work for the Control Bureau, he can use the power of thunder for his own use. And even as long as he makes enough contributions, he can completely get rid of the power of Thor in the future. This is equivalent to changing jobs, and if you think about it, the employees of the Abnormal Control Bureau are treated quite well among all special forces. That is, they are not as cold and ruthless as the Federation, and they are also different from the East Federation company that treats the lives of employees as resources, not to mention compared with the gods and the church. Maine walked in front of Mira. "So now, tell me everything you know." Chapter 186. Mira confessed everything she knew, but because of the long time, what she knew was actually a history that had been passed down for thousands of years, and there was not much truth left, and many of them could only be regarded as stories. But there were some valuable contents, such as the types of titans, what great achievements the gods had made in their heyday, and what titan relics were in the cursed land, as well as their leaders, the 13 kings. Those were 13 immortal consciousnesses. The 13 titans at that time copied and preserved their consciousnesses, and designed a set of rigorous and complex measures, so that individuals with their consciousnesses would always exist in the world, and most of the time the reborn 13 kings would have a powerful body. In other words, most of the time, they were 5th-order abnormal entities, and in the era of sufficient resources, once a member of the 13 kings died, a new 5th-order abnormal entity would be created. The most important thing is that they gave themselves special consciousness in some way, which allowed their consciousness to continue to this day, but it also brought a lot of trouble, one of which was the existence of the communication season. Because of the 13th mistake, the place where the flesh and blood titans live can no longer transmit signals as freely as in the past, but can only communicate within a certain period of time, which also gives Mira ample room for explanation. But for safety reasons, Mayan also erased the specific information about them in Mira's mind. Even if she had the courage to confess what happened, she couldn't tell who they were. At this time in human society, Rinshurji had already released the news of the negotiation according to Wang Yin's request. He made sure that the Salvation Alliance in Goan Province could easily get the news. It is estimated that some members of the Salvation Alliance outside must have heard about this, but no one knows their reaction yet. Because now all the employees who have signed contracts with the Abnormal Control Bureau are restricted in the Control Bureau. Even Lei Yu and his team only went to the abandoned land and never set foot on the land of the Southern Federation. Now they have basically cut off communication with the outside world. Before solving the troubles of the Moon Goddess, other employees cannot enter the Southern Federation normally. Of course, Mayan still received the invitation from the investigation department normally, and the report submitted by Rinshurji also analyzed the situation. In his opinion, the investigation department is serious this time, and similar things are happening in other regions. The Federation intends to unilaterally cease fire with the Salvation Alliance. In the eyes of others, this may mean that the Federation is taking the initiative, and some Salvation Alliances are particularly resistant to communicating with the Federation, thinking that this means they are inferior. Some members of the Salvation Alliance also think that the Federation's practice of stopping whenever it wants is bad, but they have no other choice. But the facts in Ma'an's eyes are far more complicated than this. The Federation is not without reason to negotiate with them. It is probably because they cooperated with the Moon God to raise the Secret Knight. This not only made it impossible for the Federation to do anything to them in a short time, but also promoted the process of the Moon God's escape. Although the Federation is still cooperating with the Alliance of Gods, they certainly do not want to see the gods fleeing the Southern Federation. If a god really regains the dominant position, then the Federation will definitely suffer the most. In fact, this was a decision they had to make. And most importantly, the negotiation with the Federation was probably not beneficial to them at all. Both the Federation and the World Salvation Alliance felt that this had in some sense declared the failure of their struggle, and it actually seemed so. But the prophecy of the Divine Skywalker made Ma and accept the negotiation. This actually revealed that this was the most favorable path for the World Salvation Alliance. Although he didn't know what the Federation would get from this negotiation, he was afraid that they would not really get the result they wanted. What was unknown to Ma and now was what would subvert the Federation's expectations. This negotiation would definitely pull the world to the direction that the Divine Skywalker expected, but who would carry it out? Was it him, or someone else who was influenced by the Divine Skywalker? Now it seemed that even if he could get rid of the Moon God with the help of the Divine Skywalker's prophecy, it was unclear what special impact it would have, and how the Federation and the World Salvation Alliance would change. But thinking about these things actually didn't make any sense to him. It was hard to say how the world in the eyes of Xiao Walker worked. After all, she could leave the Chinese character by constantly adjusting the writing direction. Maybe even Qin Wan himself couldn't explain why he had to negotiate with the Federation. The trend of reality was not so consistent with the human brain's understanding of logic. Compared with these, the existence of the Moon God was the problem he should deal with immediately. The weapon called Lunar Eclipse had been put into the containment room by him. Although theoretically this weapon could not be bound by any method, its characteristics still failed to break free from the influence of the Abnormal Control Bureau and eventually became a containment object. This also greatly improves its ability to kill gods. Because he can extract the characteristics of this weapon to himself, Ma-En is not a master in the field of mind or swordsmanship. If he really wants to fight with this sword, it may not be so easy to hurt the Moon Goddess. And when the Moon Goddess is coveting him, it is relatively simple to contact her directly. Ma-En has tried it. The 5th level abnormal characteristics are also very consuming for him. He can't hold on for dozens of seconds. This is under the premise that there is no interference from other things. However, this weapon only takes a moment to kill the gods. The next thing to do is to complete the other 2 conditions. The prophecy also mentioned that the dagger in the shadow should be obtained from the Federation. At this moment, there is a mind-specialized machine called Silver Dagger in the basement of the Goen Investigation Department. Obviously, this is not a coincidence. This machine can customize the user's mental state according to needs to adapt to different dangerous tasks, and this one seems to be specially prepared to deal with the Moon Goddess, but now most people in the investigation department still think that they want to use it to expose the location of the members of the Salvation Alliance. The investigation department is planning to sign a peace treaty with them in exchange for Maine using this machine. In this way, the entire decision to leave the Federation seems to have fallen into the expectations of the Xiao Walker, just like her puppet, who thinks he is acting in secret, but can't escape her palm at all. As long as he gets the Silver Dagger, Maine can lead the other party into the trap at the Victor Sanatorium. At that time, he still has to solve the problem of how to proceed to the last step, but now there is no need to think about these in a hurry. Now he just needs to meet the investigation department led by Wang Yin. Therefore, he sent a letter to the Goen Investigation Department. Chapter 187. The girl sat cross-legged on a large office chair, flipping through the documents in her hands in boredom. Although she had handed over most of the paperwork to her new assistant, there were still some contents left that she needed to review in person. She forced herself to flip through the documents and revise them according to the suggestions left by her new assistant. In fact, this was the main reason why she recruited Rinshirji. To be honest, this was not the life she had expected. When she was with Xiao Walker, she thought being an official was a very impressive thing. Whether it was those bastards who caused trouble for Xiao Walker or Qin Wan himself, Wang Yin thought they were quite enviable at the time. But after she really got the real power, Wang Yin realized that she used to think those politicians were particularly impressive, just because they happened to cause trouble for Xiao Walker when they appeared in front of her, and she had no chance to see what they were like in private. But Xiao Walker was really free and easy. However, the power she possessed at that time also came from her own amazing power that was somewhat beyond the federal system. Xiao Walker possessed not only simple destructive brute force, but also the ability to predict possibilities, which was the fundamental reason for her transcendent status. Xiao Walker could do more than just defeat powerful threats. She could also create the scene that the Federation wanted. In the eyes of many federal politicians, this was actually the reason why they finally took action against Xiao Walker. What she gave to the Federation now was far less than what she could give. If Xiao Walker had already exerted her full strength in the Federation, they would not be in a hurry to put a collar on her. Endless greed. But it is very useful. If they didn't have so many desires, they wouldn't choose to pursue a career in politics, which meant that they would not be satisfied with Shishao Walker's current situation, and she and her brother had no way to escape the clutches of that crazy woman. Dong dong. She raised her head and looked to the left. A vague figure slowly walked out of the wall. Why are you here? The girl asked curiously. The visitor was her brother Wang Yang. At this moment, he was following Shadow to do things in the Central Federation thousands of miles away, but because of their twin characteristics and the fate they suffered, the brother and sister could communicate with each other at any time through a way close to telepathy. In fact, this was also one of the reasons why Shishao Walker took them with him in the past. They had quite good abilities in all aspects. Although there were still some small problems left over from the past, it was nothing to Shishao Walker. The boy said in a somewhat unnatural manner, "How is the situation here?" Although the girl noticed that her brother's expression was not normal, she did not bring it up, but said as usual, "It's okay. Shadow asked me to contact the Salvation Alliance here." Although the woman's subordinates are not very normal, they are understandable compared to her. "But do you remember that Ma-In?" Shadow mentioned him this time. The boy nodded solemnly. "I can't forget it. You must remember it too." Of course she remembered that moment. At that time, they almost thought she was coming back. Despair and fear spread throughout their bodies at the same time, destroying her and her brother's already unstable rationality, and falling into a state of near frenzy. It was several days later when she woke up, and she couldn't remember anything. All that remained was a slight sense of fear. Wang Yin said, "Shadow asked me to arrange a suicide mission for that Ma-In, and use this as a condition for peace with the Salvation Alliance. I also saw some other information. They plan to tell these guys about the nature of the gods." The boy raised his eyebrows. The Federation dares to make such a thing public. If they had not followed Shishao Walker to the Southern Federation, they might not have had the opportunity to know what those gods are until now, because not only are the gods deliberately burying the truth, but even the Federation and other insiders are actively eliminating traces. Because revealing the truth means promoting the existence of gods, which is bound to lead to the rise of gods in a short period of time, and war will become an inevitable future trend, so they are all tacitly hiding the facts together. The girl nodded, but what caught my attention was that Ma-In. Even before I was sent here, Shadow had formed a team to hunt him down, and asked them to ensure that Ma-In must die. I think things may not be as simple as they seem on the surface. Although he did rescue Qinlan at that time, Shadow is not the kind of person who would kill people for this reason. The boy thought for a while, and said, maybe it's not his intention. This matter may have nothing to do with Qinlan herself, but because of her unique identity, what they want to kill is probably their fear of Shishao. Wang Yin took over and said, "Don't blame them, it's just human nature. This is also the reason why they were forced to switch to the Federation. The fear of Shishao Walker was buried in their bones by her own hands. She is the only thing these two dead people are afraid of in their lives. Even the guy who turned them into is not as good as Shishao." The boy nodded. "Yes, the crazy Shishao Walker is really scary. Think about what she said at the beginning. She actually said that we will become better and walk on the path of kindness and correctness in the future. What a terrible and crazy idea. How could we become such fools? You said, right?" When he spoke, the boy's tone was unusually deep. Wang Yin could sense that her brother's words were very unnatural, just like her evaluation of Shadow just now. This is not something he would say for no reason. She agreed in cooperation, yes, not to mention her other behaviors. If I hadn't been with her, I couldn't imagine that she would be so paranoid. Sometimes we are destined to be unable to change many things, but she always insists on it. Shishao knows the result of doing this better than anyone else. The boy sighed, but this is reasonable, because she may not have encountered any difficulties in her life, so even if she knows that her efforts can't change anything, she will still insist on it. This is a living person. Wang Yin blinked, and there was a little more doubt in his tone. What are you doing here this time? The boy who heard this seemed to be late to say, "Oh, it was Shadow who asked me to come. He asked me to ask about your current situation, and asked you to tell me your impression of Ma-In after meeting him, and I will pass it on to Shadow." Wang Yin said, "The silver dagger has been built underground here and can be activated and used at any time. As for Ma-In, we have started trying to get in touch with him, but have not received a reply. After all, they are now under the protection of the moon god, and it is not easy to find them. I tell you when I see Ma-In." The boy nodded and didn't leave. He said, as if to make conversation, "When we first met him, I actually felt that this guy was a little bit strange, and the setbacks of the devil cult and the angel seemed to have something to do with him. Now I think Shadow's idea is not wrong. If I were him, I would kill Ma Yin too. Wang Yin continued to chat. It's a pity that we were scared silly by the Shishao Walker before we could take action. Otherwise, we wouldn't have to waste time now. Anyway, I'm not very adaptable to my current job. Wang Yang replied, we gained more than we lost, and think about it. At least we escaped her control. The boy smiled stiffly at his sister, then turned around silently, and merged into the wall. The moment he disappeared, Wang Yin felt the emotions he left behind. They could often sense each other's feelings when they were alive, so the girl actually expected it. But her body began to tremble. Because the boy left behind a deep fear that could push their consciousness to the brink of collapse. She could never forget this feeling in her life, and she never wanted to recall it. That was the scar left when they first met Shishao Walker. Then a familiar voice sounded in her ears, but the speaker used the dialect they mastered in their lifetime, which had long been forgotten due to modernization. Xiaoyang and Xiaoyin, calm down, this is just a message. I don't know what you were thinking when you heard this, but I just follow my intuition, Shishao Walker paused. If I need to communicate with you like this, it means that I must be in trouble at the moment, which is quite surprising to me, but the world is like this, even I have problems that I can't solve. But you don't have to worry about me, because you should know very well. I have only victories in my life. I believe that when you hear this, I will still be victorious, so you don't have to do anything particularly complicated, just help me a little. It should be fine. Shishao Walker's voice was quite gentle, but the girl who heard this only felt cold all over. Shishao Walker mentioned in the prophecy that he had no defeats, but the current situation does not seem to be the case. There are two possibilities, either she will also make a wrong judgment, or she is still undefeated as the prophecy said. The next words sounded quite strange, as if they came from some strange creatures with different vocal organs from them. To achieve his goal, this is your mission. I believe you will all get better, just as I said. The girl swallowed. Get better. The word sounded like an unquestionable command to her, and it also contained a threat from the Shishao Walker himself, as if she had chosen the two of them just for this moment. What scared her most was the power of this prophecy. Wang Yin knew more about how the power of the Shishao Walker worked than anyone else, so its appearance here at this moment had already sentenced the cruel fact that she would succumb. Because only if she obeyed the orders of the Shishao Walker, she could hear these words. No. Wang Yin gritted her teeth and forced herself to calm down slowly. Although fear made her panic instinctively, the cold death also made her calm down a little, precisely because she knew the Shishao Walker. So she knew that even she could not really do everything, and might even be more powerless than many people imagined. She and her brother betrayed the Shishao Walker, and they were not fools. What really drove them to make this decision was not only the fear of the Shishao Walker, but also their understanding of her. They knew how powerful she was, so they also knew where her boundaries were. The Shishao Walker did not expect to be caught, otherwise she would have broken free long ago. Her prophecy could only push the future to the track she wanted, but could not directly fix it completely. This prophecy is also the same. It can make the future move in the direction that the Shishao Walker expects, but it may not succeed. It made me waver. If she really obeyed the order of the Shishao Walker, then maybe she really had a chance to be freed, but if she didn't accept the order of the Shishao Walker, then she would never be a threat. Thinking of this, the panic in the girl's heart slowly dissipated. She almost fell into the trick of the Shishao Walker, which was a good phenomenon, because it met her expectations of the Shishao Walker. Qin Luan could do almost anything. If she didn't waver, she would feel suspicious. And after deep thought, Wang Yin saw the direction she should go. Although she didn't know what principle the future would follow, it was obvious that helping him mentioned by the Shishao Walker would increase her chances of escaping, so she only had to do the opposite. That was not to achieve his goal. But just as this thought came to mind, a very scary idea suddenly flashed through Wang Yin's mind. Maybe the purpose of the Shishao Walker was not to make her do what she said, maybe she wanted her to do the opposite. If Qin Luan expected that she would choose to resist, then she would give orders contrary to her needs. The girl shook her head violently, and drove this idea out of her head. No, she couldn't think like that. If she said that, she could also think that the Shishao Walker had actually anticipated her doubts, and turned her predictions into positives. There would be no end to thinking like this. She had this idea because of her unwise fear of the Shishao Walker. After all, if she continued to think like this, no matter what she did, she might be under the control of the Shishao Walker. But if she was really that scary, she wouldn't be in that prison now. In this case, she can also see how the reality will go. After all, no matter what she does, she can get a glimpse of clues from the details other than the prophecy. At that time, She just needs to watch the road and move forward. She is not a god, and she is not a chess piece that can be manipulated at will. Wang Yin let out a long breath. She held on. Dong dong. The sudden knock on the door startled her. Who? The girl asked nervously. Me. The voice coming from outside the door was Jingying. It was the 4th level psychic, who was supposed to use the silver dagger. Wang Yin breathed a sigh of relief. She was really a little afraid of Qin Luan's voice. What do you want? Jingying said outside the door. I want to talk to you about the silver dagger in Ma Yin. The girl said tiredly, come in. This was not the first time he mentioned this matter. After experiencing the ups and downs just now, Wang Yin wanted to drive him away directly, but obviously she couldn't do so, especially under the premise that she had already begun to plan to stop the prophecy of Shinshao Walker. If she was right, that he was probably Ma Yin. Jingying walked into the office, stared at the girl persistently and said, I'm not here to make more requests. I've thought about it during this period of time. In fact, you won't change your mind if I say this again, but I want an answer, a reason that can convince me. Why should Ma Yin carry out this mission? This is a suicide attack that is almost certain to kill him. Is your purpose to kill him? But if so, I am willing to do this job. I will kill him with my own hands as long as you can give me this job back. He is a member of the Salvation Alliance, which means that Ma Yin will inevitably bring additional risks when carrying out these tasks. Moreover, I have received special training. No matter how hard I think about it, I can't convince myself why he is more suitable for this job than me. Can you answer my doubts? Wang Yin prevaricated without thinking. How do you know that he is not as suitable as you? The person who decided this person was Shadow, the most outstanding psychic in the Federation. He is definitely not aimless. Since he chose Ma Yin, it means that the people of the Salvation Alliance are more suitable for this mission than you. And your argument may not be correct. The fact that he is a member of the Salvation Alliance is not a problem, but rather an insurance. This mission affects the lives of countless mortals, and they will not take risks with the lives of civilians in this regard. Her answer did not satisfy Jingying. He argued with reason. If you say so, I am definitely more loyal than Ma Yin, who was born in the Federation. I also have family and lovers, and I definitely don't want them to die because of the gods. As for you saying that Ma Yin may not be weaker than me, since this matter has not been concluded, why don't you let me compete with him? I can guarantee that I will fight him in a peaceful way. No one will be injured in this competition. As long as he can prove that he is stronger than me, then I can accept this result. He looked at the girl with a determined look. Wang Yin was going to refuse immediately, because it was not something she could decide, but she suddenly thought of the prophecy of the godly walker. She had to stop the prophecy from progressing. She changed the subject and asked, you said it was a suicide attack, so what reason do you have to insist on carrying it out? Such enthusiasm makes me feel very suspicious. Are you actually a spy sent by the gods? Jingying said angrily. If that were the case, I would definitely not show such enthusiasm. Do you think I am a fool? And with the work I am responsible for in this mission, I don't need to carry out the mission myself if I want to mess it up. I must have my own reasons. The moon goddess's heart holds the possibility of me surpassing my current state. My soul is already quite old, and changing my body cannot delay my inevitable death. In that case, why don't I bet my life and try to win the chance to live on? Wang Yin narrowed his eyes, and looked at the other party's soul. You are not sincere enough. Jingying's face sank. If he couldn't convince the person in charge in front of him, he could only take the riskiest method. He was still the backup plan for this project, so as long as Ma Yin died inexplicably, the quota would still be his. However, Wang Yin's next sentence made his face light up with some hope again. But you don't want to mess with us. But even if I support your idea, I can't really let you compete with Ma Yin, because this is not something I can decide, but an order from those guys behind the scenes. Ma Yin must die, and he must die in the way they arranged. But, Jingying looked at him expectantly. The girl smiled. Actually, Ma Yin and I have some small grudges. I can consider helping you in this matter. I have to wait until I meet him to confirm the details, but you should be able to think of some shady methods. As long as you obey my instructions, you will have a chance to get this quota. She said that she couldn't be sure of what to do specifically, because Wang Yin didn't know what Ma Yin wanted at the moment, so she didn't know how to go against him. Jingying agreed with enthusiasm. As long as I can get the opportunity to enter the body of the moon goddess, I am willing to pay any price. Wang Yin nodded. Okay. Bang. The door was knocked hard, and then immediately pushed open. Rinshiji rushed in hurriedly, and the girl who saw this scolded him in dissatisfaction. How dare you enter my office without permission? He stopped panting and said anxiously, Ma Yin. Jingying asked excitedly, Did he reply? What time and place did he agree with us? Rinshirji shook his head and finished the rest of the words. He's here. Silence. Wang Yin asked in disbelief. Did he say he's here? Rinshirji nodded heavily. And he's the only one. The girl and Jingying looked at each other, and then rushed out of the office without saying a word. The two subordinates immediately followed, and Rinshirji trotted to the girl and began to lead the way. Not long after, they arrived at the waiting room. Bang. The moment the door was pushed open, they saw an ordinary-looking man sitting on the sofa flipping through a magazine taken from the shelf, reading it with great interest. Jingying was the first to ask, Ma In? The ordinary man looked at him. Yes, I heard you were looking for me. Wang Yin praised with a little provocation. You are really brave to come to the investigation department alone. But this also saves us time to set up, and the conversation here will not be heard. Ma In smiled. I don't think this is something that requires courage to do. You couldn't keep me at that time, right? The girl walked in front of him, raised her head, and looked up at Ma In. You don't look the same as the last time we met. You had plastic surgery, no? Jingying stared at Ma In and said, I can't see his face clearly. Ma In said nonchalantly, besides that, I can delete memories, move in space, and destroy the mortal body. This is just one of my many strengths. If there is a chance in the future, I can slowly introduce it to you. That's him. Wang Yin was completely sure that the he mentioned in the prophecy was Ma In. His appearance at this time would not be a coincidence. Xin Shaoxingzhe arranged this prophecy at this time just to remind herself of this. But she didn't expect that she and her brother had already rebelled. Ma In crossed his legs leisurely. Tell me, what do you want to see me for? His tone was as if this was just an extremely ordinary conversation, as if Wang Yin and Jingying were not members of the investigation department who were hostile to him, but some juniors who had something to ask of him. Wang Yin was unwilling to be at a disadvantage. No, we are not looking for you, but the head of the Guangzhou Salvation Alliance, that is, Qin Lan, the sister of Shishao Walker. Or do you think your status is higher than hers? Ma In just smiled calmly. She is our leader, and one of the members of the Salvation Alliance that you most want. Do you think we will give the Federation a chance to capture her to threaten Shishao Walker? I can negotiate with you on her behalf. If you want to say anything to Qin Lan, just tell me directly. Wang Yin stared at him for a few seconds, then sat down directly opposite him, and gave Rinshirji a look. He obediently left the room, and quickly walked towards the office. We plan to make peace with the Salvation Alliance. The girl said straight to the point, we have already negotiated with the Shishao Walker. As long as you unilaterally announce the disbandment, we will stop hunting you, and let you return home to live the rest of your life in peace. Ma In showed a curious look. Do you think the Salvation Alliance will surrender so easily? Wang Yin smiled coldly and said, you have done a good job in Goan Province. But do you know how many people from the Salvation Alliance have fallen into our hands in the entire Southern Federation, and even the world in the past half-month? 327. If it were before, these hundreds of people with abilities would have been killed by us, but now they are waiting for the judgment of fate in prison. Their life and death depends only on your decision. The most important thing is that we have proved that you will not get a good result if you continue like this. And why do you think we propose negotiations? We want to dissolve your connection with the Shishao Walker, but if you know anything, you should know that this thing cannot be destroyed by just your superficial disbandment, unless the Shishao Walker himself voluntarily gives up. This is her decision. Click. Rinshirji pushed the door open again, and handed a document to Ma In. Wang Yin continued, take a look, it contains our battle reports in recent times, look at your heavy losses, and think carefully about whether you are qualified to fight us. If it weren't for good luck, you wouldn't even be qualified to sit at the negotiation table now. Ma In calmly asked back, when you say good luck, do you mean that we and the moon god successfully completed the ceremony on your territory? The girl looked up at Ma In with pure contempt. You don't understand the reason at all. We are not prepared to negotiate because of the existence of the secret curtain. None of you can understand what ridiculous things you have done. Ma In smiled and asked, didn't we just do the same thing as you? Help the gods escape from here. The people present were a little overwhelmed. The girl also looked at Ma In shock. Do you know what you are doing? This is pushing the world towards the road of destruction. Ma In said indifferently, I have only joined the Salvation Alliance for a few days, and you are much more adventurous than us. Jingying, who was standing aside, immediately retorted, the Federation has long been on guard against these gods. Even if we cooperate with them, we can control the situation, but you don't have this ability. Ma In raised his eyebrows slightly and said, really? Do you think the gods are all fools, and they still agree to cooperate even though there is no benefit for them? And one of the ways you control the situation is to rely on us to kill the followers of the hunter god when we are surviving. So our way to control the moon god is naturally to let you kill them when you are looking for us. And now it seems that this method is quite useful. Aren't you forced to the negotiation table by us? Several people were speechless at Ma's questioning. Wang Yin responded impatiently. In this case, you know what the rise of the gods represents. Well, you have put pressure on us, but you have no other choice. Now other members of the Salvation Alliance will also learn about this news one after another. And this will lead to you not being able to continue like this, because it will poison Qin Luan, who relies on you as a source of power. Ma En showed a puzzled look. Didn't you read my information? There should be the words delete memory on it, right? This made Wang Yin not know how to answer again. She originally wanted to suppress Ma En and put forward the condition that he should use the silver dagger to cooperate with the action, but it seems that Ma En is not worried or afraid of the chips in their hands at all. Wang Yin paused to calm herself down and think about how to deal with the other party. But in fact, she is not completely without benefits, because this can initially show that Ma En does not seem to want to make peace with them. So her goal may be to force him to enter the silver dagger. If this is the case, it will be simpler than other situations. Wang Yin retreated to advance and said, then you might as well turn around and leave now. It is only a matter of time before we find a way to crack the secret curtain. At that time, you can only fight us to the death. He can't really leave like this, so that he can be forced to reveal his bottom line. Ma En did not get up and leave, but he did not pay much attention to the girl's threat. I came here to negotiate, but I may not be particularly satisfied with your current conditions. Unless you are willing to give a suitable price, there is no need for us to talk. Wang Yin also pretended not to care. Conditions? Our condition is that you have to join our plan to deal with the moon goddess and perform a position that requires taking certain risks. This is the decision made by Shadow after meeting you last time. I am just a messenger. It is meaningless for you to ask me more. Ma En questioned, do you think I will trust you? And if that's the case, let someone who can make the decision come to me. You can arrange the time and place at will, but I still have my own conditions. If you refuse, forget it. Maybe some members of the Salvation Alliance will resist cooperating with the gods, but I don't mind using her as a weapon to chop off your arms. You'd be a fool to remain naive when making a deal with the devil. The girl was silent again. What are your conditions? Wang Yin finally made a concession. If you accept ours, we can also consider you. Ma En asked back, what are your conditions? She reached out and took out the second document brought by Ren Shizhi and handed it to Ma En. Jing Ying immediately said, the moon god is more dangerous than other gods. If you continue like this, she is likely to break free and threaten the whole world, but in fact, this is also an opportunity for us. Because she cooperated with you, I actually have a reason to attack her without angering other gods, so the Federation is preparing to carry out an action that can severely damage her. If you understand the nature of the gods, you should know that we can fight against them by influencing human understanding of concepts. But the moon goddess, who is the lord of the mind, is not so easy to deal with. However, the Federation's high-level psychic Shadow and some other professionally trained personnel have prepared some special machines that allow us to adjust the mental state suitable for fighting her. And these mental specializations will form a special structure to directly change the nature of the moon goddess at the mental level. If everything goes well, we can put many shackles on the moon goddess, and this mission requires a brave warrior to carry information that can weaken the moon goddess and go deep into her body and release her from inside. The person who performs this mission must have superb skills to survive, and a powerful psychic like Shadow cannot perform this mission because he has to lead the entire confrontation. Our resources are not quite abundant. Wang Yin continued, after meeting you, Shadow felt that you are the most suitable person for these tasks. Not everyone can do this task. If something goes wrong during the execution, all our efforts will be in vain. You can take a look at the file in your hand, which details how terrifying the moon goddess is. Ma En flipped through the file in his hand and said, only I can perform this mission. Wang Yin nodded sincerely. Yes, you can refuse, but if she really slips out, the consciousness of all human beings will be exposed to her. If you are willing to take this risk, we can sign an agreement to ensure the safety of all members of the Salvation Alliance. And Qin Luan can also get a special treatment, which you can see at the back of the file. Ma En turned over and pretended to be surprised. He seemed a little moved. Wang Yin immediately followed and said, although we are indeed bastards and have a grudge against you, I believe you can understand that in the face of the threat of this monster, our conflicts are actually nothing. Xinxiao Xingzhe is still alive now, and this matter was carried out with her consent. Think about it carefully. Ma Yin's face gradually turned solemn, which was actually expected by Wang Yin, because no matter what, he was a member of the Salvation Alliance, and the problem of the Moon Goddess would definitely be much bigger in the eyes of the Salvation Alliance than the Federation. We have reached the point where we have to ask you for help. The girl added, although the Federation is not a good person, it still hopes that humans are the rulers of this world. I believe that when you know what she can do, you will eventually understand us now. Ma Yin looked at the document in silence, and the expression on his face became deeper and deeper in their eyes, as if he was trapped by the words in it, and had forgotten how he was going to argue with them just now. The girl looking at him also smiled. I can understand your resistance. We have made many mistakes. This is an unfair and sinful massacre, but the reality is like this. You may always let things go your way, and we can often only make the most correct decision. Look, even as strong as the godly walker, this is the only way. A look of fatigue flashed across his face, as if he was helpless after being hit by the cruel reality, but he immediately suppressed it completely. Finally, Ma Yin said, in this case, I can accept your condition. But I will make requests at any time, and you must always remember that I am not the chess player with no retreat you are, and I still have the qualifications to overturn the chessboard. I am willing to stand up because I am different from you, but if you want to take advantage of my kindness, you must be mentally prepared. Because you will know that my bottom line is not that high. As long as it is necessary, I can throw this mess to you at any time. You will lose much more than me. Remember, I am not Shen Shao either. Facing Ma Yin's cold eyes, Wang Yin really had an illusion that he would really fight to the death with them. Of course. Wang Yin put his hand into his arms. We are also here to seek peace. The Federation has realized that the way it treated you in the past was wrong. If possible, we can become allies in the future. Keep this. She took out a silver ring and gave it to Ma Yin. The moon god can invade our minds. Even a 4th-level telepath needs it to resist its influence. And our conversation today must not be exposed to your other companions, as it may alert the moon god. Ma Yin reached out to take it, and when he withdrew his hand, the ring had disappeared without a trace. They were not lying. There was indeed nothing wrong with the ring, and the mental pattern on it also appeared on the 3 members of the investigation department in front of him. Now, the second weapon was almost delivered to him by the Federation. Chapter 188. The hazy silver mist slowly diffused with the wind. A graceful body loomed on the lakeside, and the well-proportioned legs playfully stirred up waves on the lake surface. Anyone who looked at it would be lost in the changes. 2 illusory figures appeared in the distance. The woman looked up in their direction, but her expression was hidden in the mist. They had not yet noticed the woman's existence, and moved forward aimlessly in the mist. Where are we going? The man of the 2 suddenly stopped. His female companion blinked in confusion. I don't know. Why are you asking this? Li Lingxiao immediately fell into confusion. I don't know either. I just want to know where we are going now. Li Lingxiao remembered that the woman in front of him was Wang Ziyuan. She was the moon child in charge of Guanzhou, and not long ago, she and the local members of the Salvation Alliance jointly raised the secret curtain, and the leader was blank. But other than that, he couldn't remember anything. Wang Ziyuan ignored his questions and took steps forward again, and Li Lingxiao, after a short and meaningless contemplation, also raised his legs driven by the instinctive impulse of his body. Then where are we? Li Lingxiao asked. Where are we now? Wang Ziyuan answered as he walked. By the lake. Another long silence. Then who am I? Li Lingxiao asked. I always feel that it's not normal not to know who I am. But Wang Ziyuan did not answer him. Move forward. Move forward endlessly. Until Li Lingxiao had almost forgotten everything, he heard a familiar yet strange voice. You are Li Lingxiao, a son of the moon, a loyal and humble servant of the great moon god. Hearing these words, his mind seemed to be lit up, and he quickly recalled his identity and past. Yes, he and Wang Ziyuan were 2 sons of the moon, and they were also soulmates who could entrust their lives to each other. Wait, what soulmate? No, he and Wang Ziyuan were just ordinary colleagues. Is that so? Who are you? Li Lingxiao asked with a question in his heart. Wang Ziyuan replied, We are both sons of the moon, but I am a noble elect who has received the inspiration of the moon god. Li Lingxiao asked with an unchanged expression, Then where are we? Wang Ziyuan told him, In the dream, your master is the master of the dream and the soul. The woman by the lake had disappeared. He finally asked, Where are we going? The woman raised her lips, reality. He fell into darkness. The noisy sound instantly broke into Li Lingxiu's mind, and then the soft light from his eyelids stimulated him to slowly open his eyes. The lights in the house have been turned on. Wang Ziyuan was standing on the balcony looking at the night sky and stars in the distance. I didn't expect it to feel this way. I haven't tried to enter the body of a mortal yet. Your eyes and ears can perceive the world, which makes me feel crowded and narrow, but I don't know why. When these senses are combined, the world I can experience is so harmonious and beautiful. Li Lingxiao stood up and asked as if he didn't notice the abnormality in Wang Ziyuan's words. What are you looking at? The moon goddess replied calmly, your world. Now I understand a little bit why my compatriots in the past always wanted to control this place. You may not believe it, but I actually don't have any chosen people. Because I can't come to your world in the form of an incarnation. This is because the principle of the incarnation's arrival is closely related to their form of existence, and her form of existence is different from that of all other gods. She exists as a unified spiritual entity, but she doesn't need the ability of incarnation normally. She can directly observe the world through the eyes of her people, and even remotely control their bodies. If she hadn't met Ma Yen, a weak fellow this time, she would never try to enter the body of a mortal. But the special nature of Ma Yen made it impossible for her to treat him as she did in the past. And all her other attempts failed. Not only were the best among the people of the Thunder God no match for him, but Shinjiha, who was secretly influenced, had completely cut off contact with her. So she could only destroy it almost in anger. Destroy Shinjia's mind. If she continues to stay in people's hearts, there will be no way to find Ma Yen. And the worst time is that the moon sons are not suitable to deal with Ma Yen, because their power comes from themselves, and the gods' people are, to some extent, the derivative of the gods' power. Therefore, the more powerful the moon sons are, the closer they are to her, and they may find it difficult to notice Ma Yen, or even see nothing like her. And the more ordinary moon sons, like Li Lingxiao and Wang Ziyuan, although they can almost normally contact and fight with Ma Yen, they don't have the ability to deal with him at all. That is to say, after Lei Yu and Shinji had disappeared completely, she had no other way to deal with Ma Yen, and she couldn't find any people with abilities close to Ma Yen, as if they disappeared from this world overnight. Under the circumstances of no choice, she could only descend into this body. The way the moon god entered this body was different from her own kind. She first painted Wang Ziyuan's consciousness white with what she learned from the secret entity, and then changed her mind into a suitable form and stuffed it in, which would inevitably weaken her power. If she relied solely on this body, she might only be able to exert the top power of the 4th level and the weaker power of the 5th level. Although this is much stronger than the incarnations of other gods, she is also more restricted than other gods. When controlling this body, as a whole spiritual entity, she cannot take care of other people as a god, which is why she didn't enter the bodies of people in the past. If she wanted to achieve a similar effect before, she could use her spiritual body to contact other creatures. After all, not everyone can hide their existence in front of her like Ma Yen. The moon goddess turned around and looked at her servant. What do you think of Ma Yen? Li Lingxiao replied, Sure enough, she still couldn't hear anything. But now she can touch him. Chapter 189. If you are not in a hurry to leave. The girl said to Ma Yen, who broke into the investigation department, you can go with us to see the mind-specialized machine called Silver Dagger. It will play a vital role in our future cooperation. We can also introduce it to you by the way. Jingying followed up and said, I can explain to you in detail what we are going to do. In fact, this suicide mission was originally supposed to be carried out by me, but it is obvious that Shadow changed his mind after meeting you. He paused and then said, your appearance saved my life. Jingying did not intend to reveal his true thoughts in front of Ma Yen, but he did not expect that Ma Yen had already learned in detail how he was in front of other people in the investigation department through Ren Shiji's report. This made Ma Yen's heart more confused. Then go and take a look. He stood up and said to the girl, it happens that I am here too, and we have to discuss the next plan before we leave. Otherwise it will be difficult for us to communicate with the presence of the moon goddess. She may monitor us. Wang Yin turned around, and then Ren Shiji immediately opened the door. There is such a possibility, but Shadow is relatively optimistic about it. Although the moon god will pay attention to you, the possibility of seeing you by chance is not that great. Ma Yen replied, but it is definitely right to be cautious, isn't it? The girl nodded. What you said makes sense, then we can discuss how to contact each other to avoid risks at the end. Ma Yen followed her towards the elevator, and then asked casually, I remember when we met last time, Qin Lan said that you and your brother were with the Shinshao Walker. The girl raised her eyebrows. Why, do you want to condemn me? Ma Yen shook his head. I joined the Salvation Alliance not long ago, and I know very little about her, but you have been with Shinshao Xingzhe for several years. Maybe you have a much deeper feeling for her than I do. It is indeed deep, But it is a bad feeling, Wang Yin said with a cold smile. And you don't have to say that you have joined the Salvation Alliance not long ago. Who do you think will believe this? You just joined and encountered the fall of Xinsha Xingzhe, and you saved Qin Lan by coincidence. Did you know that the investigation department built a prophecy machine when dealing with Xinsha Xingzhe? That machine is used to deal with Xinsha Xingzhe, and it shows that Qin Lan will be taken away by us smoothly. Do you really think you can hide it? After finishing the conversation with his brother, Wang Yin realized why the Federation was obsessed with killing Ma. As Wang Yang said, it was the Federation's fear of Xinsha Xingzhe that led to this. They didn't want him to die because Ma rescued Qin Lan, but because he could appear there to rescue Qin Lan. What they feared was that Ma was a foreshadowing left by Xinsha, because if this was true, it meant that Xinsha might have done a lot of things in the past to fight against the difficulties it was facing now. But in fact, this view has been repeatedly discussed and overturned. The simplest reason is that if Xinsha Xingzhe really predicted this war, he would directly take other means to completely solve these problems, and things would not have developed to this point. In addition, there is a lot of evidence to prove that this matter is just unnecessary worry, but even after confirming these, there will definitely be members of the Federation who can't sleep, and in order to completely end their worries, killing Ma seems to be a solution. I think you must have some misunderstanding. But Ma didn't want to accept this argument. Even if my appearance there has something to do with Xinsha Xingzhe, I haven't seen her in the past. The focus is not on me, but on you. It's just out of curiosity. I really want to know the reason why you betrayed Xinsha Xingzhe. After all, if it were me, I would definitely not do this. I haven't even met her, and I have only joined the Salvation Alliance for a short time. But I still chose to stand beside her. Although this has something to do with your plan to kill all members of the Salvation Alliance, I also think that standing behind Xinsha is not a bad decision. The girl snorted coldly. You don't know anything. Ma looked at her expectantly. Then you can tell me, what should I know? Wang Yin hesitated for a moment, and finally said, this is not a secret. We were not on good terms with Xinsha Xingzhe. When we first met Xinsha, Wang Yang and I were devouring the blood of the living. She used a terrifying and powerful force to completely destroy our fighting spirit. And according to our subsequent understanding, normally when Xinsha Xingzhe deals with monsters like us, you often kill them with clean and neat means. Ghosts like us have no possibility of survival. But she forgave us and claimed that she saw a future where we would become kind. Then, as if she wanted to tame a wild wolf into a domestic dog, she forced us to stay by her side to educate her. But Wang Yang and I were very angry about her behavior. However, considering the gap between us, this anger eventually turned into helplessness. We could only live under the constraints of Xinsha. You can ask how many conflicts we had during that period. Sometimes I even wanted to ask her to kill us. Ma asked, because you don't like being restrained? No. The girl shook her head, because she forced us to become good people. Here I won't explain to you what conditions can make a dead person look like us. You just need to know that my brother and I have not always been monsters. We used to be ordinary human siblings. Although we were not particularly kind, after all, we were just two children when we were alive, but we were definitely not bad people. We may be much more likable than many spoiled children today. But we are dead. My brother and I were tortured to death, and when we returned to our past homes driven by resentment and wanted to follow our instincts to kill our relatives, we saw a few mounds of dirt. My father was killed by the Taoist priest, but the people who were supposed to protect them killed the rest of my family. I can understand that Xinsha Xingzhe is a kind person, but I thought that a wise and powerful person like her could also understand that we don't want to become like her. Even if I imagine myself becoming a good person in the future, I feel sick and want to vomit. We are bad, and we have no intention of turning back. If there is a guy who thinks he is righteous and useful, he can come to fight us at any time. We will not complain if Xinsha or others kill us. This is our choice. We have never met a good person in our lives. Why do you think we have to be good people like you? Ma asked, before meeting Xinsha, did you and Wang Yang think so much? The girl did not hide. I know what you mean. She did change me and Wang Yang. There is no real difference between us and the other monsters you are dealing with now. The desire for blood is driving us. But the things that determine our essence have not changed. After all, we can't change our past. Even the famous Xinsha Walker can only see the future. Ma said, but Xinsha Walker has indeed profoundly changed you. If you can choose, would you like to live like before Xinsha Walker came, or like now, no different from ordinary humans? The girl smiled. Of course it's like this now. I can refute you with the principles that Xinsha Walker taught me. For example, things that make you better can also be unsightly, But this is actually just making excuses, because Xiao Walker is really good to us. At least that's the case from her point of view. But I won't be grateful, because I'm just bad. Ma Yan then asked, but I still have some doubts. As far as I know, even if you are a pure egoist, Xiao is given a very good condition. In fact, there were many people in the previous Salvation Alliance who followed her purely for the sake of interests. Wouldn't it be more beneficial for you to stay with her? She is one of the strongest humans known. You can say one thing and do another, and use her identity to gain benefits. We have already done that. The girl asked back sarcastically, but then paused. There is a reason why we don't want to stay with her, but I doubt whether you can understand it. Ma Yan said casually, I don't have any fixed impression of her. This is what he wanted to ask. What Ma Yan wanted to know was actually the Xiao Walker in Wang Yin's eyes. As she said, Ma Yan himself had no way to judge whether there was any intervention from the Xiao Walker when he appeared there. And he didn't have his past memories. In the past, he might have heard of the existence of the Xiao Walker and had a basic evaluation of her in his heart, but now Ma Yan has lost all of them. Although considering the existence of the unmemorable, and the words that the Xiao Walker said when he met him, the probability that the Xiao Walker caused him to appear there is not high, because the unmemorable may have cut off this possibility. But no matter what, in fact, he now knows much less about Xiao Xingzhe than other adults who have lived for decades, and Wang Yin was Xiao Xingzhe's follower in the past, so he naturally would not miss this opportunity to explore the other faces of Xiao Xingzhe that have not yet been revealed. Wang Yin heard this and said, She is a lunatic, you should have never seen her talking in private. Sometimes she would speak at a very slow speed and in a weird tone. In fact, Xiao was not really saying anything at that time, she was just following the instructions. I really doubt whether it was Qin Wan who was talking to us, or some terrifying power disguised as Xiao Xingzhe. After all, no matter how I think about it, I can't find a suitable reason to explain her behavior. It's not just me. Many of your compatriots have similar views. They always doubt and worry that Xiao Xingzhe's performance in the past 20 years is just the result of her compliance with power, not her true appearance. Ma Yan concluded, Are you afraid that she will become you? A bad person. Wang Yin said, You don't know her like we do. To be honest, I actually think she is closer to the gods described in some religious texts than any creature I have met, but the more she looks like a god, the less human she is. Ma Yan repeated, So, you are still just afraid that she will become like a human, because in your opinion, the so-called human is what you see when you look in the mirror, right? The girl asked back, Don't you think so? Ma Yan did not comment on her answer. In fact, their fear of the Xiao Walker seems to make sense at first glance, but in the final analysis, it is very simple. Those things are just the scraps that embellish its true essence, and they are actually not important at all. The real root is the strength of Xiao. If she is weaker, for example, just the strength of a shadow or other 5th level ability users, then she may cause some fear, but then no one will consider the amount of divinity. If she is only the 4th level, then most of those who fear her will have no ill feelings towards her, and if she is just a mortal, Qin Wan may be just an ordinary person who is a little stupid in their eyes. If it's not Qin Wan who has this power. Ma Yan asked, Will you be scared to talk about her behind her back? After all, I think anyone with this power would be more worthy of fear than her. The girl was unwilling to admit Ma Yan's statement. I am the guy who has been with her for several years. Ma Yan said, But you didn't say a word to prove that your fear is justified. To be honest, I had similar feelings after learning about Xiao Xingzhe's record, and I was deeply afraid of his loss of control. This is not a feeling unique to you, but it is something that everyone who knows how powerful he is may feel. If a strong man who can predict the future has no bottom line, I can hardly imagine what can stop his will from being realized. Wang Yin immediately retorted, Don't think of her as omnipotent. This is the most classic misunderstanding of her by the members of the Salvation Alliance. You just haven't seen her lose, but it doesn't mean that she really has no opponents. There are only a few strong people of that level, and the possibility of mutual hostility is almost zero. Keeping peace is the most favorable choice for them. And do you know why Xiao Walker joined us? Ma Yan asked, Why? Wang Yin replied, Her grandfather is a senior official in the Federation. He began to cultivate her sister's loyalty to the Federation when they were young. The reason why Xiao Walker works in the Federation is all due to her grandfather's request. But her grandfather died not long ago, and now she has no reason to stay here. The girl's words did not really make sense to Ma Yan. Rather than explaining Xiao Walker's problems, it was more like forcing her betrayal to be reasonable. She did not really say what was wrong with Xiao Walker. And this was exactly the answer Ma Yan wanted to hear the most. Chapter 190. The four of them walked out of the elevator one after another. Seeing their members of the investigation department, they were a little curious about who this unfamiliar face was, but after noticing Wang Yin, they immediately retracted their gazes and focused on the work at hand. A suspended spherical device with a diameter of 7 meters appeared in front of Ma In. This was the mind-specialized machine codenamed Silver Dagger, which was the machine they wanted Ma In to use to deal with the moon god. Jingying walked to the machine and stretched out his hand to press on its smooth surface. Then, the metal spherical surface that originally seemed to be completely integrated began to slowly deform with the sound of mechanical operation, revealing the metal chair inside. As long as you sit on it, this machine will start to work and change your mind form to adapt to the next task. Jingying looked at the chair and said, "We have a complicated plan to fight against the moon god, and we will use more than a dozen mind-specialized machines with different functions at the same time. But except for the one used by Shadow himself, which is almost the most important, the work of other secondary specialized machines is basically to assist the main machine to deal with the moon god. Shadow will use its machine to create a hole on the surface of the moon god. You will use the silver dagger to achieve the effects of invisibility and melting in the mental dimension, and it can give the user the ability to carry high-density information. Have you heard of the information bomb of the Eastern Federation Biochemical Company?" Ma In asked, "What is that?" Jingying explained, "The Eastern Federation Biochemical Company used to sell something called an information bomb. It looks like an ordinary small animal, but the heads of these creatures have all undergone special mental surgery, and a lot of information that is harmful to telepaths has been stuffed into it. Any telepath who reads these biological information bombs will be attacked by these harmful information. Weaker telepaths may even die. Only those who reach the third level may survive, but they are likely to have sequelae. Of course, it poses no threat to us, but it is already very special. This thing is probably made by a young telepath with high spiritual attainments. However, the East Federation Biochemical Company no longer sells this kind of thing. The telepath should have been promoted to the 4th level and resigned. His fate is not important. What I want to say is that the Federation has bought a lot of this kind of thing before, and after reaching an agreement with the gods to kill the Shishao Walker, Shadow, and the psychics of the Federation began to think of ways to deal with them. We noticed this thing at that time. After we asked, we learned that this product was out of stock. Fortunately, we left a little bit before. After Shadow took a few glances, he and the doctor of the Institute jointly proposed this group of specialized psychic machines. The function of the Silver Dagger is to create a deadly weapon that can defeat the Moon Goddess, an information bomb specifically targeting the gods. Their existence relies on the imagination and understanding of mortals, so as long as they affect the imagination of humans in the Southern Federation, their power can be weakened, but such behavior has a serious price. If we want to severely damage the gods, we have to announce the fact that they are real, which will indirectly strengthen the power of the gods, but the Moon Goddess is a special case among these gods. Because she exists as a spiritual entity, we can directly bury the bomb in her spiritual entity, and then the impact of the bomb on it will in turn change the human understanding of her, and this process will not expose the existence of the gods. And the person sitting on this silver dagger will become a special biological information bomb." Jingying looked at Ma In, wanting to see fear or retreat on his face. But he did not show any expression. Ma In said, "It sounds like this is a bit risky." Jingying said in a cold voice, "If you are not careful, you may get lost in the body of this huge mental entity, and die for various reasons. Just the instinctive movement in the moon god's mind is enough to crush you or any mortal who undertakes this task. This is a suicide mission." Wang Yin was a little dissatisfied with his subordinate's self-concerned warning, but he did not show it, just gave him a few glances. Fortunately, Ma In did not follow his words to express his dissatisfaction with the mission. "You have long thought of dealing with the moon god?" Ma In questioned. "These machines should not have been prepared in the past few days. It seems a bit wasteful to build so many machines before there is any problem. And you just said that these things can't seriously injure the gods, but they can affect their existence before that. For example, just reducing the instinctive awe of humans towards the sun can weaken it." Jingying admitted, "Well, only this one is used to deal with the moon god. You are right. Other machines are used to weaken the gods, who cooperate with us in addition to disintegrating the defense of the moon god. Although we have signed a complicated treaty, there are actually loopholes left in it by federal experts. Therefore, after preparing through some other means, we have a way to attack these gods again, and this is also the premise for us to dare to sign an agreement with them. If you know anything, you will realize that our alliance with the gods will promote their escape from the cursed land. This is the same as what the moon god used you to do, but we already have a final response." Ma In asked, Is this your only plan? Wang Yin retorted, Of course not. We have also begun to suppress the believers of the gods in all aspects to prevent them from really succeeding. For example, although the Sons of Hunting will get our help, you are actually the means we set up to deal with them. Ma Yin deduced, But you still made a mistake? Wang Yin asked in surprise, How do you know? Ma Yin replied, Because now you have brought us to the negotiation table. The girl replied, You are quite perceptive. Yes, the believers of the Sun God have resolved our suppression, and he has received the most help from us among the gods. If this continues, he will be able to break free from the shackles with the abundant resources we provide. As long as he can escape from the Southern Federation, he can instantly be promoted to the 6th level, and may even continue to move up. As long as you use your brain to think about it, you can realize the horror of the word sun. And if we don't give him enough benefits, the Sun God will not join us in fighting Qin Luan. This matter is risky even for the gods. Although they will not be killed head-on, if the Shishao Walker is not successfully killed, they will become enemies. But as I said, we always have the last resort, so even in this situation, everything is under our control. If you hadn't formed an alliance with the Moon God, the whole thing would be much simpler for us. And the best case scenario is that the Shishao Walker is quickly controlled by the Federation. In that case, the struggles of these gods will be insignificant in front of us. In fact, you should be able to think of it. Risks and opportunities coexist. The closer the threat to all mankind is, the greater the possibility that the Shishao Walker will give up resistance. In the eyes of those politicians, the possibility of the Sun God breaking free from his shackles is not only the collapse of the ceiling, but also symbolizes the unlimited rise of power. Ma Yin shook his head. You obviously know that you are playing with fire. Wang Yin smiled. Are you afraid that our last resort may also go wrong? But in fact, you don't have to worry. She turned her head and looked at the other people. After receiving the order, Ren Shiji immediately turned around and drove away the other staff on the scene, asking them to stay away from where Ma Yin and the other 3 were standing. Even the personnel responsible for the permission of the mind specialization machine were driven out of here. The girl smiled and said, I know you will think that the ancient existence of gods may make our plan fail. After all, they have cracked many of our coping methods. But in fact, the gods also underestimated the Federation like you. In fact, we have a real final means to completely disintegrate their plan to escape from here when they cannot resist. This plan was proposed many years ago after we understood the nature of the gods. If we had not received this task, we would not have had the opportunity to understand it. You must remember to wear the ring after you leave, and don't let the gods know this news. First of all, the power of the gods is limited to the land of the Southern Federation, and all humans born here will always be their hosts. Others who enter after birth will have the same effect when they stay in the Southern Federation. So it's actually very easy for the Federation to destroy their existence. We just need to kill all the people born in the Southern Federation. As long as there is no human host, the gods are just a few weak concepts and have no way to affect the world today. After that, we just need to prohibit humans from entering this place, and they will no longer be a threat to us. Ma Yin asked gloomily, Do you think they will watch you do this? The girl said confidently, I don't know who they are, but no one can stop the Federation's will from becoming a reality. We naturally have a way to cover up the truth. In this process, a lot of abnormal items and special forces will be used to kill and control public opinion, and there will be huge economic and cultural losses. The development of our civilization will stop for a long time. But in fact, we have already controlled the degree of economic and population losses to an acceptable level in advance. To be precise, the gods and the Federation have tacitly achieved this. With our cooperation, the Southern Federation has become the most backward place in the entire Federation. Even if everyone here is dead, it will not really destroy the economy of the entire Federation. Not to mention that we can quickly restore the damage caused to the world through abnormal items and professionals. Among the many dangers in the world today, the gods are the best solution for us, and the cost is only economic downturn, social unrest, and the risk of the truth being exposed. Compared with the end of the world, this is simply not worth mentioning. Ma Yin asked back, if the gods start to convert their followers on a large scale, how can you deal with them? If you go to war with them directly, the truth will inevitably be exposed. Wang Yin paused and thought for a few seconds, and finally decided to speak. We can't lose. The Federation has many relatively mild means, but if those don't work, we still have an ultimate insurance. I just said that this plan started a long time ago. At that time, the Federation began to implant a special abnormal toxin in every newborn. This toxin usually does not cause any negative effects, but if some harsh top-secret conditions are met, they will all die. Ma En narrowed his eyes. Do they allow you to tell me this? Wang Yin looked at him and said, the premise of the implementation of this plan is that all mankind will usher in the end. So if you really stand on our side, you can't leak this plan. And even if this matter is exposed, it is not serious, because its existence itself is enough to achieve its purpose. We are not going to really kill the people of the Southern Federation. If that happens, we must have been forced to do it. We want to let the gods know that we can do this. Ma En, think about it again, if Xin Xiao can do such a thing? When we followed her, Xin Xiao proposed to deal with the gods more than once, but she couldn't find any way to really kill them. The Federation is not only stronger than her, but also more rational than her. We have detailed plans for all enemies in the world, and are not afraid of any abnormal entities that attempt to overthrow our rule. Think about it, is her decision really better than ours? Ma En just replied, those dead people in the Southern Federation will not have the opportunity to consider this issue. And as you said, this is a last resort, but in fact there are other solutions in the world, but they may be too costly in the eyes of the Federation. Xin Xiao Walker is not unaware of your methods. It's just that she chose a nobler way than you, and the winning rate is not much lower than yours. The girl saw that Ma En was unwilling to accept it, and just shook her head. Then you follow her footsteps and fight against the moon god for the civilians of the entire Southern Federation with your life. But after listening to me, you should be able to understand a simple fact to some extent, that is, there is a reason why the Federation can become the ruler of the world today. If you really think that you have the chips that can threaten us, then you'd better open your eyes and look at the reality. Whether it is the moon god or other gods, it is not the real doomsday for us. The Federation has a winning plan for all threats. For example, the Godly Walker.